My name is Cheng. I woke up to the sound of people crying, calling me mom. Confused, I opened my eyes and saw a young man and woman, both about 20 years old, kneeling by my bed. How could they be calling me mom? I had never been married, so how could I have grown children? Suddenly, strange memories flooded my mind. I was no longer the successful businesswoman I had been just moments ago, about to celebrate my company's IPO. Instead, I had somehow traveled back in time to inhabit the body of a widow in ancient times. This woman was 33, had married at 14, and had 4 children. These 2 were my eldest son and daughter-in-law. I couldn't believe it. I had skipped straight to being a mother and grandmother. I was about to become a grandmother soon, as my daughter-in-law was pregnant. My head hurt from the overwhelming flood of memories, and I closed my eyes to rest. The crying and commotion outside the house didn't help. People were gossiping about my family, calling me a bad person. In this life, my past self had been unkind, selfish, and disliked by everyone, hardly the ideal person to inhabit. I was bitter, ungrateful, and had even caused a stir after my husband died by demanding his military pension for myself. When I finally opened my eyes, my eldest son was still crying, calling me mom. I sighed, realizing they didn't want me to die, even though I had been a terrible mother. I asked them to close the door, as the gossiping from outside was too much to bear. My eyes scanned the room. It was a simple, poor house. The walls were made of mud, and there was a broken pot on the stove. My son and daughter-in-law were thin, wearing patched-up clothes. I had never known hunger in my past life, but now my stomach growled painfully. My daughter-in-law brought in some wild vegetables to cook. It was the only food they had, and it looked unappetizing, but I ate it because I was starving. The food was bitter and hard to swallow, but I saw my son and daughter-in-law eyeing it greedily. I realized that this meager meal was all they had to survive. I stepped outside to get some fresh air, looking out at the village. The landscape was dry and barren. The river was a cracked bed, the crops were failing, and the villagers were struggling. The famine was worsening, and I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the harsh reality. But I had made it in my past life as a successful woman, and I was determined to find a way to survive in this difficult time. I took a deep breath, trying to accept this new life. As I walked through the fields, I suddenly heard a mechanical voice in my head, announcing the discovery of a special herb. It seemed like a sign that I might have a way to make things better after all. I was still processing the strange experience when a transparent panel appeared in front of me. It displayed a picture of the rice field and highlighted a wild vegetable called bitter lettuce. It showed that 1 pound was worth 10 copper coins. Curious, I pulled out 2 wild vegetables, and a voice in my mind offered to sell them for 2 copper coins. I agreed, and in an instant, the vegetables disappeared, replaced by 2 copper coins. To my surprise, a virtual store appeared, similar to an online marketplace, where everything was priced in copper coins. I bought a meat bun for 2 coins and ate it quickly because I was starving. It was delicious, and I felt a little stronger. With my newfound money, I decided to gather more wild vegetables to sell. As I was picking bitter lettuce in the rice field, I heard a loud voice accusing me of stealing rice from a neighbor's field. It turned out I had mistakenly thought it was my own land. The villagers started gossiping and making fun of me, but I calmly explained that I was gathering vegetables to feed my children. I even asked them to lend us some rice, which made them shocked. No one in this village would lend food. After the awkward encounter, I continued gathering more vegetables. My head was still hurting from the injury, and I knew I needed medicine, so I sold 3 pounds of bitter lettuce for 30 copper coins. I bought some disinfectant and medicine for 20 coins, leaving me with just 10 coins. When I returned home, I saw my 4 sons, who were eating the small portion of vegetable porridge. Despite the little food, they seemed content. I realized just how poor we were. If it weren't for my previous self-selfishness, we wouldn't be in such a dire situation. My youngest son had brought back wild ferns, which I sold for 30 copper coins. I used the money to buy 5 pounds of rice, something rare in this village, due to last year's crop failure. I felt relieved to be able to provide something better for my family. I gave the rice to my sons, and they were amazed. It was a small comfort in such a hard time, but I knew it was a step toward helping us survive this year. The evening sun cast a warm glow in the yard, and I sat at the head of the table, calmly telling my children, "This rice is for your grandparents." As I spoke, I noticed their shocked expressions. They never realized that the precious rice, which we could barely afford, was meant for my family, not theirs. I sighed and explained how I had been supporting the Cheng family for years with money and food, but now our situation was too difficult. I had gone to ask for repayment, only to be hurt by my brother-in-law. I let them know I was completely done with them. I decided that from now on, we'd keep the good food for ourselves. When I asked my daughter-in-law, Wu Huanyang, to cook the rice, she hesitated because there wasn't enough food, and we usually only had one meal a day. But I insisted, and she nervously started cooking. I knew that half a bowl of rice wouldn't be enough to feed everyone, especially with my youngest son, Zhao, who was still growing. So, I took the entire bag of rice and poured it into the pot, deciding to cook it all. Wu Huanyang was stunned because this rice could feed us for several days, but I didn't care. Our family needed it now. The smell of rice cooking filled the air, and the kids were excited. They'd never tasted white rice before. After I served the rice, I told them to drink the rice soup first so they wouldn't feel too full. The kids eagerly drank it, and I could see their happiness. Wu Huanyang was hesitant, unsure if she should even take some, but I told her to eat too. I wasn't about to let her skip out on this food just because she was pregnant. As we ate, the kids were full of energy, and they began talking about going to the Cheng family to demand the money my brother-in-law had taken. But I knew it wasn't the right time. They wanted to fight, but I told them to sit down. I could see the confusion in their eyes. They thought I would suddenly turn back and support the Cheng family again, but after everything that had happened, I was done with them. We weren't giving up the rice we had fought so hard for. The sky grew dark as we sat at the table, and just as I was about to speak, I heard someone shouting insults outside. It was my mother-in-law, yelling about how our family was cursed, blaming me for wasting money on my side of the family instead of saving for our own. She even mentioned the pension money my late husband had left, which I had used to help my family. I was relieved that I had separated from the Zhao family a year ago, so I didn't have to deal with her constant criticism. She tossed a bag of food at me, claiming it was for her grandsons, and told Wu Huanyang to take care of it. Wu Huanyang was clearly nervous, knowing how harsh my mother-in-law could be, but she handed me the bag without a word. I didn't want to take it, but I needed food for the family, so I accepted it. Later, Wu Huanyang gave me a bowl of warm water to wash up. I was shocked to realize that it was the only water left, and the rest of the family would have to wash with it afterward. The harsh reality of our life hit me again, but I had to make do. The bed was also uncomfortable, and I couldn't sleep well, especially with the 4 boys sharing the same room. It was tough, and I couldn't help but dream of having my own room one day. The next morning, I woke up early, and the family quickly got to work. I was glad that my sons and daughter-in-law were so responsible, but I couldn't understand why the original owner of this body had spoiled her nephews so much, neglecting her own children. When I opened the bag from my mother-in-law, I saw the rice inside was moldy, not fit to feed the kids. I decided to use the little money I had left to buy fresh millet. It wasn't the best, but it was better than what we had. I boiled it into porridge, hoping to nourish the kids' weak stomachs. When Wu Huanyang saw the fresh millet, she was amazed, not expecting such generosity after all the hardships we had endured. While the family prepared for the day, I worried about our future. The money was running out, and we had to be careful. I could only hope that we'd get through this together, even if it meant sharing whatever little we had. The morning light started to shine, and the rice porridge was bubbling away in the worn-out pot, filling the air with the smell of corn. Zhao, my youngest, had drool dripping from his mouth as he eagerly watched the food. I didn't have anything to wipe his face with, and I couldn't bring myself to use my clothes. I just ignored it. Soon, we all ate the porridge, feeling satisfied. If this was a dream, we hoped it would never end. After breakfast, I told everyone to get to work. My husband Zhao Dashan needed to check the fields, my second son Zhao Ergo was in charge of fetching water, and my third son Zhao Sanyo had to chop wood. I decided to take Zhao Sidan and Wu Huanyang up the mountain to gather wild vegetables. When we got there, the mountain paths were already crowded with people looking for food. As I walked, I saw many wild vegetables, and with my system's help, I found mushrooms and herbs that could be sold. I carefully collected a few, and was able to sell them for a decent amount of money, which made me feel a little more secure. I also gave Zhao Sidan the task of picking mushrooms, praising him when he did well. He seemed so happy to get my approval. As we walked further into the woods, Wu Huanyang and I found wild ferns, and I gathered some valuable black mushrooms. The system told me they were worth a lot of money. When I checked my balance, I had earned over 200 won, enough to buy rice for almost 2 months. This money gave me hope. However, just as I was feeling a bit more hopeful, I heard a familiar cry. It was Zhao Sidan, surrounded by some older boys who were trying to take a rabbit from him. He was crying, claiming it was his, and I knew I had to step in. I confronted the boys, who immediately backed off, not daring to argue with me. It was a tense moment, but I wasn't going to let them steal from my son. Cheng Wanwan is not a fool. This group of people thought that Sidon went up the mountain alone, so they dared to be so unscrupulous. The smile on Cheng Wanwan's face turned cold. Logically speaking, as an elder, I shouldn't bother with a group of children like you, but you bullied my Sidon, and I want to ask for an explanation. Don't talk about rabbits or not. Just pay for the medical expenses first. She rolled up Zhao Sidon's sleeves, and there were red marks all over his thin wrists, and even the sleeves were torn. She said coldly, "It costs about 30 or 40 cents to get some medicine from Dr. Zheng, and this dress can't be worn anymore. You must compensate our Sidon for a set of clothes." Zhang Dagong was stunned. Zhao Sidon's hand was just a little red, and there was no skin breakage or bleeding. Why should he pay for 30 or 40 cents for medical expenses? In addition, the clothes on this rascal have long been tattered and can't be worn. Why should he be asked to pay for a set of clothes? Isn't this extortion? The younger brother behind Zhang Dagong whispered, "Last year, Aunt Zhao threw a tantrum at my door for 2 cents, which made my mother very angry. Now it's 30 or 40 cents and a set of clothes." Cheng Wanwan said again, "This rabbit is the evidence. I think the head of the village will stand on my side." Zhang Dagong immediately threw the rabbit in his hand. "It's none of our business. Let's go." A large group of boys ran away. "My rabbit!" Zhao Sidon rushed over and hugged the rabbit that was about to escape. Cheng Wanwan opened the empty panel and spent 2 cents to buy a small box of safflower cream. She said, "Stretch out your hand." Zhao Sidon stretched out his hand obediently. He saw his mother holding a small box and applying something on his wrist. It was cool and refreshing, and his wrist didn't hurt at all. He stared blankly at Cheng Wanwan applying the medicine. His mother, who used to be very fierce, was so gentle at this time. What he envied the most in the past was Tieju's mother, who was gentle and liked to laugh, and would leave all the delicious food for Taiju, who always liked to show off in front of him. Now his mother has become like this, and he is really happy. But what if this is just a dream? Zhao Sidon was happy and sad, and his little face drooped. Cheng Wanwan didn't know where such a young child came from with so many little thoughts, happy and worried at the same time. She had never given birth to a child or raised a child, but in this era, as long as there is food, the child can be happy. She asked, "Sidon, do you like steamed rabbit or braised rabbit?" Zhao Sidon's eyes widened in horror. Rabbits are so cute. Why should he eat rabbits? He wanted to take the rabbit home and raise it. He had already thought about building a grass nest behind the house for the rabbit to be the head of the house. In the future, he can play with the rabbit every day. This rabbit will definitely become his best friend. Cheng Wanwan didn't know that he wanted to raise a rabbit. In this disaster year, people had no food to eat, so how could they afford to raise small animals? She picked up the rabbit. This gray rabbit was so thin that it probably weighed less than 2 kilograms. For the 6 people in the family, 1 bite would not be enough for each person.
Ding!
Found a pure wild, free-range, coarse-haired rabbit, 1 kilogram and 8 ounces, worth 54 coins. Do you want to sell it? Cheng Wanwan took a look at the rabbit meat in the mall. Rabbits from modern farms are only 6 coins per kilogram. This wild rabbit weighing less than 2 kilograms can be exchanged for a domestic rabbit weighing 8 or 9 kilograms. In fact, farmed rabbit meat is more tender and delicious, but people in modern society like to pursue pure natural game, so the wild food here is more expensive in the mall. But Sidon was staring at the rabbit meat, so it was not suitable to sell it now. Mom, what happened? Wu Huinyang came running hurriedly with a basket of vegetables in her hand. She slipped and almost fell. Cheng Wanwan hurriedly helped her up. Her eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant, and her pregnancy was a little obvious. She was reluctant to find a doctor to check her pulse and didn't know how many months she was pregnant. But no matter how long you are pregnant, you should not go up the mountain again. If you accidentally fall, you may not be able to keep the baby in your belly. Sidon caught a rabbit. Cheng Wanwan picked up the gray rabbit. Today we will eat rabbit meat. Wu Huinyang was full of joy. The family had not eaten meat for at least a year, but such a small rabbit would definitely not have her share. But as long as she could smell the fragrance of rabbit meat and drink a mouthful of corn porridge left over from the morning, she would be very satisfied. In the past, she could not even drink a mouthful of porridge and could only drink wild vegetable porridge to fill her stomach. These 2 days were like a dream. She couldn't help but say, "Mom, I can peel the rabbit skin. I can peel off the complete fur to make a scarf for you." When Zhao Sidon heard this, a bloody scene emerged in his mind. He could no longer control himself and tears flowed down. Wu Huinyang was startled. "Sidon, what happened?" Zhao Sidon wiped his tears with the back of his hand, unable to say a word. His mother liked to eat rabbit meat and used rabbit hair to make a scarf. If he disagreed, would his mother return to her original appearance? He liked to have a full meal and liked his gentle mother now. He was afraid that if he didn't let his mother eat rabbit, she would get angry and take all the delicious food at home to his uncle's place. Cheng Wanwan comforted him. "Sidon, you caught this rabbit, and you will have 2 more pieces of rabbit meat than them later." Zhao Sidon cried even harder. If his mother liked to eat it, she could eat it. He wouldn't eat it anyway. Cheng Wanwan thought he was scared by Zhang Dagong's group and planned to go back early to braise the rabbit to reward the kid. The 3 of them went home. Wu Huinyang's basket was full of wild ferns, Zhao Sidon's backpack was full of chicken mushrooms, and only Cheng Wanwan's backpack was empty. Wu Huinyang thought silently that her mother-in-law was here to watch them work. On the way down the mountain, she met many villagers. She had a bad reputation in the village and was not popular, so she saved a lot of time to make friends. When she returned home, the sun was high, and it was almost noon. There was a bucket of water in the yard. It should be the second son, who put it down after fetching water again. "Mom, I'll peel the rabbit first." Wu Huinyang came over swiftly. Cheng Wanwan said seriously, "Pregnant people can't see blood. It's not good for the baby in the belly. Go and boil hot water first." What a joke! She was going to the mall to exchange for a big rabbit, and she couldn't sneak in if she asked her eldest daughter-in-law to skin it. Wu Huinyang was a little flattered. After she became pregnant, she did all kinds of heavy and strenuous work. She also killed the last chicken in the family half a month ago. Her mother-in-law never thought about the child in her belly. She felt that her mother-in-law was really different, and her eyes looking at her were also slightly gentle. Cheng Wanwan carried the rabbit to the backyard and quickly and skillfully exchanged it for a big fat rabbit weighing 7 pounds. This sale and purchase made a net profit of 12 coins. While Wu Huinyang was still making a fire, Cheng Wanwan killed the rabbit with a knife and started to skin it. "Mom, I'm back." Zhao Dashan's voice was like a savior, and Cheng Wanwan hurriedly called him to the backyard. She stuffed the dead rabbit into her eldest son's arms. The 4th son caught a rabbit. "You skin it first." Zhao Dashan went to pick up some dry grass, then twisted it into a rope, hung the rabbit's neck, and then started to skin it from the rabbit's mouth. Cheng Wanwan couldn't bear to watch this bloody scene anymore, so she turned around to prepare other food. A family of 6 could not eat just one rabbit. Rabbit meat stewed with potatoes was delicious, but there seemed to be no potatoes in this era, and Cheng had no idea what vegetables were in the vegetable garden.
"Sit down,"
She called out. Zhao Sidon came over, crying and sobbing. His face was full of tears. He wiped his face with his little hand, and his face was dirty. Cheng scooped some water to wash his face and said helplessly, "Zhang Dagong's group will not come to steal rabbits again. Why are you crying?" Zhao Sidon sniffed, held back his tears, and sobbed. "I won't cry anymore." Anyway, the rabbit was dead, and there would be no more rabbits no matter how much he cried. "Here is 5 cents. Go to the old house to exchange for some vegetables." Cheng took out a copper coin from her waist bag and put it in his hand. "It's better to bring back a radish. Rabbit meat stewed with radish is delicious. Do you want to eat it?" Zhao Sidon imagined it, and his saliva flowed out, and he quickly swallowed it back. Rabbits are his good friends, and he firmly resists rabbit meat. He walked towards the old house with 5 cents in his pocket. The old house of the Zhao family is in the center of the village. The 3 sons of the Zhao family built a big house with 5 rooms in total. It stands squarely under the big locust tree. There are vegetable fields in front and behind the house. In this dry season, only the Zhao family has a large population, so they can arrange several people to line up to fetch water to keep the vegetable fields from drying up. Zhao Sidon pushed open the gate and walked in, shouting, "Grandma." It was broad daylight, and it was not mealtime. Only Mrs. Zhao and the 3rd wife of Mr. Zhao were at home in the old house of the Zhao family. Mrs. Zhao was drying wild vegetables. The harvest was not good, so she had to dry more wild vegetables in advance and store them while there were many wild vegetables on the mountain, so that the dozen people in the family would not have to starve. "Sidon, why are you here?" Zhao Sidon said, "My mother asked me to bring a radish back." Upon hearing this, Zhao San's wife's face fell. The eldest sister-in-law had taken 20 taels of silver and more than 10 acres of land to live alone, and she had agreed to have nothing to do with the old Zhao family, and she had signed a document. Now she actually let her youngest son come to the old house to ask for food. How could there be such a thick-skinned person in this world? Mrs. Zhao's face was also not good. "Your mother is a lazy person." Everyone planted radishes in the spring, but she didn't plant them. She sat with her legs crossed and gossiped everywhere, every day. Now, everyone has some food in stock, but your family still wants to dig small goose vegetables to eat. There are ferns on the mountain, but she has to do this to make people laugh. Mrs. Zhao cursed and pulled out a radish from the field. The radishes were very small due to lack of water. The old lady pulled out 2 more and stuffed them into Zhao Sidon's hands. Zhao San's wife's heart was bleeding. Her eldest sister-in-law had gone too far, but her mother-in-law was still partial to her eldest sister-in-law's family. Wasn't it because her eldest sister-in-law could give birth to a son? Thinking of this, Zhao San's wife's mouth was bitter. She only gave birth to 2 daughters. She was the sinner of the old Zhao family and couldn't raise her head in the whole Daya village. No matter how partial her mother-in-law was, she couldn't say a word. Who told her that she couldn't give birth to a son, as well as her eldest sister-in-law? Zhao Sidon held the muddy radish in his arms, felt around in his sleeves, and finally found 5 copper coins. "Thank you, Grandma." Old Mrs. Zhao was stunned for a moment. "Where did the copper coins come from?" Zhao Sidon said in a clear voice, "Mom said to exchange copper coins for radishes." Old Mrs. Zhao always felt that she had misheard during the locust plague last year. She cried and made a scene at the door of the old house and dragged away 20 kilograms of corn and buckwheat flour from the cellar without giving a single copper coin. Zhao Sidon was about to go out, but was stopped. Old Mrs. Zhao was not a person who liked to take advantage of others. 1 penny could buy at least 3 kilograms of radishes, but she only gave 3, which was not enough. Moreover, she always felt that the eldest daughter-in-law was planning something bad. She returned the 4 copper coins, but Zhao Sidon refused to take them. "Mom will beat me to death if she knows I didn't give her money." Old Mrs. Zhao knew that the eldest daughter-in-law often beat the children, so she turned around and picked a handful of long beans from the yard and took an egg from the chicken coop and stuffed it in. "Okay, let's go quickly, it's an eyesore. Zhao Saiden's eyes widened when he saw the egg. In the past, all the eggs in the family went into his mother's stomach. He would pick up the eggshells on the ground and lick them when his mother was not paying attention. The eggshells had a fragrant smell, and he would lick them all the time. Now that his mother has become better, I wonder if you'll take a small bite of this egg. Zhao Saiden went back with a lot of things. Cheng Wanwan saw a lot of things in his hand and quickly took them. Did your grandma give them to you? Grandma said that I can't let my mother suffer. Zhao Saiden smiled and took out a round egg from his pocket. Mom, eggs. Eggs in this era were good things. The villagers were reluctant to eat them, so they saved them and exchanged them for some oil and salt when they went to the market. Cheng Wanwan searched the memory of her original body, and suddenly her face turned black. Half a month ago, when there were chickens at home, an egg went into her original body's stomach every day. There were pregnant women and children at home, and she didn't understand how her original body could eat eggs with peace of mind.
Mom.
Zhao Saiden said boldly, "Can I have a small bite of egg? Just a small bite." He was really not greedy, he just wanted to taste what eggs tasted like. Of course. Cheng Wanwan nodded. You go out and play, I'll call you when it's done. Wu Huinyang was busy cutting the rabbit. For some reason, she always felt that the rabbit had grown bigger. It was small when it was in the mountains, but now it felt at least 5 or 6 pounds after peeling the skin. She cut the rabbit meat and put it on the stove and asked carefully, Mom, how do you make this rabbit meat? Cheng Wanwan's cooking skills are limited to egg fried rice. Not being able to cook does not mean not being able to eat, and she has a wealth of theoretical knowledge. But there is no seasoning in this family, not even oil and salt. The rabbits were fat and could be used to make oil. She could only buy a bag of salt in the mall, and then quietly poured a little bit into the jar where the salt was previously placed. Then, she quickly bought some cinnamon and star anise leaves in the mall and placed them on the stove. Cheng Wanwan stood by and directed. First, squeeze the oil, then put these leaves in and fry them until fragrant. I just picked them up in the mountains. They smell very fragrant, and they should be delicious when cooked. Don't ask so many questions, just do as I say. Wu Huinyang didn't dare to ask more. Zhao Dashan was chopping wood in the yard. When he smelled the meaty aroma of the rabbit, his saliva flowed out. While no one was paying attention, he quickly wiped it off and turned around to see Lao Si's tongue sticking out, licking the fragrance in the air, like a hungry puppy. It smells so good. Zhao Saiden kept swallowing his saliva, and he couldn't swallow it all. He just drank 2 bowls of porridge in the morning, so he shouldn't be hungry, but why did his stomach keep rumbling? His steps were uncontrollable as he walked towards the kitchen. He saw bubbles bubbling in the pot. The rabbit meat was mixed with radish. The pot was full, and soup kept oozing out from the gap in the pot. Cheng Wanwan was also having a headache. The pot was not big to begin with, and it had a hole. She would have to buy a new pot from the mall when she had a chance. She covered the pot, cracked a hole in the stove with an egg, beat it into a bowl, and stirred it, preparing to make a wild mushroom egg soup. There was also a handful of long beans, which could be fried directly and should taste good. Seeing her like this, Wu Huinyang was already numb. Since yesterday, her mother-in-law had been acting strange. No matter what was in the house, she had to eat it all in one meal, as if she didn't plan to continue living. Forget it, just eat whatever was in the house. You'll feel at ease after eating it, lest her mother-in-law send it to the Cheng family again. Wu Huinyang helped swiftly. Cheng Wanwan turned her head and saw Zhao Saiden standing at the door of the kitchen, drooling on his clothes. She lifted the lid of the pot with a smile, and the aroma immediately filled her nose. She picked up a piece of rabbit meat and said with a smile, Saiden, open your mouth. Zhao Saiden opened his mouth blankly. Cheng Wanwan blew on it and stuffed the rabbit meat into his mouth. Zhao Saiden opened his eyes wide. Oh my God, it was so delicious. He had never eaten something so delicious before. He wanted to swallow his tongue. Cheng Wanwan asked him, Is the rabbit meat delicious? Zhao Saiden was stunned again. Is this rabbit meat? Should he spit it out? As he was thinking, Cheng Wanwan stuffed another piece of rabbit meat into his mouth. Go and call your second and third brothers to come back for dinner. Zhao sighed and swallowed it whole. It was so delicious. He could only say sorry to the rabbit silently in his heart. He ran out quickly to find his second and third brothers to come back for dinner. Wu Huanyang quickly served a large pot of rabbit meat and then made a mushroom egg soup under the instruction of her mother-in-law and stir-fried a long bean and finally poured corn into the pot to stew. On the small wooden table, there were 3 dishes and 6 bowls of corn rice. Zhao Dashan didn't even want to chop wood anymore. His mouth kept drooling, and his eyes kept looking at the table. Wu Huanyang walked out to wipe his sweat and whispered, "Dashan, is it really okay to eat like this?" He ate so much white rice in one meal last night and ate all the corn today. He also stewed all the rabbit meat. He was full today, but what would he eat tomorrow? Would he really starve to death? Zhao Dashan chopped the wood hard. There must be a reason for Mother's arrangement. Just listen to her. Wu Huanyang didn't think about it anymore. She bent down to pick up the chopped wood and put it neatly in the kitchen. Cheng Wanwan sat on a stool in the main room, fanning herself with a large leaf in her hand. The weather was really too hot. After tossing around in the kitchen for a while, she was sweating all over. She had to take a bath tonight. Just after sitting for a while, Zhao Sidon came running back. "Mom, Brother Taiju said he saw the second and third brothers going to Qingjia village." Qingjia village is the village where my mother's family originally lived. It is not far from Day village. It takes about an hour to go back and forth. What are these 2 guys doing in Qingjia village? Cheng Wanwan threw away the leaves and stood up. "Dashan, come with me to the Cheng family." Last night, the second and third sons wanted to go to Qingjia village to collect debts. After she objected, she thought the 2 guys would keep quiet, but she didn't expect that they actually ran over secretly. Everyone in Qingjia village has the surname Cheng, and they are one family for 3 generations. How could they allow 2 guys with the surname Zhao to go there and act wildly? Cheng Wanwan and Zhao Dashan didn't even have time to eat and rushed to Qingjia village under the scorching sun at noon. In the original body's memory, Qingjia village was really not far away. The original body would go back to her mother's home every now and then, but Cheng Wanwan felt it was so far away. Her legs could not walk anymore, and she had not seen a single tile of the Cheng family. Life was really not easy for people. In ancient times, they had to rely on their own 2 feet to travel, and they even began to doubt life. When she has money, she will definitely buy a carriage. Thinking of this, Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She wanted to buy a big quilt, a pot, and a house, and now she wanted to buy a carriage. Her thoughts were beautiful, but the reality was cruel. I don't know how long I walked, but I finally saw a village. Qingjia village has a larger population than Dea village and seems to be richer. The only thing they have in common is that this village also lacks water and the rice fields are dry. Cheng Wanwan walked to the door of Cheng's house, as if she were familiar with the route. Before she even entered, she saw a scene that made her eyes tear up. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu were tied to a locust tree in the yard with ropes. They were exposed to the direct sun and had no water. Their lips were cracked and bleeding. Their faces were extremely pale, as if they would faint in the next second. Zhao Dashan rushed in angrily. When the 2 saw their eldest brother coming, they thought he was here to save them. But when they looked up, they saw Cheng Wanwan walking in with a sullen face. The 2 were so scared that their faces turned even paler. A long time ago, there was an incident where my mother was bullied at the Cheng family. They came to help her, but in the end, she beat them up instead. In short, no matter how bad the Cheng family is, Mother will not allow them to cause trouble for the Cheng family. But they were so angry that they came here secretly. It didn't matter if they couldn't get the 20 taels of silver back, but they had to make the Cheng family suffer a little loss. But it seems that they have messed up everything. Will my mother be more on the side of the Cheng family? Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu leaned against the big locust tree weakly. Their lips were chapped, and they hurt terribly when they moved them. "Mother Dashan, you came just in time." Old Mrs. Cheng walked out of the house with an angry look on her face. These 2 Zhao family boys are such rascals. They actually came to our Cheng family to steal chickens. The last big hen in the Cheng family was broken by these 2 rascals. This hen lays 1 egg a day, 30 eggs a month, which can be exchanged for dozens of copper coins, and it's gone just like that. Cheng Wanwan looked at the two tied boys. They didn't dare to look at her, which meant that what old lady Cheng said was true. Old Mrs. Cheng said confidently, "This chicken is a great contributor to our Cheng family. Your nephew can study only because of the eggs it lays. I don't want more, just 2 taels of silver. Give it to me now." Hearing this, Cheng Wanwan laughed. The Cheng family is really interesting. Yesterday, they beat the original body so hard that he was bleeding all over the head and died from excessive blood loss. Now, they even have the nerve to make such a huge demand. Even though food is in short supply now, the big hens on the market are not sold at such a high price. 2 taels of silver can buy dozens of chickens. Besides, Cheng Zhao was able to study because of the subsidy from his aunt for many years. What does it have to do with this hen? Dashan, go and untie the rope, Cheng Wanwan said coldly. Mrs. Cheng immediately said, "Don't let these 2 rascals go. We must teach them a lesson. See if they dare to come to our Cheng family to steal things again in the future." Zhao Dashan stood there, not knowing who to listen to. Cheng Wanwan glanced at him coldly. "Why? What I said is useless." Zhao Dashan immediately walked towards the big locust tree, quickly untied the rope, and helped his 2 brothers sit on the ground. Spoiling a child is like harming him. If you spoil them like this, these 2 rascals will get into big trouble sooner or later. Old Mrs. Cheng looked like an experienced person. "In my opinion, you should tie them to a tree and starve them for a few days and nights. Then they will naturally behave themselves." Cheng Wanwan said coldly, "They are my own sons, and I will educate them myself. It is not the right of outsiders to point fingers." Hearing this, old Mrs. Cheng frowned. Why did she feel that something was wrong with this second daughter? Sister-in-law Cheng stood at the door of the main hall. "Second aunt, mother is your biological mother. How can she be an outsider? You really hurt mother's heart by saying this. From the moment my eldest brother smashed my head yesterday, I am no longer a member of the Cheng family." The corners of Cheng Wanwan's mouth were full of terrifying coldness. "It's just a big hen, but you have to pay 2 taels of silver. I have never seen any family cheat their daughter who married out like this." Old Mrs. Cheng frowned. "This big hen is not worth 2 taels of silver, but it can lay eggs. How can eggs laid for 10 years not sell for 2 taels of silver? Okay, let's assume it's worth 2 taels of silver." Cheng Wanwan opened her lips. "Let's not count the old accounts. Let's just say last year, there was a total of 20 taels of silver for Dashan's father who died in the battle, and it was all borrowed by my eldest brother. After deducting the 2 taels of silver that the big hen has to pay as compensation, there's still 18 taels left. When will your Cheng family return this money to me?" Upon hearing this, Cheng's wife instantly got furious. "You gave us these 20 taels of silver to our Cheng family. When did you ever say you would pay it back?" Cheng Wanwan smiled. "It is only natural to pay back a debt. I don't mind going to the county magistrate to seek justice, but I don't know if Cheng Zhao will agree to let the Cheng family go to court and embarrass themselves for a mere 20 taels of silver." Cheng Zhao is a scholar in the Cheng family and the best student in Qingjia village. Now he seems to have become a boy and has a good chance of passing the imperial examination to become a scholar. The original body firmly believed that this nephew would definitely pass the imperial examination and become a high-ranking official, so she subsidized her mother's family at all costs, hoping to get some benefit from this eldest nephew. However, she did not get any benefit but was beaten on the head by the Cheng family and died. Because Cheng Zhao was a scholar, the Cheng family was particularly concerned about his reputation. Going to court for 20 taels of silver would make Cheng Zhao lose face in the town school, and Mrs. Cheng would never allow such a thing to happen. His second aunt, "Are you crazy?" Mrs. Cheng said in disbelief. "If you dare to go to court, we Cheng Zhao will not recognize you as the second aunt in the future." Cheng Wanwan sneered. "I don't care whether he recognizes you or not. I just ask one question. When will the 18 taels of silver be returned? You shameless money loser. You dare to come to the Cheng family to ask for money. Who gave you the face?" Mrs. Cheng was instantly furious, picked up a piece of firewood and beat him. "I will beat you to death, you shameless rascal. You dare to go against me when you are strong. Zhao Dashan rushed over angrily and blocked Cheng Wanwan. Cheng Wanwan avoided the firewood and said coldly, "Since the old lady insists on tearing her face, let's meet in court. Dashan, Ergu, Sanyu, let's go to the town to sue the officials." She turned and walked out of the yard with a majestic step. Mrs. Cheng was so angry that she almost fell backwards. Raising a daughter is really a waste of money. He even wants to sue her parents in court. Is there any justice in the world? Mrs. Cheng hurriedly stepped out. Cheng Zhao was her son, and her capital for showing off. She couldn't let his reputation be ruined by the witch Cheng Wanwan. She gritted her teeth and said, his second aunt, "Wait a minute, don't leave." She turned her head and looked at the old lady, whispering, "Mom, I think it was yesterday that caused the second sister-in-law to have a rift with our family. Now that she is angry, she might really rush to the town to sue the officials. Isn't it just 18 taels of silver? Agree to it first. When the second sister-in-law calms down in the future, this matter will naturally be over. Even if she insists on it, are you afraid that we can't come up with this little bit of silver after our Cheng Zhao is admitted to the imperial examination? When her son becomes a high-ranking official in the future, she will never let Cheng Wanwan benefit from it." Old Lady Cheng understood the key point and said angrily, "When Cheng Zhao is admitted to the imperial examination, the Cheng family will not give you a penny less of this money." The smile on Cheng Wanwan's mouth widened. She looked at Cheng Erseo, who had been watching the excitement on the side, and shouted. Cheng Erseo watched the excitement for a long time and felt very happy. She didn't have a son who could read, and she was always stepped on by her eldest sister-in-law. Today, the second sister-in-law made her speechless, and she hoped that the matter would get bigger and bigger. "Second sister-in-law, when the eldest sister-in-law has money, come to Dea village and tell me." Cheng Wanwan said with a smile, "Just let me know, and half of the 18 taels of silver will be given to the second sister-in-law." Cheng's second sister-in-law looked incredulous. "Is it true or false?" "Of course it's true. If I don't give it to you, you can go to the town to find the county magistrate to sue me." Cheng Wanwan's smile became even bigger. The eldest sister-in-law Cheng relied on her son, who could read, to bully the Cheng family. The second sister-in-law was not a good person either. The two of them often quarreled overtly and covertly. With her words, the conflict between the second sister-in-law and the eldest sister-in-law would be more intensified. The Cheng family would fight among themselves and naturally had no time to trouble her. Cheng Wanwan was about to leave after she finished speaking, but she smelled the fragrance of chicken soup. She walked towards the inner room, and her aura was spreading. She was completely different from the previous Cheng Wanwan. The Cheng family just stared at her as she rushed in. She came out with a bowl of chicken soup and stuffed it directly into the hands of her two sons. "Drink it." "Mrs. Cheng was angry. "What are you doing?" "This is the chicken soup for Zhao. Didn't I pay 2 taels of silver for this chicken?" Cheng Wanwan looked innocent. "Since the money has been paid, this chicken soup belongs to our Zhao family." Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu were hungry and thirsty. They didn't care about the heat and drank most of the chicken soup in one breath. Each of them bit a chicken leg and swallowed it, and tore off a chicken wing for Zhao Dashan. Zhao Dashan tore off the other half of the hen and quickly hid it in his sleeve. The hen nourishes people, and he will take it back to nourish Huinyang. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Cheng almost fainted. Originally, she wanted to extort 2 taels of silver, but she didn't get the silver, and she still owed 18 taels. The chicken soup she stewed for her grandson also went into the dog's stomach. "You loser! Don't come back for the rest of your life." Old Mrs. Cheng scolded. "You separated from the Zhao family, and you have no contact with your natal family. If you are bullied in the future, don't expect the Cheng family to help you." Cheng Wanwan didn't care at all. She was about to leave when she saw a silver hairpin on the old lady's head. She walked over unexpectedly and pulled the silver hairpin off abruptly. "I remember. This was given to me by Dashan Dad. I thought it was lost, but it turned out to be stolen by the Cheng family. Now it should be returned to its original owner." The sun slowly went down. The sunset spread across the horizon, and Dea village was shrouded in golden clouds. The scenery was beautiful. The heat of the day faded, and the cool evening breeze gently caressed the faces of the four mothers and children. When they arrived at the door of their house, Zhao Sidon and Wu Huanyang came out with anxious faces. Cheng Wanwan said calmly, "Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Wu Huanyang quickly brought out the hot food in the pot. Zhao Dashan took out a bowl and put the half-chicken in his arms in the bowl. On the wooden table, there were 4 dishes and 6 bowls of corn rice. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu were stunned. They had made trouble outside and thought they would be beaten when they came back. Unexpectedly, there were so many delicious foods: a rabbit meat stewed with radish, mushroom egg soup, and a stir-fried bean, plus the big hen they brought back. So much food, more abundant than the new year. The two of them kept drooling. Zhao Sidon's stomach had been rumbling with hunger for a long time, and he couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. Cheng Wanwan said, "Huanyang, go get another bowl." Wu Huanyang immediately went to the kitchen to get a bowl, and Cheng Wanwan divided some rabbit meat and radish out. "Sidon, take it to your grandpa and grandma." Zhao Sidon licked his lips, took the bowl, and ran out. It was getting dark, and the Zhao family had already had dinner. They cooked some wild vegetables with buckwheat flour, and each person had a steamed bun with long beans in it. It was enough to make one about 50% full, which was considered the best meal in Dea Village. "Old man, why do I seem to smell the aroma of meat?" Old Mrs. Zhao sniffed. "Who can afford to eat meat now?" Old man Zhao took a puff of his pipe. "Wait another 3 or 5 days. At least half of the people in the village will be out of food. What do you think we should do? Last year's locust plague also came. The court will not ignore us." Old Mrs. Zhao said while sewing, "I just went to the town today, and the county magistrate said that the court is preparing to perform a ritual to pray for rain. I hope the rain will fall soon." As she was speaking, someone in the yard shouted, "Grandma." Old Mrs. Zhao hurriedly put down her needlework. "Why is Sidon here again? Was he beaten by his mother?" The old lady pushed open the door and walked out, and saw Zhao Sidon holding a bowl in his hand. It was hard to see clearly from a distance, and she thought that the boy was begging for food. When she got closer, she found that it was a bowl of meat. The aroma of meat just now came from this bowl. "Grandma, this is what Mother asked me to bring. I'm going back first." With his mouth full of saliva, Zhao Sidon stuffed the bowl into the hands of old lady Zhao and ran away. He wanted to go back to eat rabbit meat. Old lady Zhao was stunned. She always felt that there was something wrong with her ears. The eldest daughter-in-law, that spendthrift, actually sent her a bowl of meat. The smell of meat spread in the yard, and other people in the Zhao family also came out. Zhao Erwang, the youngest son of Zhao Lauer, said, "I heard from Brother Taiju that Sidon caught a rabbit today. This must be rabbit meat. It smells so good." Zhao Er's wife was a little surprised. Sister-in-law actually sent food to mother? The eldest sister-in-law sent all the food to the Cheng family. For so many years, she only came to the old Zhao family to ask for things. When did she give a grain of rice? Sidon came and took away 3 radishes and a handful of beans every day, and also took away an egg. Zhao San's wife said softly, "It's almost worth it." But old lady Zhao didn't think it was worth it. That spendthrift woman gave 5 cents during the day, and now she brought over a big bowl of meat soup. When has the eldest brother's wife ever been so generous? The eldest son's wife would only suddenly show goodwill when she needed help from the Zhao family. She wanted to see what the eldest son's wife wanted to do. Old Mrs. Zhao heard her grandchildren swallowing their saliva. With 2 grandsons and 4 granddaughters, 1 bite each was not enough. It would not be appropriate to give the food only to the grandsons and not to the granddaughters. She waved her hands and said, "This is a gift from your aunt to me, an old woman. I won't give it to you." She brought the bowl of rabbit meat back to the inner room, and even the old man was shocked. When did the eldest daughter-in-law become so filial? She's planning something bad. The old lady sneered. "Since she offered it to me, I would rather eat it than not. How can I have the energy to deal with her if I am not full?" The old lady took a bite and found the rabbit meat fresh and tasty, and the radish soft and delicious. She had lived for 60 years and had never eaten such delicious food. When did the cooking skills of the mountain wife become so good? As soon as Zhao Sidon returned home, Cheng announced that it was time for dinner. The four boys were all big eaters. They lowered their heads and ate rice voraciously, not forgetting to eat the rabbit meat in big mouthfuls. Even Wu Huanyang, the cautious and delicate young wife, opened her belly and ate silently. Cheng thought there would be leftovers, but unexpectedly, even the remaining soup was drunk up. The family of 6 leaned back in their chairs and burped contentedly. "This is the first time I've eaten so much." Zhao Sidon touched his belly. "Mom, can I still eat a full stomach tomorrow?" The other people all raised their heads and looked at the backbone of the family. Cheng took a sip of water and said, "There is indeed no food left at home." The 5 faces fell. The family really had no food. Fortunately, they had enough to eat today. It should be enough for 3 days. But Cheng put the silver hairpin on the wooden table. "This is a token of love your father gave me more than 10 years ago. At that time, I was blinded by greed and gave it to the Cheng family. Now, the Cheng family and I have completely broken up. I don't want to keep this silver hairpin." When the 4 boys mentioned their father, their eyes suddenly turned red. Zhao Dashan was the person who had the most impression of his father. He clenched his fists. "This is something my father gave to my mother. It can't be pawned. I think your father in heaven doesn't want to see his sons hungry, right?" The 4 sons were silent. "Dad could give my mother a silver hairpin, but they couldn't keep it." Zhao Ergu said slowly, "One day, I will redeem this silver hairpin. Today, my mother broke up with the Cheng family for them. One day, he will let my mother wear a gold hairpin and silk." The 4 children were in a low mood, and Cheng changed the subject. "Dashan, go to Uncle Da and ask if the ox cart will go to the town tomorrow morning. It takes more than an hour to walk from Dea village to Taiping town, which is farther than the 2 Qingjia villages. If she walks there, she will be exhausted." Zhao Dashan nodded and went out. When Zhao Sidon was still in her mother's belly, her father went to the battlefield and never came back. It was not until last year that the news of his death in the war came. He had never seen his father, and his sadness for his father's death was not as great as the rabbit on the plate in front of him. The sky gradually darkened. The moon had long been hanging in the sky, and the clear moonlight shone in the yard. Cheng sat on the chair and said in a light voice, "Ergu Sanyu, do you two have anything to say?" Zhao Ergu lowered his head. "We shouldn't have gone to Qingjia village." Although he said so, he didn't regret it at all. His mother broke off with the Cheng family completely because of him and Sanyu. "In the future, no matter what good things there are in the family, my mother will never send them to the Cheng family again, and the Cheng family will never bully her again." Zhao Sanyu also lowered his head. "Mom, I was wrong." "You are indeed wrong." Cheng said slowly. "You shouldn't be so reckless before you are fully prepared and have a chance of winning. Erga, you're 16 years old this year. I know you are smart, but it's just some cleverness. And Sanyu, you have strength, but never use your brain when doing things." She said unhappily, "No matter how strong you are only 14 years old. Don't be so reckless in the future." Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu were a little stunned. Mother didn't blame them for going to the Cheng family to cause trouble, but blamed them for going without being prepared. Mother is really giving up on the Cheng family? Cheng continued. "If you do something wrong, you must be punished. You will be punished to fetch 2 buckets of water each." Zhao Ergu looked up, his eyes full of astonishment. In the past, his mother punished them by either kneeling all night or not eating for a day. Fetching water was supposed to be a job. Could it be considered a punishment? Zhao Sanyu had already picked up the bucket. "Let's fetch water now." The 2 of them went out one after the other. Cheng got up and went to the kitchen, asking Wu Huanyang to boil water. Everyone is tired today, and everyone must take a bath. She searched through her original memory, but she couldn't remember when she last took a bath. She only washed her hands and face every day, and she was sweating profusely every day. She could smell the stench when she was close. She knew that water resources were scarce now, but she still couldn't stand the stinking smell of herself and her family. At night, Dea village gradually became quiet. The farmers who had worked all day were ready to rest. There was no one at the wellhead where they lined up to fetch water. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu each fetched 2 buckets of water back. There was a big wooden basin at home, which had been left unused. Cheng Wanwan took out the basin, poured some hot water, and then poured some cold water into it, and then grabbed Zhao Saiden. Wash yourself, or let me wash you.
Zhao Saiden blew his head. I wash myself.
As far as I can remember, his mother never gave him a bath. Oh no, it should be said that he never took off all his clothes to take a bath at home. In the past, when there was no drought, he would take off all his clothes and swim in the river, and that was considered clean. This child was dirty, and mud would come off if he rubbed it. It was not enough to just wash like this. Cheng Wanwan searched for a long time in the mall, and finally spent 3 cents to buy a small piece of inconspicuous soap and took it out. This is just from your uncle's house. It's the best soap. It smells good after taking a bath. The Zhao family had never seen soap, nor had they ever heard of it. Zhao Saiden was reluctant to use the small piece of soap. Cheng Wanwan taught him how to use it, and he was covered with bubbles all over his body, and rubbed it happily in the yard. Zhao Ergu said unhappily, "Can you wash it quickly?" Zhao Saiden blinked innocently. "Mom said I must wash it clean, otherwise I can't go to bed." Zhao Ergu hooked his fingers. "Sanyu, let's help him wash. Second brother, third brother, don't. Eldest brother, come and save me." Zhao Saiden dodged quickly. Don't tickle me, it's itchy. I'm done washing, I don't want to wash anymore." Hearing the laughter coming from the yard, Cheng Wanwan also started laughing. It was getting darker and darker, and the Zhao family members lined up one by one to take a bath. The yard was filled with the smell of soap, and everyone became much paler. That night, Cheng Wanwan finally had a good sleep. At daybreak, Dea village woke up. When Cheng Wanwan woke up, the 3 children next to her were still sleeping like little pigs. She got out of bed quietly. Wu Huinyang was already busy in the yard, washing the dirty clothes that the family had taken off last night. "Dashan, you come with me to the town." Cheng Wanwan turned around and warned, "Huinyang, you stay at home and pack up, don't go to the mountain." Wu Huinyang almost fell when she went to the mountain yesterday, and she didn't dare to let a pregnant woman go up the mountain to take risks again. Wu Huinyang hurriedly said, "But mother, where can we dig wild vegetables if we don't go up the mountain? The wild vegetables in the fields have been dug up almost, and we must go deep into the mountains. Little goose vegetables are also very delicious." Cheng Wanwan said, "You and Saiden dig more little goose vegetables in your own fields. Let the second and third children go up the mountain to find some mushrooms, ferns and so on, and Dashan, and I will be back before noon." Zhao Da's ox cart was waiting at the entrance of the village, and 1 penny could take a ride. Cheng Wanwan paid 2 cents and got on with Zhao Dashan. There were other people in the village on the ox cart. The mother and son both took a bath last night and looked clean. Although their clothes were still tattered, they still looked a little different from others. Cheng Wanwan's face was pale, and the wound on her forehead was more eye-catching. A woman who usually didn't get along with her sneered and said, "Where is Sister Zhao going? Why doesn't she go to Qingjia village?" Everyone in the village knew that Sister Zhao would take all the good things to her parents' home, but she was beaten up by her parents' family. It was really funny. Cheng Wanwan's lips opened a curve. "Aunt Fugue and your man are really the same. He always likes to ask me where I'm going. Does where I go have anything to do with you two?" Aunt Fugue's eyebrows immediately stood up. "What do you mean by that?" Cheng Wanwan snorted coldly. "Aunt Fugue has the energy to stare at others. Why don't you put more attention on your man?" With just a few words, Aunt Fugue almost exploded. She wanted to jump out of the car right now and run back to ask her man if he was having an affair with Cheng Wanwan. But seeing Cheng Wanwan's calm face, it didn't seem like she was having an affair. That was her man pestering Cheng Wanwan, the widow. Aunt Fugue was so angry that her heart ached, but she didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, so she said coldly, "We are all from the same village. I just asked you where you were going, and your kindness was taken for granted." Cheng Wanwan closed her eyes to rest. As the saying goes, there are many troubles in front of a widow's door. After the original body became a widow and separated from the family, many old men in the village came to cause trouble. Fortunately, the original body was a fierce person, and she scolded them away one by one. Only Zhao Fugui was still entangled, and he came every now and then, and the original body was fed up with it. The sun jumped out of the horizon. The ox cart stopped on the main street of Ping'an town. Cheng Wanwan and Zhao Dashan jumped off the car and walked towards the pawnshop first. It was still early, but the town was already crowded with people. The roadside was full of stalls, mostly selling snacks, and the aroma was fragrant. When she arrived at the door of the pawnshop, Cheng Wanwan paused. "Dashan, go buy 2 meat buns." She took out a few coins from her waist and handed them over. Zhao Dashan turned around and left. Cheng Wanwan stepped into the pawnshop, and the clerk immediately came up to greet her. She took out the silver hairpin from her sleeve, and the clerk observed its quality and held up a finger. 100 coins. Cheng Wanwan's eyebrows jumped. This was bought by her husband for nearly 1 or 2 taels of silver, but it was only worth 100 coins? The silver hairpin is too old, and the style is not good-looking. Another thing is that there are quite a lot of people pawning jewelry recently, so the price has naturally come down. The clerk had a reason. "Auntie, I didn't make a random offer." The word auntie made Cheng Wanwan cry silently. 100 coins is really too little. She turned and walked out, and the clerk didn't stop her. When the family ran out of food, the auntie would definitely come again. When they walked outside, Zhao Dashan came over after buying some buns. He hurriedly asked, "Mom, how much did you get?" Cheng Wanwan put the silver hairpin into her sleeve and said, 200 coins. She used the money she earned from selling mushrooms yesterday to buy some seasonings and soap and bought 2 meat buns this morning, so she had exactly 200 coins left. Zhao Dashan smiled and said, 200 coins can buy a lot of food. He would feel at ease only if there was food at home. Cheng Wanwan took out 10 coins and gave them to him. "Go to the grocery store to buy some salt and some seasonings. I'll go to the grain store to check." Zhao Dashan stuffed the meat bun into his mouth, took the copper coins, and went to work. Cheng Wanwan went straight to the grain store. The price of each grain was marked: 12 coins per caddy of rice, 5 coins for corn, and 8 coins for white flour. She frowned. When she came back to the town to buy food, corn only cost 2 coins per caddy. It has only been a short time, and it has increased so much. She walked out of the grain store, walked to an empty alley, and opened the virtual mall. Compared with the grain store, the food in the mall was much cheaper. Rice was 2 cents a pound, so she bought 20 pounds. Flour was 4 cents a pound, so she bought 20 pounds. Then she spent 30 cents to buy an iron pot. The backpack behind her suddenly became heavy. She had planned to buy something else, but she really couldn't carry it. Cheng Wanwan walked out with a backpack weighing dozens of pounds and ran into Zhao Dashan. Zhao Dashan was holding a small bag of salt in his hand. "Mom, the price of salt has increased. 10 cents can only buy this little bit." Cheng Wanwan shook her head. "I just bought some, let's go home. The salt in the mall is cheap. 10 cents can buy 5 large bags." The two were about to take a bull cart when the street suddenly became chaotic. The people on the street looked panicked and talked a lot. Wang Yuanwai's house was invaded by robbers last night and robbed 1,000 kilograms of rice. The robbers were so bold that they broke into the house to rob food. "Have you reported it to the police?" "We did report it to the police last night, but they didn't catch the robbers." "Everyone, lock your doors at night to avoid being targeted by robbers." Cheng Wanwan turned around and saw that the price tag of the grain store had changed, and rice became 15 won per kilogram. Zhao Dashan was stunned. "Why is it so expensive?" Cheng Wanwan sighed. 1,000 kilograms of grain were stolen in Ping'an town. The already scarce grain naturally became more precious. It costs 15 cents today, and it may cost 20 cents tomorrow. Fortunately, she has a shopping mall, so she doesn't have to worry about soaring prices. But other people of this era have to suffer a lot. Cheng Wanwan put aside her complicated emotions and took Zhao Dashan on the ox cart. Zhao Da saw her backpack and asked casually, "Why did Sister Zhao buy a pot? This pot looks really good. When did Zhu the blacksmith's craftsmanship become so good?" Cheng Wanwan said, "It wasn't made by Zhu the blacksmith. She refused to say a word about where she bought it. Zhao thought to himself, it's such a critical moment. It's good enough to have food to eat, but this spendthrift woman actually spent money to buy a pot. After the other people on the ox cart came to the town, they were in a bad mood and chatted all the way. Corn costs 5 cents a pound. How can we afford it? So, I bought some buckwheat flour. There are only 3 days of food left at home, and we all depend on the crops in the fields. If it doesn't rain, our family can only eat tree bark every day. Last year, the court issued relief food for the locust plague. If there is no harvest this year, the court should not ignore it. It's dry here. I heard that it rains every day in Cheng, and all the crops are drowned. So many people are suffering. Is the food from the court enough? The more they talked, the more depressing the atmosphere became. Suddenly, something flew over Cheng Wanwan's head. She was frightened and dared not move. Dashin, come on, help me take it down. She has lived for 33 years, and she is not afraid of anything. She is most afraid of insects and spiders. Zhao Dashin hurried to catch the insect on her head. When he caught the insect, his face suddenly fell. Uncle Da looked quickly. Is this a locust? Green and yellow flying insects with long front wings. What else could it be but a locust? The woman on the ox cart screamed. Didn't the locust fly away last year? Why are there still locusts? Don't scare yourself. There is only one locust. Just pinch it to death. Aunt Fugue stepped forward and pinched the locust, and the locust burst into juice instantly. She threw the locust on the board of the car and stepped on it twice, which was considered to be relieved. As the saying goes, when locusts pass through, no grass will grow. The locust plague is more terrifying to the villagers here than the drought. Drought can still hope for rain, but if locusts fly over, the crops in the field will be eaten clean in less than a day. This was the case last year. Day Village had no harvest. It relied on the relief of the court and autumn planting and spring harvest to survive until now. No one dares to experience it again. Arriving at the entrance of the village, Cheng Wanwan and Zhao Dashin jumped out of the car. Only Wu Huinyang was at home, mending clothes. Cheng Wanwan walked in. Huinyang, go and close the door. The incident with Wang Yuanwei in the town gave her a warning that she must not show her food, otherwise it would attract the covetousness of others. This is why she bought a pot in the town and put the iron pot upside down on her backpack so that no one could see what was in her backpack. Even Zhao Dashin didn't know what his mother bought specifically. She took out the iron pot first and then took out the other things one by one. 20 kilograms of rice, 20 kilograms of flour, and 2 kilograms of pork belly that she bought in the mall, a large bag of coarse salt, and various necessary seasonings, filling up the table. She didn't have a penny on her now, and she had to go to the mountains to look for mushrooms in the afternoon to earn some copper coins. Cheng Wanwan handed the pork belly to Wu Huinyang. We will have braised pork for lunch today. People in Daya Village eat 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. They don't cook for lunch. But at this moment, the air was filled with the aroma of meat. Aunt Wang sat in the yard and sniffed hard. It was the aroma of pork, definitely pork. At this time of year, there are still people in the village who can afford to eat pork. Aunt Wang followed the smell out of the yard and saw Zhao Sidon coming from the other side of the field. His small body was carrying a big backpack full of gooseweed. Sidon, why did you dig so much gooseweed? Zhao Sidon answered honestly. My mother said gooseweed is delicious. Aunt Wang's mouth twitched. Gooseweed is very time-consuming to cook and is bitter. Sister Zhao is lying to the child. What does the little brat know? He just eats whatever his mother gives him. God has pity on him. Sidon, wait a minute. Aunt Wang turned and went into the house, took out a steamed bun, stretched it out and retracted it, then broke it in half and stuffed a small half into Zhao Sidon's hand. Eat it quickly and fill your stomach. Zhao Sidon pushed it back quickly. Aunt, I can't have it. You kid, just take it if it's given to you. Why are you being so polite? Aunt Wang scolded angrily. Your mother took all the good things to the Cheng family, and you 4 suffered. The 10-year-old child looks like 6 or 7 years old. Your mother deserves it. She always misses her family, but she was beaten by her own eldest brother. It's really funny. Sidon, when you grow up, Move out of your home quickly. Don't learn from your brother and your eldest sister-in-law who stay at home like a workhorse and can't even get a bite of food. I think she is more vicious than the stepmother. Cheng Wanwan was washing her hands in the yard when she heard the cursing voice outside. Who is it again? Standing at her doorstep and scolding her in broad daylight. She wiped her hands and walked out, and saw Aunt Wang holding Zhao Sidon and talking at the door next door. Sidon wanted to interrupt several times, but Aunt Wang forced him back. Okay, eat this half-steamed bun quickly. Don't let your mother see it. Otherwise you won't get a bite. Cheng Wanwan was also convinced. Sharing food is obviously a good deed, but Aunt Wang made it so irritating. However, she recalled the bad things that the original body had done, and she could understand why Aunt Wang was so angry with the original body, because the two families were neighbors and there were a few big trees between the two yards. Naturally, there were more conflicts when they were close, and the original body was a person who loved to take advantage, and Aunt Wang suffered a lot at the hands of the original body. Many times, the original body scolded Aunt Wang and went back to autism. Even so, Aunt Wang actually secretly stuffed steamed buns into the original body's son. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. If you can make peace with Aunt Wang, it would be a good thing, but the original character is sharp and mean, and the sudden change is really abrupt. You keep this for yourselves. Cheng Wanwan stepped forward and picked up the backpack on Zhao Sidon's body. We have meat to eat today. Who would eat steamed bread? Her words were 3 parts sarcasm, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts boasting, which actually learned 8 parts of the original character's temper. Aunt Wang smelled the meat aroma floating in the air and was full of disbelief. Your family can still afford meat? The Cheng family smashed my head and made a bloody hole. I took the meat that was given to them before and robbed it back for myself. What's wrong with that? Cheng Wanwan said confidently. Leave Sidon, go home, and eat meat. She didn't mean to show off, but wanted to tell everyone in the village through Aunt Wang that she and the Cheng family had broken up. Cheng Wanwan had given up on her natal family, so her personality changed drastically, and she decided to start living a good life. I don't believe you. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes. If you have money to buy meat, you might as well save it to buy a few more pounds of grain.
Mrs. Zhao is right.
She is such a spendthrift. She has no food to eat and her children are suffering. As she spoke, she swallowed hard. The smell of meat from next door made her drool. After the autumn harvest, she would take a few kilograms of grain to the town to exchange for half a kilogram of pork so that the children at home could have a taste of meat. Zhao Sidon rushed into the yard quickly and saw the braised pork bubbling in the pot at a glance. His saliva flowed uncontrollably. Cheng Wanwan whispered, Sidon, if there is anything delicious at home in the future, don't tell anyone outside, understand? Zhao Sidon nodded desperately. No, I won't tell anyone. If my uncle heard about this, he would definitely come and take away all the meat in the house. Cheng Wanwan picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks, blew on it, and stuffed it into his mouth. How is it? Is it tasty? Zhao Sidon swallowed it all in one gulp, not tasting anything at all. He licked his lips and said, Mom, I want more. You little greedy cat. Cheng Wanwan laughed. Go call your second and third brothers to come back for dinner. Zhao Sidon turned around and ran out. Cheng Wanwan asked Wu Huanyang to serve the braised pork and then stewed the white rice. She called Zhao Dashan in. I remember you seem to know a little bit of bricklaying. Can you build a small stove over here? There are 2 pots on a stove. The broken pot is used to stew rice, and the new pot is used to cook. It can save a lot of effort and firewood. Zhao Dashan worked as a bricklaying apprentice in the town last year, and he really knows a little bit. He immediately went to the riverbank at the door to pick up a few stones, then went to the backyard to dig yellow mud, added water to mix it into mud, and started to build a mud stove according to Cheng Wanwan's instructions. The rice in the pot was cooked, and the house was filled with the aroma of meat and rice. At this moment, Zhao Sidon ran back in a panic. Mom, it's bad. The second and third brothers quarreled with others. Cheng Wanwan felt tired. How could these 2 boys be so troublesome? Before she said anything, Zhao Dashan threw away the stone in his hand. Let's go and see who dares to bully my brother. Stop. Cheng Wanwan called him. Stay at home and build the stove, I'll come back to check. She walked out. When the naughty children fight, it is natural for the parents to come forward to solve it. Letting the eldest brother go will only aggravate the conflict. Zhao Sidon led the way in front and explained the situation. The one who quarreled with the two boys was Zhang Wulai, Zhang Dagong's biological father. Both father and son are representative figures of idleness in the village. It is obvious with Toes that Zhang Wulai deliberately made trouble for her two sons because of the rabbit that he didn't get yesterday. So Ergu and Sania suffered an undeserved disaster. Cheng Wanwan walked to the village head. There was a well here. It was the only well in the village that was still producing water. People lined up to draw water all day and night. At this moment, Zhang Wulai and the two boys from the Zhao family were fighting, and half of the village was watching. Zhang Wulai, you are really living in vain. Why are you picking on two half-grown boys? There are 3 wells in Day Village. There is a well at the head of the village, a well at the end of the village, and a well at the head of the village. But now only the well at the head of the village is still producing water, and no one knows when this well will dry up. Most people in the village line up to draw water during the day, but there are also several families who come to draw water at night. There is no fixed number for how much water each family draws in a day, and no one stipulates that after drawing water at night, they cannot come to draw water the next day. Everyone understood that Zhang Wulai was obviously looking for trouble with the two boys from the Zhao family. Zhao Erga gnashed his teeth. The head of the village didn't say anything. Why don't you allow us to fetch water? Zhang Wulai sneered. He raised his leg and kicked over the bucket at Zhao Erga's feet. Why? Because your family used too much water and delayed everyone. The bucket gurgled and rolled down. Zhao Sania rushed towards Zhang Wulai like a calf. Zhang Wulai grabbed him by the collar and raised his hand to punch him.
Stop.
Cheng Wanwan's cold voice rang out. The crowd naturally made way for Cheng Wanwan to walk over. She pulled Zhao Sania back and put him behind her. Are you going to bully us orphans and widows? Who else can bully you? Zhang Wulai sneered. UF King snatched a fat rabbit weighing 3 or 4 pounds from my son? That rabbit was found and caught by my Sidon. I haven't settled the account with your Zhang family yet, and you dare to kick over my bucket? Zhang Wulai was lazy and had a bad reputation in the village. After Cheng Wanwan said this, some people followed suit. That's right. A few days ago, Zhang Dagong snatched a handful of wild vegetables from my grandson. Last year, Zhang Dagong and his gang stole radishes from my field, and I caught them several times. This kid is just like his father. He doesn't learn his lesson. Sister-in-law Zhao used to only know how to throw tantrums and swear, but today she can actually speak so fluently. No matter how unruly sister-in-law Zhao is, she is still a mother. Which mother doesn't protect her child? Being pointed at by the villagers, Zhang Wulai became angry and embarrassed. Zhao Qingshi, don't think I dare not beat you just because you are a woman. Cheng Wanwan threw her head over. Come on, smash it here. My eldest brother hit my head the other day, and I asked him to compensate with a chicken and a few pounds of meat. I know your Zhang family is poor, so compensate with a few pounds of rice. Hurry up, stop wasting time, smash it quickly, hit it harder and compensate with a few more pounds of rice, and it will be over. She stepped forward a few steps, and Zhang Wulai retreated uncontrollably. He had a bad reputation in the village, but Mrs. Zhao's reputation was not good either, so he dared to openly provoke trouble. As long as the villagers did not side with Mrs. Zhao, he would have the ability to bite off a piece of meat from this woman. Who could have thought that this woman would not play by the rules? First she spoke with reason and evidence, and then suddenly she got angry and offered her head. If he really smashed this woman's head, being poked on the spine and scolded by the villagers would be a small matter. The main thing was to pay for the food, and his family did not have any surplus food. But this woman was used to being violent and ruthless. If she was hanged at the door of his house, he would be finished. Zhang Wulai, that's enough. After bullying children, you bully women now. Do you deserve the thing in your crotch? Zhao Fugue shouted in the crowd. Aunt Fugue beside him immediately grabbed his ear and said, What does other people's quarrels have to do with you? What are you yelling about? Zhao Fugue said confidently, Sister-in-law Zhao is a widow. What's wrong with speaking a few words for a widow? Aunt Fugue was so angry that her husband was really thinking about the widow of the Zhao family. He dared to help Zhao Deseo in broad daylight. Who knows what shady things he did in private? She grabbed her husband's ears and left. Once Zhao Fugue spoke up, the others followed suit. Zhang Wulai, why don't you call the head of the village to judge for justice? The head of the village is the most fair. If Sister Zhao really robbed your rabbit, he would definitely stand on your side. Zhang Wulai spitted and left with 2 buckets. Cheng Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. She realized that she was really too weak. Apart from talking fast, she had no other skills. It seemed that she had to buy something in the mall for self-defense. She looked at the crowd around her and said, "Thank you all aunts and sisters-in-law for helping me speak up." When she spoke, her back was straight, her eyes were clear, and her face was surprisingly white in the sun. She didn't look like a village woman at all. Everyone was surprised. Why did they feel that Sister Zhao seemed different? It's not like Zhao's sister-in-law hasn't encountered such a bad thing before. She would always slap her thighs, sit on the ground, and cry loudly. Today, she drove Zhang Wulai away without throwing a tantrum. This is not like Zhao's sister-in-law style. Cheng Wanwan led her 2 sons home. Along the way, Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu didn't dare to breathe, for fear of being scolded. When they arrived at the door of the house, they smelled the strong aroma of meat and vegetables as soon as they took a breath, and the 2 boys couldn't stop drooling. Cheng Wanwan poured a basin of water over. "Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Zhao Ergu was stunned. "Mom won't punish us?" Cheng Wanwan said in a light voice, "You are not wrong. Why should I punish you? Zhang Wulai is looking for trouble. What does it have to do with the 2 children? The main reason is that they are too poor. For a rabbit and a bucket of water, he can make such a fuss." She took an empty bowl from the kitchen, put some braised pork in it, filled most of the bowl, and handed it to Zhao Saiden. "Send it to your grandma, and say it was snatched back from the Cheng family." The original body was not good to the 4 children, and it was all thanks to the old lady secretly giving them food. Otherwise, the 4 children would be even thinner. She was able to struggle from an orphan to a female entrepreneur, so she naturally understood some human relationships. Since she had decided to live a good life, it was necessary to ease the relationship with the old Zhao family. In ancient times, clan relations were very strong. Half of the people in Dea village were surnamed Zhao, and they were brothers for several generations. If she had a good relationship with the old Zhao family, it would be easier for her to do anything in the village. Zhao Saiden ran towards the old Zhao family with the bowl in her hand. It was noon now, and the people in the old Zhao family were still quite neat. The men were resting, the women were sewing and washing, and the children were cleaning the wild vegetables they dug in the morning in the yard. "Grandma," Zhao Saiden rushed into the courtyard. "My mother asked me to send it." Old Mrs. Zhao was really shocked. She put down her needlework, walked over, and saw that it was indeed a bowl of meat, red and white, and the colors were particularly beautiful. "Yesterday, my mother went to my uncle's house." Zhao Saiden handed over the bowl. "My mother took back the silver hairpin on my grandmother's head and exchanged it for a lot of meat in the town." He licked his lips, put down the bowl, and ran back, fearing that he would be too late to eat the braised pork. Old Mrs. Zhao held the bowl, her face full of question marks. "See, Dan, what do you mean? Is the eldest daughter-in-law having a falling out with the Cheng family?" The second daughter-in-law of Zhao said, "It sounds like that. It's a good thing. At least the eldest sister-in-law won't take the good things at home to the Cheng family anymore, and the children can eat a bite of meat. A silver hairpin can be exchanged for at least 50 copper coins, which can buy 10 kilograms of food rations. This prodigal woman actually bought meat. What good things did the eldest sister-in-law have before, but she never honored her parents." The third daughter-in-law of Zhao said slowly, "I wonder if the eldest sister-in-law regrets the separation and wants to move back? Now every household is short of food, and the eldest sister-in-law's family must have no food either. The Cheng family is unwilling to borrow food, so they can only think of the Zhao family. Use a little bit of meat to coax the old lady, and then move back to the old house so that you don't have to worry about being hungry." The third daughter-in-law of Zhao pursed her lips. There was not much food left in the cellar at home. If the 6 people in the eldest house moved back, they could only eat half full now, but they would only be able to eat half full in the future. The division of the family was signed in writing. It's not that easy to move back. Old Mrs. Zhao snorted coldly. It's not impossible to move back, but they must listen to their mother-in-law and everything in the future. Before, they were always worried that this shrew would do something weird. Now that they know what she is going to do, there is nothing wrong with eating this meat. The old lady waved to the children in the yard. Come here. After the bowl of meat came in the yard, the children had no intention of working. 6 pairs of black eyes stared at the braised pork and swallowed their saliva in unison. The old lady waved her hand, and the 6 children rushed over like flying. 1 piece of meat per person, no more. The old lady fed a piece of braised pork to each child with her hand. The children didn't mind the dirtiness and bit into the meat right away. The sweet and fragrant taste filled their mouths, and the 6 children were reluctant to swallow it. There were only 3 or 4 pieces of meat left at the bottom of the bowl. The old lady took the bowl into the house and put it on the stove to wait for the old man to come back. Zhao Lauer swallowed his saliva. De Wang, is it delicious? Zhao De Wang held the meat in his mouth and said vaguely, It's delicious, very delicious, but there is only 1 piece of meat. Zhao Lauer cursed inwardly, thinking that 1 piece of meat was not enough, and he hadn't even had a bite yet. Zhao Wang had already swallowed the meat and kept licking his lips. The 4 girls on the side ate it in small bites, but the piece of meat was too small. No matter how small the bites were, they finished it in a short while. Zhao Erseo turned his attention away and said, Sister-in-law looks better than before. Zhao Sansaw pulled the corner of her lips. 6 children each got a piece of meat, which seemed fair on the surface, but the second wife had 4 children, and the third wife only had 2 children, so the third wife suffered the most. She couldn't blame anyone else but her stomach for not giving birth to a son. She got up and went to wash clothes silently. The family of 6 sat down at the wooden table, on which was a large bowl of braised pork, a plate of stir-fried wild fern, and 6 large bowls of white rice. The only sound on the table was the sound of people eating rice. Soon, the braised pork was gone, and even the soup was poured into the bowl by Sanyu and mixed with white rice and eaten up cleanly. It's so delicious. I've never eaten meat so delicious. So, this is braised pork. The 4 boys leaned back in their chairs, touching their stomachs, looking very satisfied. Wu Huinyang knew how braised pork was made. After the lard was boiled out, a handful of brown sugar was thrown in and fried to bring out the sugar aroma. Precious soy sauce was also added, and then a large plate of meat was poured in. The meat was coated with syrup. The meat was delicious to begin with, and with so much oil and sugar, it would be really unfair if it didn't taste good. This dish of wild vegetables is also fried with lard. There is a bowl of green vegetables here. She only realized today that wild vegetables can be so delicious. After dinner, Wu Huinyang got up to clean up the mess, and Cheng Wanwan took her 4 sons up the mountain. Having spent all her money in town this morning, she was in urgent need of money from selling wild vegetables and mushrooms. She would feel at ease only if she had some money in hand. The afternoon sun was very hot. The leaves of the rice in the fields were curled up, and many had dried up. We walked all the way up the mountain, where there were trees and some shade, and it didn't feel so hot anymore. At this time, many women and children in the village came up the mountain to dig wild vegetables for dinner. The wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain had long been dug up. Most people were digging wild ferns, purslane, and the like halfway up the mountain, while some went deeper into the mountains, hoping to find some mushrooms, fungus, and wild fruits to change their taste. Cheng Wanwan naturally went deep into the mountains. Her target was mushrooms, preferably those with brightly colored hair, which no one in the village dared to touch.
Ding.
Natural wild matsutake mushrooms discovered. Cheng Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. Matsutake is a good thing and can be sold for several hundred yuan per pound in modern society. She suppressed her eagerness and said calmly, Dashin, go find some wild ferns, ergo, see if you can find some mushrooms, Sanyu, go chop some firewood, Sidon, go walk around, and see if you can find some wild fruits or something. Okay, mother. The four boys immediately went their separate ways. Cheng Wanwan turned around, pushed aside a bunch of thorns, and walked to an old pine tree. The tree was covered with broad-leaved shrubs. She pushed aside layers of broad leaves and saw 3 or 4 white matsutake mushrooms growing in the soft soil. She gently dug out the matsutake mushrooms, a total of 5 matsutake mushrooms, less than 1 kati.
Ding.
6 tails of natural wild matsutake mushrooms, worth 390 coins. Are you selling them? Yes. Cheng Wanwan's waist bag suddenly felt heavy. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect that matsutake mushrooms would cost more than 600 yuan per kati. It would be great if she could find some more. She walked along the bushes and found a lot of white onion mushrooms and chicken mushrooms. She sold 5 or 6 pounds for a total of 124 coins. Now, she had a total of 514 coins in her hand, which was about half a tael of silver. When she was about to continue looking, she heard a noisy sound not far away. She pushed aside the bushes and saw 2 women quarreling over there. One was Aunt Wang from next door and the other was Aunt Fugue. The 2 were quarreling over a nest of bird eggs. Aunt Wang grabbed Aunt Fugue's hair. The bird eggs were found by our loach first. Why do they belong to your family? Aunt Fugue grabbed Aunt Wang's arm. This was taken down by my boy who climbed a tree, so of course they belong to our family. Let go. The 2 adults quarreled with each other, and the 2 children stared at each other. There were 6 small bird eggs in the bird's nest on the ground, and Cheng Wanwan couldn't help licking her lips. She is not a foodie, but since coming to this place, she has been thinking about what to eat every day. Bird eggs should taste good. I'll ask Sidon to look for them in the woods later. Cheng Wanwan touched her head, and a prickly round ball pricked her hand. She felt that the prickly ball was a little familiar. She pried it open with her fingers and was immediately shocked. It was a chestnut. She looked up and saw a chestnut tree above her head, hidden between the old trees. The chestnuts in this season were wrapped in green shells. From a distance, it was impossible to see that the tree was full of chestnuts. Just when I was worrying about what to eat in the evening, this food was delivered to my door. Cheng Wanwan hugged the trunk and shook it, and a large piece of chestnuts fell down. The movement here attracted the attention of Aunt Wang and Aunt Fugue outside. Aunt Wang had sharp eyes and saw what it was at a glance. She bent down and picked up 3 bird eggs from the ground. Forget it, half for each of us, no more fighting. As she said that, she picked up the backpack and dragged her loach towards Cheng Wanwan. Aunt Fugue wrapped the bird eggs and hurried over. There was not only 1 chestnut tree here, but at least 3 or 4. The 3 women shook a tree each, and the only sound in the forest was the rustling of leaves. It was rare for a group of people not to quarrel or talk. Everyone knew that if they were slower, others would come to share the few chestnuts. Cheng Wanwan picked up a whole backpack, and Aunt Wang and Aunt Fugue's backpacks were also full. The movements of the 3 people finally slowed down. At this time, someone else passed by and quickly joined the team picking chestnuts. Cheng Wanwan had more than 20 kilograms of chestnuts in her hand, enough to eat for many days. She was not greedy and carried the heavy bamboo basket with difficulty to meet up with her 4 sons. Along the way, she searched carefully in the forest. If she could find a large wild chestnut forest, even if there was no harvest this year, the people of Dea village would not starve. But to her disappointment, there were only 4 chestnut trees in this area. Mom, this is the wild fruit I found. Zhao Sidon handed over a handful of green and red fruits, like offering a treasure. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergu also had a good harvest. Their baskets were full of wild vegetables and mushrooms. The group went to find Zhao Sanyu. He was chopping wood halfway up the mountain. There was already a pile of dry wood at his feet, tied together with straw ropes. The mother and her 5 children returned home with a rich harvest. It was still early to go back now, and it was not time to cook dinner. Cheng Wanwan asked her sons to peel the chestnuts quickly. She was going to make some sugar-fried chestnuts for the boys as a snack. These chestnuts were not yet ripe and were very raw, but they were edible. After peeling them, they were washed, cut into cross-shaped cuts, and steamed in a large pot. All the lard boiled in the morning was poured into the pot. After the oil was hot, a handful of rock sugar was added and boiled into syrup. Wu Huanyang watched from the side, her heart aching. Half a can of oil could last at least 2 or 3 months, but her mother-in-law used it all up in one meal. Forget it. She hadn't touched the smell of oil for more than half a year before, and she had lived a normal life. After the syrup was fried into brown, a large pot of chestnuts was poured into the pot, and they were constantly stir-fried with a spatula. The high heat was changed to a low heat, and the chestnuts slowly changed color. A gust of wind blew over, and the fragrance of chestnuts blew into the yard. Zhao Dashan, who was busy, took a deep breath. My God, what is being fried in the kitchen? Why is it so fragrant? Zhao Sidon had already dropped his work and rushed into the kitchen. He swallowed hard. Mom, the chestnuts smell so good. Cheng Wanwan handed the spatula to Wu Huanyang, and the two took turns frying chestnuts. A large pot of chestnuts was bright in color, and the flesh at the opening turned yellow, wrapped in oil and sugar, making people salivate. Come on, Sidon, try one. Cheng Wanwan picked up a hot chestnut from the pot and threw it over. Zhao Sidon was so burned that he jumped up and down, but he didn't care about the heat. He reached out to peel off the skin and stuffed the steaming hot chestnut into his mouth. It was very hot, but very fragrant, sweet and soft. It turned out that chestnuts could be so delicious. A large pot of chestnuts was fried and placed on the table in the main room to cool. At this moment, Zhao Erwang stood at the gate of the yard and shouted, "Aunt, Grandma asked me to come and give you some chestnuts." Cheng Wanwan walked out and saw Zhao Erwang holding a big bowl in his hand. The bowl was full of cooked chestnuts and smelled quite fragrant. Cheng Wanwan took the bowl and said, "Thank your grandma for me." Zhao Erwang didn't dare to stay any longer. He had come to play with his brother Ergu before and was severely scolded by his aunt. The person he feared most was his aunt. After finishing what Grandma had asked him to do, he turned around and ran away. This child. Cheng Wanwan shook her head. She was going to take some sugar-roasted chestnuts for Wang to take back. She walked into the house. A child grabbed a handful of chestnuts and waved his hand, saying, "Go out and play after you finish eating. Come back for dinner in an hour." Zhao Sidon had his mouth full of chestnuts and said vaguely, "Is there any food to eat today? If you can be full by eating chestnuts, how can you have stomach to eat?" Cheng Wanwan put away the chestnuts on the table. "This thing can be eaten as a snack. Don't eat too much. Be careful of stomachache." Zhao Sidon's clothes pocket was full, and he nodded vigorously with satisfaction. Since his mother asked him to go out and play, then he went out to play. As soon as he walked under the big locust tree in the village, he saw a group of friends surrounding the loach next door, and the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard from a distance. "Loach, give us one to eat." "Brother Loach, let me lick it." Wang Nichio stood in the middle. His pockets were full of chestnuts. He ate one by one, and it was delicious. Several children nearby didn't have chestnuts at home, and their saliva flowed a lot, their eyes staring at the chestnuts in Wang Nichio's pocket. Today, many people eat chestnuts at home, and the wife of the head of the village also picked up a lot of chestnuts from the mountain. Zhao Taizhu is the eldest grandson of the head of the village. He holds a bowl and walks while eating. The children who were surrounding Nichio immediately surrounded Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu was quite generous. "I don't have much left. You can each have half." There were 6 children in total, and he threw out 3. The 6 children each took a half, and said with satisfaction, "Brother Taizhu, your grandma's chestnuts are so delicious." Zhao Taizhu raised his chin. "This is my mother's. My mother's is the best." Wang Nichio said unconvinced, "My mother's is the best. All of you get out of the way." Zhao Sidon squeezed in. "My mother's is the best." Among these children, there was a smart one named Huzi. He rolled his eyes and said, "We will eat Brother Tieju's anyway. Brother Tieju's mother's must be the best." The 5 children next to him echoed. Wang Nichio immediately handed over his chestnuts. "Then you hurry up and eat what my mother made." Zhao Sidon also moved quickly. "There are also chestnuts made by my mother. You can try it." A large pile of chestnuts were handed over, and the 6 children's eyes lit up. They all swallowed them whole, but they could also tell whose was the most delicious. 6 pairs of eyes stared at Zhao Sidon. Huzi swallowed his saliva. Sidon, doesn't your mother only know how to beat people? How can she make such delicious chestnuts? The aroma of chestnuts floated in the air. Nichio swallowed his saliva and followed Zhao Sidon. Sidon, give me another one. Zhao Sidon only had the last 2 left in his hand. He hesitated again and again, picked up a chestnut and took a bite, handed over the remaining half, and then turned around and ran home, fearing that he would be caught and take the last one away. Loach took half a chestnut and was reluctant to eat it, so he took it home and handed it to his mother, Aunt Wang. This is the chestnut made by Sidon's mother. Mother, can you make it according to the instructions? Aunt Wang smelled the sweet fragrance as soon as she took a breath. She picked up the chestnut, tasted a small bite, and immediately cursed. What a spendthrift woman. She puts oil and sugar in the fried chestnuts, and the few copper coins in the family are not enough for her to waste. She only cares about eating a good meal now, and doesn't think about what to eat tomorrow. Bah! It's no wonder that Mrs. Zhao looks down on this daughter-in-law. The scolding reached the ears of Cheng Wanwan next door. She was cutting goose vegetables and planned to make a cold dish later. When she heard Aunt Wang scolding her, she didn't stop working. The original body was not popular in the village. There were too many people who said bad things behind her back. If she wanted to scold them one by one, she would be too busy. She didn't react, but Zhao Sanyu got angry and rushed out with the axe he used to chop wood. Aunt Wang, what did you just say? Aunt Wang was startled. What's wrong with you, you idiot? Aunt Wang treats you well, but your mother only cares about her own mouth and never cares about you guys. She really treated the 4 children of the Zhao family well. When the harvest was good in the past few years, she would occasionally stuff buckwheat buns into the buns. In the past 2 years, when the crops were not good, she would secretly stuff small steamed buns with dried wild vegetables. Otherwise, Zhao Sanyu's axe would have chopped the firewood at Aunt Wang's feet. He carried the axe and said, "My mother is very good to us. She fried chestnuts for us to eat. Otherwise, Sidon would not have extra loaches for your family. Sanyu, take some firewood to the kitchen." Cheng Wanwan shouted, and Zhao Sanyu immediately ran in and moved the chopped dry firewood to the kitchen. Aunt Wang stood at the door, her face full of suspicion. In the past, these children had a bad relationship with Zhao Dasatsi. She scolded that woman in front of the children, and the children never reacted. Today, Zhao Sanyu, this dog, actually wanted to chop her with an axe. Loach said on the side, "Sidon has put more than a dozen chestnuts in his pocket. More than mine." Aunt Wang slapped him on the back of his head. "It's good to give you some to eat, but you think it's not enough. Hurry up and go in and chop firewood." She looked at the next yard in disbelief. Cheng Wanwan was squatting on the ground cleaning the goose vegetables, and Dashan's wife was sitting on a chair sewing clothes. Since Dashan's wife came in, Zhao Qingshi has never worked. This is really the sun rising from the west. Wu Huanyang sewed Zhao Sidon's torn clothes quickly, bit off the thread, and then went into the kitchen to cook dinner. She thought that eating a few chestnuts per person at night would be enough for a meal, but her mother-in-law said that they must eat staple food, and only when they are full can they have the strength to work. For dinner, Wu Huanyang kneaded and cooked the noodles, while Cheng Wanwan cooked the dishes, 1 cold chicory salad and 1 cold mushroom salad. Villagers usually eat buckwheat noodles, which are black and mixed with various grains. When made into noodles, they will scratch your throat, but white noodles will not. Not only is the color beautiful, but it tastes soft and fragrant. When you take a sip, your mouth is full of fragrance. With cold dishes, it is delicious and refreshing, and even the soup is drunk clean. It was the first time that Wu Huanyang knew that the goose dish that was bitter and hard in her impression could actually be so refreshing, but it was a bit wasteful of oil and firewood. After dinner, Cheng Wanwan brought up the washed wild fruits that Zhao Sidon had found during the day. The green and red fruit, I don't know if it is a plum or a wild apple, tastes sour and sweet, crisp and refreshing. The whole family ate until their bellies were full. Zhao Sidon looked very satisfied. It would be nice if I could eat this much every day. Zhao Ergu calculated in his mind. This morning, he bought 20 kilograms of rice and 20 kilograms of flour. Based on 3 kilograms per meal and 6 kilograms per day, this would only be enough for 6 or 7 days. Zhao Sanyu asked directly, "What should I do after I finish eating the food I got in exchange for the silver hairpin?" Zhao Dashan said, "The crops in the fields will be harvested in more than 20 days, so we won't be hungry forever." As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. It hadn't rained for more than a month, and the big river in Day Village had dried up, not to mention the rice fields. Without water, the crops in the fields would never be able to produce ears. Everyone in the village was looking forward to a good harvest, but after that day, I'm afraid the nightmare would really begin. Cheng Wanwan waved her hand. "Everything will be fine when the time comes. This is not something you should worry about. Go to bed." The night was quiet. The 3 calves fell asleep as soon as they climbed onto the bed. Cheng Wanwan had gotten used to lying in the same bed with her sons for many days in a row, and she gradually fell asleep. A sharp scream broke the silence of the night sky, and she suddenly sat up from the bed, with loud crying in her ears. Zhao Dashan stood at the door of the house and said, "Mom, there are thieves in the village." Cheng Wanwan instinctively looked at the cabinet where the grain was stored. She took out the key and opened the cabinet. The rice and flour were still there, and she felt relieved. "All the grain in Aunt Wang's house next door has been stolen." Zhao Dashan said, "Grandpa, the head of the village, has sent people to chase the thieves. I don't know if he can catch up." Cheng Wanwan got up, put on her shoes, and walked out. Most of the men in the village went to chase the thieves, and the women stayed here to comfort Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang sat on the ground and wiped her tears. "What sin has our Wang family committed? Why did they steal our family's grain? The thief who is punished by heaven, let God strike him to death with a thunderbolt." Cheng Wanwan and the Wang family lived at the end of the village, near the foot of the mountain. When the thieves came in, the first 2 families to be robbed were their 2 families. The Wang family is an outsider. The previous 2 generations fled famine and settled in Zhaojia village. The homestead was allocated here on the periphery. The place where Cheng Wanwan lived was previously occupied by a person from another family in Dea village. However, that person only had 2 daughters. After the 2 daughters got married, he became a family without a family. After his death, the house was vacant. The original person successfully separated from the family and was arranged by the head of the village to live here. Although the house is broken, it is better than having no house to live in. Aunt Wang slapped her thigh and cried loudly. "The crops in the fields are gone, and the food in the family has been stolen. How are we going to live in the future? 6 people in the family, let's die together." 50 or 60 kilograms of food, the food saved from our mouths, was stolen just like that. And the 2 large baskets of chestnuts picked up yesterday were also stolen. The women watching couldn't help but smack their lips. They didn't expect that the Wang family still had 50 or 60 kilograms of food in stock at this time. If they ate 1 meal a day, the family of 6 could eat for 1 or 2 months. The head of Dea village was also surnamed Zhao. He was 55 years old this year. He had been the head of the village for more than 20 years and had great prestige in the village. Zhao Lijing was the first to ask to lend a pound of grain to the Wang family. Others also wanted to lend some, but there were too few people in the village who had surplus grain. Everyone was living on hunger, so who could afford the extra grain? In the end, the villagers collected 3 pounds of grain in total. 3 pounds of grain, even if they tightened their belts and ate only a little bit a day, could only last a family 4 or 5 days. Aunt Wang cried out of breath with 3 pounds of grain, and finally fainted and fell into the arms of the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Old Mrs. Zhao was also in the crowd. She borrowed half a pound of corn and wanted to tell her eldest daughter-in-law to be alert in the middle of the night, but then she thought that the copper coins that her eldest daughter-in-law scraped from the Cheng family might have been used to buy meat, so there was no surplus grain at home. She shook her head and went back to the Zhao family, but did not go to bed again. Instead, she called the whole family to hide the grain. Only the eldest room of the Zhao family was divided out, and the second and third rooms all lived together. There were a total of 12 people, including adults and children. Old Mrs. Zhao had lived through hard times and knew the importance of storing food. She saved a little every day. Over such a long period of time, the family had saved 40 to 50 kilograms of corn, 30 kilograms of buckwheat flour, and more than 30 kilograms of quinoa, cornmeal, and other flours. The old lady asked her two sons to hide 10 kilograms in each room. Even if a thief sneaked in, the loss would be at most 10 kilograms. It would not be like the Wang family, where the whole family had to starve to death. That night, no one in Dea village slept well. The thief was not caught, and the Wang family only had 3 kilograms of food left, which could not last until the autumn harvest. The most important thing is that there might not be an autumn harvest this year. Early in the morning, the Wang family made a commotion. "Dad, please don't sell me, please." Wang Demai, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, knelt on the ground and cried like a tearful person. Loach hugged her elder sister and broke down crying. "Dad, please sell me. I'm a boy and can sell for more money." Aunt Wang's tears also flowed down. "Master, is it really necessary? There is no food at home. How can we live if we don't sell her?" Wang Yongqing sighed. "We are a wealthy family. Even if there is a famine, we will have food to eat. Sending barley over is a blessing. There is nothing to cry about. When the barley is sent over, they will give us half a caddy of money. Half a caddy of money can buy more than 100 kilograms of food. This is a good thing." He said so, but his face was full of sorrow. No one would think of selling a child unless they couldn't make ends meet. When Cheng Wanwan got up, she heard a dispute next door about selling a child. She separated half of the chestnuts she picked up yesterday and walked to the door next door. She leaned against the mud wall and said sarcastically, "The head of the village is really partial to your family. He collected 3 kilograms of grain for you without saying a word, but I don't have a grain of rice at home. There is a grocery store in this town that has no sun. He offered 2 taels of silver to buy my 4 eggs and smash the pot. I have 4 little boys. All of them are waiting for food. If I sell the 4 eggs, 2 taels of silver will be enough to eat until the new year. No matter how bad I am still a mother. I can't sell my children. At worst, we will starve to death together." She threw the chestnuts in her hand over. "I don't have the money to buy to my back. This little food can be exchanged for Demai to work for a day in our house." She waved her hand. "Demai, what are you still doing? Come here and wash my clothes." Wang Demai knew that Aunt Zhao was not a good person, but now she was willing to do anything to avoid being sold. She got up from the ground, without even bothering to wipe her tears, and immediately followed Cheng Wanwan. Aunt Wang was reluctant to sell her daughter, so after her daughter ran away, she deliberately stood at the gate of the yard, fearing that the head of the household would catch up with her. Wang Yongqing sat on some dry firewood, puffing on his pipe. Aunt Wang picked up the cloth bag on the ground. It was heavy with 4 or 5 pounds of chestnuts. Hairy chestnuts are not rare. There are many on the mountain, but the chestnut trees near the foot of the mountain have been plucked out by the villagers, and it is not every day that you can see the chestnut trees like yesterday. Thinking of the 40 or 50 kilograms of chestnuts she just picked up yesterday, her heart seemed to bleed. Sister Zhao, who is so unscrupulous, can make a living. Why can't we? Aunt Wang grabbed the hairy chestnuts and said with gritted teeth, "Even if I have to eat wild vegetables, chew tree bark, or even eat soil, I don't agree to sell my child." Wang Yongqing sighed. "Then wait until the rice in the field is harvested. If there is a harvest from the fields, there is no need to sell the children. But if there is no harvest, there will not be a single grain of food in the warehouse for most of the next 6 months. The only way out is to sell the children. By then, it is impossible that they are the only family selling their child." Cheng Wanwan led Wang Demai to their own yard. Wu Huanyang had already washed and hung up the clothes that needed to be washed. She pulled Demai to sit down. "If your father really wants to sell you, he will take you to town no matter what I say." Demai wiped away her tears and said nothing. Cheng Wanwan sighed. Although Aunt Wang loved her children, in this era, favoring boys over girls was a common problem. The Wang family had 3 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter had to bear the most. Demai was the most miserable child in the Wang family. "Eat something first and then work." Cheng Wanwan stood up and walked to the kitchen. She looked at her eldest daughter-in-law and said, "Just make a porridge and cook it with wild vegetables." Because there were outsiders, she didn't take white flour but buckwheat flour. The black buckwheat flour and wild vegetables were cooked into a porridge. Every household here eats it this way, but their porridge is a little thicker and each person has a big bowl. When Wu Huinyang was cooking breakfast, Zhao Sidon came over. He grabbed Cheng Wanwan's sleeve, blinked his big eyes and asked, "Mom, is there really someone who wants to spend 2 taels of silver to buy me?" This is not a lie made up by Cheng Wanwan. After Dashan's father died last year, there were indeed people from the next village who wanted to buy a son to take care of him in his old age. They wanted to pay half a tael of silver to let Sidon take care of him in his old age. The original body was a little tempted, but the family was scolded by Mrs. Zhao and left, so she didn't mention it again. But if the famine becomes more and more serious, the original body is afraid that Sidon will really be sold. Cheng Wanwan pinched the little guy's face. "So, when you grow up, you can't forget your mother when you have a wife." Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously. "I will be filial to my mother all my life, so that my mother will have rice and meat to eat all her life." Cheng Wanwan couldn't help laughing. The kitchen soon smelled fragrant, and the whole family sat down around the table. Wang Demai was also forced to sit down, with a bowl of wild vegetable porridge in front of him. "Aunt Zhao, this won't do." Wang Demai waved her hands repeatedly. Aunt Zhao had just given their family a bag of food, and she hadn't done anything yet, so how could she eat a bowl of porridge for free? The house was filled with fragrance. The 4 boys ate with great relish, and Wu Huinyang drank up a large bowl of wild vegetable porridge. Wang Demai was stunned. Her mother often said that the family next door had a miserable life, and that Dashan's wife didn't have enough to eat every day. Was this what it looked like to be hungry? Why did she feel that their family was living a worse life?
Damai, eat quickly.
Cheng Wanwan said, "There will be work for you later." Eating so much food early in the morning must not be an easy job. After a fierce psychological struggle, Wang Demai finally succumbed to the food and lowered her head to drink up the bowl of porridge. "Here." Zhao Sidon stuffed 2 sugar-roasted chestnuts into her mouth. "Sister Demai used to secretly stuff steamed bread into my mouth. Now I can finally stuff food into your mouth." Wang Demai actually didn't have much to eat herself. All the delicious food at home had to be left for her younger brother. But Sidon was too pitiful sometimes. He stood under the big tree between the 2 houses, staring at her and drooling. His saliva wet his clothes. She had to break off a little bit of steamed bread and stuff it into her mouth. Unexpectedly, her unintentional act was remembered by Sidon. After breakfast, the busy day began again. Cheng Wanwan asked Demai to stay and help Wu Huinyang dig wild vegetables on the ridge of the field. After digging, they could go back at noon. Wang Demai was full of questions. That bag of food was enough for her family to eat for 2 or 3 days, so she was asked to dig wild vegetables? Didn't Sidon also dig wild vegetables? Why did he specifically ask her to do it? Why did she feel that Aunt Zhao was just trying to help her? Cheng Wanwan took her 4 sons to the mountain. She earned half a tael of silver yesterday and would continue to work hard today. Before going up the mountain, I met an acquaintance at the foot of the mountain. It was the original body sister-in-law, Zhao San's wife from the old Zhao family, who took her daughter Chunhua and a basket to the mountain to dig wild vegetables. Zhao San's wife's son came up with a smile. "I haven't seen my sister-in-law for many days. I feel that my sister-in-law is whiter than before." Cheng Wanwan's mouth twitched. Although there was no mirror, she could see her hands. The palms were rough, and the backs of her hands were dark. The skin color was the standard of a peasant woman. When she made enough money, she must buy some whitening skincare products. She was also 33 in modern times, but people around her said that she looked like she was in her early 20s. But in ancient times, she was 33, but she became an old woman who was about to have a grandson. The average life expectancy of ancient people was too short. Some people in their 30s in the village were already called old women. Fortunately, she still had her father-in-law and mother-in-law above her, so she would not be called Old Lady Zhao for the time being. Cheng Wanwan silently shed a tear and said, "Let's hurry up the mountain while the sun is not high." The 4 sons had already walked ahead quickly. She stepped forward to catch up. Sun also quickened her pace and said casually, "Sister-in-law looks fatter." It turns out that eating meat nourishes people. Upon hearing this, Cheng almost exploded. It's okay for her to be old and dark, but how can she get fat? Dark, old and fat. This is unbearable. She stopped immediately. I'm really fat? In fact, even if she eats meat every day, how can you tell whether she is fat in 1 or 2 days? Sun deliberately led the topic over. Sister-in-law has subsidized the Cheng family a lot of money over the years. This time she has a falling out with the Cheng family. I wonder if the Cheng family has returned the money? Cheng Wanwan understood instantly. This was a roundabout way to find out how much money she had. She recalled how she got along with her sisters-in-law. Before the family was separated, the 3 families lived together. Because she was the eldest sister-in-law, her husband had a position in the military camp, and she had 4 sons. Her status in the Zhao family was second to none. The 2 sisters-in-law did not dare to offend her. She was always arrogant in front of the sisters-in-law. Later, her husband died in the war. In order to swallow the pension money, she had a complete fallout with the Zhao family and had no contact with her sisters-in-law. My eldest nephew needs to study, and the money has been spent long ago, so there is no money for me. Cheng Wanwan changed the subject. Mother Chunhua, do you know how much food the old lady still has? Zhao Chunhua immediately said, last night, Grandma brought 10 kilograms of buckwheat flour to our room and hid it in. Sun dragged her daughter behind her. How could she tell her eldest sister-in-law how much food there was at home? What if she wanted to move back? The eldest sister-in-law gave birth to 4 sons for the old Zhao family. The old lady softened her heart and would definitely agree to her sister-in-law moving back to the old house. There is not much food at home, and the children are dizzy from hunger. Sun did not dare to talk to Cheng Wanwan again, for fear that her daughter's big mouth would reveal everything about the old house. Cheng Wanwan was happy to have peace of mind. The group walked into the deep mountains. There were not many people here a few days ago, but when they came up today, this area was dug up clean. They had to continue to walk deeper into the forest. Cheng Wanwan wanted to continue looking for matsutake mushrooms and planned to go deeper. Zhao San's wife followed Cheng Wanwan. She actually wanted to find out how many copper coins Cheng Wanwan had, and why she could afford to eat meat. She asked several times, but Cheng Wanwan ignored her. Moreover, Cheng Wanwan went deeper and deeper, and she didn't know where to go. Sun took a look at the sky. The sun had come out, and it was getting hotter and hotter. The wild grass and vegetables were all wilted. She had to dig a basket of wild vegetables before noon, otherwise the old lady would get angry again. There happened to be a large area of fresh wild vegetables that no one had dug before her, so she squatted down and got busy. Zhao Chunhua squatted down as well, but when she looked up, she saw Cheng Wanwan walking into the thorn forest in front of her, crouching down and looking for something. She licked her lips. Did her aunt find something good, so she had copper coins to buy meat? She rolled her eyes and followed quietly. Cheng Wanwan continued walking with her 4 sons. There were mushrooms and wild vegetables on the roadside, so she asked the 4 boys to dig them first. She continued walking alone. Even if she couldn't find matsutake mushrooms, it would be nice to have some porcini mushrooms. She stepped on the thorns and pulled apart the large broad leaves. Suddenly, an empty valley appeared in front of her. A valley was naturally formed between the 2 mountains. The valley was full of dead lotus. In other words, a month or 2 ago, this was a lotus pond. In this era, lotus is a species that is more southern. It should not have been introduced to this central region that is neither south nor north. It may be that some birds and animals migrated from the south and brought lotus seeds. Then, slowly, a large lotus pond was formed here, which was estimated to be at least 3 or 4 acres. However, the people of Dea village have lived in the mountain nests for generations. Even if they saw lotus flowers, they would not recognize them, let alone know that the mud where lotus flowers grow is full of lotus roots. Lotus root is a good thing. In many dynasties, it was a tribute from the southern vassal states to the imperial court. I wonder what the status of lotus root is in this era. She looked at the dried mud with burning eyes, and her mind came up with stir-fried lotus root slices, lotus root meatballs, sweet and sour lotus root cakes, and spicy and sour lotus root cubes. She swallowed hard, bent down to find a thick, long stick to support herself, and jumped into the dried lotus pond. The land was dry, and the mud was hard to dig. Cheng Wanwan spent a lot of effort, and her palms were almost blistered. Finally, she dug out a lotus root as long as her arm. She broke the lotus root into 2 pieces with force. The wild lotus root with 7 holes was white and clean inside, and it smelled fragrant. It was a pity that there had been no rain for too long. The lotus roots underground had just grown a little bit, and they did not grow up without nutrients. The lotus roots were a bit thin and not powdery enough. The mall probably didn't like such lotus roots and didn't offer them at all. Behind the thorny jungle, Zhao Chunhua showed an unbelievable expression. She turned around and ran down the mountain. Sun had dug half a basket of wild vegetables and was about to change places when she saw her eldest daughter running over in a panic. "What are you doing? Is there a ghost chasing you?" Zhao Chunhua said breathlessly, "Aunt, she dug up something good." Sun got up quickly and said, "What good thing?" Zhao Chunhua didn't know what it was, but it was white and clean, and she wanted to take a bite of it. It must be edible. She took her mother and hurried over. Cheng Wanwan dug 2 lotus roots and left, mainly because her hands couldn't stand it. If she dug further, she was afraid that she would get blisters. "It's right here." Zhao Chunhua jumped down the lotus pond, pointed at the mud she had just dug, picked up a small shovel and continued digging. After a while, she dug up a long and thin thing. Sun broke the lotus root node with force, smelled it, and then took a careful bite. Her eyes lit up. This thing was pink and tasted sweeter than sweet potatoes. It felt edible, but she didn't dare to eat it blindly. She spit it out after taking a bite. "Let's go back and ask your grandfather." Sun pulled 2 large leaves to cover the dug soil. This was something her daughter had found, and it could only belong to their Zhao family. Sun took Zhao Chunhua down the mountain in a hurry. It was the end of the morning hour, and it was time for lunch. Old man Zhao had just come back from the fields and was sitting under the big locust tree to enjoy the cool air and smoke a pipe. Old lady Zhao was cooking wild vegetable porridge in the kitchen. When she turned around and saw Sun coming back with half a basket of wild vegetables, her face suddenly darkened. 2 people went up the mountain and only dug such a few wild vegetables. One of them knew how to be lazy and eat white rice every day. "Grandma, my mother, and I found something edible." Zhao Chunhua hurriedly took out the lotus root from the backpack. "Grandpa, Grandma, look, what is this?" Old lady Zhao took a look at it. It was covered with mud and was black. After washing the mud, it showed its original light yellow color. When she cut it with a knife, it was actually white and clean inside. She handed the thing to Old Man Zhao. "What is this?" Old Man Zhao held a pipe in his mouth, frowned, and picked up the lotus root. He put it to the tip of his nose to smell it, took a bite and tasted it, and his cloudy eyes showed light. It's a jade shoot." In the early years, Old Man Zhao traveled all over the country and worked as an apprentice in the south, where there were jade shoots. Jade shoots are good things. Every year after they are dug out, they must be sent to the capital as soon as possible. Even the locals can only eat the jade shoots that have been dug up. He was lucky enough to eat it several times. The big bones stewed with jade shoots and drinking a mouthful on a snowy day, the taste is unforgettable. Jade shoots are not like wild vegetables. They can fill the stomach. When the South encounters famine, many people rely on this to fill their stomachs, which is similar to sweet potatoes. Old Man Zhao asked with burning eyes, "Chunhua, where did you dig this thing?" Zhao Chunhua danced with joy. "It's on the mountain, very deep in the mountain. A large area is full of it. So many." Old Man Zhao made a prompt decision. "Chunhua, call your father and uncle back, and call De Wang and Erwang back. Fill your stomach quickly, and the whole family will go up the mountain." Old Lady Zhao understood that this bamboo shoot was a life-saving thing. She turned and went into the house to divide the cooked wild vegetable paste into 12 bowls and brought them out. The strong labor force in the family had a full bowl, the second and third daughters-in-law each had half a bowl, and the children had a small half bowl. Even with this little food, 2 pounds of buckwheat flour and 3 or 4 pounds of wild vegetables were used. After the meal, old lady Zhao stayed at home to guard the house, actually guarding the food hidden in the house, while everyone else went up the mountain. In these days, there was no rain and there was actually nothing to do in the fields. Many men in many families also went up the mountain to chop firewood and dig wild vegetables. It was not uncommon for so many people in the Zhao family to go up the mountain together. Keep walking deep into the mountains, and then after passing through a broad-leaved forest and thorn fields, you'll see a valley. The dried-up pond was full of dry broad leaves. "This is a lotus leaf," said Old Man Zhao with certainty. "This thing will bloom and grow lotus seeds. Lotus seeds are more precious than bamboo shoots. Only the dignitaries in the capital can eat them." Zhao Dawang said admiringly, "Grandpa, you know a lot. People, as long as they travel more places, they will naturally know more." Old Man Zhao stroked his beard. "There is a saying that goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. This is why Grandpa doesn't let you study." The corners of Zhao Er's mouth twitched. "Dad, are you sure it's not because our family has no money to study?" Zhao Dawang and Zhao Erwang laughed. Old Man Zhao glared at them fiercely and jumped down the lotus pond, holding on to the big tree beside him. He walked from one side of the lotus pond to the other side. It seemed that he was walking, but in fact he was measuring how many acres there were here. After walking around, Old Man Zhao had a rough idea in his mind. The 4.5 mu pond, due to insufficient rain, would definitely not produce much. 1 mu could probably produce 700 to 800 kilograms, which was about 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms. The soft mud in the pond had turned into hard mud. Digging for bamboo shoots was not an easy task. A family of more than a dozen people would have to dig for at least half a year. Old Zhao stood on the shore for a long time before he slowly said, "Dawang, go and ask the village head to come." "Dad, you don't want all the villagers to come and dig bamboo shoots, do you?" Zhao San frowned and said, "This is our family that found it first, so it belongs to our Zhao family. Why tell others? Such a big pond, thousands of kilograms of food. Our family of more than a dozen people can't eat it all, nor can we dig it all." Old Zhao disagreed. "Another thing, if Chunhua can find this place, others can too. Going down the mountain to the west is Hohot Village. If the people of Hohot Village find this pond, there will be no Dea Village." Zhao San looked unconvinced. Sun didn't say anything, but her pursed lips also revealed her inner emotions. Old Zhao sighed. "Forget it. Let's dig first, and I'll bring the village head here tomorrow morning." Sun breathed a sigh of relief. She also wanted to hide some to send to her mother's family. Her mother's family was in Hohot Village. If she leaked some information in advance, her mother's family would not be hungry. The 11 members of the Zhao family began to dig bamboo shoots. Cheng Wanwan came down the mountain with her 4 children. It was noon, and she handed 2 lotus roots to Wu Huanyang, washed them, cut off a small piece, and walked towards the headman's house with a small piece of lotus root. All along the way there were dry fields. Those strong farmers sat weakly on the fields, sighing constantly. Cheng Wanwan also sighed, but drought is a natural disaster that cannot be reversed by human power. She could only try to ignore these things and move forward. "Mother Dashan, why are you here?" The headman's wife was sewing in the yard. When she saw Cheng Wanwan coming, her eyelids twitched violently. Last year, Zhao Cheng came here to let the headman preside over the division of the family. At that time, there was a lot of chaos. Now she comes here, and I don't know what kind of trouble she will cause. Cheng Wanwan walked in with a smile. "Aunt, is the village head uncle here?" He went to the town. The village head's wife sighed. It hasn't rained for a month or 2, and the county magistrate's hair has turned white with worry. Today, all the village heads are summoned to discuss matters, mainly to ask about the land. Your village head uncle hasn't slept well for more than half a month. The implication of this is that the village head is very busy and has a lot of worries, so don't bring up your little troubles, Zhao Qingshi. The sky gradually darkened. A fragrance wafted from the yard. A lotus root ball was served on the table. There were 2 large bowls. Zhao Sidon lay on the dining table, drooling uncontrollably. Cheng Wanwan stuffed a ball into his mouth and said unhappily, "You've been full these days. Why are you drooling every day? The dishes my mother cooks are so delicious." Zhao Sidon swallowed the ball in one gulp. It was crispy and sweet, and he couldn't eat enough. Cheng Wanwan picked up 15 meatballs and piled them into a full bowl and handed it over. "Send it to your grandma." Zhao Sidon ran out with the bowl in his hand. The old lady was the only one at the Zhao family at this time. The wild vegetable porridge had been cooked, but no one else came back. The old lady was a little worried, afraid that something might happen. After all, it was a deep forest. If a wild beast jumped out, the family would be finished. After waiting, they smelled the tempting fragrance and then saw Zhao Sidon jumping into the yard. "Grandma, my mother asked me to send it." A big bowl full of meatballs, fried golden and crispy. It was obvious that a lot of oil was added. "Why is your mother wasting things again?" Old Mrs. Zhao was very disappointed. "What is this?" "Mom said it was fried meatballs." Zhao Sidon smiled. "Grandma, try it, it's delicious. I can't wait to swallow my tongue." Old Mrs. Zhao pulled the corner of her lips. With so much oil and sugar, even a piece of mud can become delicious. However, the eldest daughter-in-law sent food over again and again when they were short of food, but she never mentioned moving back. What bad idea was she planning? The old lady stopped Zhao Sidon, who was about to leave, and asked, "Has your mother said anything to you these days?" "Yes." Zhao Sidon said, counting on his fingers. "Mom said that we should have enough food, and that we should live in a new house, and that we should eat meat every day." The old lady's eyelids twitched. She really wanted to move back. She even wanted to eat meat every day. What kind of dream is this? When they lived together before, there was chaos every day. If the eldest daughter-in-law didn't change those bad habits, she would never allow the eldest daughter-in-law to move back. Zhao Sidon ran back quickly for dinner. Wu Huinyang was talking to Cheng Wanwan about Wang Demai next door. He is very hardworking. He helped dig a lot of wild vegetables, chopped all the firewood at home, and carried 2 buckets of water for the family. Cheng Wanwan didn't know what to say. In ancient history, whenever there was a famine, children would be sold, and some people would even eat their own children. She didn't want such an inhumane thing to happen to her. It was already dark at this time. Night was when wild beasts were out, and villagers generally didn't go up the mountain at night. As soon as the sun went down, Old Man Zhao brought his children and grandchildren down. Fortunately, there were not many people hanging around in the village, and the group returned to Old Zhao's yard safely. A group of people collapsed on their chairs with fatigue, and their palms were covered with thick calluses. Old Mrs. Zhao quickly gave the children extra meals and steamed an extra steamed bun for each of them. After they were full and drunk, the group of people finally came back to life. Old Man Zhao took a puff of his pipe, stood up and said, "I'll go find the headman." Old Mrs. Zhao scolded angrily, "You are so tired. Can you go tomorrow?" Son's eyes flashed. "Yes, Dad. Take a rest for a night and go to the headman tomorrow morning." Old Man Zhao shook his head. "I can't rest easy. I have to make it clear." He put on straw sandals, opened the gate, and walked towards the headman's house under the sparse starlight. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a familiar voice coming from the yard. "This morning I went up the mountain and saw a dry pond. I dug this thing with a shovel, and I found it. It was white and clean, and I didn't know what it was, but it looked edible, so I dug some and took it back to cook." Cheng Wanwan said in an orderly manner, "Chop it up, coat it with buckwheat flour, and fry it in a pan. I don't know how fragrant it is. It can also be eaten if it is stewed directly in the pot. It tastes similar to sweet potatoes, so I was wondering if this thing can also fill the stomach like sweet potatoes?" The head of the village looked puzzled. "Mountain lady, where did this thing come from?" "There are a lot of them on the mountain, about 4 or 5 acres. Cheng Wanwan said, "It's all in the thick soil. I estimate there may be thousands of pounds." The head of the village's wife's eyes lit up. "Thousands of pounds, then every household can have almost 100 pounds. Although it can't fill the stomach like corn, at least they won't go hungry for half a month." The head of the village tasted a lotus root ball. It had a lot of oil and was more fragrant and delicious than meat. If there really were thousands of pounds of this thing, what would Day Village have to worry about? He looked doubtful. We have this thing in Dea village. Why has no one seen it before? This is jade shoots. Old Man Zhao walked in. The head of the village and Old Man Zhao are cousins. Old Man Zhao is a few years older. He said with a firm look, I saw it decades ago. There are many jade shoots in the south, which can fill the stomach. But I heard that they are specially tribute to the capital. I don't know why we have them in Dea village. Cheng was very surprised. She didn't expect that Old Man Zhao had seen this thing. It turned out that in this era, lotus root was called jade shoots, which sounded pretty good. Lotus root is rich in starch and can indeed replace staple food in a short time, but it is not as filling as staple food. The village head looked impatient. He said quickly, I'll change into a pair of straw sandals and go up the mountain to take a look later. The village head's wife disagreed. What time is it now? There are wolves on the mountain. Can't we go tomorrow morning? I can't wait until tomorrow morning. This is a matter of having enough food. The village head hurried to change his shoes. His wife had no choice but to light a torch and hold it up the mountain. The wolves dared not approach. Old Man Zhao looked at Cheng and praised, Mother Dashan, I misjudged you before. She found a large piece of bamboo shoots and knew it was edible, but she came to tell the village head as soon as possible. Mother Dashan was not as selfish and greedy as he imagined. He used to think that the third daughter-in-law was good, but when faced with the huge temptation of food, the third daughter-in-law's pattern was revealed. Cheng coughed and said, There are only 6 people in our family, 1 little one and 1 pregnant woman, so we can't dig up all the bamboo shoots. The most important thing is that she has a shopping mall trading system, and a handful of wild vegetables can be exchanged for a few kilograms of rice. Her family will not go hungry in a famine, but others can't. The night is very dark. The chirping of insects and birds is endless. When she first came here, Cheng couldn't fall asleep. In the past few days, she has become accustomed to it. She fell asleep peacefully and woke up naturally at dawn. Early in the morning, the head of the village summoned everyone in the village, except the elderly, children, and pregnant women, to gather under the big locust tree in the middle of the village. Many people who are well-informed already know what's going on. I heard that food was found in the deep mountains. It seems to be similar to sweet potatoes called bamboo shoots, which can fill your stomach. I go up the mountain 3 times a day. Why didn't I find this treasure on the mountain? The head of the village stood on the high ground and coughed. Everyone present automatically quieted down. Matters related to food are top priority. It's not raining, and there's not much work to do on the ground. Everyone should put down their work on the ground and follow me up the mountain. The village head said loudly, Take everything that can hold food at home, and all the laborers who can work should go together. We must dig out the food in the shortest time. Someone asked, How do we divide the food we dig out? We get as much as we dig. The village head said seriously, but we are a family in Dea village. There are some old, weak, women and children in the village who don't have labor, and we can't watch them starve to death. Everyone who participates in digging bamboo shoots, each family should give out 10 caddies, and we can share 200 caddies. When everyone heard this, they felt a little excited. The village head was the most fair. He proposed that each family should give 10 caddies, which meant that each family could dig at least 100 caddies. In this day and age, 100 caddies of food can save lives. If a family tightens their belts and eats sparingly, they can eat for a month. The whole village followed the village head up the mountain in a mighty procession. As they walked up the mountain, the women and ants couldn't help but chat with each other, and some rumors spread. I heard that the jade shoots were discovered by the Zhao family. As soon as Old Man Zhao found out, he quickly told the head of the village. But there is a troublemaker in their family. It's Zhao Yotsai's wife, Sunday. She secretly sent a maid to Hohot village yesterday and told her family about the jade shoots on the mountain. When the head of the village went up the mountain with Old Man Zhao, more than a dozen people from the Sun family were digging for jade shoots on the mountain. That is the mountain of our Dea village. Why did they let the people from Hohot village dig it away? How did they deal with it in the end? Are the jade shoots coming back? Our head of the village is kind-hearted. Seeing that the grandsons of the Sun family were starving to death, he let them go back with more than 10 pounds of jade shoots. It was because Sun leaked the news that the head of the village suddenly summoned all the villagers to go up the mountain to dig jade shoots. If they were a little late, they would be dug up by the people from Hohot village. The people in Hohot village are so hateful. It's okay for them to set traps on the mountain before, but now they dare to come and rob food. The crowd talked one after another, making Sun's face full of anger. The jade shoots on the mountain were discovered by her daughter, so what's wrong with asking her family to dig some? If it weren't for her daughter Chunhua following, how could her sister-in-law, with her temper, tell the head of the village? How could these people be qualified to follow them to the mountain to dig jade shoots? A bunch of shameless, ungrateful people who took advantage of their Zhao family and turned around to scold her. Sun opened her mouth to refute, but they were from the same village and would see each other every day. If the relationship got too bad, she would be blamed by the old lady. She raised her hand and pinched her little daughter Donghua hard. The girl was only 8 years old and was pinched so hard that her eyes were filled with tears. Donghua saw that there was something delicious and couldn't help but went to her uncle's house to show off. Who could have thought it would turn out like this? Sun explained to everyone, then lowered her head and scolded, "If you dare to open your mouth and talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart." Donghua was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe. It was clearly her mother who asked her to go to Hohot village to report the news, so why was she scolding her for talking nonsense? But her mother's expression was so scary that she didn't even dare to cry. Grandma said that when she was still in her mother's belly, her mother thought she was a son, but she turned out to be a girl, and her mother didn't like her very much. She covered her arm, which was pinched and hurt, and followed the crowd silently. The villagers were a little unhappy. If they said a few more words, Donghua would probably be hung up and beaten. Cheng Wanwan in the crowd shook her head. It is understandable that she sided with her mother's family, but it is also understandable that she angered everyone. If it were her, she might not be able to handle it properly. But she would never let her child take the blame. In the final analysis, it was because we were too poor, and it was also a year of famine. Everyone wanted to have enough food, and everyone had selfish motives. After walking for half an hour, we finally arrived at our destination. The 3 or 4 mu dry pond may not look big, but underneath the soil are layers upon layers of bamboo shoots. You can dig out a lot of them with just a shovel. But the soil here is so dry and hard that it takes a cup of tea to dig out a bamboo shoot. If you want to take it out of the mud intact, it will take even longer. Cheng Wanwan and her 4 sons went down and found a place with shade. She told them, "Dig as much as you can. Don't be too stubborn. Be careful not to scratch your hands." Zhao Sanyu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Mom.
I'm thick-skinned."
He picked up the shovel and started working enthusiastically. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergo were not inferior and moved quickly. Zhao Sidon squatted on the ground to break the mud outside the bamboo shoots and put them into the backpack after breaking them clean. Cheng Wanwan was an adult, so she didn't feel embarrassed to be lazy. She squatted down and worked with them. After a while, she felt a burning pain in her palms. In just a short while, 3 big blisters appeared on her palms. Zhao Dashan said, "Mom, go to the side and rest for a while. We can dig it." Cheng Wanwan frowned. "The 4 of you spread your palms out for me to see." The boys were thick-skinned and didn't get hurt at all. Cheng Wanwan shut herself in. Her original body was too lazy and didn't work for a long time. She was more delicate than a teenage girl. She got up and walked to the side to rest. This was her original body's usual operation, and the villagers didn't think it was a big deal. Having many sons is good. When the 4 sons grow up, they are all excellent laborers. Sister Zhao deserves to enjoy a peaceful life. Other sons may forget their mothers after marrying a wife, but Sister Zhao is a ruthless person. Look at what happened to Dashan's wife after she came into the family. In the future, when the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th daughters-in-law come into the family, they must also set rules and be filial to her mother-in-law. Many women in the village were envious, and their eyes were red. Especially Sun. She didn't give birth to a son, and she was most jealous of those who had many sons in the village. She glanced at the 2 girls beside her, and the more she looked, the more upset she felt. Her face suddenly sank. The two sisters Chunhua and Donghua next to her were so scared that they dared not speak. They worked silently, and blisters appeared on their palms. The blisters were worn out and bled, and the two sisters did not dare to say a word. Chunwanwan sat in a cool place to rest for a while, ready to continue working. Deep in the dense forest, there is no telling how much wealth is hidden. Chunwanwan did not go to the lotus pond. She turned and walked towards the dense forest. The mall had a guide, taking her to an old tree. Under the layers of broad leaves, there was a wild ginseng. She took out a small shovel and dug out a white ginseng like a radish from the soft soil layer. The ginseng was 100 years old, with many roots, and it felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in her hand.
Ding!
Natural wild 100-year-old ginseng, worth 120,000 coins. Are you selling it? Yes. Chungwanwan's heart was pounding. 120,000 coins are equivalent to 120 taels of snow silver. In this era, there were only a handful of people with assets exceeding 100 taels of silver, and she accidentally became a rich woman. She exchanged the copper coins for silver notes with a face value of 100 taels and 15 taels of silver in the mall, and exchanged the rest for copper coins. Even so, her wallet was bulging, and she felt a little uncomfortable walking. Chungwanwan calmed down, bought a rabbit in the mall, then walked to the crowd carrying the rabbit and said with a smile, "I'm lucky. I actually caught a rabbit. You guys are busy. I'll send the rabbit back first." The people who were digging bamboo shoots were drooling with envy. She could catch a rabbit just by sitting on the roadside. Mrs. Zhao's luck was too good. Zhao or Wang, who was not far away, had quietly moved over. He bumped into Sidon and said, "Brother Wang, bring out a piece of rabbit meat for me to taste later." Before Zhao Sidon could say anything, Zhao Sanyi snorted. "Why didn't you share some of the fat meat with us, when you had it before?" "That's right." Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously. "Brother Wang, you're stingy, and I am stingy too." Zhao or Wang glared angrily. "This happened several years ago. How come you still remember it?" "I'm not stingy anymore, look." He took out a chestnut from his pocket. "Here, I'll give you one. When we eat rabbit meat later, remember to give me a piece." Zhao Sidon was very disgusted. "It's not as delicious as my mother's." "I don't want it." Zhao or Wang was almost crying with anger. "You just don't want to give me rabbit meat, Zhao Sidon. You are too stingy. I will never play with you again." After that, tears streamed down his face. Zhao heard him crying and slapped him on the back of his head. "Cry, cry. You only know how to cry. If you have the ability, go catch a rabbit yourself." Zhao Wang stopped crying immediately. "Then I'll go catch a rabbit now." "Stop." Old Zhao scolded angrily. "Wait until you have finished digging the bamboo shoots before going. Don't find excuses to be lazy." At noon, the village sent several women up the mountain to deliver steamed buns. Each household sent steamed buns, wild vegetable porridge, and grain cakes. Chungwanwan was among them. She didn't want to stand out too much, so she asked Wu Huanyang to make buckwheat buns and send them to each of the 4 boys. After a large group of people sat on the ground and filled their stomachs for 4 or 5 points, they planned to rest for a quarter of an hour before continuing to work. At this time, Zhao Dewang, who was running around in the field, screamed, "Dad, come and save me. I'm trapped." Zhao walked over cursing. "When will you calm down, kid? I'm so tired, but I still have to take care of you. You're about to get married. Why can't you be more sensible?" Zhao Dewang said righteously, "Brother Ergu hasn't married yet. How can it be my turn?" Chungwanwan didn't take this seriously, but when she turned around, she saw Zhao Ergu's face was unusually red. This kid is smart and sly, and rarely has this kind of expression. Could it be that he has someone in his heart? She couldn't help but pull the corners of her lips. The second child is only 16 years old. When she was 16, she was in high school and struggled with studying and exams every day. Well, the eldest child is only 18, and he will be a father in a few months. People in ancient times fell in love early, got married early, had children early, and also died early. Ahem. Zhao Erga coughed and changed the subject. "The mud here is dry and hard. How did Da Wang sink?" I'll go and see. He stood up and ran away, fearing that Cheng Wanwan would ask more questions. Cheng Wanwan didn't want to make him uncomfortable, so she turned around and asked her eldest son, Dashin, do you know what's going on with the second son? Zhao Dashin was confused, scratched the back of his head and shook his head. I don't know. Zhao Sania thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. Zhao Sidon blinked his eyes. Mom, I know. My second brother asked me if I wanted my second sister-in-law before, and said he would take me to see her. Cheng Wanwan. Ergu is such a fool. He's already thinking about getting married at such a young age. But Ergu is also very responsible. If he likes someone, he wants to marry him or her. She was probably in her 20s at that time and had a crush on a boy in the next class, but she didn't dare to confess. Later, until she was 33, she never met the only person she had a crush on in her youth again. Thinking about it now, she actually feels a little regretful. After the break, everyone continued to work. Zhao Ergu took Cheng Wanwan to the muddy ground by the side and whispered, just now when Dewang sank, I found that the soil here is particularly soft. I dug it up and saw that there were also jade shoots in the mud, and the jade shoots here are bigger and thicker than those over there. Let's dig here. Cheng Wanwan squatted down and felt that the soil had a high water content. It hadn't rained for more than a month, and the ponds and rivers were all dry. The exposed soil was basically dry and hardened. Here, it was like an oasis in the desert, and many weeds grew on the edge. However, this place was deep in the dense forest, and it was not uncommon to grow weeds, and not many people cared. Cheng Wanwan studied geography in high school and had some superficial understanding of this aspect. She initially inferred that there should be a water source underground here. If a water source is found, even if it doesn't rain, it can alleviate the drought, and the land will not be barren. However, the vegetation covers an area of about 200 square meters. It is impossible to determine where the core water source is, so it is impossible to dig it for drainage and irrigation. Let her think carefully about what method should be used to determine the exact location of the groundwater. After noon, the villagers gradually discovered soft silt, which made it much easier to dig jade shoots. Moreover, the jade shoots in the moist soil grew thicker. The original estimate was 2,000 kilograms, but at least 3,000 kilograms were finally dug out, and every household had food reserves. It was already midnight when 4 or 5 acres of land were dug. The villagers did not feel tired at all, and helped each other to transport the jade shoots back. When the morning glow appeared on the horizon, the people of Dehe village fell asleep tiredly. Cheng Wanwan estimated that her 4 sons had dug more than 100 kilograms of jade shoots. Fortunately, there was a cellar at home. The jade shoots were wrapped in mud and placed in the cellar, which could be preserved for at least more than a month. As the sun gradually rose in the morning, Wu Huanyang was cooking in the kitchen, stewing rabbit meat with bamboo shoots, adding white flour and wild vegetable pancakes, and the hearty breakfast was placed on the wooden table. The 4 calves smelled the fragrance and didn't even care about catching up on sleep. They sat down at the dining table with sleepy eyes open. Zhao Saniu was about to start eating when Cheng Wanwan clapped her hands and said, "Wait a minute. Serve a bowl to your grandpa and grandma first." Zhao Sidon blinked and said, "Mom, you should be nice to your grandpa and grandma, because your grandpa and grandma are your father's parents and elders." Cheng Wanwan took the opportunity to educate him. Your father died on the battlefield and sacrificed his life for the country. Of course, I have to be filial to his parents on behalf of your father. The sunlight in the early morning of midsummer was also very strong. The people in Dehe village were tired after a whole day and night, and many people were catching up on sleep. The village was particularly quiet in the early morning, and the cracked land opened its mouth, longing for the arrival of heavy rain. Old Mrs. Zhao was cooking wild vegetable porridge in the yard, and she was also baking 12 buckwheat pancakes next to the pan. She put dried radish and beans in the pancakes, which were very fragrant. Having such a meal in the morning would give her energy to work all day. "Grandma." Zhao Xi's crisp and soft voice sounded at the gate of the yard. "Old Mrs." Zhao looked up and saw the little guy coming in with a steaming bowl and then stuffed it directly into her hand. "My mother asked me to bring it here,"
he said, and was about to run.
The old lady knew it was rabbit meat at a glance. Yesterday, the villagers were saying that the eldest daughter-in-law was lucky. Everyone was busy, and only she was resting. She even picked up a big fat rabbit. Look at this rabbit meat. It's all oily. How many good things did she eat to get so fat? A big bowl of rabbit meat soup, with some bamboo shoots, smelled so fragrant that I wanted to drink it all in one breath. But the old lady was never one to eat alone. She poured a bowl of rabbit soup into the wild vegetable porridge pot, and then called Zhao, who was about to run away. Stand and wait for a while. When she walked in, she saw Sun standing up. The old lady said casually, "Old third wife, bring out 10 pounds of bamboo shoots." Sun took a look at Zhao, who was waiting outside, and instantly understood that these 10 pounds of bamboo shoots must be sent to the eldest room. Everyone was busy yesterday, and only the eldest sister-in-law sat alone to rest. She thought that the eldest sister-in-law looked down on the bamboo shoots in the muddy ground, but she didn't expect that she was waiting here, so she wanted to ask the old house for food, right? Sun went to get the bamboo shoots indignantly. The old lady took the bamboo shoots and handed them to Zhao. She wanted to give a few words of advice, but Zhao turned around and ran away quickly with the bamboo basket. This child. The old lady laughed and shook her head. Looking at it this way, Sidon seemed to be more lively and clever than before, and looked much cleaner. After sweeping the floor, Sun was still furious and finally couldn't help muttering, "If you wanted to eat bamboo shoots, you should have dug them yesterday." 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots could be dug out in a short time. Why did you come to the old house to ask for them? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhao frowned. The third daughter-in-law is getting more and more outrageous. She didn't even settle the account of the Sun family secretly going up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots the night before, and she even dared to accuse her mother-in-law of favoring the first wife. The old lady was about to speak when Zhao Wang's voice came from the side. "Grandma, why is the wild vegetable porridge so fragrant today?" Zhao Chunhua widened her eyes. "Look, there seems to be meat in the pot." Old lady Zhao smiled and said, "Just now your aunt asked Sidon to send it." "Annie is so kind." Zhao Dewang drooled. "This must be the big fat rabbit from yesterday. Your aunt sent a bowl of rabbit meat, and I asked Sidon to take back 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots." When the old lady said this, she glanced at Sun, who was standing next to her. "Dewang, do you think 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots are too much?" Zhao Dewang shook his head desperately. "If anyone gives me a bite of meat, I will give him 20 kilograms of bamboo shoots." Sun knew that the old lady asked this question deliberately for her to hear, and her face was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. A big bowl of steaming rabbit meat soup was served on the table. A family of 6 sat down at the wooden table. Drinking a bowl of rabbit soup in the morning in summer can replenish qi and relieve heat. The rabbit meat has been stewed for several hours, and it is tender and boneless. The fresh and fragrant aroma permeates between the lips and teeth. The bamboo shoots are stewed until they are soft and sticky. After taking a bite, you can't wait to swallow your tongue. Pick up the wild vegetable pancake, soak it in the rabbit meat soup, and then take a bite. It is simply a great enjoyment in life. After breakfast, the 6 people leaned back in their chairs and sighed. They felt so comfortable that they wanted to lie down like this forever. "Mother Dashin, are you there?" Aunt Wang's voice was heard at the gate of the yard, and Cheng Wan stood up to greet her. Aunt Wang was carrying a bamboo basket with 2 long bamboo shoots in it. She stuffed the basket into Cheng Wan's hand and said, "You gave us 3 or 4 pounds of chestnuts the other day. I'm returning this to you." Cheng Wan pushed the basket back and said, "I worked for our family for a day, and that's already paid off for those chestnuts. I ate 2 meals at your house, so it's nothing to work for a day." Aunt Wang looked a little uncomfortable. "I've put the things in the yard. Take them if you want." She threw the 2 bamboo shoots on the ground and left with the bamboo basket. Cheng Wan had no choice but to pick up the bamboo shoots. Although Aunt Wang had a stern face from beginning to end, she had to admit that Aunt Wang was someone she could make close friends with. She walked into the house and said to the 4 children who were about to go out, "Aren't you tired after working all day yesterday? I'll go to the fields and pull out some weeds. The rice is almost dead." There's no point in pulling out the weeds.
Take a nap first.
We'll talk about it in the afternoon. The 4 children were in their growth period. They were tired all day and didn't sleep well at night, which affected their development. As soon as she spoke, the 4 boys didn't dare to resist and climbed into bed to rest. Wu Huanyang sat under a big tree in the yard, mending clothes for the 6 people in her family in the bright sunlight. The clothes were getting more and more worn out, and they had to be mended almost every day. Patches were sewn on top of patches, and it was hard to tell what the clothes looked like originally. Cheng Wanwan sat in the main room, supporting her chin with her hand, thinking about groundwater. She tried to recall the geographical knowledge she had learned at the beginning. It seemed that she needed professional instruments to survey the precise location of groundwater. She clicked on them all and searched for surveying instruments. She confirmed with her eyes that it was something she couldn't afford. There was no such thing in ancient times, so how did ancient people find water sources? Cheng Wanwan searched for a long time, but there were no similar books in them all. Finally, she saw a book, which turned out to be a historical document on groundwater extraction, and the price was 30 copper coins. Without saying a word, she bought the book. She took the book and went around to a place in the backyard where no one was, and began to read seriously. As the saying goes, there are beautiful women and golden houses in books. Cheng Wanwan read the book for more than an hour and finally found a relatively simple way to perform the operation. But what the book said may not be right. She had to do it in practice to know. She stood up, hid the book under the eaves, and then walked to the front yard. Zhao Dashan had already gotten up and was chopping wood. After he chopped a piece of wood, he would look at Wu Huanyang sitting under the tree, and Wu Huanyang's watery eyes would also look at him quietly. The two looked at each other, and then quickly retracted their sight. Sweet pink bubbles floated in the air. Cheng Wanwan covered her eyes. An older single woman refuses to eat dog food.
Mom.
Wu Huanyang blushed when she saw her standing by. Cheng Wanwan coughed and said, "Well, Dashan, come here and help me identify this plant." She picked up a branch and drew a grass on the ground, mainly drawing the shape of the leaves of this grass. Zhao Dashan took Cheng Wanwan to the back of the house. There were weeds here, but due to long-term exposure to the sun, these vigorous weeds were almost dead. Chi Ai was no exception. The leaves were dry, and the rhizomes turned yellow. Cheng Wanwan lowered her head and smelled it. The fragrance was rich. It was indeed the mugwort commonly known in modern times. This was what she was looking for. She said, "Cut all the mugwort in this area and throw it in the yard." Zhao Dashan scratched the back of his head and said, "Mom, mugwort can't burn. It produces a lot of smoke when it burns. I'll go cut some other hay." "Who said I'm going to use it as firewood?" Cheng Wanwan said with a smile, "I just like it because it produces a lot of smoke. If it doesn't produce much smoke, I don't want it. Hurry up and cut it and put it in the yard. I have a great use for it." Zhao Dashan quickly harvested with a knife. There was not much mugwort after cutting a large area of mugwort. It was piled in the yard. Cheng Wanwan took out a backpack and put the mugwort in it, pressing it down and filling it up. Zhao Erga got up and asked curiously, "Mom, what are you doing?" "Come with me up the mountain after lunch." Cheng Wanwan put the backpack at the door. "You'll know when you get there." Lunch was white rice, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and wild vegetables and mushrooms. It was simple and refreshing, and all 6 of them were very full. After lunch, the mother and her children went up the mountain. Yesterday, all the villagers spent their time in the mountains. Today, only a few people went up the mountain. When they walked deep into the forest, they saw no one. When they walked near the dried-up pond, Zhao Sidon keenly heard someone talking. "Mom, there seems to be someone digging bamboo shoots." Cheng Wanwan's eyes narrowed. The people of Dea village were busy all day and all night yesterday. It is impossible for them to go up the mountain again at this time. It can only be people from Hohot village. What are the people from Hohot village doing here? She gestured to let the children stand where they were. She pushed aside the thorn bushes and walked over lightly. Dozens of strong men stood in the lotus pond that had been dug once, and their faces were livid. This hill is between Dea village and Hohot village. Each village should have half of this thing. The head of Dea village is too smart. He won't give us half. Openly won't work, then we'll do it secretly. Anyway, there are so many thieves stealing food recently, we can disguise ourselves as thieves and steal all the food from Dea village. Cheng Wanwan's eyes suddenly turned cold. She stepped back lightly and said coldly, "Let's go back today. The people in Hohot village are going to cause trouble, so it's not appropriate to look for water at this time." The mother and her 5 children hurried down the mountain with grim faces. When they reached the halfway point, Zhao Sidon exclaimed, "Mom, look, there is a bird's nest over there." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sanyu threw down what he was holding, spit into each of his hands, and climbed up the tree. After a while, he took out the bird's nest, a total of 7 eggs. Zhao Sidon licked her lips. "We have bird eggs to eat today." Cheng Wanwan took the bird eggs and put them into the backpack. In fact, there were many chicken eggs in the mall. 1 penny could buy 2, but there was no reasonable excuse to take them out. Perhaps she could pretend to find a wild hen and then rely on this wild hen to lay eggs? She silently looked at both sides of the road. It was very deep and very suitable for operation. 1 chicken might be difficult to catch, so it would be better to release 2. Cheng Wanwan did it as soon as she said it. She spent 100 coins to buy 2 chickens in the mall and put them directly in the bushes. Cluck, cluck. The sound of chickens came from the forest. Zhao Erga's eyes turned green. "It's chickens, there are chickens nearby." The other 3 guys immediately held their breath and concentrated, for pairs of dark eyes searching the jungle. Zhao Sidon pointed toward the jungle and made a gesture, and the 4 kids rushed over in unison. The chickens crowed even louder. 2 chickens. Zhao Sidon's face flushed with excitement. "We caught 2 chickens." Zhao Dashan scratched the back of his head and said, "Why do these 2 pheasants look like they are raised at home? Why are they in the deep mountains and forests?" Zhao Ergu slurped his saliva and said, "We can eat chicken tonight." Zhao Sanyu was eager to try. "These 2 chickens are so fat, I'll break their necks to prevent them from running away." Cheng Wanwan. She released the 2 chickens not to let these boys eat chickens, but to eat eggs. She said, "These 2 pheasants are like hens. Hens can lay 1 egg a day and 2 chickens can lay 2 eggs a day. Raise these 2 chickens, and you will have eggs to eat every day in the future." The eyes of the 4 boys began to light up. Having eggs to eat every day was something they never dared to think about before. Zhao Sidon swallowed his saliva. "Mom, can these 2 chickens really lay eggs?" Cheng Wanwan was thinking about whether to buy an egg and throw it under the chicken's ace, pretending that the 2 chickens laid eggs themselves. At this time, the 2 chickens suddenly sat on the ground. The 4 boys also squatted down, staring at the 2 chickens intently. Zhao Sidon asked in confusion, "What are they doing?" Zhao Dashan hissed, "It seems they are laying eggs." Zhao Sanyu's eyes widened. "They laid eggs, they laid eggs, they really laid eggs." Zhao Ergu was also full of disbelief. They laid 2 eggs. Cheng Wanwan was ashamed. These 4 guys are really making a fuss. People who don't know would think they were giving birth to babies. The 2 chickens wanted to run away after laying eggs, but Zhao Sanyu brought them back, tied straw ropes around their feet, and stuffed them into a backpack. The mother and her 5 children returned to Dea village in a good mood. Cheng Wanwan asked her 4 sons to take the backpacks back, and she walked towards the headman's house. When she walked to the center of the village, she saw the headman standing on the dry and cracked ridge of the field, looking at the situation in the field, and many people surrounded him and asked questions. "Village head, what did the county magistrate say?" "There is no food in the fields." "Will the county magistrate send relief food from the imperial court to our Dea village?" "I heard that the price of corn in the town has risen to 12 cents per pound. Is it true or false?" The village head had a headache. He didn't know how to answer these questions. If he told a lie, it was not his style. If he told the truth, he was afraid of causing panic among the villagers. At this moment, Cheng Wanwan came over and said solemnly, "Village head, I just went up the mountain and saw more than 30 people from Hohot village wandering around the hilltop of our Dea village." The village head frowned. "So many people are coming here. What are they doing?" "The leader is a fat man." From what he said, He wants to gather a group of people to steal food from our Dea village. Cheng Wanwan did not hide anything and told everything she heard. This was not just the matter of the village head alone, but the matter of everyone in the entire Dea village. When the surrounding villagers heard her words, they all went crazy. The people of Hohat village are too shameless. More than 20 years ago, the two villages had a fight, and our Dea village won. How dare they come? Everyone be quiet. The village head raised his hand to suppress the angry villagers, and then they shut up. Dea village and Hohat village are neighbors. After a dispute over the boundary issue more than 20 years ago, the two villages have coexisted peacefully for more than 20 years. If Dea village takes the initiative and reports it to the county magistrate, everyone in our village will suffer. The village head said slowly, but we in Dea village will never allow anyone to steal our food. We can't fight them. What should we do? We can't let Hohat village steal the food and then fight back, right? The people of Hohat village are not good people. There were angry people in the crowd, and some looked unhappy. The two villages are close to each other, and many people married from Hohat village or their daughters married to Hohat village, so they naturally don't want the two villages to have conflicts. Are we going to quarrel with Hohat village just because of what Sister Zhao said? There are some ruffians in Hohat village, but not everyone is unreasonable. If we attack them rashly, it will be our Dea village that is in the wrong. What if Sister Zhao heard it wrong? Cheng Wanwan said, why not set up a patrol team and send one person from each household to take turns on duty? Once we find any unusual movement in Hohat village, it won't be too late to fight back. The head of the village thought this was a good idea, but before he nodded, someone objected. It was Zhang Wulai, the most lazy and greedy person in the village. He stood on the ridge with his hands behind his back and sneered, there are a lot of things waiting to be done in the fields. Who has the time to take turns on duty? If such an upright person as the head of the village agrees to this idea, I will have to doubt whether the widow's sister Zhao has hooked up with the head of the village. With one sentence, he threw dirty water on the two people. The head of the village was already over 50 years old. When he heard this, his beard stood up in anger. He wanted to kick Zhang Wulai into the rice field. Cheng Wanwan sneered. The head of the village agreed to my idea, which means he is in cahoots with me. If everyone else in the village agrees, doesn't that mean everyone is in cahoots with me? Zhang Wulai said arrogantly, except the head of the village, there is no way anyone else would agree. This is a great idea. Why don't you agree? Old man Zhao came out. Our eldest daughter-in-law proposed this idea for the sake of the whole village. Zhang Wulai made malicious speculations to avoid being lazy. We Zhao family will remember this. Cheng Wanwan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that at this time, the people of the Zhao family would actually believe her unconditionally. Old man Zhao gave her a firm look and continued, decades ago, everyone in Dea village was surnamed Zhao. They were one family for several generations and were united, with few conflicts. But over the past decade or so, there have been more and more people with other surnames, and the disputes among villagers have gradually increased. Let's regard the establishment of the patrol team this time as the Zhao family's business, and people with other surnames don't have to participate. Of course, the patrol team established by the Zhao family will only protect the Zhao family's food. The head of the village nodded. Later, the Zhao family will go to the Zhao family ancestral hall to hold a meeting. Head of the village, this won't do. An old woman who looked to be in her 70s or 80s stood up. If Zhang Wulai doesn't agree, that's his own business. The rest of us haven't said we don't agree. Although my family surname is Zhu, we have lived in the village for 50 or 60 years and have long been a part of Dea village. How can we back down at this time? Although my grandson is young, he is smart, so let him join the patrol team. The old woman pushed out a boy named Zhu Huzi. He was indeed smart. The Zhu family was also miserable. They fled to Dea village for refuge many years ago. Not long after, the pillar of the family, old Zhu, died suddenly. The 3 sons and 2 daughters also died of illness. In the end, they left behind this little grandson, who was raised by old Lady Zhu. The Zhu family was old and young. Yesterday, the village handed in 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots per person. 40 or 50 kilograms were distributed to the Zhao family. In addition, Huzi also dug some, which added up to more than 80 kilograms. This amount of food can feed the couple for 1 or 2 months. How could old lady Zhao agree that these grains were taken away by people from Hohot village? So she was the first to express her opinion. Aunt Wang had experienced the pain of having her food stolen, so she was the second to speak up. The idea proposed by Dashan's mother is really good. We will let Nyochio's father go. And our family, the child's father is big and strong, and the people from Hohot village will definitely not dare to steal food. We have a large family, so we can arrange 2 people to be on duty. People from other surnames expressed their opinions one by one, and Zhang Wulai's face turned blue with anger. He couldn't argue with him, so he threw his sleeves and left. The head of the village asked everyone to be quiet and called Taiju to register the names. Taiju should be the most literate person in the village. He didn't learn to read specifically, but he worked for the owner of the restaurant in the town for a year, and he learned some by osmosis. He spread out a piece of straw paper, holding a brush in his hand, and wrote his name on the paper. Wang Yongcheng, sign up. Zhao Dashan, sign up. When Cheng Wanwan signed up, she saw the words written by Taiju on the paper, and her mouth twitched. The 2 characters Dashan are written crookedly. The key point is that the villagers are still praising. Tieju's characters are really well written, unique in Dea village. The head of the village is going to have a scholar. Speaking of scholars, the Chengjia village, next door, is still the best. The eldest grandson of the Cheng family has passed the examination for a Tongsheng. What is a Tongsheng? I don't know anyway. It's very impressive. Many people looked at Cheng Wanwan. Cheng Wanwan's surname is Cheng, but she has fallen out with the Cheng family, so they didn't ask too much. Taiju still can't write many characters. He draws a circle for the ones he can't write. After all the villagers signed up, the straw paper was full of circles of all sizes. Cheng Wanwan turned her head. Fortunately, she was not a teacher, otherwise she would definitely step forward to correct him. She turned around and prepared to leave, and saw a child standing not far away. It was Zhang Dagong, who had fought with Sidon for the rabbit last time, and the son of Zhang Wulai. He stood there alone, his expression hidden in the shadows, and no emotion could be seen. He stood there for a while, then turned and left. Cheng Wanwan returned home, walked straight to the room, and then clicked on the trading mall. She didn't know when the people from Hohot village would come over, so she had to buy something for self-defense. She looked around and chose a short knife. The knife was well designed and could be folded and hidden in the sleeves. It was the best weapon for self-defense. She swung the knife from the corner of the table and was able to cut off the corner. No wonder it cost 500 coins. It was really worth it.
Mom.
Zhao Sanyu pushed the door open and was about to say something, but when he saw the short knife in her hand, he forgot everything he was going to say. His eyes were full of light. Where did this knife come from? It looks so sharp. Seeing it, Cheng Wanwan did not hide it and said calmly, I picked it up in the alley when I went back to town last time.
It is really sharp.
Zhao Sanyu could not control his love for this knife. His eyes were fixed on the knife, and he kept rubbing his hands. Cheng Wanwan held her forehead and said, I'll give it to you. Thank you, Mom. Zhao Sanyu took the short knife and went out. Cheng Wanwan finally bought herself an electric shock ring. It can shock an adult with a one-time discharge. The price is 1 tael of silver. The dinner was particularly rich. 2 eggs were broken and mixed with white flour to make egg pancakes. 7 bird eggs were boiled and peeled and placed on a plate. There was also a stir-fried vegetable, a fried lotus root ball, and a large bowl of white rice in front of each person. Although they had been full for many days, the 4 boys still couldn't help drooling. Cheng Wanwan put a bird egg at the bottom of each person's bowl, and finally put the extra one in front of Wu Huanyang. Wu Huanyang was a little flattered. Mom, 1 is enough for me. This is for you. 1 egg per person, very fair. Cheng Wanwan glanced at her belly. After I'm done with these few days, I'll ask Dr. Zheng to come and take a look at you. She had never been pregnant and didn't know what to pay attention to during pregnancy, but in modern society, pregnant women have to go through a prenatal checkup every month, so it would definitely be right to ask Dr. Zheng to take a look. Wu Huanyang's eyes were a little hot. She had been tortured for a year after marrying into the Zhao family. If it weren't for Dashan's love for her and always secretly saving food for her, she would have died long ago. Dashan used to be her light. Now, she feels that her mother-in-law is also shining. There are 7 bird eggs in the house, and she can actually eat too. She never thought that her mother-in-law would treat her so well. Mom, Wu Huanyang wanted to say something, but her throat was blocked and she couldn't say what she wanted to say. Cheng Wanwan patted the back of her hand and said, "You are going to be a mother. Don't cry. Otherwise the baby will cry every day after it is born, and it will annoy people to death." Wu Huanyang's tears were immediately held back. The family was about to have dinner. A timid voice suddenly sounded in the yard. "Brother Ergo, are you there?" It was a girl's voice. Zhao Ergo didn't even bother to eat. He threw down his chopsticks and walked out of the yard. Cheng Wanwan looked over curiously, and a girl in a lotus-colored patch dress was standing outside the courtyard wall. She looked graceful, but the girl was very thin, and it was obvious that she had been through a famine. The fire of gossip burned in her eyes. "Sidon, stop eating. Look, is that girl your second sister-in-law?" Zhao Sidon stuffed his mouth with food and nodded vigorously. "Yes, it's Sister Hygiene. I saw her once. It turns out that she is the future second sister-in-law." Zhao Sania's eyes widened. Second sister-in-law is so beautiful. The girl has straight eyebrows and big eyes. She looks really beautiful, especially wearing a clean dress, which makes her look more outstanding. The orange sunset fell on the girl, and the light of the sunset was reflected in her pupils. She looked up at Zhao Ergo standing in front of her. Zhao Ergo didn't dare to look into the girl's eyes at all, and his hands were so awkward that he didn't know where to put them. Cheng Wanwan couldn't help laughing. It's so good to be young. Love has nowhere to hide, and it makes people feel moved. Then, she couldn't laugh anymore. Looking at the second brother's amorous look, you know that this boy is determined to marry her back. This girl can take the initiative to find the second brother, and she must be interested in the second brother. In other words, their family is about to have a wedding. Holding a wedding means spending money. She was not short of money. She had 120 taels of silver from selling ginseng, which was enough to last for a long time, but she lacked a legitimate reason to spend it. How to make money pass through was a major issue she was about to face. Cheng Wanwan asked casually Dashan, "How much silver did you spend on your wedding?" Zhao Dashan's face suddenly turned red, and he stammered, "No, I don't know." Wu Huinyang was even more shy, and her head was almost buried in her rice bowl. Zhao Sidon answered for her. "Mom, I know. Grandma said that my sister-in-law didn't spend a penny when she got married." As soon as he said this, the memory of the original body emerged in front of Cheng Wanwan. When Dashan went to the town to exchange salt, he fell in love with Wu Huanyang, who was selling eggs in the town, at first sight. After a few interactions, the two became good friends. The Wu family was not the kind of people who would exchange their daughter for dowry. Seeing that the Zhao family was in good condition and had a father-in-law who joined the army, they agreed to marry their daughter to them without saying a word. Even the half-hang of money given by the Zhao family was given to Wu Huanyang as a dowry. Of course, this money ended up in the pocket of the original body and was sent to the Cheng family. Unexpectedly, as soon as Wu Huanyang married, Dashan's father died. Then the original body quarreled about dividing the family, and Wu Huanyang began a nightmare-like life. Wu Huanyang lived like this in her husband's family, and she didn't go back to her parents' home to complain, for fear that her parents would rush over and chop Dashan to death. As he was talking, Zhao Ergo walked in from the door. He grabbed his hair and opened his lips for a long time before saying, "Mother, Shuiqin heard that every household in Daya village has dug bamboo shoots, so she came to borrow some food." Cheng Wanwan asked, "How much do you want to borrow?" 10 pounds of bamboo shoots are not a lot. Ergo obviously likes that girl, so it's not too much to help her out with 10 pounds of bamboo shoots. Cheng Wanwan asked Zhao Ergo to go to the cellar to get the bamboo shoots himself, and then looked at Wu Huanyang. "You've been married for a year, and you've never been back to your parents' home. Tomorrow you take 10 pounds of bamboo shoots back to your parents' home and see what's going on with your parents." The eldest daughter-in-law has married, and the Wu family is a formal in-law, so giving 10 pounds of food is not out of the ordinary. Wu Huanyang's eyes almost fell out when she heard what Cheng Wanwan said. In the past year, the mother-in-law didn't know how many things she had taken from the Cheng family, and she also openly and secretly scolded her for using her family's things to subsidize the Wu family. I swear to God, after she got married, she never took a grain of rice from the Wu family. She was particularly careful not to mention a word about the Wu family in front of her mother-in-law. Unexpectedly, her mother-in-law actually took the initiative to mention it and asked her to bring 20 kilograms of jade shoots. This huge surprise made her eyes widen. But at the gate of the courtyard, Sun Shuiqin's eyes were full of disappointment. She asked to borrow 20 kilograms of food, but Zhao Ergu only took out 10 kilograms. How could she explain to her father when she went back? Shuiqin, my family really can't give more. Zhao Ergu spoke with some difficulty. These jade shoots were dug out by the 4 brothers together, and each of them dug about 30 to 40 kilograms. If he borrowed 20 kilograms at once, what would be the difference between him and his mother, who went to the Cheng family to deliver things before? I know, it's not easy for anyone these days. Sun Shuiqin's eyes were full of mist. Then, Brother Ergu, I'll go back first. Zhao Ergu didn't dare to look into her eyes. Then I'll take you a ride. Sun Shuiqin walked in front, and he walked behind. There was always a distance between the two. Before the relationship was confirmed, he didn't want to ruin Shuiqin's reputation. Cheng Wanwan sat in the house, a little worried. There were only 2 rooms in the house. After the second son's wife came in, where would the couple sleep? In this era, it would take about 2 taels of silver to build 4 or 5 adobe houses. She had money in her hands, but she couldn't explain where it came from. The moonlight was clear. Cheng Wanwan actually had a dream. She dreamed of the person she had a crush on in her previous life. That person was as tall as Jade, with gentle eyes, and he actually knelt on one knee in front of her and proposed to her. In her dream, her heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably. Before she took the ring, she didn't know which naughty kid kicked her, and she woke up suddenly. It was a big dream, and she felt lost after waking up. In this era, she has lost the qualifications to talk about love. She has never held a man's hand, but she has to arrange marriages for her sons. Cheng Wanwan got up from the bed crying. It was just dawn outside, and Zhao Dashan had already gone to fetch a bucket of water and put it in the yard. In the past, she would not fetch water in the morning because her family did not have the habit of rinsing their mouths and washing their faces in the morning. In the past few days, Cheng Wanwan issued a tough order that she must rinse her mouth and wash her face every morning, otherwise she could not go to the table. Wu Huanyang boiled water, sat in the yard to wash clothes, and then hung the clothes to dry. Cheng Wanwan used the key to open the cabinet where grain was stored. She ate 3 to 5 caddies of grain every day and then took back 2 or 3 caddies to make up for it. It seemed that there was still a lot. She put more than 2 caddies of corn in the pot to cook porridge, then took out some lotus roots, mixed flour to make lotus root sandwiches, and usually put meat in the middle. Unfortunately, there was no meat at home, so she pretended to find 2 eggs in the chicken coop, fried the eggs and put them in the lotus root sandwiches, and finally fried them in oil. She didn't know how to do it very well, so she just talked with her mouth, and Wu Huanyang did the specific implementation. The 3 boys who were still sleeping in the bed smelled the fried food, licked their lips, walked out of the house with their eyes closed, walked to the stove accurately, and drooled all the time. Go wash your face first. Cheng Wanwan opened the hands of the boys. Zhao Ergu scooped up a handful of cool well water and splashed it on his face, and his sleepiness immediately dissipated. When he raised his head, he saw a person standing at the gate of the yard. He thought he was dreaming, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Zhao Sidon was the first to shout, "It's Sister Shuiqin." Cheng Wanwan also saw the person standing at the door. This young man who was in love was just sticky. He had just seen it yesterday, and it came again early in the morning. She was alone and really didn't want to eat dog food. Auntie. Sun Shuiqin was a little embarrassed and tried to pretend to be generous and greeted, "I'm here to talk to Brother Ergu." Cheng Wanwan waved her hand. "You guys chat, don't bother me." She lowered her head to work, but her ears perked up to listen to the movement over there. This is not gossip, but caring about her own son's emotional life. Brother Ergo, when I first entered the village, I saw several people walking back and forth at the entrance of the village. When they saw me, they asked me many questions. What are they doing? Son Shueqin's voice was gentle and pleasant. Zhao Ergu is usually a smart man, but now his mind is a mess. Cheng Wanwan was gossiping, but when she heard Son Shueqin asking this, she suddenly became much more sober. Son Shueqin's surname is Sunday. All the people with the surname Sun in Day village are married into the village from Hohot village. Could this person be sent by Hohot village to gather information? She coughed and said, Sidon, ask your sister Shueqin to come in and have breakfast together. Son Shueqin waved her hands quickly. No. How can I stay to eat? Actually, I am. She got stuck while she was talking. Zhao Erga hurriedly said, Shueqin, just tell me if you have anything to say. My mother is very easy to talk to. Cheng Wanwan twitched the corner of her mouth. It's only been a few days, and this kid has forgotten her previous ferocious and vicious days? Her eyes swept over Son Shueqin. In her previous life, she had worked hard to become a female entrepreneur, so she had already cultivated the ability to read people's expressions. Yesterday, I was far away and didn't see her carefully, but today, when I was closer, I could clearly feel that Son Shueqin was not as innocent as she looked. Her misty and watery eyes seemed to be acted, and no true emotion could be seen. On the contrary, the second one seemed to be completely trapped. A gentle smile appeared on Cheng Wanwan's face. Miss Sun, if you have anything to say, just tell me. As long as Auntie can help, I will definitely not refuse. Son Shueqin's eyes were full of tears. Auntie, can you lend us another 20 kilograms of food? Hearing this, Zhao Erga suddenly became nervous, and his eyes looked at Cheng Wanwan like a conditioned reflex. He was afraid that Shueqin would displease his mother before she even entered the door. The smile on Cheng Wanwan's face was still very gentle, and she continued, Auntie is not unwilling to lend, but I just lent out 10 kilograms yesterday, and today I'm borrowing 20 kilograms. It's not fair. I'm afraid the other sons will have some ideas. Zhao Sanyu shook his head like a rattle. Mom, I don't have any ideas, lend it. Zhao Sidon was about to agree, but Cheng Wanwan glanced at him coldly. These guys really know how to sabotage her. She looked up at the second brother. Ergo, you know how much food we have at home. Do you think we should lend it? Zhao Ergo was about to shake his head when he saw Son Shueqin was about to cry. Tears welled up in her eyes, and his heart seemed to be broken. He stared at the girl in front of him, a little at a loss. Cheng Wanwan sighed helplessly. If she didn't lend it, she would always feel guilty for breaking up a couple. She said lightly, Miss Sun, we can't take out 20 kilograms. We can only take out 10 kilograms at most. Son Shueqin cried with joy. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you so much. Cheng Wanwan asked Zhao Erga to go in and get the food. Zhao Erga's face was full of mixed emotions, and he turned around and went into the house. Miss Sun, I can see that you are a good girl. Cheng Wanwan said earnestly, Our Ergu is ignorant and can't understand you, so don't bother with him. Son Shueqin opened her lips and said softly, Of course I won't bother with Brother Ergu. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wanwan's face turned a little colder. She just casually belittled her son, but she didn't expect that Miss Sun would agree with her. In other words, Miss Sun also blamed Ergo in her heart for not agreeing to lend the grain immediately. After all, he was young and couldn't even hide his thoughts. He lent out another 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots, but in return, Miss Sun didn't thank him sincerely. Cheng Wanwan felt sorry for the second son. Zhao Erga didn't feel it was not worth it at all. He took out 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots and said with a red face, Shueqin, I will take you back. Cheng Wanwan said in a light voice, There are people patrolling at the head and end of the village. If someone sees you two alone together, it will ruin Miss Sun's reputation. Huinyang, you go and see her off. Wu Huinyang put down the work in her hands and stood up to see her off. Zhao Erga looked at the slender figure on the road and disappeared. Then he said, Thank you, mother. Cheng Wanwan asked, "Do you really want to marry this girl?" Zhao Erge blushed and hummed softly. Cheng Wanwan sighed. The sky gradually brightened. Cheng Wanwan went out and saw the patrol team from the village passing by. There were a total of 200 people on the patrol team, divided into 50 teams, with 5 groups taking turns patrolling every day. Each person would have a turn every 10 days, and they only had to go out 3 times a month, each time for 2.5 hours, which was not as time-consuming as imagined. There was a roadblock at the entrance of the village, so villagers could enter and exit freely, but those outside the village had to be asked a lot of questions before being allowed in. When Cheng Wanwan walked under the big locust tree, she was surrounded by a group of women. "Sister Zhao, your idea is really good. Have you heard that the rascals from Hohat village sneaked in last night? It happened that my husband was on duty." He shouted, and the 10 people on duty immediately rushed over and arrested them. Hohat village only sent 7 people, and they dared to come and steal food. It's ridiculous. What happened to the 7 people? They didn't succeed. No one was caught red-handed, so they had to be released. Next time, don't shout so early. Catch the thieves and the stolen goods. Let them succeed, and then arrest them and send them directly to the government. I'm afraid there won't be a next time. I heard that Hohat village is calling a meeting and detaining the villagers and not allowing them to come to Dea village to make trouble. They say it's embarrassing. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "I just gave an idea. It's mainly because of everyone's unity that the food for the whole village was saved." She smiled, and there seemed to be a light in her eyes. Everyone looked at her a little stunned. How come this sister, Zhao, looked so much whiter, and her temperament was different from before? The person who used to only throw tantrums now looks a little gentle. Cheng Wanwan was stared at by so many eyes, and she felt inexplicably scared. She coughed and said, "I'll go to Lao Zhao's house to take a look." She walked towards Lao Zhao's yard. A group of women started talking again. "Didn't Sister Zhao have a falling out with old lady Zhao? She hasn't been to Lao Zhao's house for a year. We are all family members. Can we really never have any contact with each other?" "That's true." Cheng Wanwan stood at the gate of the yard and shouted, "Mom, are you there?" Old lady Zhao heard the voice, stepped over the threshold and walked out, and was really stunned for a moment. Although she has become closer to the eldest wife recently, the eldest daughter-in-law has never come here in person since she moved out. The old lady was a little panicked when she came here suddenly. She has been sending food for so many days in a row. Is she going to ask to move back? Old Mrs. Zhao said calmly, "Mother Dashan, why are you here?" Son also came out of the house. "Sister-in-law, come in and sit down." Cheng Wanwan walked in and sat down on the low stool opposite the two of them. She thought for a moment and said, "I came here today mainly to inquire about someone." Sun lowered her head and rolled her eyes. Sister-in-law clearly wanted to move back home, so she should just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? Old Mrs. Zhao was very calm. "Go ahead." "A girl named Sun, nicknamed Shuiqin." Cheng Wanwan said, "She seems to be from Hohat village. I wonder if Mother has heard of this girl?" Old Mrs. Zhao never left the house. Her range of activities was Dea village, so naturally, she had never heard of her. Sun said, "I know this girl. Her father and my father are cousins. When I got married, she was only 3 or 4 years old. Now she has grown into a beautiful girl. Why do you ask her, sister-in-law? Aren't you trying to find a wife for Ergu?" Cheng Wanwan said with a smile, "Find out about the girl's character. If she's good, you can come and propose a marriage." Old Mrs. Zhao was very pleased. She was worried about Erga's lifelong event before, but before she even asked a question, this woman started to plan for Ergu. As long as the eldest daughter-in-law can finalize Erga's marriage, it's okay to let the eldest family move back. The old lady didn't realize that she had already happily agreed in her heart before the other party even asked to move back.
Sun almost laughed.
If the eldest sister-in-law married Shuiqin as her daughter-in-law, it would be like Marine 0G, a scoundrel father-in-law, and she would have a lot of work to do in the future. Sun said casually, "Shuiqin is a good girl. I won't talk about how pretty she is. The main thing is that she is hardworking and can do farm work. She is better than many men." If my sister-in-law marries such a daughter-in-law, she will enjoy great happiness in the future. Cheng Wanwan knew that she was speaking against her conscience when she saw Sun's expression. She certainly couldn't find out anything specifically, but the Sun family was definitely not simple. She stood up. Then I will go back and think about when to propose marriage. I'm leaving first. Mrs. Zhao was stunned. Don't you want to sit for a while? He left before he even got to the point. Did he want her, as an elder, to take the initiative to ask the eldest house to move back? Cheng Wanwan nodded. There are still things to do at home, so I'll go back first. She stood up and walked out of the yard, and disappeared at the gate of the yard after a while. She thought that she should go to Hohat village to inquire in person. She couldn't listen to one side and believe only her own feelings. What if the girl was just an introverted person? But this matter is not important now. The key point is the water source problem. In the afternoon, Cheng Wanwan carried Mugwort on her back and took her 4 sons up the mountain. With a patrol team from Dea village there were no more people from Hohat village on the mountain, and there was no one on the Lotus Pond, which made it very convenient for Cheng Wanwan to act. The soil dug out from the dry pond had already dried up and cracked after just 1 day of exposure to the sun. Cheng Wanwan walked to a place where the soil was slightly moist and asked her 4 sons to take out mugwort and pile it on the ground and light it with a fire stick. Mugwort produces a lot of smoke, and the smoke will look for a way out downwards. When there is water underground, the smoke will evaporate and rise with the water. Where the smoke rises, there must be a water source. Zhao Ergu was very curious. Mom, what do you do after the chi mugwort is burned? Cheng Wanwan looked at the direction of the smoke. Follow it. A large pile of mugwort burned a lot of smoke, and the smoke drifted downwards towards a valley. The 5 people followed the smoke through a dense forest and arrived at the edge of the valley. There was actually a gap here, which was the location of the depression between the 2 mountain mouths. The vegetation here was particularly lush, and there were many mosquitoes flying around. The smoke suddenly began to rise here. Mom, there is water here. Zhao Sania's eyes almost fell out. There is water flowing out of the cracks in the rocks here. In this dry season, there is running water on the mountain. Zhao Dashan caught a few drops of water and tasted it. It's sweet, it's a mountain spring. Cheng Wanwan smiled. It seems that this method is right. She actually found the source of groundwater. Tick, tick, tick. The spring water seeped out from the stone wall, dripped on the ground, and returned to the groundwater again. The 4 boys gathered around and watched, with surprise in their eyes. Zhao Ergu was incredulous. Mom, how can you be so smart? How can Chi AI find water? How did you know? Lin Qingyue certainly wouldn't say that she knew it from a book. She said calmly, when I was Saiden's age, I lived in my grandmother's house. Once, my grandmother asked a doctor to fumigate Chi AI. I remember the doctor said that Chi AI can remove moisture. Isn't moisture related to water? I thought of this, so I came to try it. I didn't expect to find a water source by accident. Zhao Saiden's eyes lit up. Mom, you are amazing. Zhao Dashan was very excited. No more worries about having no water to drink. The mountain spring water is so sweet. Zhao Saniu patted his chest. Leave the work of carrying water to me in the future. I will carry 4 trips a day. It takes half an hour to go up the mountain once, and 1 hour to go back and forth. If you go 4 times a day, you will be gone for most of the day. Are you so idle all day? Cheng Wanwan said unhappily. It's not great to find a water source. It would be really great if we could find a way to deliver the water here to our doorsteps. The 4 boys fell into deep thought. In addition to carrying water, they couldn't think of anything else. Zhao Saiden thought about it and couldn't figure it out. He looked around with his dark eyes. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Second brother, look, is that sister Shuiqin over there? Cheng Wanwan looked over and saw that son Shuiqin was indeed there. This girl came to Dea village early in the morning. Why hasn't she gone back yet? Moreover, there was a boy next to her. The boy seemed to be from Dea village as well. His name was Zhao Shaogen. At this moment, Zhao Shaogen's face was flushed. How come he looked so similar to Ergu? Zhao Ergu's face was full of joy, and he was about to rush over. What are you doing? Cheng Wanwan grabbed him. Don't you see Miss Sun and Zhao Shaojun together? You will disturb them if you go over there. Whether or not to disturb them was secondary. She mainly wanted to see what kind of relationship Sun Shuiqin had with this boy. Zhao Erge didn't go over there, but Sun Shuiqin and Zhao Shaojun came over here. The 5 of them, mother and son, were at the lowest point of the 2 peaks. Because of the abundant water sources and lush vegetation, the lush forest blocked their figures. Brother Shaojun, don't send me off. Sun Shuiqin's voice was very gentle. Go down the path here, and you will reach Hohot village in a short while. I can go back by myself. Zhao Shaojun smiled honestly and handed over a bag of food in his hand. Come to me again, if you don't have enough to eat.
Thank you, Brother Shaojun.
Sun Shuiqin showed a shy smile on her face. Her watery eyes were like scissors, and she looked particularly moving. Zhao Ergu was completely stunned. Cheng Wanwan was really defeated by him. Even a fool could see that Sun Shuiqin was raising fish in Dea village. She didn't know how many fish she had, but her silly Ergu must be a fish in the pond, and he had clearly seen the ambiguous scene between Sun Shuiqin and Zhao Shaojun, but her silly son was still obsessed with her. It was really hard for her as a mother. Sister Shuiqin borrowed food from the second brother. Why did she borrow food from Brother Shaojun again? Zhao Sidon was very puzzled. Sister Shuiqin's smile is so beautiful. I thought she would only smile like this to the second brother. Cheng Wanwan secretly praised her youngest son. If the second child still couldn't understand, then there was really no hope. Zhao Ergu finally came out of Sun Shuiqin's smile. His eyes fell on Zhao Shaojun's face, and then looked at what Sun Shuiqin was holding, 2 bamboo shoots, which he handed to her personally in the morning, and a basket of wild vegetables. Not sure if she dug them herself or if others gave them to her, and a bag of food, about 5 or 6 pounds, which Zhao Shaojun had just handed to her. Shuiqin is very gentle and kind, and can be friends with anyone. Zhao Ergu racked his brains to think of a reason. Her family is really struggling, so Zhao Shaojun will help her. Really? Cheng Wanwan cruelly pierced his dream. If we are friends, will we hold hands? At this moment, Zhao Shaojun boldly held Sun Shuiqin's fingers. Sun Shuiqin's face was full of shyness, but she did not struggle. Zhao Ergu widened his eyes. Last night, Sun Shuiqin took the initiative to hook his little finger and he thought. He instantly became angry and was about to rush over. Stop. Cheng Wanwan said coldly, the Zhao family didn't come to propose marriage, and you two are not engaged. You have no relationship with her.
What are you going to do if you rush out now?
Are you going to scold Zhao Shaojun for having an affair, or scold Sun Shuiqin for having an affair? Zhao Ergu's clenched fists fell down helplessly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Shuiqin is not that kind of person. She is not. Cheng Wanwan sighed helplessly. The boy still didn't give up, but she was not willing to give up either, so she lent him 20 kilograms of jade bamboo shoots, which was almost the same as giving them away for free. This was dug up by her 4 sons with great effort. Zhao Sidon reported the situation at any time. Brother Shaojun is gone. Sun Shuiqin was the only one left in the forest. She was carrying a lot of things in her hands and walked quickly towards Hohot village. Shuiqin. Zhao Ergu stood behind her and suddenly spoke. Sun Shuiqin turned around and saw that it was Zhao Ergu. She instinctively went to look for Zhao Shaojun. Seeing that Zhao Shaojun had already disappeared on the mountain path, she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently. Brother Ergu, why are you here? In the past, when Zhao Ergu saw her smile like this, his mind would be confused. At this moment, he just said quietly, How did you get this bag of food in your hand? Sun Shuiqin's expression remained unchanged, still gentle. I have an uncle who works in Dea village. He asked me to help bring it back. Zhao Ergu's heart sank little by little. He found many excuses for her in his heart, and he even thought that as long as she could convince him, he could still be the same as before. But unexpectedly, she actually lied. He tried his best to suppress his anger and said word by word, Why did I see that it was Zhao Shaojun who gave you the food just now? The smile on Sun Shuiqin's face finally faded. Is that so? Maybe you saw it wrong. Zhao Ergu clenched his fists and said, It's broad daylight. How could I be wrong? Zhao Shaozhen and I are from the same village. I can recognize him even if only the back of his head is exposed. Sun Shuiqin burst into tears instantly, her eyes sparkling with tears. Zhao Shaozhen has been pestering me. He insisted on sending me food. I didn't want it, but my family really ran out of food, and I couldn't refuse. When Zhao Ergus saw her crying, he was at a loss. I was so angry just now, but now I just want to wipe her tears. Cheng Wanwan sighed for the umpteenth time. This girl was too skilled in Taoism, and silly Ergo was no match for her. It seemed that she was the only one who had to step forward. She coughed and walked over. Miss Sun, if you have any grievances, just tell your aunt, and I will help you. Deep in the dense forest, Cheng Wanwan came out, followed by her other 3 sons. She walked straight to Sun Shuiqin and said, I just heard you say that it was Zhao Shaozhen who was pestering you. This boy usually looks honest and simple, but I didn't expect him to do such a thing. Since he insisted on giving you this grain, I will return it for you and smash it on his face. She reached out to take the grain, but Sun Shuiqin was reluctant to let go. She grabbed the grain bag tightly and said with her lips stammering, Aunt, I. Miss Sun, our Ergo likes you, and you like Ergo too. Why don't you settle the marriage as soon as possible? Cheng Wanwan continued, You are beautiful, and there must be more than one man pestering you. After you get engaged, whoever dares to pester you again is against our Zhao family, and I will tear his face apart. Hearing this, Zhao Erga's face suddenly turned red. From the first time he met Sun Shuiqin, he had thought about what the wedding would be like, and even named their children. His biggest wish was to marry Sun Shuiqin. Sun Shuiqin lowered her head, her fingers twisted together nervously. After a while, she said, Where will I live after I get married? She had been to Day Village many times and knew the situation of the Zhao family very well. There were only 3 rooms. Unless Zhao Erga's elder brother and elder sister-in-law moved out of that room, she and Ergo could live alone. Otherwise, they would have to share a room with her mother-in-law, which was simply a nightmare. Are you still worried about having no place to live? Cheng Wanwan smiled. I've thought about it. Let Ergo build a thatched shed next to the house. It can be as big as he wants. When your baby is born, there will be a place to live. Sun Shuiqin's eyes widened. Thatched shed. Her family was so poor that they lived in a mud house. She didn't ask for a blue-tiled house, but at least it couldn't be worse than the one she lived in before she got married. Zhao Erga's face was moved. Mom, you are so good to me. Shuiqin and I will definitely be filial to you in the future. He thought that his mother would let him and his wife sleep in the main room or on the floor. He had never thought about having his own straw hut. Forget about being filial to me. I can still move. Cheng Wanwan smiled more and more gently. After Shuiqin comes in, you don't have to set rules in front of me. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, and it is not convenient for her to work. In the future, the laundry, cooking, and housekeeping at home will be handed over to Erga's wife. Sun Shuiqin's face became more and more stiff. She tightly grasped the bag of grain in her hands, and tears instantly filled her eyes. Aunt, things are not what you think. There is nothing between me and Ergu. I have always regarded Ergu as my own brother and never thought about marrying into the Zhao family. Cheng Wanwan curled the corners of her lips. She didn't expect that in ancient times she could still hear such gossip between brothers and sisters. She glanced at the silly Ergu and saw that the boy's eyes widened with disbelief. Things had come to this point, but the boy still had fantasies. She asked, Miss Sun, have you really never thought about marrying into the Zhao family? Sun Shuiqin nodded quickly, tears in her eyes, and said, This is just a misunderstanding. I really think of Brother Ergu as my brother. Our Erga has 4 cousins, so he doesn't need a sister like you. Cheng Wanwan's face gradually turned cold. If you don't have the intention of marrying into our Zhao family, don't come to borrow food. If someone sees you, it will affect the reputation of our Ergu. Also, the jade bamboo shoots in your hand are lent by me to Erga's future wife. It has nothing to do with you. Return it. Before Sun Shuiqin could understand what was happening, the jade bamboo shoot in her hand was snatched away by Cheng Wanwan. She bit her lower lip in embarrassment. No wonder people in Dea village said that Zhao Erge's mother was a difficult woman. It turned out to be true. Things that were given away could actually be taken back. Fortunately, she did not agree to marry him. Otherwise, she would be miserable in the future. Forget about the 10 kilograms I lent you before. It's not that our family doesn't need these 10 kilograms of food. The main reason is... Cheng Wanwan's voice became colder. I don't want you to come to the Zhao family again, and I don't want you to come to our Ergu again. Go back to your Ho-Hot village quickly. Sun Shuiqin's tears were about to fall. She didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear that Cheng Wanwan would say something that would embarrass her even more. She carried the bag of food and quickly walked towards Ho-Hot village. Her figure soon disappeared in the dense forest. Cheng Wanwan turned to look at her sons beside her. She thought that these 4 boys would be surprised at her fighting ability, but she didn't expect them to be so calm. Well, if the original body encountered such a thing, I'm afraid she would have rushed over to scratch Sun Shuiqin's face.
She was still too gentle just now.
Her eyes fell on Zhao Ergu, who looked like he was in a state of dismay. The breakup of a young man came so unexpectedly that he must be heartbroken. She changed the subject calmly. Ergu, you are the smartest child in our family. Think carefully about how to divert the water from the mountain down the mountain. Zhao Sidon was not convinced. He thought he was also very smart. He must come up with a good idea faster than his second brother. The 5 mothers and children dug wild vegetables and searched for mushrooms while thinking about how to divert the water. Mom, I've got it! Zhao Sidon said excitedly. There are many bamboos on the mountain. The bamboos are hollow in the middle. If we open up the bamboo joints and connect all the bamboos, can we divert the water from the mountain to our doorstep? Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but exclaimed, Sidon, you are really smart, but the bamboo is small in diameter, and the amount of water diverted down the mountain is not enough.
It can only cope with daily life.
Is there a better way to divert the water from the mountain to the rice fields? In this way, even if it doesn't rain, there will be no harvest this year. She actually had a rudimentary idea in her mind. Mom, can we dig a ditch? Zhao Ergu said slowly. Dig a ditch from the valley on the mountain, and the water will automatically flow down from the mountain. As much as there is will flow down. Cheng Wanwan laughed. Ergu, you and I are thinking the same thing. Now, there is another question. How long is the total distance from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain? How many people are needed to dig the ditch? How long will it take? You have to think about all these. Zhao Ergu stood up and walked 4 or 5 steps, about 10 feet. He estimated, it's so long, one person can definitely dig it in 1 hour. From the foot of the mountain to here, it will take about 2,000 or 3,000 people to dig in 1 hour. Cheng Wanwan continued to guide. There are about 400 or 500 strong laborers in the village. If all come together, how long will it take? Zhao Ergu scratched the back of his head. Mom, I can't figure it out. Cheng Wanwan held his forehead. This is an arithmetic problem that 7 or 8-year-old children in modern society can do, but few people in ancient times could do it. The sun began to set. Cheng Wanwan took his 4 sons home. She had a good harvest today. She found 3 or 4 pounds of porcini mushrooms after a casual walk. Her wealth has been fluctuating around 120 taels. In addition, she was in a very good mood after solving the big problem of water source. But after going down the mountain, a piece of bad news made her completely unable to laugh. Mrs. Zhao from the village starved herself to death. Wu Huinyang said with a pale face, Mrs. Zhao's family still has some food. If it's not good, they can eat tree bark and grass roots. How can a living person really starve to death? In order to save food for her grandson, Mrs. Zhao didn't eat a grain of rice for 3 consecutive days. When she died, her stomach was flat. Zhao Dashan shook his head. I saw Mrs. Zhao when I went to the field a few days ago. She said that Dea village had angered the gods. There will be constant disasters this year. Even if she doesn't starve to death, she will die for other reasons. Mrs. Zhao is old and probably doesn't want to live anymore. Cheng Wanwan was silent. Even if she didn't want to live anymore, she probably wanted to be a full ghost. The elderly starved themselves to death, not to leave food for future generations. This was the first time that Cheng Wanwan had truly felt the pain of hunger in this era, and it cast a shadow over the entire Daya village. Old Lady Zhao came over before it got dark and called Zhao Dashan out. When you were this old, second Aunt Zhao held you in her arms. Go over and burn a stick of incense later. Zhao Dashan responded silently. Old Lady Zhao saw Cheng Wanwan picking vegetables in the yard, walked over and whispered, "Didn't you ask about the girl from the Sun family in Hohot village last time?" I asked around in the village, and several maids said that the girl from the Sun family is about to get engaged to Zhao Yogui's eldest son Zhao Shaojian. What's going on? Cheng Wanwan said dryly. I misunderstood this matter. Urga's marriage will have to wait and see. Old Lady Zhao nodded. I'll ask the matchmaker later. As she was talking, she saw Zhao Sidon coming out with a basket of chopped wild vegetables and falling in the yard. 2 chickens rushed out from the corner and started eating the wild vegetables. The old lady was surprised and asked, "Didn't your chickens have been slaughtered a long time ago?" Zhao Sidon said with a smile, "Grandma, you don't know yet, these are the 2 pheasants we caught in the mountains last time, pheasants that lay eggs, 2 eggs a day." Old Lady Zhao stared at the 2 big hens and became suspicious. She had lived for most of her life, and this was the first time she saw a pheasant that looked exactly like a domestic chicken. But if someone lost 2 such fat hens, I'm afraid the whole village would have known about it. In other words, this might really be a pheasant. Grandma, can the eggs laid by pheasants hatch chicks? Zhao Sidon blinked his eyes. Now we only have 2 chickens at home, and the big chickens will give birth to chicks. In a few months, there will be many chickens at home, and I can eat many eggs every day. Old Lady Zhao smiled helplessly. There can only be chicks if there are roosters. Cheng Wanwan's hand paused. Yes, why didn't she think of raising more chickens? When she went up the mountain next time, she would secretly buy a rooster in the mall, and then she could hatch chicks. A fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. Cheng Wanwan stood up and said, "Mom, please eat here. There is enough food." Old Mrs. Zhao turned and walked out. It seems that I came here just for a bite of food. There are still a lot of things to do at home. I'm leaving. She disappeared quickly at the gate of the courtyard. Cheng Wanwan was a little speechless. Was this old lady afraid that she would make excessive demands at the dinner table? The dinner was particularly sumptuous, with a mushroom egg soup, a wild vegetable omelet, and a bowl of hand-rolled noodles for each person. Everyone looked very satisfied. After eating, before it was completely dark, Cheng Wanwan stood up and said, "Urgu, come with me to the village head's house." Zhao Urga knew what he was going to say, so he immediately stood up and followed him. This is the most relaxing time of the day. Women sit at the door and chat, men smoke dry tobacco and talk about the mountains, children laugh and play in the village, and the evening breeze blows, as if all troubles do not exist. But as soon as I walked to the village head and saw the coffin in Zhao Erpo's house, all the troubles came back. As long as there is no rain for a day, such a thing may happen again. Cheng Wanwan walked into the door of the village head's house. Several skinny children were sitting in the yard picking wild vegetables. The village head's wife was sewing clothes. Seeing Cheng Wanwan coming, she was a little surprised. Why is Dashan here? Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, I came to talk to the village head uncle about something. Is the village head uncle here? Inside. The village head's wife took a needle and scratched her hair. Your village head uncle didn't sleep all night yesterday. I have to go to the field to see the sky later. Observing the sky is to predict the weather. Just now, there was not a single cloud in the sky. There will be no rain tomorrow. Cheng Wanwan stepped over the threshold and went in. The village head was sitting at the table with a book in his hand. It was a book about astronomical phenomena. This was the first time she had seen a book in this era for half a month, and she was moved. However, this feeling did not last long. The village head frowned and shouted, Taizhu, come here. How do you pronounce this word? Zhao Taizhu stepped forward and said confidently, this is the word Gao, pronounced Gao. The village head frowned even more tightly. When the clouds get higher, it will rain. What does getting higher mean? Cheng Wanwan didn't understand this either. She leaned over to take a look and immediately blushed. This is the word ho. When the clouds get thicker, it may rain. One word distorted the meaning of the whole sentence. The head of the village said with a smile, Dashan Yang, The few words I know from reading books were all learned from Taiju. This child is smart and will have a great future. Zhao Erga said enviously, Taiju is so smart. Zhao Taiju raised his chin proudly. I can write, too. He picked up the pen and wrote 3 words on the paper. This is my name, the name my grandfather gave me. It was obviously Zhao Taiju, but he wrote it as Zhao Shizhu. Cheng Wanwan tried her best to resist the urge to correct him and turned her head and said, Uncle Head of the Village, I have something very important to tell you. The head of the village put down the book in his hand, and his face became serious. The last time Dashinyang came over, she told him about the jade shoots. This time, he felt that it was more important than the jade shoots. I found water in the mountains. Cheng Wanwan recounted the story carefully. The water in the valley between the 2 mountains has never been mined, so it must be very abundant. If we divert the water from the mountains to the rice fields, we won't have to worry about not having food in the warehouse this year. The village head stood up suddenly. Mother Dashin, you can't say this casually. I will believe it. The Zhao family has lived here for hundreds of years and has never found water in the mountains. It is normal for the village head not to believe it. There are 3 wells in Day Village. 2 wells dried up half a month ago, leaving only this 1 well to sustain the lives of the whole village. Now that the last well has dried up, there was a burst of wailing outside the house. There is no harvest in the fields, but people can still eat tree bark and grass roots to survive. Without water, it is really a pity to cry to the sky and the earth. The village had listened to the crying outside the house and sighed. Mother Dashin, now all the hope of the village lies in you. I really hope that every word you say is true. Uncle Village Head, I never joke like this. Cheng Wanwan said seriously, but I also have an unwelcome request. The village head straightened up. If Mother Dashin didn't have any request, he would still be a little nervous, fearing that all this was fake. If she gave him hope and then let him down, he couldn't bear this kind of pain. Since Mother Dashin had a request, it meant that the water on the mountain was probably true. Last year, I separated from the Zhao family and was given 13 acres of land. Only 5 acres are good land. The other 8 acres are inferior land and can't grow good crops. Cheng Wanwan had just said half of her words when the head of the village understood what she meant and immediately said, Mother Dashin, as long as what you said about the water source is true, I will give you the most fertile land in the village. However, the price of good land is also expensive, with a market price of 2 taels of silver per acre. The most fertile land in the village belonged to the head of the village. How could Cheng Wanwan steal other people's things? She said, I want the wasteland at the foot of the mountain. When the water from the mountain flows down, it will pass through this land. The wasteland will surely become fertile farmland in the future. Many experienced farmers in the village should know this. I'm afraid they will come to the village head to buy the land soon. Can I ask the village head to keep this land for me for about half a year, and then buy it when I have money? If I can't come up with the money within half a year, you can sell it. This request was not a request at all. During the Locust plague last year, the family assets of most people in the village were emptied by the high price of grain. This year is the same situation. No family can afford to buy land with extra money. The head of the village immediately agreed. I'll calculate it based on the price of wasteland, 8 cents an acre. How many acres do you want? Cheng Wanwan had a headache. She didn't quite understand the unit of acre. She could estimate 3 or 4 acres by eye, but she couldn't convert more than that. She smiled and said, I'll go back and discuss it with my sons. After she left with Zhao Ergu, the head of the village's eldest son, Zhao Anjiang walked in. Dad, why did I hear you talking about water just now? When will there be water on the mountain? The head of the village repeated Cheng Wanwan's words. How is it possible? Zhao Anjiang was full of disbelief. Sister-in-law Zhao has never done anything serious, and you actually believed her? The second son of the head of the village, Zhao Anha, also said, I think sister-in-law Zhao is just trying to cheat those acres of land. That's more than 10 acres of wasteland. What good will it do if she cheats it away? The head of the village scolded angrily. Last time, it was Dashin Yang who came to tell you about the jade shoots. You guys are so happy eating jade shoots. Why are you so unwilling to believe people? Besides, as long as we go up the mountain tomorrow, we will know whether Dashinyang lied or not. What's the point of her lying to me for a whole night? The head of the village's wife agreed. Dashinyang looks different. When Erguzi came in just now, I didn't recognize her at first. She looks clean and seems to be a little fatter. On the way back, we could see the wasteland. This piece of land is at the foot of the mountain, covered with dry weeds. Wasteland is the most difficult to reclaim, so the villagers naturally look down on it. Mother, this is about 30 mu. Zhao Erga muttered as he counted the money. 1 mu is 8 taels of silver, 2 mu is 16 taels of silver, 3 mu is 2 taels of silver. Cheng Wanwan's ears were almost calloused. She held her forehead and said, "It will be easier if you do as I say. 1 mu is 8 taels of silver, 10 mu is 80 taels of silver, 30 mu is 3 80s, 80 plus 80 plus 80. How much is it?" Zhao Ergu was overwhelmed. He stretched out his fingers to count, but they were not enough, so he squatted down and drew on the ground. He could not write, so he drew 8 horizontal lines on the ground, then drew 8 more, and then drew 8 more. Finally, he counted them carefully and said happily, "Mom, the total is 240 coins. Chimwanwan. If the amount gets bigger in the future, there won't be enough land under our feet." She really wanted to teach this boy how to do fast calculations, but she kept reminding herself in her heart that she couldn't read, not even a single word. She had no choice but to ask, "How much silver is that 240 coins in total?" This question stumped Zhao Ergu. He wrote and drew for a long time, but still couldn't come up with an answer. Cheng Wanwan was almost dying of anxiety and said calmly, 10 coins is 1 tael of silver, 240 coins, there are 24 10 coins, right? How many taels are there in total? It's 24 taels of silver. Zhao Ergu's eyes lit up. "Mom, you are so awesome." Cheng Wanwan didn't want to see his silly look, so she said, 24 taels of silver. This is not a small amount. Zhao Ergu also fell silent. Their family only had a few dozen coins at most, and couldn't even afford 1 mu of land. He actually dared to dream of more than 30 mu. He said, "In fact, our family has enough land. My eldest brother Saniu, and I can just barely cope with it. I didn't buy this land for farming." Cheng Wanwan said, "I'll talk about my plan when I have money to buy land in the future. Let's go home." The mother and son walked across the ridge to the main road. At this time, many people in the village gathered under the big locust tree. "There's no water in the well. What did the village head say?" "What can the village head say? He can't make a well appear. Today is over. What should we do if we don't have water to drink tomorrow?" The nearest one is Qingjia village. It takes an hour to go back and forth. I don't know if the people in Qingjia village are willing to lend us water. Farther away is Hohot village. There are 5 wells in Hohot village. It is said that only 1 well has no water. We can go there to have a look. The villagers gave each other advice. Although there are places to fetch water, it is too far after all. It takes almost 2 hours to go back and forth, and only 2 buckets of water are enough for daily use. When Cheng Wanwan returned home, there was not a drop of water in the bucket. Fortunately, there was half a pot of boiled water on the table, so she would not be without water to drink all night. Wu Huinyang said nervously, "I accidentally used up all the water while cooking just now. I will go to other people's homes to borrow some water for my mother to wash." During this period, the mother-in-law was particularly fond of cleanliness. She would take a bath every day and ask them to wash every day. She was a little afraid that the mother-in-law would get angry. Cheng Wanwan just waved her hand. "It's okay if you don't wash for a day. You're pregnant, so go to bed early." The sky was getting darker and darker, and the family gradually fell asleep. Before going to bed, Cheng Wanwan spent a few cents to buy 2 eggs in the mall and secretly put them in the chicken coop, and then she lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, at dawn, Zhao Saiden's excited voice rang out in the yard. Da Huang and Huang laid a total of 4 eggs, which is amazing. Da Huang is a slightly larger hen, and Huang is a slightly thinner hen. These are the names Zhao Saiden came up with after thinking hard for a night. Daya village has no water. Before dawn, Someone had already gone to Qingjia village and returned with 2 buckets of water. It takes 1 pound of corn or cornmeal to exchange for 1 bucket of water. They're trying to force people to death. Qingjia village is at least better than Hohhot village. The people in Hohhot village have announced that it takes 3 pounds of corn to exchange for 1 bucket of water. You can still move without food for a day, but in such a hot day, not drinking water for a day can really kill you. The head of the village is here.
Let's see what he says.
The head of the village came over with a serious face. He stood on the high ground, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone be quiet." Everyone looked at the head of the village with hope. He was the pillar of their Dea village. They believed that the head of the village would be able to come up with a set of rules. 1 pound of corn and a basket of wild vegetables is a family's daily ration. If we send it to Qingjia village, the people of Qingjia village will live, but the people of Dea village will starve to death one after another like Zhao Erpo. The head of the village said coldly, "Those who starve to death first can still earn a coffin, and those who starve to death later will be directly wrapped in straw mats and buried." The head of the village's words made many people panic. Everyone knew that famine would kill people, but the death of Zhao Erpo yesterday made them feel for the first time that there were people around them who were really starving to death because of lack of food. Now there is no water. In addition to people starving to death, there will be more people dying of thirst. Dea village, where the ancestors have lived for generations, will soon be full of starving people. An old man cried, "The people of Dea village have never done anything bad. Why does God punish us like this? We are committing a sin. Be quiet." The head of the village raised his voice. "God is not so heartless. He will always give us a way to survive." The head of the village had thought it through last night. The trees and wild vegetables and mushrooms on the mountain can survive, and some pheasants and rabbits are also alive and well, which means that there must be a water source on the mountain. What Dashin Yang said is well-founded. Now Dea village can only hold this hope. Not drinking water for a day will make you feel uncomfortable, but you won't die. Just do what you have to do. The head of the village said slowly, "I will give you an explanation before the sun sets." The fact that there is water on the mountain has not been confirmed, so too much cannot be revealed for the time being. Without waiting for everyone to ask more questions, the head of the village left with his hands behind his back. Having been the head of the village for 20 to 30 years, he has great prestige in the village. After saying this, the villagers really slowly came out of their panic. Cheng Wanwan and his 4 sons met the head of the village at the foot of the mountain. The head of the village was followed by his 2 sons, Zhao Onjiang and Zhao Onhe, and his eldest grandson, Zhao Taizhu, who was the most promising in the village. Zhao Taizhu was a little older than Zhao Saida and a little younger than Zhao Sanyu, and the 3 boys hung out together. Zhao Sanyu scratched the back of his head and said, "Taizhu, can you teach me how to write my name?" "Zhao Sanyu, that's too easy." Taizhu squatted on the ground and wrote 3 characters. Zhao Saiden looked at him with admiration. "Brother Taizhu, you're so awesome. Can you write my name?"
Of course I can.
Zhao Taizhu squatted on the ground and wrote the 2 words Zhao Si, but Dan couldn't remember how to write it. It seemed that there was a word insect, and he couldn't remember whether it was on the top or the bottom. He originally wanted to draw a circle as an egg, but when he saw Zhao Saiden's admiring eyes, he was a little afraid to do so, mainly because he was afraid of ruining his image. He looked up at the sky and saw a few white clouds floating in the sky. He immediately changed the subject and said, "Grandpa, the clouds in the sky are so high. Is it going to rain?" For a moment, everyone looked up. There were indeed some scattered white clouds floating in the sky, appearing very high up, but Cheng Wanwan did not think that this was a sign of rain. The head of the village said solemnly, "Based on my many years of experience in farming, it should be sunny again today, and it will definitely not rain. But the book says that when the clouds get higher, it will rain." Zhao Taizhu said seriously, "The book is not wrong, so it must be Grandpa who is wrong, but Grandpa doesn't seem to be wrong either." "What went wrong?" Cheng Wanwan. "Silly child, no one is wrong. It's you who recognized the wrong word. Dea village has been farmers for generations. Occasionally, a few promising people go to the town to do business, but there has never been a scholar. The reason why there are people in Qingjia village who can read is because there is an old scholar there who opened a thatched cottage school and accepted many students, and there are more or less a few good seedlings. Dea village doesn't even have a school, so even if there are good seedlings, they can't be found. If you want your children to learn to read and learn knowledge, you have to send them to the school in the town. It is said that the monthly tuition is 1 or 2 silver coins. No wonder the Cheng family exploited the original body's money. It is really expensive to raise a scholar at home. More than half an hour later, the group arrived at the valley between the two peaks. As soon as they walked over, cool water vapor was blown over by the wind, making people feel refreshed. Zhao Anjiang strode over, and when he saw the water dripping out from the stone wall, he was so excited that he couldn't say anything. There is really water. There has always been water here. Why has no one ever discovered it? My God, Dea village is saved. The head of the village trembled all over, because there was no shortage of water in the past. No one wanted to come here to find water. If it weren't for Dashinyang, I'm afraid at least half of the people in Dea village would have died this year. Zhao Anha carried a shovel and stepped forward, and started digging without saying a word. After digging a small hole, a clear spring gushed out from the ground, and the group drank it heartily. Zhao Anjiang was very ashamed. Sister-in-law Zhao, I thought you were deliberately deceiving my father before. I'm here to admit my mistake. We are all family, it's too polite to say that. Cheng Wanwan didn't care about being misunderstood. She turned to the main topic and said if the water here is diverted down the mountain, the rice will be saved. The head of the village counted on his fingers. According to the normal season, it should be the grain filling and ripening period now, but because of the drought for too long, most of the rice in the village is still heading and flowering. It is the time when a lot of fertilizer and water are needed. It is better to divert water down the mountain sooner, rather than later. But the water source is too far away from the foot of the mountain. It takes more than an hour to go back and forth. Even if people are used as livestock, it is impossible to irrigate all the rice fields within 10 days. This matter is a bit tricky. The head of the village took 2 puffs of dry tobacco and said slowly, Mother Dashin, do you have any ideas? For some reason, he always felt that Mother Dashin would have a good idea. He didn't know where this feeling came from. Cheng Wanwan smiled and looked at the second brother. Ergu, let the head of the village give you some advice on the method you came up with yesterday. Zhao Ergu immediately became excited. There are thousands of acres of rice fields in our Dea village. It is definitely not possible to rely on people to carry them on their shoulders and hands. I was thinking, can we dig a ditch from the mountain to the bottom of the mountain to divert water to the fields? The wind blew over. It brought the coolness of the spring water, but the group was still hot in their hearts. As soon as Zhao An had denied it, Zhao Erga didn't know whether he should continue. Cheng Wanwan said in a light voice, in addition to digging ditches, can you come up with any other better ideas? Everyone was silent. They couldn't think of anything. Ergo, go on. The head of the village took a puff of dry tobacco. What if it works? Zhao Ergo didn't sleep all night last night, of course not because of the broken heart, but because he was thinking about how to dig a ditch to divert water better. This is the most important thing in the village, and it has long surpassed his personal feelings. More than 10 miles sounds far, and it takes more than half an hour to walk, but in fact, as long as you divide more than 10 miles into countless small sections, and each person is responsible for a section, this is not a very difficult task. He stood up, took 3 or 4 big steps, and continued. This is about 10 feet, and one person can dig it in 1 hour. However, if it doesn't rain, the soil is very hard, and there are stones in the soil. If one person digs 10 feet, it will take 2 hours. Zhao Erga talked freely. I went down to measure it yesterday. The total is about 3,000 feet. One person needs 2 hours to dig 1 foot, so 3,000 feet will require 3,000 people to dig 2 hours. He used the calculation method that Cheng Wanwan taught him yesterday, and the calculation was very fast. When the village head usually handles the chores in the fields, he often has to calculate these numbers in his mind, and he gave the answer in an instant. There are about 400 or 500 young and middle-aged laborers in Dea village, between the ages of 16 and 45. With so many people working together, it will take about 15 or 16 hours. It is impossible for a person to work hard all day long. If you divide the time, it will be about 2.5 days. In 2.5 days, the water from the mountain can be diverted to the rice fields. This is an absurd thing that the head of the village never dared to think of before. Ergo, you are so smart. The head of the village couldn't believe it. I used to think Taiju was the smartest child in Day Village. From today on, you are one too. Zhao sighed and pouted. Then, I am not smart. The head of the village laughed. If you can recognize 10 words, you will be the third smartest child in Day Village. Zhao Saiden immediately grabbed Zhao Tieju's hand. Brother Taiju, teach me to recognize 10 words, and I will treat you to sugar-roasted chestnuts. Zhao Tieju's saliva flowed out instantly. 1 word for 1 chestnut. Zhao Saiden nodded immediately. With a plan in mind, the head of the village felt relaxed. He stood on a high rock, looking at the winding mountain road, and said, Deshanying, which route do you think is better for digging the ditch? Usually, when encountering such a thing, the village head would discuss it with the old farmers in the village, but today, he always wanted to listen to Cheng Wanwan's opinion. Deshanying must be good to teach Zhao Ergu so smart. Moreover, Deshanying is a member of the Cheng family, and the Cheng family has a student who is said to be the youngest student in the 10 miles and 8 villages. Cheng Wanwan thought for a while and said, the water source is at the bottom of the valley. Dig a ditch directly from the bottom of the valley to the east, and then go all the way down. This side is not directly exposed to the sun, and the soil is not so hard. The village had nodded frequently, and he and Cheng Wanwan roughly determined the route of the ditch, and also made some marks along the way. After finishing the work, it was noon. The group prepared to go down the mountain. Halfway through the journey, Cheng Wanwan thought of what Zhao Saiden said yesterday. It would be great if chicks could be hatched. Those 2 big hens didn't look like pheasants, and they could easily arouse other people's suspicion and bring about unnecessary trouble. But if you pick up a big rooster on the mountain in front of the village head, you will be clear of wrongdoings. Cheng Wanwan did what she said and immediately bought a large rooster specially used for breeding in the mall. It had bright feathers and a colorful comb, and it cost her 80 cents.
Cluck.
The big rooster flapped its wings and flew straight towards Zhao Ergu. Zhao Ergu was thinking about digging ditches. Although this matter had been decided, there were still many details that needed to be improved. He kept thinking. Suddenly, something pounced at him. He was startled and quickly dodged to the side.
What a big chicken!
Zhao Tieju's eyes lit up. Before anyone could react, he pounced on the rooster and grabbed its wings. Ha ha ha, Grandpa, Dad, second uncle, I caught a pheasant. We'll have pheasant meat to eat tonight, ah ha ha ha. This child is almost laughing silly. Zhao Ergu was very annoyed. He actually dodged a chicken that flew towards him. Such a fat rooster, weighing at least 4 pounds, can't lay eggs anyway, so just twist off its head and take it home to make soup or roast it. Thinking of this, Zhao Ergu's saliva began to flow, and he became even more annoyed. Cheng Wanwan. I miscalculated. I didn't expect Zhao Taiju to react so quickly. He really is the smartest kid in Day Village. She moved a few steps to the side and spent another 80 cents to buy a big rooster. This time, the big rooster flew towards Zhao Dashan. Zhao Dashan was quick-witted, Zhao Ergu was angry, Zhao Sanyu was like a mountain, and Zhao Saida was afraid that the chicken would fly away, so the 4 guys rushed over at the same time.
Cluck, cluck.
The big rooster was pressed at the bottom and kept screaming. Cheng Wanwan quickly pulled the children apart. If the chicken was crushed to death, she would have to buy another big rooster. Fortunately, this big rooster was very tenacious and flapped its wings to escape. Zhao Dashan twisted a straw rope to tie up the rooster and threw it into the backpack. These 2 chickens look exactly the same. The head of the village was surprised. These days, wild chickens are stronger and more beautiful than domestic chickens. I'm afraid there are still some grains that have not been discovered in this mountain. I'll look for them when I have time. Cheng Wanwan complained in her heart, head of the village, you really think too much. These 2 roosters are modern artificial feed chickens. How can they not look good? The 2 families went down the mountain, and one family caught a rooster, which attracted the attention of the villagers. There are many good things in the mountain. The head of the village suppressed his excitement. You should notify each other. The whole village will come to a meeting in a quarter of an hour. I have good news to tell everyone. The whole village was boiling. There is no water today, so it should be good news about water. Did the village head agree to some conditions from Hohot village, and the people from Hohot village agreed to let us go to fetch water? The people from Hohot village are the most difficult to deal with. I'm afraid they will take away half of our village's grain. Where is there any grain in our village? All our hopes are in the fields. If it doesn't rain, we can't harvest a grain of rice in the fields. Don't worry about the fields. Now there is not even water for people to drink. The afternoon sun was even more intense. The woman stood in the shade of the big locust tree with her child in her arms, and the others were in the open space, surrounding the village head. The village head broke through the crowd and walked to a big rock. As soon as he raised his hand, the scene became quiet. The weather was too hot, and there was no water to drink. Everyone hoped to finish the conversation quickly and go to fetch water. This morning, Dashin Yang took me up the mountain and found a water source on the mountain. The village head did not intend to keep the secret and went straight to the point, directly stating everyone's hopes. The villagers were all excited, but they suppressed their excitement and waited for the village head to continue. Not long ago, Dashin Yang found bamboo shoots on the mountain, and last night she found water on the mountain, and she told me the news right away. The village head said seriously, I know the villagers have complaints about Dashin Yang, but from now on, Dashin Yang is the great benefactor of all our villagers. Cheng Wanwan, who was standing in the crowd, was stunned. She didn't expect that the village head would clear her name in front of the whole village before talking about business. She originally had a very bad reputation in the village. Her relationship with her husband's family was strained, and her neighbors were not harmonious. Everyone wanted to spit on her. After she came, these relationships have improved, but people who don't have much contact with her will still say a few bad words behind her back when they see her. As a modern person, she doesn't really care about what others say behind her back. Just say it, it's not a big deal. Mother Dashin could have not told me this, but she still said it. She really regards everyone in Dea village as a family. The head of the village looked at everyone below. If you still think that Mother Dashin is not worthy of a thank you, then you can withdraw from the meeting of Dea village now. The head of the village had a strong attitude. No one present dared to say anything, so they could only thank her. Sister-in-law Zhao, thank you very much this time. Mother Dashin, I misunderstood you before. Aunt Zhao, I am a person who has no control over my words, so please don't bother with me. Regardless of whether everyone was sincere or not, at least the surface work was done. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, in fact, I didn't do anything, so you don't have to be so polite. She was not so selfless. As for the bamboo shoots, their family of 6 could not dig them all. Instead of letting them rot in the fields, it would be better to sell them to the head of the village. As for the water source, it was even more impossible for her to rely on herself. To bring the water from the mountain down, the efforts of the whole village must be relied on. There is a water source on the mountain. Once you dig it, a lot of water will come out. It is mountain spring water. You can drink it directly. It is very sweet. The head of the village smiled. Our village has water to drink. We don't need to exchange grain for water in Qingjia village and Hohot village. Dea village is blessed by God. God will not watch us suffer. There is really water. Great. We have water to drink. The villagers were dancing with excitement. It is not enough for people to have water to drink. We must also let the rice drink water. The head of the village suddenly raised his voice, and the crowd, who were just excited, were all stunned. Let the rice have water to drink? Why is this so difficult to understand? Zhao Ergu, come up and tell everyone. The head of the village gave up his position. After Zhao Ergu went down the mountain, he went home to change his clothes. Although there were many patches, they were at least cleaner. He walked onto the stage, a little nervous. This was his first time speaking in front of so many people. There is a lot of water on the mountain, so it's no problem to irrigate the rice. As long as we can bring water into the rice fields, we can have a bumper harvest this year. Zhao Ergu calmed down slowly as he spoke and said in an orderly manner, I've calculated that the distance from the top of the mountain to the bottom is about 3,000 feet. If 400 to 500 laborers in the village work together to dig a ditch down from the mountain in 2.5 days. Ergo, what nonsense are you talking about? Digging a ditch down from the mountain, this is too ridiculous. Everyone in the village is digging ditches. Who will do the work in the fields? This is a joke. The villagers didn't believe it. They had reclaimed wasteland and dug land before. It took many days for the whole family to dig 1 acre of land. It would be even more difficult to dig ditches down the mountain. Ergo said lightly that it would only take 2.5 days. He must be lying. There was a lot of mocking voices and noise from the audience. Zhao Ergo had never faced such a situation before and stood there at a loss. He was only 16 years old, which was just a high school student in modern times. If he could handle such a situation properly, Cheng would praise him for his courage. She stepped onto the stage and stood beside Zhao Ergo. As soon as she went up, the audience gradually quieted down. The crowd was not afraid of her, but more surprised. In their impression, Zhao Desatsi was just a rough village woman. Now she seemed to be much younger, mainly because she was clean, not so shabby, and her skin seemed to be whiter. Cheng used to be a boss and often gave speeches. Everyone looked at her, but she was not afraid at all. She said in a calm voice, "Dad Taiju, can I trouble you for something?" Zhao Onjiang immediately nodded. "Sister Zhao, just tell me. Bring a shovel and dig a ditch here in front of everyone." Cheng Wanwan said calmly, "Everyone can calculate how long it takes for Dad Taiju to dig a ditch." Zhao Onjiang was in his early 30s, a man in his prime, full of strength. As soon as he shoveled, a big hole immediately appeared on the ground. He buried his head and continued to dig. In less than a quarter of an hour, he dug a ditch that was 10 feet long. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is digging a ditch so easy? The soil on the mountain is hard and mixed with sand and gravel. A quarter of an hour is definitely not enough. Let's calculate it for 2 hours. Cheng Wanwan took a step back and said, "Ergo, this idea was yours. You come and explain it to everyone." She stepped down and gave up the main venue. Zhao Ergo had calculated it countless times at night. He did the calculation with everyone without stuttering. With Zhao Onjiang's demonstration and Zhao Ergo's well-reasoned words, most people in the village had been convinced. At this time, the head of the village walked up and said, "This is a major event for everyone in Ardea village. Therefore, all the strong laborers over the age of 16 in the village must participate in digging ditches. Everyone go back and prepare, bring farm tools, and set off to the mountain together in half an hour." There were still a small number of people who were skeptical. Village head, what if there is not so much water on the mountain? Village head, what if the water stops flowing halfway? My fields are far away. What should I do if the water cannot flow? I won't do anything anyway. Zhang Wulai snorted coldly. Sister Zhao is a woman, and some people actually believe her nonsense. She is just messing with everyone. Why should she be the truth? In the crowd, very few people agreed with this view. For example, Aunt Fugue, her husband is thinking about the widow Zhao Qingshi, and she has been unhappy with Cheng Wanwan for a long time. And son, she has always been ranked second among the 3 daughters-in-law of the Zhao family. Of course, if she can give birth to a son, she will definitely be ranked first. Now the eldest sister-in-law has actually received the support of the head of the village, which means that she will be the last among the 3 daughters-in-law.
How can she be happy about this?
Shut up. The head of the village looked at Zhang Wulai coldly. You can choose not to work, but when the water from the mountain is diverted, your rice will not be able to drink a sip. Anyone else who has any objections can withdraw now. I don't care if people with other surnames want to withdraw, but if they are from the Zhao family, I will expel them from the ancestral hall. There are about 400 strong and middle-aged laborers in Day Village. A group of people carried shovels, hoes, and other tools up the mountain. Construction began at a location 3 meters away from the water source. The route had been planned long ago. First, 50 people were assigned to cut trees and level the ground. If there were big trees, they would be cut down, and if there were big rocks, they would find a way to move them away so that the planned road would be cleaned up. The remaining more than 300 people were divided into two groups to take turns digging ditches, with two people working together to be responsible for 1 meter and slowly moving to the foot of the mountain. They rotated once an hour so that the people involved in digging the ditch would not be exhausted. The women in the village carried buckets up the mountain to fetch water. They would carry 2 buckets back at a time, and it would not be a problem to use it for a whole day if they were frugal. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergu were also among the working people. When the women passed by Zhao Ergu, they could not help but stop and chat. I watched Ergu grow up. He was sloppy and had a long runny nose when he was a child. How come he is so smart when he grows up? He will definitely have a great future. Zhao Ergu. Don't mention the past when he was sloppy when he was a child. Doesn't he have any face? Ergo, are you 15 or 16 this year? Have you found a wife yet? Do you want her aunt to be a matchmaker for you? Zhao Ergo. No need. Ergo, my niece from my mother's family is 15 this year. She is so pretty. I will bring her here tomorrow for you to have a look. Your niece from your mother's family is not good enough. She is too lazy. My daughter is diligent. Ergo, you know my daughter too. Her name is Tsuehua. I will ask her to come here right now. Zhao Ergo was surprised by the woman's enthusiasm. Didn't he just say something in front of the whole village? How could he be so popular? He said dryly, my family is poor. If I marry a wife, I can only sleep on the floor. I am afraid of wronging the girl. I will not consider this aspect for the time being. Thank you all for thinking of me. After he said this, several ants who were overwhelmed by the excitement finally remembered that no matter how smart or promising Ergo was, it would not work. Who made his mother, Zhao Qingshi? Although Zhao Qingshi looked different from before, everyone in the village knew that she was a bad daughter-in-law. They would rather not marry their nieces and daughters to her and let them suffer. Several ants went up the mountain with buckets to fetch water. Just after taking a few steps, they suddenly saw a few people sneaking around in the woods ahead. Those people over there seemed to be people from Hohot Village. Why are the people from Hohot Village here again? What do they want to do? Do they want to steal the water from Dea Village? Whoever runs faster, go back and inform the head of the village. At the foot of the mountain, the head of the village and Cheng Wanwan were talking under the big locust tree in the middle of the village. On the sand on the ground, a winding road was drawn, which was a schematic diagram of the ditch, and the map was marked everywhere. Cheng Wanwan took a branch and drew a line at the top. Make a hole here. When there is enough water in the rice fields, fill the ditch with stones. When needed, move the big stone away. The head of the village nodded frequently. I just don't know how many years this ditch can be used after it is dug. Cheng Wanwan tried hard to recall what she had seen in her previous life and said slowly, the soil will become soft after being soaked in water. Over time, the ditch will be full of mud, and this ditch will naturally be unusable. Can we put stones in the ditch so that the soil on the side will not be washed away and bury the ditch? The head of the village's eyes lit up. Mother Dashan, your idea is good. I'll go up the mountain now.
Don't worry about it.
Cheng Wanwan said hurriedly. The most critical issue now is to divert the water. We can arrange people to fill the ditches with stones during the winter when there is no farming work. That's right. The head of the village sat down again and asked curiously, Mother Dashan, how do you know so much? Cheng Wanwan coughed dryly. When I was a child, I lived with my grandmother. My grandfather was an old farmer. Once there was a heavy rain. My grandfather dug a ditch to divert the water. I followed his example. The original body's biological mother, Old Lady Cheng, married to Qingjia village from another town, and she married to Dea village from Qingjia village. No one knew how many years had passed since her grandparents had passed away. After so many twists and turns, no matter what happened, she could blame it on her grandparents without worrying about being exposed. As the two were talking, Zhao Shajen came running over, panting, Uncle Village Chief, it's bad, the people from Hohot Village are here again. The village head frowned, then sneered. This hill belongs to Dea Village, and the water on the hill naturally belongs to us. In addition, this hill is closer to Dea Village. We need 400 or 500 people to start the work. The village head of Hohot Village has done a lot of things that people hate in recent years. The villagers will not willingly go up the hill to dig ditches to work. Having said that, the village head still decided to go up the hill. When Cheng Wanwan returned home, Wu Huanyang had made a lot of wild vegetable buckwheat pancakes and put them on the table. Half an egg was secretly sandwiched between the wild vegetable pancakes. She took 2 pancakes up the hill and walked 2/3 of the way. She saw her 2 sons digging holes with farm tools. They were sweating profusely, but didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off their foreheads. They didn't notice her coming. Cheng Wanwan didn't disturb them. She sat on the side and waited for a while. Then it was time to change shifts. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergu were replaced to rest. "Mom, why are you here?" Zhao Dashan wiped his sweat. "The sun isn't out now. Why is it so hot?" Zhao Ergu glanced at the sky. "I don't know whether we should continue working tonight or go back to rest." Before he finished speaking, several 40-year-old men next to him shouted, "Of course we should continue digging." The head of the village said 2.5 days, so we will work overnight, and we will dig to the foot of the mountain by tomorrow night at the latest. The rice in the field can't wait, so we should hurry up and don't be lazy. The head of the village came over with his hands behind his back. "We can't work for a whole day and a night, so as not to tire ourselves out. But there is no sun at night, so it will be more comfortable and cool to work. So we should work all night tonight, have a good rest tomorrow morning, and come back to continue in the afternoon." The crowd worked enthusiastically and soon moved down several feet. Cheng Wanwan took her 2 sons to sit on a big rock nearby, took out 2 cakes from a basket and handed them over. "Eat your fill first, then work." The wild vegetable buckwheat cakes didn't taste very good, but with eggs in the middle, they were like a delicacy. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergu squinted their eyes while eating, looking very happy. The people working nearby were envious. They worked here for most of the day, and the old women at home didn't even bring them a sip of water. The sun set over the mountain. The sky was twinkling with stars, and the cold moonlight sprinkled on the mountains and forests. The village had asked the women to light torches and go up the mountain to illuminate the ditches. The torches were connected in a line, like a fire dragon entrenched on the east mountain. Cheng Wanwan stood in the crowd holding a torch, and the voice in her mind kept ringing.
Cheng.
Natural wild Gastrodia elata was found. She saw something in the ditch, which seemed to be Gastrodia elata, but the light was not good, and she couldn't see it clearly. Even if she could see it clearly, it was not suitable to go to the ditch to dig it out at this time.
Ding.
Natural shepherd's purse roots found. A lot of shepherd's purse grows in the dug ditch. Shepherd's purse costs a few coins per pound, while shepherd's purse roots are more expensive, more than 20 coins per pound. Cheng Wanwan stood calmly on the side. She still had 119 taels and 560 coins in her hand, which was a huge sum of money. There was no need to save too much of this kind of property that could not be seen in the light. The most critical issue now was how to make the money in her hand pass the test. She wanted to buy land, and she wanted to build a house before winter came.
Ding.
Natural wild agar seeds found. Cheng Wanwan frowned. What is agar seeds? She had never heard of it. She looked at the empty panel. The picture showed a green plant with black and purple rhizomes, heart-shaped leaves, and many lantern-like fruits on the top. She had seen this kind of thing before. In modern times, it is called agar seeds, which is the raw material for making ice jelly. She liked traveling at that time and had been to Xinjiang. Ice jelly is a specialty of Xinjiang. A scenic spot she visited specially planted this thing and invited tourists to make a bowl of ice jelly by themselves. She even vaguely remembered the steps. Cheng Wanwan immediately had an idea in her mind. Just when she was thinking about how to make money, this lucrative business came to her door. There are so many lantern grasses here. Zhao Saiden's playful voice came. Let's compete to see who picks the most lanterns. A group of half-grown children began to pick lanterns crazily, and after picking them, they threw them on the ground and stepped on them. Cheng Wanwan felt so distressed. She walked over with a torch in hand and said to the children, "Whoever can help me pick a pound of lanterns, I will reward him with an egg." Hearing this, Zhao Saiden became anxious. "Mom, I'll do it. Leave all the eggs for me." Cheng Wanwan laughed. "As long as you can pick a pound, I'll also reward you with eggs." Aunt Wang asked curiously, "Mom, what do you want these lanterns for?"
Chickens won't eat them.
I vaguely remember that when I was very young, my grandmother made some delicious snacks with lantern grass. Cheng Wanwan lied without blushing. Anyway, there are so many lanterns on the mountain. I'll get some and try it. What if I work out? Aunt Wang didn't believe a word of it, but picking lantern grass could be exchanged for eggs. Such a good thing must not be missed. She quickly waved her hand and called the children wandering around the mountain over. Barley, wheat, loach. Hurry up and help Aunt Zhao pick lanterns. The more the better. When the women nearby heard it, they also hurriedly called their children over. They all heard that Zhao Dasatsi went up the mountain a few days ago and picked up 2 big hens and a big rooster. The 2 wild hens were very good at laying eggs, laying 4 eggs a day, so Zhao Dasatsi was not afraid of not being able to produce eggs. The children who were originally playing around in the mountains picking wild vegetables all ran to pick agar seeds. Aunt Zhao, is there enough for 1 pound here? Aunt Zhao, my elder sister, and I picked a basket in total. Do you think we can exchange it for eggs? I also picked a basket. My mother said there are 2 pounds. Can I get 2 eggs? Cheng Wanwan looked in front of her, 3 or 4 baskets, 7 or 8 baskets, and dozens of pockets, all of which were full of agar seeds. It was estimated that there were at least more than 20 pounds. The initiative of these children is amazing. It seems that in the future, such things can be outsourced directly to the children in the village. She called Zhao Saniu and asked the boy to help transport the agarwood seeds back. He carried a backpack behind him, another backpack in front of him, and 4 baskets in each hand. The rest were carried by Zhao Sidon. The 2 brothers went down the mountain with a great harvest. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said to the group of children in front of her, "Our hens can only lay 4 eggs a day, so only 4 people can come to claim the eggs a day. Let the younger children claim them first, okay?" Wang Demai was very sensible. "I'll be the last one." Wang Xiaomai also nodded. "I'll be the last one too." Zhu Huzi licked his lips. "Then I will stay until the last day." Cheng Wanwan thought she would have to talk a lot, but she didn't expect these sensible children to be so humble. She smiled and said, "When my aunt needs lanterns in the future, I will find you again. 1 egg for 1 pound of agar seeds is really a good deal. If ice powder can really sell for money in this era, she doesn't mind raising the price to 2 eggs for these children." The night sank a little bit. Some children couldn't stand it anymore and followed their brothers and sisters down the mountain. The women were still holding torches on the mountain. Cheng Wanwan stayed by Zhao Dashan and Zhao Erniu all the time, giving them some water to drink from time to time. Although they were not her own children, she still felt a little distressed. The head of the village stayed with them. After all, he was old, and his eyes were red. He stood on a big rock and encouraged loudly, "Dig another 3 feet, and then we'll stop working. Everyone, work harder." Everything went smoothly. When the work was about to end, an accident occurred. Wang Yongqing hit a hard object when he dug with a shovel. It was not like he had never encountered such a situation before. There were many rocks on the mountain, so it was normal to dig hard objects. He just moved to the side and lifted the stone out. It was not a big deal. Wang Yongqing changed his position and continued to dig, but still hit a hard object. It seemed that this stone was a bit big. He moved several steps in a row, but it still didn't work. This stone was bigger than he imagined. The whole process was affected by the obstruction here. A group of big men surrounded him and kept trying to dig with shovels. As a result, they dug 5 feet away. 5 feet means a big stone about 16 meters long and 16 meters wide. It was equivalent to a huge stone that could not be moved by human power. Cheng Wanwan's face was a little solemn. In modern times, when digging trenches and encountering big rocks, machines will be used to drill through them, but there were no machines in this era. It was impossible to move the stone by manpower alone. Detouring was not possible either, because there was a stone wall on the east side and an ancient forest on the west side. Each tree was very thick, and at least 3 people could hug it. Cutting down these trees was not an easy task at all. The extremely exhausted people thought they saw the light, but found that the difficulties had just begun. A trace of resentment spread among the crowd, and then mixed into the voice of condemnation. "I have said it long ago. How can Zhao Dasatsi, a woman, not understand? I don't know why we have to listen to her. How old is Urguzi? Can his words count? Why did he make the whole village come to dig a ditch? Such a huge rock is stuck here, and no one can do anything. Village head come up with an idea. Extremely tired, extremely angry. At the same time, everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. After working so hard for so long, holding such great hopes in their hearts, everything became a bubble in an instant. Why are you so discouraged? The head of the village said with a stern face, "You are all the pillars of your families. If you fall, who can your families rely on? Who can our day of village rely on? If you encounter a problem, then find a way to solve it. We can't deal with the big rocks, but can't we deal with the trees over there? Let's all come together to cut down trees tomorrow. It will take 3 to 5 days. I don't believe that we can't clear the road over there." Everyone looked at the ancient forest over there. The wind blew at night, and the torches illuminated the shadows of the trees. Those trees that were already very tall appeared even taller, reaching into the dark sky. Everyone fell silent. It was not that they were discouraged, but that this task was too difficult to accomplish. Of course they could cut down trees, but it would be impossible to do it in 3 to 5 days. It would take at least half a month. After half a month, the rice would probably be all dead. Is there any point in digging ditches? Cheng Wanwan stood beside the big rock. At this time, an illusion suddenly emerged in her mind: to use flood control. It was obviously a drought, so why did she think of flood control? She recalled the Chinese class, where the teacher told them the story of Dayu controlling floods and digging ditches to divert water, which was exactly the same as what they were doing now. Dayu seemed to have run into trouble as well, and it seemed to be related to stones. Cheng Wanwan tried to recall, pacing back and forth, stepping on the stones, and she saw the torches held high. Some women threw the torches casually on the side of the road and came over to talk to the head of the village. There happened to be a stone next to the torch, and the stone was burned red by the fire. Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Uncle head of the village, I know what to do." Everyone looked over at once, some questioning, some mocking, but everyone was extremely tired, and no one spoke. The village head seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. "Mother Dashin, please speak quickly. Loch father, Taiju father, bring all the torches here and burn them on the big stone." Cheng Wanwan spoke in an orderly manner. "Send 4 more people up to carry a few buckets of water down." The men were too tired to move, and the women took the initiative to take on the responsibility of carrying water. 5 or 6 women went up the mountain together, and after half an hour, they carried 10 buckets of water down. At this time, the big stone was burned red, and people standing by the side could be roasted and sweating. Cheng Wanwan tested the water temperature with her hand. The spring water in the middle of the night was cool and refreshing, which was perfect. She said, "Everyone, pour water on the stone at the same time, and then quickly retreat as far as you can."
Splash.
10 buckets of water were poured on the hot stone at the same time. Crackling. The huge stone suddenly made a cracking sound, and 4 or 5 cracks appeared in the middle of the unshakable stone. Everyone's face was shocked. The exhausted men were instantly given strength. They turned around and went to collect firewood. "Let's do it again." They burned stones and poured water, and repeated this 4 times. The big stone exploded in the repeated expansion and contraction of heat and became small stones. The ditch was unblocked. At this time, it was already the end of the Cho hour, and it would be dawn in 2 more hours. "Everyone go back and rest." The head of the village said excitedly, "Gather here again after noon tomorrow." That night, the exhausted men fell into a deep sleep and did not get up until the sun rose. Cheng Wanwan and Wu Huanyang were collecting agarwood seeds in the yard. They peeled open the lanterns, took out the seeds inside, and put them in a basket. Wu Huanyang was very curious. "Mom, can this thing really be used to make snacks?" Cheng Wanwan took a look at the basket. 2 kilograms of lanterns can produce half a kilogram of agar seeds, so a total of about 5 kilograms can be produced. She paused and said, "Soak these peeled seeds in boiled and cooled water for a while." Wu Huinyang immediately got up to boil water, and after it cooled down, she soaked a small bowl of agar seeds. This thing needs to be soaked for a longer time, so it will be easier to make later. Cheng Wanwan put the agar-agar seeds away, got up and prepared to make lunch for the kids at home. After lunch, she had to go up the mountain to continue digging ditches. While he was busy, Zhao Saiden's voice screamed from behind, "Stinky Dahong, why are you bullying Erhuang?" Zhao Saiden rushed over and picked up the big rooster that was riding on Erhuang. The big rooster cackled angrily. "Cheng Wanwan, great, you've destroyed the egg's chance of turning into a chick." She put down the work in her hands, rescued the big rooster Dahong, and said earnestly, "Saiden, don't you want a chick?" Zhao Saiden blinked and nodded. Grandma said that a rooster is enough, but Dahong always bullies Dahuang and Erhuang. "Mom, let's kill Dahong and cook soup." His drool flowed uncontrollably. The big rooster flapped its wings and flew away quickly. Cheng Wanwan was convinced. She bought the rooster to hatch chicks. If it was just for a bite to eat, why would she spend 80 cents? No, she spent 160 cents. She said in a gentle voice, "Dahong is not bullying the hens, but making friends with the two hens. For example, your second and third brothers often bully you, but you are not beaten to death. Instead, you have a good relationship with them. Isn't that the truth?" Zhao Saiden tilted his head and compromised. "It seems so." "Then I don't care?" Cheng Wanwan nodded. "Don't worry about this matter, kids. Just wait until the chicks are hatched." She looked up and saw 4 children standing at the gate. For little ones about 7 or 8 years old were walking back and forth, and some of them were afraid to come in. Aunt Xiao had a bad reputation and even abused her own son. These children were afraid of being beaten if they came in to ask for eggs. Cheng Wanwan said, "Saiden, go to the chicken coop and feel around for eggs." This was Zhao Saiden's favorite job. He immediately ran to touch the chicken coop and shouted in surprise, "Mom, there are 4 more eggs today." Cheng Wanwan handed 4 eggs to the 4 little kids in front of her. "Hold them carefully. Don't drop them or they will break." The 4 little kids laughed happily. "Thank you, Aunt Zhao." Cheng Wanwan's mood also became cheerful. Children are the simplest creatures in the world, and it is stress-free to get along with them. Wu Huinyang was kneading the dough and rolling out the skins in preparation for making dumplings. Zhao Saiden dug up a lot of shepherd's purse last night, and today the whole family is eating shepherd's purse dumplings. The only pity is that there is no pork. If a little pork was put in the shepherd's purse, it would be really delicious. Cheng Wanwan's desire to make money is getting stronger and stronger. She has to make the ice jelly as soon as possible. This is something that can be done in a clear and honest way. She can buy whatever she wants with the money she earns, and no one can say anything. In the afternoon, the village head led a large group of people up the mountain. In addition to the labor force, the women in the village also spontaneously went up the mountain to help. There were not so many tools for digging ditches, so they surveyed in advance where there were big rocks, and then used the method used last night to blast and move the rocks away. Even the children were enthusiastic. Some collected firewood, some carried water, and they worked much faster. Cheng Wanwan saw Zhang Dagong among a group of children. After a day and a night, and half a day later, the workers went from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. A half-meter-wide ditch ran from the mountain to the field, extending vertically and horizontally to the rice fields of every household. The village head led people up the mountain. The initial part of the ditch was still a palm away from the water source. There was a solemn sense of ceremony. The soil here was very soft. Without much effort, the gap was opened. The rapids gushed out from the ground and flowed rapidly down the mountain along the ditch. The children cheered and followed the water down the mountain. How could people run faster than water? In a short while, the water flowed to the foot of the mountain. Countless farmers were looking forward to it. The spring water emitted dazzling waves under the scorching sun. Like a silver dragon, like hope gushing out, rolling in. The ditch, which was only half a meter wide, was inexplicably magnified, looking like the sea rolling and huge waves coming. The eyes of the old man in the village were red, and tears fell tremblingly. There is really water. The water is coming. The rice is saved. No one will starve to death. The water flowed into the rice fields beside the ditch, and the dry yellow earth opened its mouth to swallow all the water. The dry fields absorbed the water frantically. The water flowed into the rice fields and sank into the dry cracks in an instant, and then there was a steady stream of water. The shriveled rice ears seemed to be injected with hope, swaying under the scorching sun and in the summer breeze. The farmers standing on the ridges cried with joy. Zhang Wulai took advantage of everyone's inattention and dug a gap in his own ridge, and the water instantly flowed into his rice fields. Some people saw the scene, but at this exciting moment, no one wanted to be the first to stand up and argue with Zhang Wulai, the rogue. Besides, Zhang Dagong of the Zhang family also worked hard. Although he was not as strong as other families, the children also tried their best. People from the same village did not want to make things too ugly. Just when everyone was rejoicing, a discordant voice rang out. How come there is really water flowing down? The villagers looked back and saw that several people from Hohot village had mixed into the crowd at some point, and a man even spit into the ditch. This time, it was considered to have offended the public. Old Lady Zhu was in her 60s or 70s. She usually walked tremblingly. At this moment, she jumped up and slapped the man who spitted on the back of his head and shouted angrily, "You dare to spit again?" The man was furious. "You old woman, you dare to hit me. I will beat you to death." Before he finished speaking, he felt countless cold eyes piercing him. The man looked up and saw countless people surrounding him. These people were all strong men who dug ditches. They were muscular, and dozens of them piled together looked like a majestic mountain. The man swallowed his unfinished words, turned around, and ran away. The people from Hohot village also ran after him and soon disappeared at the entrance of the village. The head of the village walked down with his hands behind his back and said seriously, "We must be on guard against those rascals in Hohot village. They are sure to do something like poisoning." Cheng Wanwan said, "I think the patrol team must continue to protect the water in the mountains, the rice in the fields, and the food of every household." Previously, some people thought that setting up a patrol team was just looking for trouble, but today, people from Hohot village openly broke into Dea village and spit into the ditch. This made many people very angry, and the idea of setting up a patrol team again was agreed by everyone. At this time, almost all the villagers were there, including the able-bodied laborers, so it was not difficult to select the people for daily patrols. And the water in the rice fields gradually increased. A shallow layer of water reflected the green and yellow rice ears, the blue sky and the scorching sun, as well as the people standing on the ridges of the fields. The water was like a breeze that blew away the haze that had been in the hearts of thousands of people in Dea village for 2 months, and the atmosphere suddenly became very good. Old Lady Zhu held onto Cheng Wanwan's hand and said, "Mother Dashan, it's all thanks to you. Without you, an old lady like me would have starved to death this year." The wife of the village had wiped her red eyes and said, "Mother Dashan, I misunderstood you before. Now I know that you are a good person. Tell everyone about the jade shoots. You didn't hide the water when you found it. You are such a good person. Why do you become a widow?" Aunt Wang then spoke up. "Mother Dashan, my mother's family has a brother whose wife died. He is 34 this year and is a good farmer. If you have time tomorrow, I..." Old Mrs. Zhao, standing in the crowd, had a complicated expression. The eldest brother died only last year, and this year someone is trying to find a wife for the eldest brother. Although the eldest brother's wife is not very good, she is also from their Zhao family. If she really remarries, she will have nothing to do with their Zhao family. Your mother-in-law is a reasonable person. She will definitely not stop you from remarrying, and your 4 sons will definitely not dare to say anything. An enthusiastic woman patted her chest and said, "Without Zhao Deseo, there would be no jade shoots and ditches in our Dea village. The matter of finding a man for Zhao Deseo is left to me." Cheng Wanwan. Her face was full of fake smiles. "I'm fine alone." "Well, isn't there water for irrigation now? It's just right to tidy up the land in front of and behind the house and plant some vegetables. Does anyone have vegetable seeds that can lend us some?" Aunt Wang continued, "I have some cabbage seeds at home, and I'll share some with you later." The wife of the head of the village said, Do you like celery? If you like, come to our house and get some. The topic was successfully diverted, and Cheng Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. She also successfully borrowed cabbage seeds, celery seeds, water spinach seeds, wax gourd seeds, leek seeds, bean seeds, all of which are vegetables suitable for sowing in high temperatures in summer. Because of the drought and water shortage this year, not many people in the village grow vegetables. Now that Cheng Wanwan mentioned it, everyone plans to go back and sow them quickly so that they can eat fresh ones in autumn and winter. She smiled and thanked everyone, but she was thinking in her heart that there seemed to be no peppers, tomatoes, cauliflower, onions, potatoes. There were so many delicacies missing from the table, which was a pity. As she was thinking, a shadow suddenly enveloped her. She looked up and saw that Zhao Fugue from the village had walked to her side at some point, looking at her with a licking face. "Sister-in-law Zhao, I have all kinds of seeds at home. Do you want to go to my house and take everything you like?" As he spoke, he leaned forward. There were people everywhere on the ridges here, and he squeezed over, but did not attract anyone's attention. "Mom, be careful." Zhao Dashan rushed over, stepped into the rice field, and caught Cheng Wanwan. Zhao Fugue, who was about to come over to help, missed, and his ear was twisted by a hand. Cheng Wanwan stood up calmly. She sneered. "Since Sister Fugue mentioned Dashan's father, then I have to ask you a few questions. Is Zhao Fugue as handsome as Dashan's father? What can Zhao Fugue do as Dashan's father? You tell me. What is Zhao Fugue's whole body that can compare to Dashan's father? Is he worth my hooking up?" Zhao Fugue's face turned pale. When he was young, he was also a handsome man, but he was always outshined by Zhao Eugene. Now that Zhao Eugene has been dead for more than a year, there are still people comparing him with the dead Zhao Eugene. The villagers had just received benefits from Cheng Wanwan, so they naturally spoke for her everywhere. Dad Dashan was really handsome. When he married Dashan Yang, I don't know how many hearts were broken in the village. Eugene was an honest young man. When he was in the village, he often helped some lonely elderly people with their work. No one in our village could compare to Eugene. Such a good person. How could he die just like that? Cheng Wanwan pursed her lips. In the original body's memory, there were many scenes of quarreling with Zhao Eugene. Most of them were when Zhao Eugene went out to help other people's families with work, and the original body was unhappy, and then the two quarreled. Zhao Eugene was a simple and honest man who did not care about rewards, while the original body was a selfish woman. Fortunately, Zhao Eugene joined the army and rarely came back for several years. Otherwise, the two of them would probably have been unable to live. She looked at the crowd with a cold gaze and said word by word, "Dad Dashan was very good to me. Although he is gone, he has always lived in my heart in another way. I can't forget Dashan, so I won't remarry. I'll leave my words here today. I will guard Dashan for my whole life." In the previous life, if she was 33 years old and single, some people would look at her strangely or talk about her behind her back that no one wanted her. But now her son is so old, she can be single if she wants, and she can even have a high-sounding reason. This is probably the biggest convenience after she turned into a woman. Mrs. Zhao's face was full of disbelief. Although it is a rare thing for a widow to remarry these days, it is not unheard of. There are women in their 20s and 30s in the village who married again after their husbands died. They gave birth to sons in the second year of their marriage and lived a good life. She thought that as long as the eldest daughter-in-law could guard the eldest for 3 years, if the eldest daughter-in-law remarried after 3 years, their Zhao family could add some dowry. Who could have thought that the eldest daughter-in-law would publicly declare that she would remain a widow for the rest of her life? Could such words come from the eldest daughter-in-law? Dashan Yang, you are still young. Don't be foolish. When the 4 boys get married and have their own families, you will be an outsider, and your own man will know the cold and warmth. But then again, there is no man in the village who can compare to Eugene, so it is normal for Dashan Yang to have this idea. If there is no one in Dea village, then go to the town to look for one. There will always be a match. Cheng Wanwan's mouth twitched. Having a bad reputation originally has its advantages. At least people won't rush to act as a matchmaker. She said with a firm face, "I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I really have never thought about remarrying. Not in this life." Zhao Dashan waved his fist. If anyone dares to matchmake for my mother again, be careful that the four of us brothers will come to the door. Zhao Erga stood in front of Cheng Wanwan. My mother will never remarry in her life. Remember this. Don't offend my mother in the future. That sounds nice. Aunt Fugue looked disdainful. Everyone knows that you and Zhao Eugene quarrel every day. You were never considerate when he was alive, and why pretend to be affectionate after he died? I don't care whether you remarry or not. If you dare to hook up with my man again, be careful that I will tear your face off. Fugue wife, why don't you do human things with your face? Old Mrs. Zhao walked out of the crowd. When Zhao Fugue was a teenager, he liked to tease the girls in the village. We, the Zhao family, don't look down on such a shameless person. If you have the time to make trouble for Dashan's mother, you might as well keep an eye on your man and don't let him disgust people. The onlookers began to list the bad things Zhao Fugue had done in the past. Zhao Fugue's face was greener than the water in the ditch, and he turned around and squeezed out of the crowd. Shut up. Zhao Fugue's face was scary. My face has been ruined by you, you stinky woman. Don't block my way. He pushed Aunt Fugue away and strode away. Aunt Fugue was so angry that she stood on the ridge and cursed. After cursing for half an hour, she finally felt better. Zhao Fugue left the ridge and went directly into a dilapidated straw shed. A woman's arm pulled him in. Not long after, heavy breathing came from the house. The crowd on the ridge gradually dispersed. The men who had worked for more than 2 days went back to rest, and the women carried water to irrigate the front and back of the house, preparing to plant something in the vegetable garden. Cheng Wanwan walked towards old lady Zhao and said with a smile, Mom, I want to ask you for a favor. Old lady Zhao's vigilance immediately rose to her throat. Here it comes, the eldest daughter-in-law is finally going to talk business. Considering that the eldest daughter-in-law has been relatively well-behaved recently, and considering the death of her eldest son, if the eldest daughter-in-law proposes to move back to the old house, then she will reluctantly agree. Cheng Wanwan had no idea that the old lady had so many tricks in her mind, and said carefully, Mom, I plan to do some small business. Old lady Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. To do business, you need capital. The eldest daughter-in-law probably wants to borrow money. Last year's locust plague, this year's drought, all the money in the family was exchanged for food. In order to deal with headaches, fevers, and illnesses, only 500 coins were left. These 500 coins are the money for the whole family to see a doctor and save lives, and they must not be borrowed. But when she looked into Cheng Wanwan's clear eyes, Mrs. Zhao sighed in compromise. Forget it. I'll lend her 100 coins. Otherwise, this woman will keep pestering me. Mom, my business is related to food. I don't know if it will suit your taste since it's my first time making it. I want you to try the taste. Mrs. Zhao couldn't believe it. You said you want to help me, so you want me to try the taste for you? I don't want you to taste it alone. I also want Dashan's second uncle, third uncle, second aunt, and third aunt to try it. If you have any opinions, just let me know. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, it will be delivered in about 2 hours. At 3:30 in the morning, the sun was setting in the west. Cheng Wanwan and her family got busy. Zhao Saiden's job was simple. He went to the mountains to dig wild vegetables and came back to chop them up to feed the chickens. Zhao Saniu and Zhao Ergu were responsible for loosening the soil, pouring water on the dry and hard vegetable fields in front of and behind the house, and then digging and turning them over. They could be planted tomorrow. Zhao Dashan made ice jelly under Cheng Wanwan's command. A small half-bowl of agar-agar seeds was put into a cloth bag and rubbed desperately in a basin of water. The agar-agar seeds were rubbed and beaten until all the surface substances on the agar-agar seeds were washed out, until the clear water gradually became thick. Half a pound of agar-agar seeds became a large basin of thick, shapeless ice jelly. The spring water on the mountain was cold enough, so the shapeless ice jelly was placed in the spring water to chill and wait for it to solidify. While waiting, Cheng Wanwan asked her sons to go up the mountain to find hawthorn fruit. This season was the time when hawthorns were ripe. The chopped hawthorn pulp was put in the ice jelly. The sour and sweet taste made people want to eat it again after taking one bite. Cheng Wanwan and Wu Huanyang boiled brown sugar water in a pot. She planned to make two flavors first, hawthorn iced jelly and brown sugar iced jelly, and she didn't know which one would be more popular. Wu Huanyang watched her mother-in-law pour a large box of brown sugar into the pot, and she felt so distressed. In this day and age, meat is expensive and brown sugar is also expensive. So much brown sugar costs at least 50 or 60 coins. Can the lantern grass that no one wants on the mountain really earn back these copper coins? Wu Huanyang didn't believe that lantern grass could make anything delicious, but she had one advantage. She never questioned her mother-in-law and did whatever her mother-in-law said. When the brown sugar water came out of the pot, Zhao Sidon rushed into the house with a handful of hawthorn fruit. Sidon is really amazing. Cheng Wanwan praised generously. When the ice jelly comes out, the first bowl will be awarded to our Sidon. Zhao Sidon licked his lips, his eyes staring at the ice jelly chilled in the spring water. Cheng Wanwan wiped her hands, took a pair of chopsticks and walked to the edge of the basin. She poked it with the chopsticks, but the ice jelly was still in an unformed state. It's been almost an hour, and it should have gradually solidified. Could it be that she forgot some steps? She sat on the side, thinking hard, recalling the details of the time when she made ice jelly in Xinjiang. She remembered that she had indeed forgotten a step. When she was washing the agar-agar seeds, the staff put some powder in the container. This powder should be the key to solidification. Zhao Sidon squatted beside the basin, blinking his big eyes. Mom, is it edible? Zhao Ergus secretly stretched out his finger to lick it. His eyes lit up. It's icy, cool, and delicious. Really? Zhao Sidon couldn't help it, and quickly took a spoon to put a little in his mouth. He smacked his tongue, his eyes shining. Mom, what is this called? It's so cool to eat when the weather is hot. I like it very much. I can definitely sell it for money. Cheng Wanwan looked at a large basin of failed products and said helplessly, These can be eaten, but they can't be sold for money yet. Make it again. Wu Huanyang said nervously, Mom, did I do something wrong? From beginning to end, it was her mother-in-law who told her how to do it, and she actually operated the details. She was afraid that any mistake would ruin her mother-in-law's business. Cheng Wanwan shook her head. It has nothing to do with you. I forgot what to add in the middle. You guys eat a bowl each first and then prepare dinner. I'll think quietly by myself. She walked to the back of the house, enjoying the breeze, and tried to recall again. But in her previous life, she was just traveling and didn't pay attention to what the powder was. No matter how hard she tried to recall, she couldn't remember it. Cheng Wanwan was frustrated when she suddenly slapped herself on the forehead. What a fool. She has a trading mall, and there are books in the mall, which is equivalent to an encyclopedia. Can't she just spend money to buy a book about making ice jelly? She opened the mall to search and found a recipe for ice jelly. She bought a recipe for 8 cents. She opened the recipe and saw the raw materials. To make ice jelly, she needed to add lime powder to make it solidify. Lime powder should have appeared in this era, but it probably was unavailable in Daya Village. She could buy it from the mall, but this skill would definitely be passed on to Wu Huanyang in the future. Where would Wu Huanyang get the lime powder then? She continued reading the recipe, which was cheap but so crude that it didn't even mention a substitute for lime powder. Cheng Wanwan held her forehead in frustration. She thought about the properties of lime powder and suddenly had an idea. If she replaced the lime powder with starch, would it work?
Do what you say.
Cheng Wanwan bought some corn flour, white flour, sweet potato flour, and other foods that were very common in Daya Village in the mall, and then walked to the front yard. Each of the 4 boys held a bowl of ice jelly, sipping it in small sips, smacking their lips after each sip, which looked a bit funny. This whole bowl is a failure. If you drink too much, you won't be able to drink the finished product later. Cheng Wanwan laughed and shook her head. Come and help while it's still early. She divided the rubbed agar seeds into several small bowls, added corn flour, white flour, and sweet potato flour respectively, and then placed them in the well water. During the waiting time, Cheng Wanwan and Wu Huanyang prepared dinner together. The dishes on the table were still wild vegetables and mushrooms, nothing fresh. The most lacking thing at home was meat, and there was no reason to eat meat openly. Rice with wild vegetables and mushrooms was the best meal in Dea Village. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Cheng Wanwan went to check the 3 test samples. The ice jelly with sweet potato starch solidified the fastest, and it already had a jelly-like gelatinous texture. It would probably be ready in a cup of tea. She got up to prepare the ingredients, took out all the bowls in the house, put chopped hawthorn pulp in half, and put black sticky brown sugar water in the other half, and finally cut the solidified ice powder into small cubes, put 6 cubes in one bowl, and then put them steadily into the bamboo basket. There were only 8 bowls in the house, and the basket could only hold 8 bowls of ice powder. She walked out of the house carrying the basket. There were still people in the rice field at the door. The rice that had been dry for almost 2 months suddenly had water. Some old farmers were reluctant to leave the ridges and walked back and forth in their own rice fields again and again, fearing that this was just a dream. When Cheng Wanwan walked over, many people took the initiative to greet her, which was something that would never happen before. She carried the basket to Lao Zhao's house, and the whole family was enjoying the cool in the yard. "Mother Dashan, you are here." Old Lady Zhao looked at the basket in her hand. "Did you really make food?" Cheng Wanwan nodded. "Didn't I ask the children to help pick lanterns a few days ago? I made it with that stuff. It's my first time making it, so I don't know how it tastes. If you think it's good, I'll take it to the town tomorrow to see if anyone buys it." She took out the bowls from the basket and placed a total of 8 bowls on the table. There were 12 people in the old Zhao family. She was just about to ask the children to go to her house to eat. The ones with flour and corn flour would not be sold in the town, but the taste was the same. The children could have as much as they wanted. Before she could say anything, Sun said quickly, "Chunhua, Donghua, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take the bowls. If you go too late, there will be no more."
Cheng Wanwan saw everything.
She didn't say anything and let Chunhua and Donghua take 2 bowls each. The 4 people in the third room each had a bowl of ice jelly. She took the 2 bowls, handed one to the old lady and one to the old man. There were only 2 bowls left, and Zhao Er's wife Wen said, "De Wang and Er Wang, you 2 share one bowl. Xiao Hua and Qiu Hua, you 2 eat one bowl." Cheng Wanwan smiled. In just a few minutes, she could tell who was easy to get along with and who was more cunning. She said, "De Wang, you run fast. Take a few more bowls to Da's aunt's house to get a few bowls of ice jelly. As many as you want." Zhao Erwang raised his hand quickly. "I'll go too, I'll go too." The 2 boys ran away quickly. Old man Zhao stared at the greasy thing in the bowl and hesitated. "Mrs. Dashan, you said this is ice jelly?" Old Lady Zhao was a little scared. "I have lived for 60 years and have never seen this thing. Why doesn't it look like something edible?" Zhao Er said carelessly, "Sister-in-law will definitely not bring something inedible. You will know after taking a bite." He picked up the bowl and drank half of it in one breath. He was stunned. No wonder it is called ice jelly. "I feel cold all over after eating it. Sister-in-law, is this really made of lantern grass? How is it made?" Zhao Sen also drank it quickly. After taking a sip, he swallowed it whole. "Why is there a taste of hawthorn? This thing is too sour. I never touched it before. It tastes quite good in this ice jelly." The youngest Donghua drank it all in one breath and wiped her mouth. "Aunt, it tastes so good, especially sweet. I haven't had enough. Do you have any more?" Old Mrs. Zhao glared at them coldly. "You want to eat it just by opening your mouth. Who taught you the rules? This is what your aunt sells for money. A bowl should cost at least 1 penny. If you want more, pay." Cheng Wanwan thought this old lady was really cute. She helped her solve a big problem invisibly. She smiled and said, "I plan to sell this ice jelly for 2 cents a bowl. Mother, do you think it's feasible?" Sun took a breath of cold air. "This thing, selling it for 2 cents a bowl, is crazy? Wouldn't it be delicious to buy a meat bun with 2 cents? Now the price of meat buns has increased, and it will cost about 4 cents. 2 cents can buy a steamed bun. Why buy this snack that doesn't fill you up?" But she would not kindly remind her and let her sister-in-law be turned away and not make a penny. Let's see how the old lady is biased. She smiled and said, "I think 2 cents is too cheap. This thing is unique in Dea Village and Pingan Town. It's not too much to sell it for 3 cents. Cheng Wanwan originally priced it at 3 cents, but because of the natural disaster, many people didn't have much savings at home, and 3 cents was a bit expensive. She was worried that no one would be interested. 2 cents a bowl is not too cheap, but it is acceptable to people, and she can make a fortune. She observed that the iced jelly with brown sugar water seems to be more popular, but those who like sour taste can also accept hawthorn. Both flavors are fine. After everyone finished eating, she said, "Let's try selling it for 2 cents first. I have to go to town tomorrow morning, so I'll go back to work first." When she went back with the basket, Zhao Wang and Zhao Wang had already eaten 2 bowls of iced jelly. They touched their stomachs and sighed. It was so comfortable. It was very hot this summer, and even if they fanned themselves hard, the heat could not be driven away. But at this moment, they felt cool from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Cheng Wanwan couldn't help laughing. "You two take this big bowl of iced jelly back and let everyone in Lao Zhao's family have enough. This bowl is made of coagulated white flour starch, which takes a long time to coagulate and is not smooth enough. It doesn't look very good. In order not to waste it, just let your family consume it." Zhao Wang and Zhao Wang jumped up, picked up the basins and walked out, fearing that their aunt-in-law would go back on her word. The two of them returned with a large bowl of iced jelly. Old Mrs. Zhao was stunned. "You two little rascals, why don't you move back to your aunt's house? This is your aunt's livelihood. Return it to me now." Zhao Wang said quickly, "It was our aunt who asked us to bring it back, saying that we could eat as much as we wanted today, and there would be no more in the future." Before the old lady could say anything, Donghua rushed over, her saliva almost flowing into the bowl. "All right, 1 more bowl each," the old lady said helplessly. "Put the rest in the fridge and eat it tomorrow. You have no self-control every day." The old lady entered the house and said to old man Zhao, "The eldest son's wife is becoming more and more open and generous. She is really different from before." Old man Zhao smoked his pipe and said, "She used to think about the promotion of the eldest nephew of the Cheng family, and she had a falling out with the Cheng family. Isn't she going to be sensible? I don't know if this iced jelly can be sold at a good price." Old lady Zhao shook her head and said, "We are all honest farmers. We have never done business, and we can't teach her anything. Let her slowly explore it." Cheng Wanwan has been calculating. Half a caddy of agar seeds can produce a large basin of iced jelly, which weighs 20 caddies. If 20 caddies of iced jelly are cut into small pieces, it can hold at least 80 bowls. A bowl of iced jelly costs 2 cents, which means that with the remaining more than 4 caddies of agar seeds, she can earn a total of about 1,200 coins, which is equivalent to 1 tael and 2 qian of silver. After deducting the meager cost, she can make at least 1 tael of silver. You know, in this era, the annual income of a farmer's family is only 2 taels of silver, and this is under the condition of good weather and good harvest. If she successfully sells all these iced jelly, she will earn almost as much as others earn in half a year, which is equivalent to a huge sum of money. But the prerequisite is that the iced jelly can be sold. Cheng Wanwan asked Wu Huanyang and Zhao Dashan to take out another half a pound of agar seeds to make iced jelly. Together with the finished product that was just tried and not eaten, a total of about 130 bowls can be produced. Tomorrow, these will be used to test the market reaction. That night, Cheng Wanwan and the children were busy until very late. And the neighboring Hohot village also lit torches and stayed up all night. This afternoon, many people from Hohot village sneaked to Dea village and saw with their own eyes that a ditch flowed down from the mountain and flowed into the dry rice fields. Many people were jealous. After careful consideration by the head of the village, it was decided to follow the example of Dea village and call on all the villagers to dig a ditch. This decision was passed unanimously by everyone in Hohot village. However, there was a big dispute when determining the candidates for ditch digging. Village head, "My family's fields are closest to Dadong Mountain. Logically, shouldn't my family provide 1 less labor?" Village head, "Everyone knows that my men are strong. 1 man can be compared to 2 people from other families. Let's just send him." "Shut up." The village head's beard was raised in anger. Dadong Mountain is the top of Dea village, and it is even farther away from our Hohot village. They provide more than 400 laborers, and we need at least 600 to dig the ditch within 3 days. You all don't want to work hard, but just want to be lazy. But our fields are close, so we really don't need to work harder. My family is far away, but we are in the same village, so we can't be so fussy. If it's far away, we need more people. If there are no adults, the children will take over. Anyway, our family can't suffer any loss." When she stood up, the other 3 boys lying on the same bed opened their eyes at the same time. Zhao Sidon said in a daze, "Mom, I want to go to town too." Zhao Sanyu also said, "Mom, I'm strong. Let me go with you." Of the 4 children, except for the eldest, who went to town a few times to sell firewood for salt, the other 3 had never been to town, and they all looked like they had never seen the world. Cheng Wanwan said hard, "Today, we only prepared 130 bowls of ice jelly, which is enough for 2 people. But we may need to buy some things and need someone to help us carry them. Dashan, Sanyu, come with me." Zhao Erga's eyes widened. "Mom, shouldn't I go with my eldest brother? According to the order, it should be him, right?" He glared at Zhao Sanyu angrily. Zhao Sanyu smiled and said, "Because I'm strong, hee." Cheng Wanwan smiled and nodded. "Sanyu is stronger. Let him carry the food back." In fact, Sanyu is a simple and honest child, not as cunning as the second child. She took some things from the space as if they were for buying, and the eldest and 3rd children would not find out. Zhao Sanyu didn't know that she was chosen because of her IQ. She got up happily to wash her face. Zhao Da's ox cart stopped at the entrance of the village. The cart was empty, without a single person. Come to think of it, every household is short of food these days. Wouldn't it be nice to use a penny to buy some food? Why use it to ride an ox cart? It only takes an hour to walk there. If you start walking before dawn, you can reach the town before the sun comes out. You can save 2 cents for a round trip, which is enough to buy a big steamed bun. The mother and her 2 children got on the cart, with 2 loads and 4 buckets. 1 bucket is ice powder, 2 buckets are water for washing tableware, and the last bucket is for tableware. The bowls at home were all broken and not suitable for serving to customers. The first thing to do, when arriving in town, was to buy bowls and spoons. 10 sets were bought first. If they were not enough, it was a good thing, indicating that the market potential was great. While driving the ox cart, Zhao Da asked casually, "What is Dashan doing?" Cheng Wanwan said, "I tried to make some food and took it to the town to see if I could sell it." She wanted to make money honestly, build a house honestly, and live comfortably in this era honestly. She never thought of hiding her business from the villagers. Of course, she would not be stupid enough to reveal how much money she made. Zhao Da did not ask in detail. People in the village often brought things to the town to sell. Eggs and dry firewood were the most common. Some clever women would embroider handkerchiefs, and some people would make mung bean cakes or something. In short, they were all small businesses to make a living, and each family had its own way of living. The ox cart drove steadily towards Ping'an town. Not long after walking a short distance, something suddenly flew down from a tree on the side of the road and landed on Cheng Wanwan's arm. "The last time we rode the ox cart, there was this thing, a locust." Zhao Sanyu grabbed the locust and crushed it to death. His hands were stained with the juice from the locust's body, so he rubbed it on his trouser legs. Cheng Wanwan was in a state of panic. They were about to sell food, but this kid was still so unhygienic. If a customer saw him, he wouldn't be able to sell a bowl of ice jelly. She quickly used a gourd ladle to get some clean water. "Sanyu, wash your hands." Zhao Sanyu's face turned red. "Mom, I won't do it again next time." A locust hit his face and he slapped it with his palm, his face dirty. Cheng Wanwan's eyebrows jumped. Zhao Sanyu quickly admitted his mistake. "Mom, I was wrong." He quickly got some water to wash his hands and face, fearing that he would be kicked off the bus. Cheng Wanwan looked up at the sky. There were quite a few locusts flying overhead. Not too many, but not too few either. Zhao Da frowned. "This thing came once last year. If it comes again this year, Day Village, no, the entire Ping'an town will be finished." "Uncle Da, it won't happen." Zhao Dashan shook his head vigorously. "Grandpa Lijing said that the locusts will not come again after they fly away. The few remaining ones may not have had time to fly away last year. They are not difficult to deal with. Zhao didn't say anything and drove the car in silence. Cheng Wanwan didn't say anything either. She counted the locusts flying in the sky. She counted them casually, and there were nearly 100 of them. If the locusts really come, the rice that has finally grown ears and grains will all be taken advantage of by these locusts. She vaguely remembered that when she watched the news in her previous life, there was a locust-sweeping duck army on the hot search. Hundreds of chickens and ducks entered the rice fields and ate the locusts, flying all over the sky. There were only 3 chickens at home, which was not enough. Even if they could start to brood and hatch chicks immediately, there would be no time. It would be great if there were chicks to sell in the town. Along the way, Cheng Wanwan thought about all sorts of things, and the ox cart soon arrived in Ping'an town. At this moment, the sun had just jumped out of the horizon. It was the morning market time. The streets were crowded with people, and there were all kinds of stalls on the roadside. Selling buns, 4 cents for a big meat bun. Selling candied haws, sweet and delicious candied haws. Selling eggs, cheap. The streets were full of shouts, and the stalls were full. Day Village was too far from Ping'an town. It was so early that there was not even a stall to occupy. Cheng Wanwan found an empty space at the end of the street, put down the 4 buckets of belongings, and instructed. Sanyu, you stay here to guard the things. Dashan, go to the restaurant over there and borrow 2 tables. Borrow 1 for 2 cents. Don't borrow more than 2 cents. I'll go to the grocery store to buy tableware. The mother and her 2 children split up and went about their business. Cheng Wanwan walked into the only grocery store in the town. The store had a complete range of items. Some of the porcelain bowls were antique and looked very good. She asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is one?" The shopkeeper took a look at the patched clothes she was wearing and said indifferently, 35 coins. Cheng Wanwan, this is too expensive. Buying 10 bowls and spoons would cost half a tael of silver, which would increase the cost invisibly. She compromised and said, "Is there anything cheaper?" The shopkeeper looked impatient. "The cheapest one in this row is 1 coin each. Choose whatever you want." Cheng Wanwan looked down and saw that the tableware placed below was all defective. They were either broken or had ugly patterns. They were only slightly better than the broken bowls in their home. She shook her head and turned to walk out of the store. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes behind her. She was wearing such tattered clothes and still disdained a bowl worth 1 coin. How could he be so confident? Cheng Wanwan was confident. She walked around the alley and opened them all. There were all kinds of tableware on the empty panel, which were so beautiful. She chose a set of medium-sized white porcelain bowls with pink plum blossoms on the surface. Each bowl cost 2 cents, a total of 20 cents, and with 10 spoons, it only cost 30 cents in total. She walked to the stall with 10 bowls in her arms and saw Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu carrying 2 tables down. The sun was rising gradually. Cheng Wanwan's ice jelly stall was open. A table was placed in the front for customers to sit and eat. Another table was placed with 5 bowls, each with a small piece of ice jelly, then poured with brown sugar boiled into black, and then put 2 hawthorn pulps. When she started her business, she went to the market and attracted customers by herself. It was not difficult for her to attract customers. She had a smile on her face and shouted loudly, "I'm selling ice jelly, refreshing and cool ice jelly. Free tasting, limited quantity, first come, first served." Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu followed suit and shouted. With the efforts of the mother and her 2 sons, someone finally stopped in front of the stall. It was a woman in her 30s or 40s. She stared at the things at the bottom of the bowl and said hesitantly, "I've never seen this before, it looks weird." Cheng Wanwan kept a business smile. "Hello, sister-in-law. This is ice jelly, which is best eaten when the weather is hot. It's so refreshing after a bite." The woman looked questioning. "You don't have ice cubes here. How can you feel cool after eating it?" Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "You can try it for free. If you don't believe it, then try it. It's free anyway, right?" Zhao Dashan picked up the sample with great discernment, handed it to the woman, and also gave her a spoon. In the porcelain bowl reflecting the pink plum blossoms, There was light yellow, transparent iced jelly and brown sugar with a sweet and greasy smell.
It's worth eating this thing.
The woman put the spoon to her lips. As soon as the ice powder entered her mouth, she felt the coolness. The coolness spread from her lips and tongue to her throat, and then rolled into her abdomen. The sweat she had worked up from walking to the town all morning seemed to disappear in an instant. She licked the red sugar water on her lips and asked, "What did you just say this thing was called?" "It's called ice powder, 2 cents for a big bowl." Cheng Wanwan took out an empty bowl swiftly. "If you want, I'll serve you a bowl. Since you're the first customer, I'll give you 2 more yuan." The woman was a little hesitant at first. 2 cents could buy a big steamed bun, which could be a full meal. It was not worth buying this thing, but Cheng Wanwan said that she would give her 2 more yuan, and she was a little tempted. This thing would cool down after eating, and it wouldn't be too hot on the way back later. It would be great if she could bring it back to her child. The woman asked, "Can I take the bowl with me? I'll bring it back to you tomorrow morning." Cheng Wanwan smiled bitterly. "We only have 10 bowls. I'm afraid they're not enough." In ancient times, productivity was limited. There were no disposable tableware, and it was impossible to take out, and then they lost their first customer. Zhao Dashan was disappointed. "This auntie seems to like it. Why doesn't she buy it?" Zhao Sanyu scratched the back of his head. "Do you think it's too expensive? Otherwise, mother, reduce the price to 1 penny per bowl." Cheng Wanwan shook her head. It was not about money. In ancient times, these women put the men and children in the family at the top of their hearts. When they saw delicious food, they were more willing to take it back to their children and men. Something flashed through her mind, but she didn't catch it. She said, "Dash and Sanyu, you two continue to call for free samples. I'll sit aside and think for a while." Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu were afraid that so much ice jelly would hit their hands, so they really shouted at the top of their lungs. Sure enough, several more women came over. There were many people trying the jelly, but only a woman with a child and a sturdy middle-aged man were willing to pay for it. After a whole morning of hard work, they sold 2 bowls of iced jelly and earned 4 cents, which just covered the rent for the table. After the morning market, the crowds on the street gradually dispersed. Zhao Dashan returned the table. Zhao Sanyu squatted on the ground to wash the dishes, and from time to time secretly glanced at Cheng Wanwan, who was standing on the street in deep thought. "Mom, it's okay." Zhao Sanyu comforted awkwardly. "I can go carry the big bag and earn 20 cents a day. Buy meat for Mom." Zhao Dashan walked back and echoed, "I just heard from the restaurant owner that Wang Yuanwai in the town is recruiting workers to build a granary, 22 cents a day and 1 meal. Sanyu and I will go to work and earn 50 cents a day, so Mom won't have to work so hard." Cheng Wanwan's eyes suddenly lit up. She finally knew where the problem was. The consumer group was positioned incorrectly, so the things naturally couldn't be sold. In modern times, the market for these desserts is girls, but in ancient times, women had a low status and girls were not qualified to buy snacks. Her consumer group should be men with working ability, or a more favored boy in a family, especially in this disaster year, when grain prices soared, and it was even more impossible to use the copper coins in the family indiscriminately. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "Dash and Sanyu, pack up your things. Let's go to Wang Yuanwai's house and try our luck." After staying in the market for more than an hour, she also heard many people talking about it. After Wang Yuanwai's grain was stolen last time, the Wang family decided to rebuild the granary. They started work 3 or 5 days ago. In order to speed up the progress, they are still recruiting people recently. There should be many strong men there. The mother and her 2 children took their belongings to Wang Yuanwai's house. The wall behind the house was demolished and rebuilt. 30 or 40 strong men were building the wall under the scorching sun. There was a tank of water outside the yard. You can drink it when you are thirsty, but the water in the tank has been exposed to the sun for a long time. Drinking it can quench thirst but not relieve heat. A group of men in their 20s and 30s were sweating profusely. The sweat dripped onto the ground and was instantly dried by the sun. Cheng Wanwan set up a stall 20 meters away from the yard. There was no table to borrow, so she moved bricks to pile them up, and then took off Zhao Sanyu's coat and spread it on the bricks, just as a small table. Selling ice jelly, refreshing and cool ice jelly. Free tasting, limited quantity. First come, first served. A group of men were working and suddenly heard someone shouting on the side. Looking over, it was a woman with two young boys selling things. These men heard the words free tasting, and several young men in their early 20s who were nearby came over. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "The ice jelly is the most suitable for eating in the hot summer. There are 10 free tastings in total. If you come late, they will be gone. 10 bowls, 1 bowl of ice jelly, the shiny jelly-like thing, looks mouth-watering." Several men picked up the bowls and drank it. They didn't taste anything, but the icy feeling went from their lips and tongues to the tip of their hearts. Cheng Wanwan said at the right time, "A bowl costs 2 cents. Do you guys want it?" The man in the front took out a few copper coins from his waistband, picked out 2, and threw them over. "Hurry up and serve me a bowl." "Okay." Cheng Wanwan put the copper coins away. Zhao Dashan had already served a bowl. She took it and asked with a smile, "Do you like sweet or sour?" The man said sweet, so Cheng Wanwan added a large spoonful of brown sugar to him, put a spoon, and handed him a bowl of ice jelly. There were a total of 36 people on the construction site, and 30 of them bought ice jelly. The remaining 6 people probably had really poor families and just couldn't come over. Cheng Wanwan took a look in the bucket. There were at least 70 or 80 bowls of ice jelly. They definitely couldn't sell them here, so they had to find another place. She was thinking about where to go next. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu sat on the side counting money excitedly. Zhao Dashan was stunned. "It's 64 coins in total. Oh my god, how can you make so much in one day?" Zhao Sanyu also looked unbelievable. "I only make 20 coins a day by carrying a big bag, and I can make 64 coins by selling ice jelly. Our family will become rich." Cheng Wanwan, "Can these 2 boys put away their ignorant looks?" she said unhappily. The brown sugar added to the ice jelly cost 40 coins, and these porcelain bowls and spoons cost 30 coins. "We didn't even make back the cost. Why are you so happy?" Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu's faces immediately fell. The 2 counted on their fingers how much they needed to make money, but they couldn't figure it out. Cheng Wanwan packed up her things, eat something first, and then go to the next place. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu picked up 2 loads of things and followed her to the street. Although the morning market was over, there were still many food stalls on the street. Cheng Wanwan sat down at a noodle stall. Zhao Sanyu immediately grabbed her. "Mom, I just want to eat the buns. A vegetarian bun costs 2 cents, but a bowl of noodles here costs 10 cents. They have to sell 5 bowls of ice jelly to make up for the loss." Zhao Dashan shook his head violently. "Mom, let's go back and eat. Huinyang must have made a lot of delicious food. Eat if you are told to eat." Cheng Wanwan looked at her 2 silly sons with some worry. "How can you have the energy to work if you don't eat enough? We have to continue selling ice jelly later. We can go back after we sell them all." Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu had to sit down. The boss quickly brought 3 bowls of noodles. As the fragrance wafted over, Zhao Sanyu's saliva flowed out instantly and dripped on the table. He wiped it clean with his sleeves while no one was watching. Cheng Wanwan picked up the chopsticks. "Hurry up and eat." Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu buried their heads and began to eat the noodles. The 2 of them wolfed down the noodles and drank up the noodle soup. Cheng Wanwan couldn't bear to look at this scene. She turned her head and talked to the noodle stall owner. "Sister-in-law, do you know that there is a school in Ping'an Town? The largest school in Ping'an Town is Dikang School, which was opened by an old scholar, but the old scholar is old and has forgotten things." The boss lowered his voice. "Now many people send their children to the neighboring Hiku Town to study. Hiku Town was founded by a scholar. Studying there is promising." Cheng Wanwan vaguely remembered that Cheng Zhao, the most promising child of the Cheng family, seemed to be studying in the school in Hiku Town called Nanfu Academy. She had a plan in her mind and asked, "How long does it take to get to Hiku Town from here?" "Not far, it will take half an hour to walk." Cheng Wanwan thanked the boss, paid 30 coins for noodles, and then took her 2 sons to Hiku Town. It was noon now, and there was no ox cart at the entrance of the town. The mother and her 2 sons could only walk there. At the end of noon, they finally saw the city wall of Hiku Town. With just one look, Cheng Wanwan felt that Hiku Town was more economically developed than Ping'an Town. There were people coming and going everywhere. Not far away, there was a big river on the edge of the city. There were sporadic boats on the sinking river. The dock was probably even more lively. There were not many people in Ping'an town after the morning market, but Hika town was still crowded with people. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sania looked left and right. Their eyes were not enough. It was their first time in Hika town, and everything was new to them. Cheng Wanwan took her son across the street. She habitually glanced at the grain store. The food in Hika town was not cheap either. The price of corn had risen to 10 cents, and white rice and flour were not put on sale at all. It was probably because they knew that ordinary people could not afford them. When she turned her head, she saw a woman kneeling on the ground in front of the grain store, and next to her was a skinny girl with a pale face, about 4 or 5 years old. The woman's tears kept falling. The family has run out of food. If things continue like this, all the children will starve to death. I have no choice but to give this girl away. 300 copper coins will take her away. Please be kind. The little girl, who was about 4 or 5 years old, cried very pitifully, looking at the onlookers with her big eyes, her eyes full of panic. Cheng Wanwan's mood was extremely complicated. If she were in this situation, she would rather starve to death than sell the child she had carried for 10 months. 300 coins to buy a maid back home is not expensive at all, but this maid is not the only one in the world who is forced to sell herself in exchange for food. As the disaster continues to worsen, more and more people will sell their children, and most of those sold will probably be girls. Cheng Wanwan withdrew her gaze and continued walking forward with her 2 sons with heavy steps. At the end of the street, you will reach the famous Nanfu Academy in Hika town. This academy was jointly founded by the government and a scholar. The teachers invited were at least scholars. After the outstanding children from nearby towns reached a certain level of education, they would gather here to study. In other words, those who study here either have a talent for studying or come from a family with plenty of money. There are also some small stalls in front of the school, but most of them sell pens, ink, paper, and inkstones, as well as books and paintings. The place is filled with the scent of books. As soon as Cheng Wanwan's stall was set up, a boss kindly reminded her, "There is a cafeteria in Nanfu Academy. Students here basically don't go out to buy these foods. Auntie, you should go to another place." "Thank you for the reminder," Cheng Wanwan said with a smile. "Since you are here, give it a try." Zhao Saniu had borrowed a table. The mother and her 2 sons laid out the ice jelly for tasting in a row. Just as they finished their work, a bell rang in the academy. When the bell rang, the vendors at the door immediately stood up straight, looking energetic and ready to welcome customers. Not long after, students came out of the academy in groups of 3 or 5. They were wearing the same white and blue academy uniforms. Looking at them, they were all handsome boys, very pleasing to the eye. Cheng Wanwan and her 2 sons shouted, "Selling ice jelly, refreshing and cool ice jelly. Free tasting, limited quantity, first come, first served." Several bosses who set up stalls nearby were stunned. This is the academy, a sacred place for reading and writing. Why did this woman yell, regardless of the occasion? Those who sell pens, inkstones, and paper are very particular about elegance. The vendors quietly lit a candle for Cheng Wanwan. Today was the first time they saw this aunt, and it should be the last time. There were about 200 students in Nanfu Academy, and the oldest was only in their early 20s, all of them handsome young men. These handsome young men naturally had money in their hands, which they used to buy pens, inkstones, and paper. The price of an inkstone was about 500 coins, and the worst brush was at least 100 coins. Among these stalls, ice jelly seemed particularly cheap. Free trial, 2 flavors of sour and sweet are available. Cheng Wanwan said with a smile, "It's cheap, 3 coins a bowl." Zhao Saniu, who was serving ice jelly, trembled a little. Didn't it sell for 2 coins before? Why did the price increase when it changed places? Not many people bought it for 2 coins, and I'm afraid it will all fall on my hands after the price increase. When Zhao Saniu was frowning, he heard a loud noise, and a pile of copper coins were thrown on the table. A handsome young man waved his hand and said, "Thanks to all of you for not giving up. I am willing to make friends with you." I am short of money and can't afford to treat you to a drink. I can only use this useless ice jelly instead. Please don't despise it. Brother, what are you talking about? I dare not ask you to spend money. A group of scholars flattered each other. Cheng Wanwan was counting money on the side. She shouted, a total of 30 copper coins. Sanyu, bring 10 bowls of ice jelly. Zhao Sanyu was instantly excited and quickly served 10 bowls. 10 handsome young men held white porcelain plum blossom bowls and stood in front of the stall to drink. Cheng Wanwan didn't know whether there was ice jelly in this dynasty, but it was definitely unique in Hika town. This refreshing taste is not inferior to the ice drinks in Huzhou. I felt that my clothes were sticky with sweat, but after taking a bite of ice jelly, the heat dissipated. A bowl of ice jelly can relieve the heat, and 2 spoons of brown sugar can make you forget your worries. This doggerel is very good. The scholars' doggerel spread in Nanfu Academy, and soon, many students came to hear the news. Cheng Wanwan was responsible for collecting money and taking orders. Zhao Sanyu was responsible for serving ice jelly. Zhao Dashan was responsible for adding brown sugar or hawthorn shreds to the ice jelly and washing the dishes in time. The mother and her 2 sons cooperated for the first time, but they had a tacit understanding. In less than half an hour, 70 or 80 bowls of ice jelly were sold out. The vendors selling pens, ink, paper, and inkstones next to them were stunned. They have been setting up stalls here for many years, and they're thankful if they can sell one a day, but this aunt sold all in half an hour. Are they too reserved, or is this ice jelly really so refreshing? Several vendors leaned over and saw that the wooden barrel was empty. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said to the students who came later, it's sold out today. Everyone come early tomorrow. The mother and her 2 children packed up their belongings, returned the wooden table, and then carried their loads to the street, ready to buy some more things to take back. Zhao Dashan couldn't help but ask, Mom, why do you sell it for 3 cents a bowl here? Zhao Sanyu guessed, maybe it's because those scholars look rich? Cheng Wanwan shook her head. If you see that the scholars are rich, you will charge a high price. Isn't that deliberately cheating money? What's the difference between you and some unscrupulous merchants? The reason why I raised the price by 1 cent is because this is Hika town. We carry the ice jelly here on foot, which increases the labor cost invisibly. If we transport the ice jelly to the provincial capital to sell, we have to sell it for 5 cents a bowl because it takes longer to travel. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu nodded, not quite understanding. Walking into an alley, Cheng Wanwan poured out all the money, a total of 277 coins. All the income for the day was here. Dashan, take 20 coins to buy peanuts. They are the ingredients for making ice jelly. Buy as many as you can. She paused and pushed out another 30 coins. There is no brown sugar at home. Buy some more. Cheng Wanwan counted out 30 copper coins to Zhao Sanyu. Go to the butcher shop and see how much you can buy with 30 coins. Zhao Sanyu's mouth was watering before he even saw the meat. You can go for a walk in Hiku town after buying. We will meet here in half an hour. Cheng Wanwan and her 2 sons acted separately. She still had nearly 200 coins in her hand, which was enough for her to buy a lot of things. She walked out of the alley and walked straight into the cloth shop. The 6 people in the family only had 2 sets of clothes for each person to change. The patches were patched on top of the patches. The clothes had been torn to pieces. She had worn the ragged clothes for half a month and was really intolerable. Especially there was no underwear in ancient times. She had to get herself a set of underwear. When she walked into the cloth shop, she saw that the cloth on both sides of the door was made of linen, which was also the cheapest kind of cloth. When the price of grain soared, the price of cloth was relatively stable, and 1 foot could be bought for 2 cents. She silently calculated in her mind that an adult man would need about 6 or 7 feet of cloth to make a set of clothes, and a woman would need about 5 feet. She bought 10 feet of gray cloth, 10 feet of cyan cloth, 10 feet of navy blue cloth, 10 feet of black cloth, and 10 feet of khaki and light pink cloth, spending a total of 60 cents. After leaving the cloth shop, she spent 20 cents to buy 4 pairs of cotton women's underwear in the mall. She and Wu Huinyang each bought 2 pairs, just as if they bought them in the cloth shop. She walked around the town and finally saw someone selling chicks. Dozens of chickens were in the cages, looking listless and looking like they would not live long. In another cage were ducklings, which were tender yellow and looked a little more energetic. "Auntie, would you like to buy chicks?" 6 coins each. The man selling chickens was talking. "Our chicks are all very strong and can lay eggs. When they grow up, they will become roosters. Bring them back for your money. If they die, I can give you 10 times the money." Before the man finished speaking, a chick in the cage fell down with a clatter. Cheng. The weather was too hot, and the life of the chicks was too fragile. Fortunately, Day Village was not short of water, so we could buy ducklings and raise them at home. The ducklings were also 6 coins each. Cheng selected 20 ducklings that were in good spirits and put them in the backpack. The ducklings quacked, and she felt happy for some reason. She had just bought the cloth and the ducks, and the 200 copper coins in her hand were almost gone. Cheng returned to the alley early to buy staple food in the mall. The food she bought with the money she lied about from selling the silver hairpins had been eaten up long ago. If she hadn't added some from time to time, the whole family would have starved to death. Wu Huanyang asked several times how the family could still afford food, but she always evaded the question. Fortunately, she made some money today. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to continue to deceive her simple daughter-in-law. She bought 30 caddies of the most common corn, 20 caddies of rice, 20 caddies of white flour, and 10 caddies of black flour, buckwheat flour, corn flour, etc. She also bought some snacks, a few soaps for bathing, a wooden comb, and a pair of rustic-looking cloth shoes. After Cheng Wanwan's shameful money was squandered like this, she still had more than 118 taels left. Hika Town is half an hour away from Ping'an Town. Ping'an Town is more than an hour away from Day Village. The mother and her 2 children didn't take the ox cart. After walking for almost 2 hours, they finally saw the familiar mountains. At this time, the sun had already set, and dusk enveloped Day Village. The orange sunset was reflected in the rice fields, quiet and beautiful. Dashan, why did you come back so late? Sister Zhao, I heard that you went to the town to sell food today. How was your business? The women who were chatting under the big locust tree saw the mother and her 2 sons coming and came over to ask questions. Cheng gestured to her 2 sons to carry the things and go back first. She smiled and said, "I made some food. Fortunately, I finally sold it. I made a few copper coins and bought more than half a caddy of meat for the children to taste." After the grain price in the town went up, the price of meat also soared. The last time I went back to ask, it was 25 cents a caddy, which was too expensive. Dashan can afford meat at 25 cents a caddy. It seems that she really makes a lot of money. Tell us, how much money did you make? The women were born gossipers, and they opened their eyes wide to seek answers. Today, the price of meat is 35 cents. Cheng sighed. It costs 30 cents to cut such a small amount. There are 6 people in the family, and each of them can eat a bite to taste it. The remaining copper coins will be used to buy ducks. There is water here, and raising some ducks and selling duck eggs is much better than working hard to make food. A woman who knows how to count calculated in her mind. Pork is 30 cents, and 20 ducks are at least 100 cents. In other words, Dashan has earned more than 100 cents in a day. Countless women are extremely jealous. Dashan, what food did you make? Cheng continued to sigh. I asked the children to help pick lantern grass a few days ago. It seems that there is no cost, but you will know how troublesome it is to make it. The main thing is to put sugar. Everyone knows how expensive sugar is. 40 or 50 cents per pound. You have to buy a big bag of sugar and boil it into water every day. You also have to put peanuts, which taste crispy. The women present had complicated faces. A bowl of tasteless water with brown sugar in it can make people drool. Any food, as long as brown sugar is added, will not taste too bad. But brown sugar is too expensive. They dare not take the risk of making snacks with brown sugar and selling them in town. What if they can't sell them? Today I bought half a pound of brown sugar on credit from the grocery store. Tomorrow I have to continue selling food to settle the account. Cheng said, I will continue to collect lanterns from the lantern grass on the mountain. 2 cents per pound.
Please help me, sisters-in-law.
Aunt Wang slapped her thigh and said, That's great. Before it gets dark, I will take barley to the mountain to get some back. Another woman said, I'll ask my boy to pick some back. If there are 7 or 8 pounds, Dashinyang will not want it, right? Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, Of course, this thing consumes a lot, and I will take as many as I can. The women who were chatting at first dispersed instantly, fearing that if they went up the mountain too late, others would pull all the lantern grass. Cheng Wanwan walked home slowly. While making money for herself, she also gave the gossipy women in the village something to do, so they wouldn't be jealous of her. She walked into the yard, where Wu Huanyang was processing pork, preparing to make braised pork according to the previous method. She was quick and skillful, and soon the meat was stewed on the stove.
Zhao dashan was busi washing agar-agar sets.
Cheng Wanwan asked him to work in the main room. Regardless of the era, the core technology could not be revealed. In the future, the operation steps related to ice jelly would have to be done in the inner room. Zhao Ergu was turning over the vegetable garden at home. He had been busy at home for a day, and the land in front of and behind the house was almost done. He divided the land into small plots, planted different vegetables in each plot, and then watered and applied farmyard manure. Zhao Sanyu was chopping wood in the open space in the yard, which was something he had to do every day. Zhao Sidon was teasing the new ducklings and feeding them wild vegetable roots. Mom, I like ducklings so much. His eyes lit up. Ducklings like water.
Let's dig a pond for them.
Cheng Wanwan marked out a piece of land in the yard. The ducklings are still small. Let's make do here for now. We'll build a big pond later. She wanted to buy the land at the foot of the mountain just to dig a pond. Raising ducks was secondary. She planned to grow lotus roots, which are the jade shoots of this era. Jade shoots are a southern variety. They are not so crisp and delicious when grown in Day Village, and the color is also light yellow. But she has improved varieties in them all. The quality of the lotus roots and lotus seeds grown will not be too bad, but they cannot be too outstanding. If they are selected as tribute, it will be a big loss. This thing has always been a tribute. It is not difficult for local people in the south to eat it, but in other areas, only the superiors in the palace and some royal relatives are qualified to have a bite. If she grows it and sells it specifically to the dignitaries of the dynasty, this will be a business that makes a fortune. In her previous life, she had been to West Lake, where ornamental lotus flowers grow. Such a large lotus pond is about 60,000 to 70,000 mu. What a beautiful scenery when the lotus flowers are in full bloom. If she had a lotus pond of her own, she could live in the village for the rest of her life, enjoying the flowers, drinking tea, and listening to the sound of rain. But now, she can't even afford 30 mu of land. The task is heavy and the road is long. The task is heavy and the road is long. Before the last bit of sunlight dissipated, the braised pork was finally out of the pot. There was less than a pound of meat, and half a bowl was filled. It smelled sweet and delicious, and I wanted to swallow my tongue when I ate it. The braised pork was eaten up in an instant, and each person got a spoonful of the soup, mixed with white rice grains. It was simply the most delicious thing in the world. After eating and drinking, Cheng Wanwan took out a pack of snacks from the backpack. Sidon, this is for you. Take it and eat it. Zhao Sidon was so happy. Mom, you are so good to me, and I love you the most. He carefully opened the wrapping paper, and the crispy fragrance filled his nose. Before he took a bite, he heard the sound of swallowing saliva beside him. He was afraid that his 3 brothers would be preyed on by hungry wolves, so he quickly hid the snacks in his sleeves. Cheng Wanwan laughed a little and continued to take out from the backpack. Everyone has a pack, and Huinyang also has one. Eat your own, and don't grab others. Zhao Dashan scratched the back of his head. Mom, I'm so old, I don't want to eat snacks. Cheng Wanwan took the snacks from his hand and stuffed them into Wu Huinyang's hand. If your man doesn't eat them, you can eat them all and don't leave any left. Wu Huinyang had never eaten this kind of snack bought in the town since she was a child. Her hands trembled slightly as she took the things and said solemnly with sobs, Thank you, mother. She must be filial to her mother-in-law and take care of her until her death. Cheng Wanwan continued to empty the backpack. None of the people in the family had ever taken a copper coin and had no idea of the purchasing power of copper coins, so she had no pressure to fish in troubled waters. The things in the backpack seemed endless. Take all the grain and lock it up. Don't let anyone see it. There are also these cloths. Each person can make a new set of clothes. The remaining scraps of cloth can be made into some clothes to wear inside. Don't think she doesn't know that except for the eldest daughter-in-law, the other 4 boys in the family don't wear underwear, but only a pair of outer pants. If the pants are torn, their buttocks will be exposed, which is simply unbearable to look at. You 4 boys choose the color for yourselves. Cheng picked up pink and khaki cloth. She liked pink more, but after all, she was too old to pretend to be young. I want khaki. Pink Huinyang, make yourself a set, it will look fresh. Wu Huinyang's eyes suddenly widened. 5 or 6 children were at the gate of the courtyard. Each child was holding a basket with lanterns in it. You little guys are really quick. Cheng Wanwan said with a smile, but I can't settle the bill until tomorrow night. Is that okay? Wang Demai was the first to nod. Okay, I can pay you any time. Cheng Wanwan laughed dryly. Here are 2 caddies, so I owe you 4 cents, and 2 eggs from the day before yesterday. When digging the ditch the day before yesterday, she promised to give the children more than 20 eggs in total, but only 8 have been given out so far, and it will take more than 3 days to pay them off. Now she owes the children more than 10 cents, and she must settle the account tomorrow night. Otherwise, she will feel guilty. Children came one after another, 1 caddy, 2 caddies, and soon there were more than 20 caddies of agar seeds piled up in the yard, and she also owed a huge sum of more than 40 cents. Originally, the villagers were jealous of Dashinyang for making a lot of money by making food, but now she couldn't even pay the cost, so they realized that doing business was not easy. First, you have to buy on credit, and you can only settle the account after you make money. If you can't sell the things, not only will you lose money, but you will also owe a lot of debts. This high risk is totally unbearable for small farmers. Some women in the village had some bad thoughts, but now they have disappeared. Cheng Wanwan and her sons are busy at home. The consumption capacity of Nanfu Academy is not bad. 70 or 80 bowls are not enough. Then we can bring about 200 bowls tomorrow to try. There is a distribution dock in Hika town, where there are many coolies, but I don't know if the men who work as coolies are willing to spend 3 cents to buy ice powder. Anyway, let's try it first. Zhao Saidan is responsible for peeling the agar seeds. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Saniu are responsible for scrubbing the agar seeds. Wu Huanyang is responsible for boiling brown sugar, and Zhao Saidan is staring at the fire in the stove. Cheng Wanwan is cutting hawthorn into pieces, peeling peanuts, removing the red skin of the peanuts and pounding them into pieces. Andy, are you there? Chunhua's voice sounded at the door, and Cheng Wanwan wiped her hands and walked out. The 2 sisters Chunhua and Donghua stood at the door with baskets, and there was a big backpack at their feet, which was estimated to contain at least 5 pounds of agar seeds. Chunhua asked, Aunt, we accidentally picked a little too much. Will you take some? Cheng Wanwan did, of course. Although 1 pound of agar seeds can produce at least 20 to 30 pounds of ice jelly, the agar seeds will not go bad after being peeled, so the more the better. She smiled and said, It's 5.5 pounds in total. Aunt owes you 11 cents. Come and get it tomorrow night. Chunhua's face was full of joy. She earned 11 cents by herself. If she went back and told her mother would be very happy. She held Donghua's hand and prepared to leave. Donghua sniffed, Aunt, your house smells so good. What is Brother Saidan eating? She stared at Zhao Saidan, who was sitting at the door. After Zhao Saidan finished his work, he sat on the doorstep to eat snacks. There were 6 pieces in a bag of snacks. He couldn't bear to eat them. He licked them one by one and swallowed them slowly. He ate 3 pieces slowly. He planned to save them for tomorrow. When he looked up, he saw Donghua staring at him. He quickly hid the snacks in his sleeves. Aunt, I'm so hungry. Donghua's saliva flowed out. Who could not understand her thoughts? Cheng Wanwan would not argue with a child who is only 7 or 8 years old. She said, Saidan, give your sister Donghua a piece. Zhao Saidan glared, I only have 3 pieces. It's not enough for me. Cheng Wanwan had a headache. What should parents do when their children refuse to share snacks with other children? She felt a little regretful. Why didn't she read the parenting tips posted on public accounts before? As a single person, she really didn't know how to educate her children. Although Donghwa's behavior of reaching out for food was not desirable, Saiden being too stingy was also not okay. She walked to Saiden and said in a low voice, "Give Donghua one piece, and I will buy you another bag tomorrow." Zhao Saiden's eyes lit up and he compromised immediately. He took out some snacks, carefully took out a piece, and handed it to Zhao Donghua. Donghua swallowed the snack in one gulp, smacked her lips, and stared at the snack hidden in Zhao Saiden's sleeve. Zhao Saiden looked at Cheng Wanwan, and the meaning of his eyes was very clear. If he gave another piece, would his mother buy him another bag? Cheng Wanwan. Facts have proved that the educational method of using snacks to tempt children to learn to share is totally wrong. She said, "Chunhua, it's getting late now, take your sister home." Chunhua obediently took Donghua's hand and led her out of the yard. As soon as they reached the path, Donghua pouted. "Auntie is too stingy. She didn't even give me a piece of snack." Chunhua frowned. "Didn't Auntie ask Saiden to give you a piece? Auntie will be angry if you say that. It's just a little bit of a fingernail. I can't taste it." Donghua licked her lips. "I also saw a lot of fabrics on the table in Auntie's living room. Sister, Auntie must have made a lot of money. Brother Saiden will have endless snacks every day in the future." Chunhua also saw those fabrics, all kinds of new colors. She hadn't made new clothes for several years. The two sisters hurried to Lao Zhao's house. The adults in Lao Zhao's family were enjoying the cool in the yard, doing their work and chatting. "I heard that the eldest sister-in-law made a lot of money," Sun said with an ambiguous tone. "She bought 1/2 pound of meat and dozens of ducklings. Would she dare to spend like this without making any money?" Mrs. Zhao paused and said, "Buying ducks is a good thing. Raising ducks can produce duck eggs and exchange for copper coins. The eldest daughter-in-law is really going to live a good life." Sun's face fell. The old lady was really biased. She could even force praise. She pulled the corner of her mouth and said, "The eldest sister-in-law made money from her business for the first time to buy meat. It's fine if she didn't buy snacks for the children, but why didn't she send some meat to my parents to try?" This was simply a blatant provocation. Mrs. Zhao raised her face coldly and said, "The third daughter-in-law, if you are bored, go to the back of the house to cut bamboo. It happens that one of the backpacks at home is broken." Before she finished her sentence, Chunhua led Donghua in from the door. Sun's anger, which she had nowhere to vent, immediately poured out on the two girls. "You little girls, where did you run off to in the middle of the night? It's so dark in the mountains. If a wolf takes away 2 of you, you'll be in trouble." "Enough," Old Lady Zhao scolded. "There are patrols on the mountain now. How could a living child be taken away by a wolf?" "Chunhua, Donghua, you two come to Grandma's place and tell her what you've been doing?" Chunhua said softly, "My aunt is collecting lanterns, and Donghua and I went up the mountain to pick lanterns." Donghua said quickly, "My elder sister and I picked more than 5 kilograms, and my aunt said it was 11 copper coins in total." Sun's face was full of disappointment. The elder sister-in-law actually took away the lanterns that her 2 daughters had worked so hard to pick for nothing. If she didn't make any money tomorrow, wouldn't these 11 copper coins be wasted? Thinking of this, Sun paused suddenly. If she were doing this business, she would definitely not be willing to spend money to hire someone to help pick lantern grass. The elder sister-in-law made more money than she thought. Aunt bought delicious snacks for Saiden. Donghua licked her lips and said, "And also bought a lot of cloth. Saiden will have new clothes to wear soon." Buying meat, ducks, snacks, and cloth, this must have earned at least more than 100 coins. A few months ago, her husband went to the town to carry a big bag, and he only earned 20 copper coins a day. An idea came to Sun's mind, and she said slowly, "It's not convenient for Dashan's wife to be pregnant, and the boys are not careful. Sister-in-law should be too busy to cook alone. I will help sister-in-law tomorrow." As soon as she opened her mouth, Mrs. Zhao knew what she was thinking and scolded her angrily. "Why are you so short-sighted? If you have time to think about the copper coins in other people's hands, you might as well do your own work." I think you are really free. Go and pull out the weeds in the field tomorrow. Sun's face turned green. The land of the old Zhao family was not separated, and the land of the three families was mixed together. There were more than 20 acres of rice fields alone. She walked out of the house and stood on the ridge of the field. She saw Zhao Da's ox cart drove to the village entrance, and then Cheng Wanwan took the 4 boys in the family out and got on the ox cart. Sun stood on the ridge of the field, made up her mind, and walked towards the end of the village. Only Wu Huinyang was in the yard. Today, the 4 boys in the family all followed Cheng Wanwan to Hika town to sell ice jelly, and Wu Huinyang was sitting in the main room cutting cloth. After she cut off a piece of cloth, she twisted her body uncomfortably, and her face blushed. Late last night, her mother-in-law suddenly called her out, and then stuffed her 2 palm-sized pants, asking her to wear them close to her body in the future, saying that it could prevent gynecological diseases. She didn't know what gynecological diseases were, but she knew she had to listen to her mother-in-law, so she put them on. After putting it on, it was indeed more comfortable, but I was not used to it. I couldn't help twisting and turning, constantly adjusting my sitting position. Cluck!
Quack.
The chickens and ducks in the yard suddenly screamed. Wu Huinyang quickly put down her work, got up and walked out, and saw Sun pushing the gate. She went out and opened the gate. Why is third aunt here? Sun walked in, looking around, first silently counting how many ducklings there were, then walked straight into the main room, and saw a piece of navy blue cloth on the table at a glance. She smiled wryly. Is Dashan's wife sewing clothes? Wu Huinyang said generously. The clothes Dashan wears are all left by my father-in-law when he was alive. He hasn't changed them for several years. Grandma is considerate and asked me to make a new one for Dashan. These are the lanterns that Chunhua and Donghua sent yesterday. Sun saw a basket of lanterns in the corner of the main hall, and walked over casually to take one out. You said this is strange. Lanterns look inconspicuous. How can they be used to make delicious and beautiful ice jelly? Dashan's wife, can you teach third aunt? Wu Huinyang's vigilance immediately rose to her throat. She remained calm and looked weak. Third aunt, I don't know about this matter. Grandma didn't let me get involved. Sun continued, should we put the lanterns in the pot and cook them, or dry them in the sun and grind them into powder? You should know, right? Wu Huinyang continued to shake her head and refused to say a word. Sun had no choice but to use her trump card. If you can tell me the recipe of ice jelly, I will give you half of the money I sell. After you get this money, it will be your own private money and has nothing to do with your mother-in-law. Wu Huinyang still didn't say anything. Why are you so stupid? Sun couldn't hold back her anger and scolded. With your dull personality, you can't get anything out of it with just one stick, so you have always been controlled by your mother-in-law. Everyone in the village knows that your mother-in-law abuses you every day, but you are so good. You are pregnant and still wash clothes, burn fires, and work like a maid every day. Your mother-in-law can make money now, and she will be the queen mother in heaven in the future. You just wait to be tortured. Wu Huinyang looked down and looked around, walked over and picked up the broom and swept towards Sun's feet. Aunt San, please make way. I want to sweep the floor. Please make way. She took the broom and swept Sun out directly. Then she closed the courtyard door hard. Sun was furious. Yukai wife, what are you doing here? Aunt Wang from next door came back from the field. 2 young men from Ho Hot village came to the village entrance. They seemed to be from your mother's family. The patrol team saw that they were strong and didn't dare to let them in. You should go and take a look. The patrol team in Dae village gradually formed a rule. If a single person from another village came, they could be allowed to pass after being questioned. If 2 or more people were looking for someone, they needed to wait outside the village, and someone would notify them. Sun walked to the village entrance and saw that it was her 2 nephews from her mother's family. Aunt Grandma asked us to borrow food. The eldest nephew of the Sun family went straight to the point. All the food in the fields of Ho Hot village has dried up. Grandma said that our whole family has to rely on you this year. Sun's scalp tingled. There were nearly 20 people in the Sun family, and they all depended on her. Who could she rely on? She said unhappily, the grain in Dae village has not dried up, but it is still growing in the fields. Where can I borrow grain from you? Wait until the rice in the fields is harvested. By then, if I can lend you 10 kilograms, it can be considered as a gesture of loyalty to my mother's family. The sun gradually rose. Cheng Wanwan and her 4 sons finally arrived at Hika town. She once again told Zhao Da, Uncle Da, we will meet at the city gate at the end of noon. You must not leave alone. Without a bullock cart, she had to walk home again, which was a life-threatening thing. If she walked back and forth like this every day, she would rather not do business.
Zhao da naturally agreed.
He could earn 10 cents for the 5 mothers and sons to go back and forth. Last night, Cheng Wanwan and Wu Huanyang used 2 kilograms of agar-agar seeds to make 3 buckets of ice jelly, which could produce more than 350 bowls. Nanfu Academy alone could not handle such a large amount, so she decided to take her sons to the dock to try it first. The wharf of Hika town is not big, but it is crowded. When a ship stops, many strong men go up to move the goods. Some carry the goods away, and some return to the wharf to wait for work after moving. The crowd is mobile. Cheng Wanwan found a few discarded boards on the wharf, set up a temporary low table, and then started to shout. Free tasting is limited to 10 servings, first come, first served. 10 bowls of ice jelly were laid out on the table in a row. The pink porcelain flowers and the light yellow ice jelly were crystal clear in the sun. A man who couldn't stand the heat for a long time picked up the bowl and drank it and was immediately shocked. What is this? It tastes like ice cubes, but sweeter than ice cubes. The man wiped his mouth and said, Give me a bowl. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, This is ice jelly, 3 cents a bowl. Hearing that it would cost 3 cents, the man hesitated a little and then thought that in some post stations, a bowl of boiled water cost 1 cent. This thing should have brown sugar in it and it's cold. It tastes very refreshing, and selling it for 3 cents is not too expensive. The man took out 3 sweaty copper coins from his waist bag and threw them on the table. Hurry up and serve me a bowl. This weather is so hot that it's killing me. Cheng Wanwan took the copper coins without any disdain and shouted, Sanyu, give me a bowl of ice jelly. Zhao Sanyu cleaned the tasting bowl quickly, then served a bowl of cool ice jelly and handed it to the man. The man didn't even use a spoon. He just took the bowl and drank it and said happily, This thing is more refreshing than eating ice cubes. If it's cheaper, I really want to have another bowl. The man looked unsatisfied, which attracted the attention of other men. Soon, the stall was full of people. Cheng Wanwan collected the money and told Zhao Sanyu to serve the ice jelly, and then said to the eldest and second brother, Just follow the procedure just now. Do you two remember it? Zhao Dasha nodded. Mom, I know it all. Zhao Erga picked up a bucket of ice jelly and said impatiently, Mom, we'll go first. The 2 brothers ran to the west pier over there, fearing that they would be late and delay their business. Zhao sighed and obediently helped to add brown sugar or hawthorn to the ice jelly, and was a little flustered. Zhao Sanyu kept serving ice jelly, and his hands felt like they were not his own, until a boat stopped on the river. Now that the drought has lasted for a long time, the river has sunk, and the number of boats coming to Hika town has gradually decreased. As soon as a boat stopped, all the men rushed over like flying. There was only a thin layer of ice powder left in the bucket. In just half an hour, more than 100 bowls were sold, earning more than 300 coins. Put the things away, let's go find Dashan Ergu. Cheng Wanwan dismantled the temporary table and planned to take it to the entrance of Nanfu Academy later. It can be set up and used again. Zhao Sanyu asked in confusion. Just now, there were still many people who wanted to buy ice powder. They should come after they move the goods. Why leave so early? Cheng Wanwan said while collecting things. This is called hunger marketing. When something is always in supply, they don't think it's a big deal, but when it may be out of stock at any time, the next time we come, these people will rush over as quickly as possible, and we can finish work in the shortest time. Zhao Sanyu seemed to understand, and quietly went to clean up the tableware. Zhao sighed and blinked, and said, Mom, just now someone bought 7 bowls of ice jelly at once. How did you know it would cost 21 cents so quickly? He was still counting on his fingers, but his fingers were not enough, so he was silently looking for his toes to help. Mom had quietly put the 21 cents into her pocket. Cheng Wanwan found that this boy was very observant and could notice such details even when he was in a hurry. She smiled and said, "This is arithmetic." Mom's grandmother used to run a small business and learned how to do arithmetic quickly from others. Mom also learned a little bit. "Do you want to learn?" Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously. "I want to learn." Cheng Wanwan looked at Zhao Sanyu, who was working hard. "You should learn with me." Zhao Sanyu. He doesn't want to learn arithmetic at all. It sounds overwhelming. The mother and her 2 children walked to the West Pier, which was smaller than the East Pier but also had a lot of people. As soon as a boat left, a group of men surrounded the stall, and Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergu were so busy that they had no time to rest. Zhao Sanyu said quickly, "I'll go help my elder and second brothers." Cheng Wanwan stopped him and said, "Let's see how they do business first." Zhao Ergu was responsible for receiving customers and collecting money, while Zhao Dashan was responsible for serving ice jelly and cleaning up the tableware. The 2 of them worked together quite well. A strong man led a group of brothers and came over. "Give me 9 bowls of ice jelly." Zhao Ergu was stuck all of a sudden. Previously, each person could only order 3 bowls at most, and 3 bowls was 9 coins. He had already known it by heart. Now, how should he calculate the price for 9 bowls of ice jelly? The customers were waiting to pay. Zhao Dashan was waiting for the ice jelly to be served, and several pairs of eyes were staring at him. He was so anxious that he opened his mouth and said, "A total of 23 coins. Big brother, give me 9 bowls of ice jelly." "Okay." Zhao Dashan has already started working. A man at the back laughed. "Young man, how did you calculate this? 9 bowls of ice jelly are 27. How come you shortchanged 4 coins? The man who ordered 9 bowls of ice jelly snorted. He said 23, then 23 coins. "I'll put it here." He threw down 23 copper coins. Zhao Ergu's face was full of regret. He actually miscalculated and earned 4 coins less. How could he be so stupid? He stared at the copper coins on the table. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should take the 4 coins back. It didn't matter if he took it back. At worst, he wouldn't sell it. When he was struggling with himself, a crisp voice rang in his ears. Cheng Wanwan came over with a warm smile. "My kid has never been to school and can't do arithmetic. I'm sorry to make you laugh. He made a mistake in his calculation, so he should be responsible for it. No matter what, you can't pay for it again. Dashan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and serve 9 bowls of ice jelly." Zhao Dashan immediately got busy, and Zhao Ergu went to help with a face full of shame. This auntie is a generous person. With such a generous demeanor, are you worried about not being able to do business? Various compliments from the side attracted a group of people to buy ice jelly, and a bucket of ice jelly was quickly sold out. Zhao Ergu looked uneasy. "Mom, I shortchanged 4 cents, so I have to skip dinner as punishment. You're my own son. How can I let you starve?" Cheng Wanwan smiled. "If you leave the accounting to Dashan or Sanyu, they can probably save 40 cents. You've done a good job. Don't blame yourself. Think about what to eat later, meat buns, noodles, or wontons." Zhao Ergu felt so guilty that he didn't even care about eating, and asked, "Mom, you really don't blame me? If you have learned arithmetic and still calculate like this, you will definitely be punished. But you have never been exposed to it, so it's normal to make mistakes." Cheng Wanwan comforted him. "Don't worry, Mom will teach you. Don't think about it. Pack up and go to Nanfu Academy. After we sell everything, we'll go eat. We've made a lot of money today. Eat whatever you want." The atmosphere finally became lively. Zhao Dashan carried the last bucket of ice jelly, Zhao Ergu carried a wooden board, Zhao Sanyu carried a bucket and tableware, and Zhao Sidon held a bag of snacks in his hand. This was the reward Cheng Wanwan promised him yesterday. A bowl of ice jelly relieves the heat of summer, and 2 spoons of brown sugar can make you forget your worries. This doggerel was widely circulated in Nanfu Academy. In just 1 day and 1 night, ice jelly became a food that all students knew. As soon as Cheng Wanwan's stall opened, students came in groups of 3 or 5. There were a total of 20 sets of tableware, and 5 people worked together. In less than a quarter of an hour, a bucket of ice jelly was sold out. An empty bucket contained all the copper coins earned today. The four Zhao boys had never seen so many copper coins before, and their eyes were wide open. Cheng Wanwan coughed and said, "Let's pack up first, and then find a place where no one is. Let's count how much money we have earned." The four boys nodded like pounding garlic, quickly washed the dishes and put them in the bucket, packed up the wooden boards and put them on the side of the road, and the five of them quickly walked towards the nearest alley. Zhao Sidon just turned around and stopped walking. He looked back and saw that the person who just walked out of the Nanfu Academy seemed to be his cousin. When my mother scolded them in the past, she often said that they were not as good as my cousin Cheng Zhao. If there were any delicious food at home, my mother would send it to the Cheng family, which was actually to my cousin Cheng Zhao. My cousin Cheng Zhao's tuition and the silver for his father's death in the war were all sent to the Cheng family by my mother. I made so many copper coins today. If my mother saw my cousin, she would definitely stuff all the copper coins into my cousin Cheng Zhao's arms immediately. This is the money they earned with great difficulty, so it won't be cheap for Cheng Zhao. Zhao Sidon glanced at Cheng Wanwan, and seeing that my mother didn't see my cousin, he hurriedly left the entrance of the academy. Cheng Zhao, who had just walked out of the academy, frowned and looked at the five people who were walking farther and farther away. Why did they seem to be the second aunt and four cousins? What was the second aunt doing with her cousins in Hiko town? When Cheng Zhao was thinking, several classmates came towards him with a sneer on their faces. "Brother Cheng, what are you doing?" Cheng Zhao held a few copybooks in his hand. He said humbly, "Go to D Hall. Are you going with me? You are copying books in D Hall. We don't have the elegance of this." A student tooted his mouth twice. "I heard that copying a book is only 100 coins. How long does it take you to copy a book?" Cheng Zhao said calmly, "If the schoolwork is busy, it takes half a month to copy a book." "Ha ha ha, that means you can only earn 100 coins in half a month. 100 coins can't even buy an inkstone. You can only buy the worst brush. Brother Cheng's family is so poor, you might as well go back to farming." These people sneered openly. Cheng Zhao's face remained unchanged. He turned and left the academy gate, holding 3 copybooks, and went to D Hall. Cheng Wanwan and her 4 sons sat on the ground in an empty alley. The 4 boys had never learned arithmetic, and they got stuck when they counted to 10, scratching their heads and ears. Cheng Wanwan had to count by herself, and finally counted, a total of 723 copper coins. 3 buckets of ice jelly used nearly 3 pounds of ice jelly seeds, almost 12 pounds of lanterns, and the wages paid out were 24 coins. Brown sugar and peanuts cost a total of 80 coins. Excluding these, how much did we earn today? She smiled at the 4 boys in front of her and threw out tempting conditions. Whoever gives the correct answer first will be rewarded with a meat bun at noon today. A few long minutes passed. Finally, someone raised his hand, and Zhao Sidon said excitedly, "Mom, I know, it's 629. Cheng Wanwan shook her head. "It's still a little short. You count it carefully again." Zhao Sidon counted on his fingers and thought hard. Zhao Erga's eyes lit up. "I figured it out. It's 619. Ergo is good. I'll give you a big meat bun at noon today." Cheng Wanwan said with a smile, "You 4 are not good at arithmetic. Starting from tonight, spend an incense stick of time every day to learn how to do arithmetic." Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sidon were slightly excited. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Saniu had a bitter face. Just such a small thing. The personalities of the 4 boys were fully displayed. Cheng Wanwan put all the copper coins into her waist bag, stood up and said, "Let's go. Mother will take you to eat." The mother and her children sat down in a wonton shop. The proprietress brought 5 bowls of wontons and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law bought 5 bowls at a time, which is considered a big customer of our store. I gave you some pickles, you can try it." There were some pickles in a small plate, and the taste was not bad. Cheng Wanwan took the opportunity to educate. This boss lady is good at doing business. She gave us pickles this time. Next time we want to eat wontons, we will definitely come to their house. In the same way, when we sell ice jelly, we must give customers a feeling that they have made a profit. Just like today, Ergo underestimated a few coins. It's not a big deal. If you insist that the customer make up the few coins, the customer will feel that he has lost a lot. If you want to do long-term business, you can't care about these few coins. Gains and losses are the way to do business in the long run. Zhao nodded thoughtfully. After eating wontons, the 4 boys were only half full. Cheng went to buy a few meat buns, 1 for each person, and 1 more for Zhao. In addition to staple food, there are no other vegetables at home. There is no shortage of wild vegetables and mushrooms on the mountain, but the most lacking is meat. Cheng took a group of boys straight to the butcher shop. It was afternoon now, and there was not much fresh meat in the butcher shop. There was only 1 pork belly, some pig offal, pig bones, and pig blood left. Cheng bought all these things. 2 caddies of pork cost 60 cents. Pork entrails and bones were relatively cheap, costing 10 cents per caddy, so she spent 30 cents. The pig blood was given away by the butcher for free. While Cheng was shopping, Zhao was silently calculating beside her. Wontons cost 60 cents, meat buns cost 35 cents, pork cost 60 cents. He muttered to himself, slowly adding up the money, and was immediately shocked. It seemed like she had earned a lot of copper coins, but she had spent half of it just to buy such a small amount of things. How much did Mother earn yesterday? Why could she buy dozens of caddies of rice and flour, so much cloth, 20 ducks, and 5 packs of snacks? Cheng turned around and heard Zhao counting the money. Her heart skipped a beat. Among the 4 boys, the smartest one was the second one. If the second one had calculated the accounts clearly, she would not be able to fish in troubled waters in the future. She said, everything in the town has gone up in price. No matter how much money we make, it's not enough to spend. We still have rice and corn at home, so we won't buy any for now. Dashin, here's 20 cents. Go buy some food for Huinyang and let her try some. Zhao Dashin went to do it immediately. The money was just enough to buy a bowl of wontons and a steamed bun. There was still brown sugar and peanuts at home, so Cheng didn't go shopping anymore and went home with her 4 sons. From Hiku town back to Dea village, we rode a swaying ox cart. When the sun was about to set, we finally arrived at the entrance of the village. Smoke from cooking was curling. The kitchen started to stew soup. The big bones we bought were stewed with bamboo shoots. This is a nutritious dietary soup. Stir-fry pig blood with wild vegetables and add more oil. It tastes good. Cut the pork belly into square pieces and stew it in the pot until it is soft. It is made into sweet braised pork. White rice was stewed in the pot, and the fragrance of rice mixed with the aroma of meat filled the yard. Zhao Sidon was chopping wild vegetables to feed the ducklings. He couldn't help but drool when he smelled the fragrance. No matter how much money he made during the day, the first thing he did when he came back was to go to the fields. For farmers, land is the most fundamental thing. Zhao went to the mountain to fetch water. The head of the village arranged for people to dig a reservoir halfway up the mountain. The people in Dea village could fetch water very close, and it took about a quarter of an hour to go back and forth. After Zhao came back with 4 buckets of water, he went up the mountain to help Zhao Sanyo chop firewood. The firewood was piled in the yard and would be chopped after dinner. Cheng walked to the gate of the yard, ready to call Zhao Dashin back for dinner. Fortunately, my barley saw her and helped her up, otherwise something might have happened. Cheng was stunned. After she came back from the town, Huinyang looked no different from usual. She even directed Huinyang to cook and was busy all over. Thank you, Loach mother. Cheng turned and went into the house. She saw Wu Huinyang sitting on a stool to rest. When she saw her come in, Wu Huinyang immediately stood up and hurried to check the meat in the pot. Her eyes narrowed. Her eldest daughter-in-law was holding on. She walked over and pressed Wu Huinyang to sit down. How do you feel? Wu Huinyang hurriedly shook her head. Mom, I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Sidon, go and ask Dr. Zheng to come over. Cheng gave an order and forcibly pulled Wu Huinyang to lie on the bed. If this happens again, don't force yourself. Wu Huinyang's voice choked. Mom, I'm useless. I don't have much ability. I can't help with the family's money-making business. I also fell and made Mom worried. Who said you can't help? Cheng said, didn't you help prepare the ice jelly every night? Didn't you cook every meal at home? You cleaned the yard, and washed clothes. Which one didn't you do? We went to the town to sell ice jelly during the day, and you dug so many wild vegetables. If you fell down, no one would do these jobs, and the family would be in chaos. Huinyang, don't look down on yourself in the future. Wu Huinyang's eyes were red. She was really scared today. As soon as she came back, she found that she had seen blood under her body. She was so scared that she lay in bed for 2 hours before she recovered. After she felt better, she hurried to the mountain to dig wild vegetables to feed chickens and ducks, and then started to cut cloth to make clothes. In short, she was busy all day and forgot about the blood under her body. It was not until her mother-in-law asked about it that she felt a dull pain in her lower abdomen. She suddenly began to be afraid. What if the child could not be saved? Soon Dr. Zheng came. Dr. Zheng was a barefoot doctor in Dea village. However, the harvest was not good, and every household was poor. If there was a headache or fever on weekdays, everyone had to rely on themselves to get through it. Dr. Zheng had not seen patients for a long time. When they heard that Wu Huinyang was in trouble, some idle women in the village came over. Dr. Zheng attracted 7 or 8 women who were watching, and they were all waiting in the yard to see what was going on. There was no strict rule for men and women in the village. Dr. Zheng placed his finger on Wu Huinyang's pulse and said after a long while, "The pulse is a little unstable, but not serious. I will prescribe some abortion-maintaining medicine. However, abortion-maintaining medicine is not cheap. If Dashan's wife is sure to take it, let Sidon go back with me to prepare the medicine." Cheng nodded. "Of course I want it." Dr. Zheng just quotes the price. Dr. Zheng said slowly, "The consultation fee is 3 cents, and a pack of abortion-maintaining medicine is 5 cents. Dashan's wife needs to take it for at least 3 days, 3 meals a day, a total of 9 packs of abortion-maintaining medicine, adding up to 48 cents. Wu Huinyang's face turned pale. "Mom, I feel much better now, and I don't need abortion-maintaining medicine." "You don't have the final say." Cheng Wanwan pushed her back and turned to the next room to get copper coins. The copper coins earned today were locked in the cabinet. She counted out 48 copper coins, walked out, and handed them to Dr. Zheng. The women standing at the door saw dozens of copper coins rushing into Dr. Zheng's pocket. "Who said that Dashan Yang abused her daughter-in-law? I will spit on anyone who says that in the future. Dashan Yang must have made money. Smell it. There is a smell of meat in the kitchen. In this day and age, we can still eat meat. It shows that she has made a lot of money." I just took a sneak peek. It was big bones stewed with bamboo shoots. Big bones are not expensive. 10 cents can buy a big one. The other meat and rice were covered with the pot lid. Others were too embarrassed to open the lid to see what it was. They all thought that the smell of meat in the yard was coming from pig bones. "We can afford 10 cents. We have bamboo shoots at home. We will stew a pot of soup later. Oh, I remember. My maid sent 2 kilograms of lantern grass yesterday. Dashan Yang still owes us 4 cents. Dashan's wife hired a doctor. Dashan Yang won't have no money to pay us, right? Come to think of it, Dashan Yang hasn't given us the eggs from a few days ago." Cheng Wanwan sent Dr. Zheng out, and Zhao Sidon followed to get the pregnancy-preserving medicine. Wu Huinyang was fine, and the big stone in her heart fell, and a smile appeared on her face. "Sisters-in-law, please wait a moment. I will settle the accounts for everyone now." After she said this, many people from the village came. The lanterns were brought by the children, and the adults who came to settle the accounts were all the adults in the family. Cheng Wanwan asked Zhao Ergo to move a table to the yard. There were 40 or 50 copper coins in a bowl and 7 or 8 eggs in another bowl. She smiled and said, "Come one by one. Don't be anxious. Loach mother, for cents, 2 eggs, take them. Iron pillar mother, 2 cents, 1 egg." Cheng Wanwan had a good memory and remembered them exactly, and soon settled all the accounts. The women in the village were worried that Cheng Wanwan would default on her debt, so they came to collect the debt in person. Now that she had settled the account, the women could not help but ask with some concern, "Sister-in-law Zhao, are you still buying these lanterns?" Cheng Wanwan still smiled and said, "Of course I am. It's the same price, 2 cents per pound." The women in the village were very satisfied with the price. There were a lot of lanterns on the mountain. As long as they picked them, they would make money. All this money was earned for free. On the other hand, sister-in-law Zhao worked hard all day and finally earned a few copper coins. After seeing a doctor and settling the accounts, there was nothing left. Sun walked out of the crowd. She had expected other aunts and sisters-in-law in the village to raise objections, but no one said a word, so she had to be the bad guy. She calculated that after sister-in-law came back these 2 days, she bought a lot of things. She roughly estimated that she could earn at least 200 coins a day, which was not enough for a village household in a month. Earning 200 coins a day and only giving them 2 cents per pound, wasn't it too stingy? Sun said confidently, "Donghua is still so young." When she heard that my aunt needed lantern grass, she immediately went up the mountain to look for it. She only got 4 cents after searching for a day. "Can you raise the price a little bit?" When Sun said this, the other women in the yard looked at each other immediately. Although they didn't think about raising the price, it would be a good thing if they could. Who would complain about too much money? Cheng Wanwan smiled and stood up and said, "Donghua is indeed a little small, and Xiaomai Huzi is too small. It is really not worth going up the mountain for a few cents. I didn't think it through. In the future, I will leave the work of picking lanterns to our Ergu, Saniu, and Dawang or Wang. I won't bother you." When they heard this, the eyes of all the women present widened. 2 cents for a pound of lanterns. A half-grown child can go to the mountain for half a day to find 2 pounds, and they also plan to help pick some to exchange for money. How can such a good job disappear? Sister-in-law Zhao, I think 2 cents is a fair price. Let our children continue to help pick lanterns. Mother Dashan, Ergu, and Saniu have to go to town to sell things every day. They don't have time to go up the mountain. We can't let the 2 children go up the mountain in the middle of the night. Yotsai's wife thinks 2 cents is too little, but we don't. That's right. Yotsai's wife is Sunday. Her husband is the 3rd child in the Zhao family. His name is Zhao Yukai. She has no son, so the villagers either call her Zhao-san's sister-in-law or Yotsai's wife. Sun's face turned red and white. When did I think 2 cents was too little? Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "Donghua is too young. If something really happens in the mountain, I can't take the responsibility. I won't accept the lanterns sent by Donghua in the future." Sun was furious and could only say with a shameless face, "It's okay if Chunhua sends it, right?" Cheng Wanwan nodded indifferently. The women in the village said a few more words and then dispersed. Old Mrs. Zhao sat at the door and tied hay. The dried hay was tied into a ball to start a fire, which was the easiest to burn. Sitting at the door and chatting with passers-by, she could get all the latest news and gossip from the beginning to the end of the village. As soon as Sun came back, she was scolded by old Mrs. Zhao. "You are so good, Sun. That's your dear sister-in-law. Not only did you not help your sister-in-law to lower the price, but you even wanted to raise the price. Why did the 3rd brother marry a daughter-in-law like you?" Sun was extremely aggrieved. "So, what if she is your dear sister-in-law?" She would not share a penny of the money she earned. She lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing her like this, old Mrs. Zhao became even more angry. She scolded her fiercely before venting her anger. Just then, Zhao Sidon came in with a bowl in his hand. "Grandma, this is what my mother asked me to send." Mrs. Zhao's face darkened again. She just made a few copper coins and she started to squander them. No matter how cheap the pork bones are, they still cost copper coins to buy. How can she afford to waste her money like this? "No, I have to go over and tell her not to just spend money on food." Sun took a glance and saw that the old lady had indeed gone out. He ate a piece of meat at a time, and his mouth was full of oil. When he was about to pick up the braised pork again, Cheng Wanwan pressed the chopsticks. "Leave the rest to your sister-in-law." Wu Huanyang probably drank the abortion-preserving medicine, and her appetite was affected by the bitter medicine. She sat at the table with a poor appetite and stopped eating the braised pork after eating a piece. Cheng Wanwan said, "Your physical foundation is too poor, and the child is almost lost. You must eat more. Even if you don't want to eat, you have to force yourself to eat." Wu Huanyang felt that she was too hypocritical. Zhao Dashan heated up the wontons he brought back in the pot and served them. "Huanyang, you should eat something light to fill your stomach first." Wu Huinyang hurriedly declined. Wontons are such a good thing. Give them to mother, I don't want to eat them. Zhao sighed and blinked and said, We have eaten them in town, sister-in-law. You should eat them quickly. Only when you are full can your little brother grow fat. Zhao Ergu slapped him on the back of the head. Stupid. It's not my brother, it's my nephew. Mom, look, my second brother is bullying me. Zhao sighed and complained while covering the back of his head. Cheng Wanwan shook her head. Even if there is food, I can't stop your mouths, eat quickly. The family was making a fuss, and Mrs. Zhao walked in. The old lady had good eyesight and saw the food on the table at a glance. The old lady took a step and walked in quickly. Now she could see more clearly. It was indeed white rice and pork. The old lady was not looking at the food, but counting the money. The price of a pound of white rice in the town is estimated to be 30 coins per pound. The 3 pounds in front of her are at least 90 coins, 10 coins for pork bones, and 50 or 60 coins for pork. Adding up, there are hundreds of coins left. Old Lady Zhao almost fainted from a heart attack. You spendthrift woman. Are you the wife of some official? 3 or 4 pounds of rice for a meal. Even the Wang family in the town doesn't waste money like this. Old Lady Zhao cursed angrily. 3 boys in the family are still waiting to get married, and you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is after making a little money. Eat white rice today and starve tomorrow, right? Cheng Wanwan. Who would have known that the old lady would suddenly barge in when they were eating? They only eat rice occasionally, okay? In modern times, eating white rice is very normal. But in this era, there's a poem that goes, those who wear silk and satin are not silkworm farmers. In other words, people who grow white rice cannot afford to eat white rice. The reality is so cruel. If she didn't have a mall, she really couldn't afford to eat white rice at 30 copper coins per pound. The boys in the family didn't know the purchasing power of copper coins, but the old lady who was in charge of the Zhao family's finances knew it very well. She could probably calculate how many grains of corn a penny could buy. Old Mrs. Zhao got angry when she saw white rice and pork and couldn't eat them at all. She said unhappily, I know you've made some money, but that's not how you spend it. The harvest is bad, and there will be too many things to spend money on later. Ergu is old enough to get married in half a year at most. There's no place to live at home, so we have to save money to build a mud house for Ergu. I heard from matchmaker Wang that the bride price has risen to half a tael of silver recently. Zhao Ergu said, Grandma, it's too early for me to get married. Old Mrs. Zhao didn't think it was too early at all. Some 16-year-old boys in the village had even given birth to sons. Her eyes fell on Wu Huanyang's pale face, and she said sternly, You're pregnant, so just stay at home and don't go around. It costs 40 or 50 coins to see a doctor, and money doesn't come from the wind. Wu Huanyang lowered her head guiltily. I'll listen to Grandma. Cheng Wanwan thought to herself that she would never let Wu Huanyang do so much work again in the future. There is only 1 month left before the season for eating ice jelly is over. She must take advantage of this time to expand the market. She needs her sons to go to town to help. Most importantly, she wants to broaden her sons' horizons and tap into their business or other abilities. She can't always be the one rushing to the front. After selling ice jelly at noon, they can come back in the afternoon. Some things in the field can be left for them to do after they come back. It's still in time to chop wood and fetch water in the evening. Wu Huinyang can take care of lunch by herself. The only thing she needs to arrange is a group of chickens and ducks at home. If Sidan is at home, the food for the chickens and ducks can be given to Sidan, but she plans to send Sidan to school next. She will go and ask tomorrow to see what the situation is. Of course, it depends on whether Sidan is willing. If he is not willing, that's fine. He can stay at home to raise chickens and ducks. If you really need to go to the fields to do something, why don't you call Xiahua to help? Why do you have to go to the fields to mess around by yourself? Mrs. Zhao kept muttering. Cheng Wanwan smiled. Mom, can I trouble you for something? Old Mrs. Zhao stared at her warily. What do you want to do? She had already suggested asking Xiahua to help. What else did the eldest daughter-in-law want to trouble? She wouldn't want to ask the old house to prepare lunch for Dashan's wife. A lunch is not too much, but it's not too little either. Forget it, considering that Dashan's wife is pregnant with the blood of the old Zhao family, It's okay to let her have a meal. It's agreed in advance that the lunch in the old house doesn't have white rice, fat, and pork, just multigrain cakes and steamed buns. You can eat it if you like. Cheng Wanwan.
What is she talking about?
When did she say that Huinyang should go to the old house for dinner? She said helplessly, I want my mother to arrange someone in the old house to come to our house to take care of the chickens and ducks, dig some wild vegetables and so on, and take care of lunch. Wait for Sidon to come back to make dinner. Whoever is responsible for this matter will be given 2 cents. We are all family. Why do you ask for money? Old Mrs. Zhao said unhappily. As soon as she finished speaking, she thought of another thing. The money was left in the hands of the eldest daughter-in-law, and all turned into rice and pork. This is a spendthrift woman with air leaking through her fingers. She has to help her 3 grandsons save money to marry wives. Thinking of this, the old lady continued, then 2 cents. I will go back and ask who is willing to do this job. Wu Huinyang opened her lips and wanted to say something, but was glared at by Cheng Wanwan. Since you're pregnant, just accept the arrangement honestly. In ancient times, women's lives were thinner than paper. If something really happened, it would be useless to regret it. There was no condition before, but now that you have made some money, you should take good care of the fetus. Cheng Wanwan looked at the messy dishes on the table and said calmly, from today on, everyone except your sister-in-law will take turns washing the dishes. Mom, it's really not necessary. Wu Huinyang was uneasy. Washing the dishes is not a big deal, just leave it to me. She hurried to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. Put them down. Cheng Wanwan held her hand. Let's start with Dashin first, one by one, and also, wash your own clothes from now on. Don't leave everything to your sister-in-law. Remember that? In this family, Cheng Wanwan's words are like an imperial decree, so the 4 boys naturally have no objections. Zhao Dashin helped Wu Huinyang sit down and started to clean up the dishes quickly. After cleaning the house, the 4 boys sat down around the table in the main room, and Wu Huinyang was also asked to sit down. Cheng Wanwan coughed and said, Today I will teach you addition and subtraction within 10. Zhao Sanyu said with a bitter face, Mom, I'm not smart. Can I not learn? I'm strong, so I can just do the physical work. Can I leave the brain work to my second brother?
No.
Cheng Wanwan refused. Even if I can't learn, I have to work hard to learn as much as I can. She looked at Zhao Sidon. How many characters did you learn from Taiju? Zhao Sidon was very proud. 10 chestnuts exchanged for 10 characters. I have learned them all. I can write the names of all my family members. Cheng Wanwan nodded. After you finish learning arithmetic, you can learn a character from Sidon. Let's learn Zhao first. Zhao Sanyu almost cried and wanted to run away, but he didn't dare. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. There were no candles in the house, so Zhao Dashin lit a torch to illuminate the house. The faces of the 6 people in the house were illuminated by the firelight in the dim light. 1 plus 1 equals how many? 8 minus 6 is how many? What? 8 minus 6 is still 3. Sanyu, how did you calculate it? If you can't calculate, just count on your fingers. Cheng Wanwan was originally in high spirits, but slowly, her voice was filled with irritability. She finished the arithmetic class with a headache and asked Zhao Sidon to teach her to recognize characters. Sidon dipped his finger in water and wrote a character on the table, saying seriously, This character is pronounced Zhao, which is the Zhao of our old Zhao family. Cheng Wanwan took a look. She almost ran away. How did Sidon learn it? Why did he only learn half of the characters and wrote so, as Zhao? It was simply misleading the students. She covered her face and said, Forget it, Sidon. It's too late today. Learning to read hurts your eyes. Let's make iced jelly together. Zhao Sanyu was excited and said, Okay, mother. I'll go boil some water first. As long as he doesn't study, he can do anything. Zhao Dashin didn't like to learn these things, but he was just trying to cooperate. He stood up and said, Then I'll peel the iced jelly seeds first. Zhao Ergu was still immersed in arithmetic. Mother, you can count on your fingers within 10, but how can you calculate faster for more than 10? He always had to calculate in his mind for a long time, and half of the calculations were wrong every time. Cheng Wanwan was very pleased. Mother will teach you later. Learn a little bit every day and you will learn it slowly. Zhao sighed and grabbed her hair and said, "Oh, why do I feel that this Zhao character looks different from what Brother Taiju taught me?" "No, I'll ask Brother Taiju tomorrow." Cheng Wanwan felt relieved again. Knowing that he had written it wrong was also a kind of progress. She stood up and said, "Okay, it's getting late. Hurry up and peel the ice powder seeds. We have to make 3 buckets of ice powder tonight." Just as Wu Huinyang was about to go, Cheng Wanwan pushed her back. "Go back to your room and rest. Don't come out without my order." Wu Huinyang's heart was full of mixed feelings. She returned to her room with red eyes, but she didn't dare to sleep. She kept listening to the noise outside. She couldn't sleep, so she simply sat up and took out the cloth to cut it in the dim light of the fire outside and started making clothes. Farmers make clothes at night, without candles, and they cut and sew purely by feeling. There were no clouds in the sky. The moonlight was very bright, shining on this piece of land. Old Mrs. Zhao was sitting in the yard wrapping hay and firewood. She took the time to look up and said, "Your aunt's side has 3 chickens and 20 ducks. Half a basket of wild vegetables, and weeds can feed them at noon. Who has time to help with this job?" Chunhua was the eldest granddaughter of the old Zhao family. This kind of work has always been done by her. She was about to agree when she was pulled by Sun. Sun sneered in her heart. The eldest sister-in-law made so many copper coins, but she didn't share them with them. She even wanted them to help dig wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks. What kind of beautiful dream was this? The old lady's heart was so biased that the eldest sister-in-law's whole family was divided out, but she still wanted the old house to help with the work.
Why?
Just because the eldest sister-in-law gave birth to 4 sons? Thinking of this, Sun was extremely sad. Not only could she not give birth to a son, she couldn't even get pregnant. "Grandma, I'll go help my aunt." Xiahua took the initiative to speak. "Is it enough to feed the chickens and ducks? What else do you need to do? I'll take 1 cent, and you can save the extra 1 for yourself." Xiahua couldn't believe it. Is half a basket of wild vegetables and weeds worth 1 cent? Picking lanterns requires going up the mountain to find them slowly. The wild vegetables and weeds that chickens and ducks eat are everywhere on the ridges of the fields. This penny is like a gift to her for free. Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the old lady deducted a penny, there was still a penny left. If she saved it day by day, she could buy a piece of beautiful floral cloth. She said with a shameless face, "Xiahua is only 11 years old and has little strength. Let our Chunhua do this job." His third aunt, "It's just half a basket of wild vegetables. Our Xiahua can still carry it. Even if she can't carry it, it's not a big deal to walk twice." Wen smiled and said, "Xiahua, you have to do this job well if you get paid. If your aunt is not satisfied, she may let your sister Chunhua do it." Xiahua immediately said, "Mom, I will definitely not be lazy." This matter was settled. Sun's mouth was full of blood, and she raised her hand to pinch Chunhua. "I told you, a taciturn person, to keep silent. If you had spoken earlier, would it be anyone else's business?" Chunhua's tears of grievance fell. She was going to go, but her mother didn't let her say anything. Can she blame her? The night in Dea village was a bit hot. The chirping of insects and birds passed all night. The breeze in the early morning awoke the whole village. Chunhua got up early. She had some backaches after being busy for many days, but these were not serious problems. The mother and her 2 children took the ice jelly, got on the ox cart, and headed straight for Hika town. The dock was very lively in the morning. The mother and her 2 children split into 2 groups to set up stalls. Because the reputation of the ice jelly had spread, the sales were particularly smooth today. In less than half an hour, the 2 buckets of ice jelly were sold out. The mother and her 2 children turned to Nanfu Academy. It was still early, so the mother and her 2 children found a step to sit down. Chunhua turned around and asked the 4 children, "Do you want to go to Nanfu Academy?" Zhao Dashan scratched the back of his head. The academy shouldn't let outsiders go in to sell things, right? Chunhua. She took a deep breath and asked again, "What I mean is, do you want to go to Nanfu Academy to study?" Zhao Sanyi shook his head like a rattle. No. I'm stupid. I can't read. I don't study." Zhao Erga said, I asked the uncle next to me that a month's training in Nanfu Academy costs 2 taels of silver. You also need to buy pens, inks, paper, and inkstones. The cheapest one costs at least 1 tael of silver for a complete set. Our family studies, I can't afford it. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, as long as you want to study, there will always be a way. The question is, do you want to study? Zhao Saiden's eyes show desire. Mom, I want to study, but it's too expensive. If I study, will my family be able to afford me in the future? Then I'll work hard to make money. Cheng Wanwan touched his head. I'll send you to study first, and you'll come back after you learn it. Can you teach your eldest brother, your second brother, and your third brother? See, Dan is still young and is the most suitable for studying. She has wanted to send her child to study for a long time, but she has never had the chance. Now I have some money on hand. In a few days, when the repair fee is enough, I can send Saiden. The uncle next to me kindly reminded, Nanfu Academy only accepts children. You the sons probably don't know how to read yet, so they can only be sent to elementary school. Cheng Wanwan covered her face. Well, it is true that Nanfu Academy does not accept students without elementary education, but there is no private school in the village. The nearest school is in Qingjia village. She would not send her child there even if she died, so she would have to send her child to a private school in Ping'an town. Then she would have to ask what the situation was. At noon, the bell of Nanfu Academy rang, and Cheng Wanwan had to put the matter behind her for the time being. She walked to the stall and started business. Students came in groups. The ice powder was sold very quickly, and more than half of it was sold in a short time. The students stood in front of the stall eating ice powder, and from time to time they discussed what they had learned in class. Cheng Wanwan also listened with her ears pricked up. She was very unfamiliar with this era and needed to absorb more information. If it doesn't rain, the farmland within 1,000 miles of Hiko town may not be harvested. I wonder what measures the court will take. This month's exam will probably be based on this proposition. We can think about it in advance. I heard that the next door is safe. A village below the town discovered a water source and dug ditches from the mountains to divert water, saving thousands of acres of rice fields. Is there such a strange thing? Cheng Wanwan didn't expect that this news would spread to Hiko town next door. Even these students who are ignorant of what is happening outside the window know that it seems that the drought is indeed serious, and the affected areas are very wide. Otherwise, no one would mention these irrelevant things in class. Mom, I saw Cousin Cheng. Zhao Sanyu stared. The one in the middle over there, right? It was too late for Zhao Saiden to stop him, because Cheng Wanwan had already looked over, and Cheng Zhao was wearing uniforms in white and blue academy uniforms, holding 2 books in his hands. He was walking out of the academy door. He didn't plan to come over originally, but he felt someone looking at him, so he looked over and met Cheng Wanwan's eyes. Cheng Zhao suddenly laughed, and he knew that he was right that day. It was indeed the second aunt, but why was the second aunt selling ice powder at the entrance of the academy? It turns out that the ice powder that everyone in the academy has been praising these days is actually sold by the second aunt. Cheng Zhao liked his second aunt very much. Most of his tuition fees were paid by his second aunt. The second aunt treated him better than several of his cousins. Cheng Zhao walked towards the ice powder stall. Zhao Saiden was full of vigilance. He quietly stood in front of the barrel where the copper coins were placed. He would defend the copper coins belonging to the Zhao family to the death. But if his mother insisted on giving it, he seemed to have no choice. The little guy's mood instantly dropped. Cheng Wanwan kept a commercial smile on her face. 2 bowls of ice powder are 6 cents. Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry. After she finished serving the customers in front of her, her eyes fell on Cheng Zhao behind her. This is the eldest nephew of the original body's mother's family. When the original body was still alive, this nephew was the one she loved the most because Cheng Zhao could study and was admitted to the Tongsheng school more than 2 years ago. Tongsheng was not as respected as a scholar, but he was awarded the status is actually not easy. You have to pass the county examination, then take the government examination, and obtain the qualification to be a scholar in the college examination before you can be called a Tongsheng. Hey, Brother Cheng actually has enough money to eat ice powder. A student next to him sneered, You only need 100 words to copy a book in half a month, but you can afford a bowl of ice powder for 3 pennies. Is that so? Cheng Wanwan was a little surprised. Cheng Zhao was the favorite of everyone in Qingjia village, but he didn't expect to be ostracized in the academy. She thought Cheng Zhao would be embarrassed, but she didn't expect that the boy just said quietly, "This is my second aunt. I don't need money to eat ice powder." Zhao Dashan washed the dishes silently and prepared to fill the ice powder and send it over. Zhao Ergu had a cold face. This older cousin was so annoying. He wanted anything without hesitation. Zhao Sanyu clenched his fists. His eldest cousin was really in need of a beating, and he really wanted to punch him. Zhao Sidon lowered his head and said nothing. A bowl of ice powder was nothing. He was afraid that his mother would give all the coins she earned today to the Cheng family. The corners of Cheng Wanwan's mouth twitched. I thought she was my former second aunt, and I thought she would bring all the good things to her. Her family is short of money everywhere, and her children don't have money to go to school. Why should they pay tuition for the Cheng family's children? The bad debt from the past could not be settled, and she would not let the Cheng family take advantage of it in the future. Cheng Wanwan said in embarrassment, "Zhao, it's not easy for my second aunt to run a small business. If you don't support your second aunt, how can you let your second aunt give you ice powder for free?" Cheng Zhao looked stunned. In the past, no matter what he wanted, the second aunt would hold it in front of him with both hands. He had never thought about eating ice powder, but since it was made by the second aunt, it should be okay for him to eat a bowl. Unexpectedly, the second aunt refused. At first, he gave me 20 taels of silver as promised, but now he is even reluctant to give up even 3 cents. Also, whenever the second aunt saw him in the past, she always had a gentle and loving smile on her face, but today's smile revealed a sense of alienation. He seemed to have heard that the second aunt had a falling out with the family, so in the future, the second aunt would don't you feel sorry for him anymore? The academy students on the side started to scold him. "Brother Cheng, you're a scholar. A gentleman would not do such things that are not in line with ethics. A gentleman seeks the road, but not the food. Your behavior is not worthy of the word gentleman." Embarrassment appeared on Cheng Zhao's face. He doesn't take it to heart if his classmates ridicule him for being poor because the Cheng family is already poor. But being accused of not being worthy of being a scholar or a gentleman was even worse than a slap in the face. He took out 3 pennies from his pocket and put it on the table. "Second aunt, is this okay?" Cheng Wanwan said with a smile. "Of course, Dashan. Why don't you serve your cousin a bowl of ice powder?" Cheng Zhao is also 18 years old this year, 2 months older than Zhao Dashan. Although they are the same age, they are from completely different worlds. Cheng Zhao is a scholar and will be able to take the college entrance examination next year. I heard that he has a great chance of becoming a scholar. Even if he ends up being a scholar for the rest of his life, it will be enough for him to break out of the circle of Qingjia village and move towards a wider world. Zhao Dashan is married and is about to become a father. He may spend the rest of his life in Dea village, facing the earth and working hard. Facing Cheng Zhao, Zhao Dashan had an indescribable sense of inferiority. He carefully handed the ice jelly to Cheng Zhao. Cheng Zhao held the bowl and hesitated to say something, but Cheng Wanwan ignored him and started to serve the next customer. After all the remaining ice jelly were sold out, Cheng Zhao hadn't left yet. He stood beside the stall and said, "Second aunt, my father really went too far and shouldn't have hit you. I apologize to you on behalf of my father, but your last name is Cheng, and we are family, the Chengs. We shouldn't be so estranged from each other." Upon hearing this, Cheng Wanwan was so angry that she laughed. She placed the bowl heavily on the table and spoke word by word. "What do you mean by estrangement?" "What I mean is that you can eat as much ice jelly as you want in my house, and all the money I earn will be used to support your studies, right?" Cheng Zhao stuttered. "Second aunt, that's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" "Cheng Zhao, you know how I have loved you all these years. But 10 days ago, your father smashed my head. Look, there is a scar on my forehead now. If it was a little more serious, I would have died. I was injured so badly, but my good nephew, the most sensible nephew, didn't even come to see me." Cheng Zhao had never seen second aunt like this before. He was completely shocked. After a long while, he explained, I have been studying in the academy. I only found out about this a few days ago. Okay, you don't have to explain to me. Cheng Wanwan lowered her head and packed up her things. I have severed my relationship with the Cheng family. When you see me in the future, just pretend you don't know me. There is no need to call me second aunt. We, the Zhao family, can't afford to marry a promising scholar like you. Cheng Zhao said, second aunt. I don't call my mother second aunt. Zhao sighed and stared. We won't have a cousin who studies in the future. Zhao Sania stood in front of the stall. My mother said that there is no nephew like you. You should leave quickly, and don't affect our business. Zhao Erga said coldly, if you continue to talk, you may soon become a joke in Nanfu Academy. Cheng Zhao turned around and saw many classmates looking at this side curiously and slowly gathered around. He had to take a step back. It doesn't matter if second aunt doesn't recognize me. It's enough for me to recognize second aunt. I'll go to the academy first and apologize to you another day. He turned and walked into the academy. Many people surrounded him and pointed at him. His face was calm, as if nothing had happened. Cheng Wanwan didn't show much emotion on her face. She was about to take the children to eat something. At this time, a man in his early 30s stood in front of her. The ice jelly that everyone in Hika town has been talking about these days is made by this sister-in-law. Cheng Wanwan looked at the man in front of her. He was not wearing homespun cloth. He had a jade pendant and a sachet hanging around his waist. He looked like a businessman. Cheng Wanwan thought that someone would come to buy the house after hearing the news, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. She had only been selling ice jelly for a few days and didn't make much money. Selling the recipe would cut off her own source of income, and she also had other plans. She smiled politely and said, this is a recipe passed down from our ancestors. Our ancestors told us to pass it down from generation to generation. I'm sorry I can't sell it. The shopkeeper lowered his voice and said, I can pay this much. He stretched out 5 fingers. Cheng Wanwan thought about it, probably meaning 5 taels of silver. According to her current business progress, she can earn more than half a tael of silver a day and 5 taels of silver in 10 days. This hot weather may last for more than a month, and she may be able to earn 20 taels by selling ice jelly. She refused without hesitation. Sorry, the recipe really can't be sold. The shopkeeper's face darkened a little. If this sister-in-law regrets and wants to sell it in a few days, the price will not be so high. Cheng Wanwan smiled. Then if this day really comes, the shopkeeper can lower the price as much as possible. Seeing that she was not moved, the shopkeeper turned his sleeves and left. Zhao Erga frowned. Mom, why do I feel that the shopkeeper will do something bad? Zhao Saniu waved his fist. If he dares to make trouble, I will beat him to death with one punch. Cheng Wanwan narrowed his eyes. They came from the neighboring Ping'an town to do small business, and they really couldn't compete with a local restaurant shopkeeper. If the shopkeeper invites a few people to cause trouble, such as falsely accusing the ice jelly of being unclean and poisoning people to death, even if she can clarify the matter, it may not be able to stop the rumors, and it will be a bit difficult to expand the ice jelly business in the future. The current sales volume is 3 buckets of ice jelly a day, which can produce about 300 bowls after deducting the loss. It takes 2 kilograms of agar seeds, and 4 kilograms of lanterns can peel 1 kilogram of agar seeds, which means that the amount of lanterns used is less than 10 kilograms. The lanterns sent by the children in the village every day exceed 20 kilograms. The market must be expanded and sales must be increased. Otherwise, this business will not be able to be done after summer is over. Cheng Wanwan's eyes fell on the 4 big characters, Nanfu Academy. The big characters with flying dragons and phoenixes showed solemnity and solemnity. She walked out of the gate of Nanfu Academy. The 4 sons hurriedly followed with things. Nanfu Academy prohibits outsiders from entering, and there is an old man in his 50s guarding the door. Cheng Wanwan scooped out the remaining unformed crushed ice powder in the wooden barrel, piled it into a bowl, and handed it over, smiling. Uncle, try it? The old man guarding the gate looked at her warily. What do you want to do? Uncle, I want you to help me make a connection. I want to talk to the canteen manager of Nanfu Academy. Cheng Wanwan lowered her voice. As long as you can help call the canteen manager out, I will give you 2 cents for your hard work. The gatekeeper took the ice powder and drank half a bowl in one breath, squinting his eyes comfortably. No wonder the students of the academy praised it. It turned out that this ice powder can really relieve the heat. After drinking it in one mouthful, the whole body is unobstructed. No wonder a bowl costs 3 cents. The gatekeeper finished the ice powder and then got up to call for help. It was noon now, and the students of the academy were having dinner. It was the busiest time in the canteen. Cheng and her 4 sons waited for almost a cup of tea, and a man who was nearly 30 years old was brought out by the doorman. The canteen manager's surname is Chun, and his name is Chun-hee. He is round and fat, with a greasy face. He works in the kitchen. When he saw Cheng, his face darkened. I was wondering why there were so few people coming to the canteen at noon these 2 days. It turns out that you are the one who is causing trouble. When Cheng was doing business in her previous life, she had no idea how many cold faces she had encountered. Cold faces and bad words were nothing. The most frightening thing was that others didn't even give her a chance to meet her. She picked up a bowl of crushed ice jelly with a smile. Shopkeeper Chen, don't be fooled by the fact that this bowl of ice jelly is so big. It's actually not very filling. Those students who come to me to buy ice jelly still go to the cafeteria to eat. In such a hot day, how can students stand staying in the room reading and writing? This thing is used to relieve the heat. Shopkeeper Chen, come and try it. Consider this bowl as a treat from your sister-in-law. She looked so smiling that he couldn't keep a straight face. Besides, he really wanted to taste what this ice jelly tasted like. Why did those students run over here as soon as the class was over? He took the bowl and took a small bite, then he was stunned. Originally, he was still furious, thinking that Cheng had stolen his business, but now his anger had dissipated. He couldn't blame the sister-in-law, he could only blame himself for not being able to make such delicious snacks. He was a grown man and he had just eaten a big bowl of corn and a multigrain cake. When he was full, he could actually drink a big bowl of crushed ice powder in one breath. Cheng still had a smile on her face. Manager Chen, do you think this thing can be sold in the cafeteria? Manager Chen's heart moved. He understood a little bit what the sister-in-law asked him to do, but he was not sure, so he tentatively said, Sister-in-law, what do you mean? I supply the goods, and shopkeeper Chen sells the goods. How about that? Cheng continued, I have been selling at the gate of Nanfu Academy for 2 or 3 days, and I have also calculated the accounts. There are about 300 students in Nanfu Academy, plus teachers and some chores, which adds up to nearly 400 people. Not everyone can afford the 3-cent ice jelly. Let's assume that half of the people can afford it, which means that Nanfu Academy can sell at least 200 bowls of ice jelly a day, which means 600 coins in revenue. Shopkeeper Chun is a businessman, so he can naturally calculate the accounts. He has been working in Nanfu Academy for 7 or 8 years. On the surface, it seems okay, but in fact, the monthly income is not high. He can earn 5 or 6 taels of silver a month, but he has to pay people wages and give bribes to the head of the academy, so he only has 3 taels of silver left in his hands in a month. Calculated in this way, the copper coins he earns a day are only 100 coins. And this sister-in-law in front of him, don't look at her tattered clothes, but she can earn hundreds of coins a day at the gate of Nanfu Academy. After thinking this through, Chun-hee, who had been a bit arrogant just now, inexplicably lowered his posture and said in a very good tone, I will buy the goods from my sister-in-law. How much is the price? Cheng sighed. It is not easy to make this ice jelly. It consumes a lot of raw materials. I can only make half a cent for each bowl sold. This business is very tiring, otherwise I would not have thought of cooperating with Manager Chen. How about this? Manager Chen buys the goods from me. The purchase price is 2 cents per bowl, and the auxiliary materials such as brown sugar, hawthorn, and peanuts, Manager Chen needs to be responsible for himself. How about it? Chun-hee's calculations were already made in his mind. The purchase price was 2 cents, and the selling price was 3 cents. If he sold 200 bowls a day, he would earn 200 cents. As for the peanuts, brown sugar, etc., he could control the amount of use. The syrup made from 1 pound of brown sugar could probably be used to pour over 500 bowls of ice jelly. Besides, peanuts are not a necessity. After deducting some necessary costs, he would earn at least 160 cents a day just from selling ice jelly. After calculating for a while, he swallowed his saliva. He suppressed his excitement and tried to speak calmly. When will the supply start? Cheng Wanwan smiled. Tomorrow morning, my son will come to deliver the goods. How about handing over the money and the goods? The deal was done. Cheng Wanwan was in a very good mood. But when she turned around, she saw her 4 sons with bitter faces, looking very unhappy. Zhao hesitated for a while and said, "Mom, we can sell it ourselves. It doesn't matter if it's hard. I can set up a stall by myself." Zhao also said, "It's equivalent to giving money to the shopkeeper Chen for free." Cheng Wanwan smiled. These silly sons would rather suffer themselves than give money to others for nothing. But sometimes doing business cooperation can expand the market and make yourself more relaxed. She asked, "Our family can collect at least more than 20 kilograms of lanterns a day. Who can tell me how many kilograms of seeds there are after peeling them?" The 4 sons bowed their heads in unison and counted on their fingers. Zhao's situation was a little better. He quickly calculated the result. "Mom, it's about 6 kilograms. Then let me ask another question." Cheng Wanwan continued, "How many kilograms of ice jelly seeds were used in these 3 buckets of ice jelly?" "I know," Zhao said quickly, "a little over 2 kilograms. If the 6 kilograms of ice jelly seeds a day are all made into ice jelly, that would be 9 buckets. Can we sell them all with just the 5 of us?" Cheng Wanwan looked at the 4 children in front of her. Sometimes, you need to rely on the power of others. This is not called giving money to others for free. This is called win-win cooperation. If he can make money, we can also make more money. Do you understand? Zhao sighed and blinked. "I seem to understand." Zhao counted on his fingers, over and over again. And after a long time he said, "If all 9 buckets of ice jelly are sold at the price of 2 cents a bowl, then we can make more than 1 or 2 taels a day." He couldn't figure out how much 1 or 2 taels it was. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "If we sell ice jelly in this way, we won't need the whole family to come to the town to set up a stall in the future." She walked to the street with her sons. In the past 2 days in Hika town, she has already figured out the situation here. There are 7 or 8 restaurants of all sizes, and the largest restaurant is Zuixinlu. As soon as she walked to the door of Zuixinlu, she saw the shopkeeper who wanted to buy her recipe before. When the shopkeeper walked away, his face was very gloomy. If she hadn't been worried that the shopkeeper would cause trouble, she would not have thought of cooperating. Cheng Wanwan smiled at the shopkeeper in a businessman style. The shopkeeper of Zuixinlu was named Yang. He sneered. It was less than an hour, and the sister-in-law regretted it. He would never give out 5 taels of silver, at most 3 taels. When shopkeeper Yang was thinking about how to lower the price, he saw Cheng Wanwan pause and turn around. He turned and walked towards the 2nd largest restaurant opposite Zuixinlu, Jixiang Restaurant. He stood up suddenly. Could it be that this sister-in-law wanted to sell the recipe to the shopkeeper of Jixiang Restaurant? Jixiang Restaurant has always been surpassed by Zuixinlu. If they get the recipe for ice jelly, they will be ranked first with Zuixinlu in the future. Shopkeeper Yang immediately rushed out to call for help, but he was still a step too late. Cheng Wanwan had already walked into Jixiang Restaurant with her 4 sons. It was past lunchtime, and there were not many people in the restaurant. The shopkeeper and the waiter were standing by and chatting. When they saw the aunt in patched clothes leading her 4 sons who were also wearing patched clothes, the waiter showed a trace of disgust on his face. Shopkeeper Zhao said casually, "Go and ask this aunt if she wants tea." There were often beggars coming to the door of the big restaurant to ask for tea and leftovers, and he was no longer surprised. The waiter walked over to ask, and Cheng Wanwan took a look at the menu. The price of noodles was about the same as at the stalls outside, all 10 cents a bowl. 2 months ago, a bowl of noodles cost about 6 cents. Due to the bad harvest, grain prices have increased, and everything related to food has increased, but wages have not increased. Take the porters at the dock, for example. They could earn 30 to 50 cents a day 2 months ago. But in this severe drought, there is not much work to do in the fields, and all the men in the village have come out to carry goods. Their wages have also been lowered, and they only make 20 cents a day, which is enough for 2 bowls of noodles. Of course, these porters are reluctant to eat the expensive noodles. Cheng Wanwan ordered 5 bowls of vegetarian noodle soup. The waiter was a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone wearing such shabby clothes would be willing to spend 50 cents on noodles. The waiter notified the kitchen to make noodles. At this time, another table of guests came to the lobby. They were dressed in silk and satin. The shopkeeper personally went forward to receive them and led them to the private room on the 2nd floor. After coming out of the private room, the shopkeeper stood at the door of the back kitchen and ordered 8 treasure duck, assorted chicken, 5 treasure sashimi, braised lion's head, and bring a pot of wine. Cheng Wanwan swallowed her saliva every time the shopkeeper announced the name of a dish. She casually calculated that this table of dishes cost at least 3 taels of silver. She was still too poor to order such expensive dishes. She still had to work hard to make money and strive to eat whatever she wanted one day. The 4 boys around were also swallowing their saliva. They lowered their heads and ate vegetarian noodles crazily. In fact, the noodles were also delicious, and the noodle soup was also delicious. They were not satisfied with the noodles and dared to fantasize about eating lion's head. But what exactly is a lion's head? Is the lion's head chopped off and made into a dish? The 4 boys racked their brains but couldn't imagine what this dish was. The mother and her 2 children finished their lunch quickly. Cheng Wanwan counted out 50 copper coins and went to the counter to pay. The shopkeeper was counting the bills. When he saw her coming, he stopped what he was doing, counted the copper coins, and then smiled and said goodbye. Cheng Wanwan did not leave. She smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Zhao, have you ever heard of ice jelly?" Shopkeeper Zhou's fingers paused. Of course he had heard of ice jelly. It started to become popular in Hiku Town 3 or 5 days ago. There were even customers who asked him for a bowl of ice jelly after entering the store. He had been busy and had not found the time to see what this ice jelly was. Cheng Wanwan took out a bowl of crushed ice jelly from the wooden barrel. Because it was broken into pieces and had no shape, it did not look good, but the taste was not much different. She pushed the bowl of ice jelly over and said, "Shopkeeper Zhao, you can try it. If you think it works, then we can talk about cooperating in selling ice jelly. If not, then I have to go to shopkeeper Yang of Zuixinlu across the street." Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Zhou's eyes widened. Zuixinlu is a huge mountain in front of him. His goal in this life is to surpass Zuixinlu and become the #1 restaurant in Hika Town. But Jixiang Restaurant is their family's ancestral property, while Zuixinlu is a chain store opened from Huzhou. He always feels that he will never be able to achieve his goal in his lifetime. It doesn't matter if he can achieve it, but how can he be left behind by Zuixinlu? Shopkeeper Zhou took a sip of ice jelly and became more determined in his thoughts. He said, "Ice jelly recipe, 8 taels of silver, how about it?" Cheng Wanwan. Why do these restaurant owners always want to buy a house? Seeing her embarrassed expression, shopkeeper Zhou raised the price. How about 10 taels of silver? If 10 taels doesn't work, then 12 taels. This is the highest price I can offer. Shopkeeper Zhou was stunned. After listening to Cheng Wanwan's words, he actually felt that it made sense. He could sell a bowl of ice jelly for about 5 cents in a restaurant. In other words, he didn't need to spend a huge amount of money to buy a recipe for ice jelly, nor did he need to find a special cook to make ice jelly. He only needed to prepare brown sugar, peanuts, hawthorns, and other things every day, and he could sell ice jelly directly in the restaurant. The daily customer flow of Jixiang Restaurant was about 30 tables, which added up to about 100 people. If he could sell 100 bowls of ice jelly a day, he could make a net profit of more than 200 cents, which would be several taels of silver a month. This was a business that was sure to make money. Regardless of how much money he made, the most important thing was that Jixiang Restaurant had all the new things on the market so that it could retain customers. Cheng Wanwan knew that shopkeeper Zhou was tempted, so she continued, "But I have one thing to make clear in advance. This ice jelly is not only for your Jixiang Restaurant. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I will supply it for 2 cents a bowl." Shopkeeper Zhou was a little anxious, Sister-in-law Zhao, you can make any conditions. My ice jelly is large, and Jixiang restaurant can't eat it all. Cheng Wanwan told the truth. I have reached a cooperation with shopkeeper Chen of Nanfu Academy. According to the agar seeds collected so far, their family can make at least 900 bowls of ice jelly a day. The market in Hika town is limited, so she has to go to Ping'an town and the neighboring Fenghuang town to try. Shopkeeper Zhao sighed. Jixiang restaurant only has so many people a day, and the size is indeed a bit small. How can he be qualified to let others supply only to him? He didn't mention it again and agreed on the delivery time with Cheng Wanwan. Coming out of Jixiang restaurant, Cheng Wanwan saw shopkeeper Yang standing at the door of Zuixinlu at a glance. When shopkeeper Yang came to see her in the morning, he was still arrogant, but now he was walking around like an ant on a hot pot. Cheng Wanwan stopped and looked at her 4 sons. What did I just talk about with shopkeeper Zhao? Do you remember it? Zhao Dashan was confused. He didn't remember anything, he just knew that he had to deliver the goods tomorrow. Zhao Erga said, Mom, can I try to talk to the shopkeeper of Zuixinlu? Cheng Wanwan silently praised Ergo in her heart. He was worthy of being the smartest son of the Zhao family. Before she even opened her mouth, this kid knew what she meant. She smiled and said, Ergo, if you can negotiate this deal, Mom will give you 2 cents to spend as you like. Although 2 cents is not much, Zhao Ergo has never had so much money in his hands since he was a child. He took a deep breath and walked towards Zuixinlu with the ice powder bucket. Cheng Wanwan was waiting outside with her 3 other children. She looked at the street. There were 40 or 50 shops of all sizes. If they could open a shop of their own here, they wouldn't have to go to town from the village every day and then rush back from town. She saw some signs swaying in the wind and reached out to pull Zhao's Seiden over. Seiden, look, is that the word Zhao? Zhao's grocery store. The word Zhao was written in a flying dragon and phoenix style. Zhao Seiden immediately said excitedly, Yes, that's what Brother Taiju wrote. I wrote it wrong yesterday. Oh, Mother, how did you know? Last time Taiju registered the names of the people digging the ditch, he wrote Dashan's name like this. Cheng Wanwan said, Seiden, look at these signs and see if there are any words you know. Zhao Seiden now had something to do. He looked left and right and said in a hopscotch, This word is da, Dashan's da, and there is a Shan character over there. Third brother, you see there is a Nyo character over there, which is your name. It seems to be a place selling cattle. Cheng Wanwan looked at the eldest and the third brother. I remember the words Seiden just said. Did you remember them? Zhao Dashan. Zhao Saniu. Seiden said it once. How could they remember it? At most, they remembered the word in their own names. Cheng Wanwan felt that the eldest and the third brother really had no talent for learning. The second child likes arithmetic and seems to like doing business, so he can develop in this direction in the future. The fourth child is interested in learning to read, so she can enroll in a private school. After all, their Zhao family has to have a scholar, so it will not be a surprise if she can learn to read in the future. While Cheng Wanwan was thinking, Zhao Ergu walked out of Zuixinlu with a happy face. Zhao Seiden ran up quickly and said, Second brother, did the negotiation succeed? Cheng Wanwan felt that the result was already very obvious. It is impossible for Zuixinlu to refuse the dim sum that Jixiang restaurant has. No matter how they negotiate, the deal will be done. Zhao Erga nodded. It's already been negotiated. Manager Yang of Zuixinlu hopes that we can supply 200 bowls a day. He also has a restaurant in the neighboring Fenghuang town. We deliver it here, and he will arrange for someone to deliver it to Zuixinlu in Fenghuang town. Cheng Wanwan took out 2 coins from her sleeve and handed it over. Mom, you keep your word. This is a reward for you. Zhao Erga solemnly put the 2 coins into his pocket. Our family can produce 900 bowls a day. We just negotiated a total of 600. The remaining 400 bowls will be left to me to negotiate. Cheng Wanwan was relieved. She said gently, The market in Hika town is about this size. Next, we will go to Ping'an town to take a look, and by the way, ask about the situation of the private school in Ping'an town. She wanted to take advantage of today to settle this matter. Zhao Da's ox cart was waiting in the shadow of the city wall gate. Zhao Da was lying on the cart and sleeping, with a straw hat on his head, snoring loudly.
Onkel Zhao sidan hated mycket voslu.
Zhao jumped up from the cart and angrily cursed. "Sidan, you little rascal, try to scare me again?" Zhao Sidan smiled and took out a bowl of crushed ice powder from the wooden barrel. "Uncle Da, eat quickly, and then we will go to Ping'an Town." Zhao Da can always eat ice powder these 2 days. Although it doesn't look good, it's enough. He can drink 2 bowls in one breath, and his whole body will feel cool after drinking it. The 5 mothers and children got on the ox cart. Cheng Wanwan talked to Zhao Da. "Uncle Da, I want to talk to you about something." Zhao Da drove the ox cart. "What is it?" "Starting tomorrow, I will let Air go and Sanyo come to the town to deliver goods." Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "We have to leave at Mao time every day, go to Hika Town first and probably go to Ping'an Town once and come back at noon. How much copper coins do you get for such a trip?" Zhao Da said, 2 people, 1 round trip, for cents will be enough. Cheng Wanwan covered her face. This Zhao Da really doesn't know how to do business. In the past 2 days, the 5 people in their family, plus 4 wooden barrels and some miscellaneous things, filled the ox cart to the brim. He never asked for more money. Originally, it was 1 cent to go to Ping'an Town, and later it was changed to go to Hika Town, which was also 1 cent. How can business be done in this way for a long time? Cheng Wanwan paused and said, "Uncle Tada, you may not understand. What I mean is that between the hours of Mao and Wu, this ox cart can only be used by people from our family. If others want to go to town, they can only take another ox cart in the village." Zhao Da is an honest man and a member of the same clan as the Zhao family. He can be trusted, but she can't trust others. She doesn't want too many people to know about their family's business. Zhao Da is not a fool. He understood this. His ox cart does not have guests every day. He will go to town alone, and he will also go with 5 people. At most, he can take 10 people. A round trip is 20 cents, which is his peak income. Send Ergu and Saniu to Hika Town, and then to Ping'an Town. With 2 people in the car and a cart of ice powder, they can rush back at noon and do farm work for a few hours. Zhao Da said just 10 cents. This matter was settled. Cheng Wanwan and her 4 sons split up. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu went to the restaurant in Ping'an Town to discuss cooperation, and she took Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sidan to King School. She asked at the door of King School and found out that this school also only accepted students. Although the principal of the school was just an old scholar, it was relatively cheaper than Nanfu Academy. The tuition fee was 1 or 2 silver coins a month, and food could be used to pay off debts. This school had only 2 classes, about 50 or 60 people. Cheng Wanwan had to ask if there were other private schools in Ping'an Town. The smallest private school is probably the clan school of Mr. Wang's family. The Wang family has few people, so they accept students from outside, but those who want to enroll must at least be familiar with the 3-character classic and the 100 family names. The man selling pens, ink, paper, and inkstone glanced at the 2 boys behind Cheng Wanwan. If a child this old doesn't know a single word, I'm afraid no school will accept him. It's normal for a 3 or 5-year-old kid to not know how to read. If a 10-year-old child still can't read, it means he has no talent for reading. Basically, no school is willing to teach him, and they won't accept him even if they are paid. Cheng Wanwan sighed. It's not that Sidan doesn't have the talent for reading, it's just that he's been delayed. It seems that Sidan must read these basic Enlightenment books at home before he can come to the private school in the town to study. Or he can be sent to the Enlightenment school in Qingjia village, but she doesn't want to deal with the vampires of the Cheng family again in her life, so this road is directly blocked. Mom, I'll ask Brother Taiju to teach me. Zhao Sidan was very optimistic. Brother Taiju said that reading and writing is not difficult at all, and I can learn it quickly. Cheng Wanwan's mouth twitched. With Zhao Tieju's half-baked cultural level, he should not go astray. This matter needs to be carefully considered. She was not making good progress, but Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu were smooth sailing, and they negotiated with 2 restaurants in a row. However, Ping'an Town is not as prosperous as Hika Town. The 2 largest restaurants only booked 100 bowls in total and sold a total of 600 bowls. Hika Town charges 2 cents per bowl, a total of 500 bowls, and collects 1,000 cents, which is 1 tael of silver. Ping'an Town charges 1 cent per bowl, a total of 100 bowls, and collects 100 cents, which can barely cover the cost. Calculated in this way, a net profit of 1 tael a day. Several people in the family have contributed, and she can't just let them work without paying. She has to calculate how much to pay each person. If she paid too little, it would make her look stingy. But if she paid too much, it would be bad. After the 4 boys saved some money, they would definitely go to the town to buy things. They could guess that the food at home was not from a legitimate source. Cheng was counting the money all the way. The ox cart swayed and stopped at the entrance of Dea village. Zhao was going up the mountain to transport the dry firewood home. The mother and her sons got off the cart in advance and carried the wooden barrels to go home. A family at the entrance of the village was repairing the roof. Cheng knew that there was a hole in the roof of her house. If it hadn't been dry and rainy recently, she might have experienced the sourness of it rained heavily outside and it rained lightly at home. She said, "When I have money, the first thing I will do is to build a house." Zhao nodded immediately. "Starting tomorrow, I will save a little adobe every day. When I save enough, I can build a house." Zhao followed and said, "I will make adobe with my elder brother." He went back and figured it out later. The reason why Hygiene didn't want to be with him was because there was no place to live at home. Sanyu is going to get married soon. If the person he likes doesn't want to marry him because there is no place to live at home, how sad he will be. He can't let his 2 younger brothers fall into the same situation as him. Cheng knew what adobe was. It was a square mold into which mud mixed with water was put. At the same time, rice straw or wheat straw was chopped into finger lengths and mixed in. After the mud and straw were fully mixed and solidified, the adobe was poured out and dried to become earth bricks. When the time came to build a house, it would be built with these adobe bricks. Most of the houses in Dea village are like this. The headman's house is slightly better, with stone bricks on the ground, but the foundation of the house is also adobe. Adobe houses are cheap to build. As long as there are many people in the family, you can take time to save some adobe bricks on weekdays and build the house before winter. Cheng didn't really want to live in a mud house, but she didn't have the conditions to build a blue-tiled house at this time, and it would easily make other people in the village jealous. The head of the village didn't live in a blue-tiled house. How could she, a widow with 4 sons, get the money to build a big house? Before the mother and her 5 children had taken a few steps, they suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves behind them. Cheng turned around and saw a horse-drawn carriage galloping toward her. The driver let out a whoosh, and the carriage stopped by the roadside. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Zhao Lijing from Dea village jumped down from the carriage in high spirits. The driver bowed and turned the carriage around to go back. This was the first time that Cheng saw an ancient horse-drawn carriage. It was also the first time for many people in Dea village to see a horse-drawn carriage. People working in the fields by the roadside dropped their work and came over surrounding the head of the village and asking questions. The village head stroked his beard and said in a serious tone, "The carriage belongs to the county magistrate of Ping'an Town, and the driver is the county magistrate's servant, who came to take me back." "Oh, the village head is incredible. The county magistrate actually sent someone to take you back personally. The head of our Dea village is so capable that the county magistrate looks at him differently." The head of the village was very pleased with the compliment, and he said with a smile, "The reason why I can please the county magistrate is that our Dea village has put our hearts and strength together." Somehow the matter of digging a ditch to divert water from the mountain a few days ago reached the ears of the county magistrate, and he asked me over today to ask about this. In the past, it was difficult for me to meet the county magistrate, but now I have the honor to sit with him and drink tea. Other people in the village were extremely envious, and they hurriedly asked, "How old is the county magistrate? Is he fat or thin? Is he easy to talk to?" It was also the first time that the head of the village was received by the county magistrate, and he had a strong desire to show off, so he naturally answered the questions one by one. After these people finished their compliments, Cheng spoke up. "Uncle Lijing, why did the county magistrate come here to ask about digging ditches? Is there any arrangement?" The Lijing's desire to show off immediately faded. He did not expect that Dashinyang could guess the deep meaning of the county magistrate summoning him. He nodded and said, "There are 36 villages in Ping'an town, and each village is dry. The county magistrate wants to promote digging ditches and asked me if it is feasible." The villagers around laughed. "There is water on Dadong Mountain, but it does not mean that there is water on other mountains. The Ho-Hot village closest to us has no solution, and the villages farther away have even less. The county magistrate is desperate and trying all kinds of methods." The Lijiang did not speak, staring at Cheng Wanwan. His intuition told him that Dashinyang would have a different opinion. Cheng Wanwan looked at his 4 sons. "Take your things back and clean them up. I will be back later." The Lijiang and Cheng Wanwan walked under the big locust tree in the middle of the village. The other villagers didn't dare to follow. Ever since the canal digging incident, they no longer dared to look at Mrs. Zhao with the same eyes as before. The sun was setting. The air was very hot. There was shade under the big locust tree, but there was no wind. After walking for a while, I was sweating. Cheng Wanwan looked at the head of the village and said, "Now there is a severe drought. Except for Daya village, other villages will have no harvest. At that time, Daya village will become the target of public criticism." The head of the village asked, "What is the target of public criticism?" Cheng Wanwan, "Is it the time to ask questions without shame? The target of public criticism is the object of everyone's jealousy." She continued, "It's a good thing that the county magistrate promotes the digging of ditches. Now there is still half a month for the harvest. The sooner water is brought into the fields, the sooner the crops can be revived, and more or less some food can be harvested. However, not every village can find a water source, and finding a water source is not an easy task. I just want to ask Dashinyang, how did you find the water in the mountain?" The head of the village was eager to learn. The county magistrate said that he hopes Daya village can send some people to help. First, to help find the water source. Second, to help plan the route for digging the canal. And third, we also need help digging the ditch. Cheng Wanwan changed the subject. "There has been no unusual behavior in the village in the past few days, and the village patrol team seems to have relaxed a little." The head of the village didn't know why she suddenly brought up this matter, but he still agreed. After there was water in the fields, the rice grew, and there were more weeds, and many insects were born. Only when we apply more fertilizers can the rice grow full. People are busy in the fields, so they really don't care about patrols. Cheng Wanwan said in a heavy tone, "Because patrols don't have obvious benefits, once they feel there is no danger, the villagers will naturally be unwilling to work. Uncle Lijiang, we must be on guard against others. I think the patrol team should not be slack for a day. We should set up a special patrol team and pay wages." Ancient people had a weak sense of law. She hoped to live in a village with a relatively higher sense of security. The head of the village sighed. "Where can the village have extra money to support the patrol team?" The village's income is the money from selling wasteland. Decades ago, there were refugees who reclaimed wasteland, and the village still had some income, but in recent years, there have been no outsiders in Daya village, and every household has land. Who would buy wasteland for reclamation? The income from decades ago was used to dig public wells and support some extinct families, and it has long been spent. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "This time digging the ditch is an opportunity. Daya village has solved the urgent problem for the county magistrate. Should the county magistrate give some funds? How much money can be applied for depends on the ability of the village head. This money can be used as the initial fund for the patrol team." The village head's jaw almost dropped. What's wrong with Dashinyang's brain? She can actually come up with an idea to get money from the county magistrate in a legitimate way. He also plans to take Guzi and his 2 useless sons to see the county magistrate tomorrow and go to the village below with the county magistrate to find water sources. He is indeed ready to help the county magistrate solve the big trouble for free. But now he has figured it out. Rushing to help is called currying favor. If he goes again when the county magistrate needs it, it will be a timely help. And what Dashinyang said is right. Daya village is getting better and better, and it is easy to be envied by others. The patrol team cannot be relaxed. After the county magistrate allocated funds, the patrol team was officially established, and every household in Daya village no longer had to worry about food being stolen. When Cheng Wanwan started her business, she had a technical team. These people would write plans for projects. If she thought they were feasible, she would ask the finance department to allocate funds for 10 projects. As long as one of them was successful, the company would make a lot of money. This was a pre-investment. Now, Day Village has a successful case, and the county magistrate's investment will be 100% rewarded. As long as the head of the village mentioned it slightly, the county magistrate would most likely not refuse. After chatting with the village head, Cheng Wanwan went home. When she reached the door of her house, she saw green sprouts coming out of the fields in the yard. The vegetables were growing really well. Once the vegetables in front of and behind the house have grown, we won't have to eat wild vegetables every time we eat dinner. By the vegetable garden, 2 hens were walking around with their 20 ducklings looking for food, and a big rooster was standing on a pile of firewood and crowing. Zhao Dashin went to the fields. Standing at the door, he could see his eldest son busy in the fields. Zhao Ergu was watering the vegetable garden at home. The weather was hot, and the vegetable garden needed water all the time so that the vegetables could sprout, grow leaves, and grow. Zhao Sanyu went to the mountain to chop wood. Zhao Sidon went to the fields to dig wild vegetables and brought them back to feed the chickens and ducks. As the sun sets, smoke from the village rises into the sky. Yellow ears of rice sway in the wind, and the scenery is as beautiful as an oil painting. At this moment, Cheng Wanwan was in a very good mood. In the previous life, I worked hard alone to start a company. This is a kind of life. In this life, working hard with your family to gradually live a good life is also a kind of life. She walked into the house and saw Wu Huanyang sitting at the table cutting vegetables. When she saw her mother-in-law come in, Wu Huanyang stood up as if by reflex. Cheng Wanwan pushed her back. "You go cut clothes, I'll cook tonight." Wu Huanyang hurriedly said, "Mom, I feel much better today. I will definitely be fine if I stand for a while." "Okay, don't be stubborn. If something happens again, the family won't have money to hire a doctor for you, and there will be many opportunities to cook when you get better." Cheng Wanwan threw down the sentence and went to the kitchen next door. Wu Huanyang ate alone at noon, and she could eat anything she wanted, which was relatively simple. At night, she had to cook for 6 people, which was not something that could be done in a short time. Since she could remember, she ate in the canteen of the orphanage, ate in the school canteen after studying, and then ordered takeout every day when she started working. She rarely cooked for herself, and her cooking skills remained at the level of fried rice with eggs. However, she would watch some short videos of cooking in her spare time, and she had a wealth of theoretical knowledge about what to put first, and what to put next, and what to pay attention to. After being in ancient times for half a month, she also knew how to make a fire in the earthen stove. After using hay to start the fire, she put in firewood, and the fire slowly burned. First, steam the corn in a broken pot, then put oil in another pot, pour the chopped bamboo shoots in, and stir-fry. The moment the oil was poured in, Cheng Wanwan's hands were splashed with oil. She didn't care about the pain on the back of her hand at all, and quickly stir-fried the vegetables in the pot, fearing that they would be burnt. After half an hour, a dinner was finally ready: a stir-fried bamboo shoot, a wild vegetable omelet, and 6 bowls of corn rice. The bamboo shoots were burnt, and the wild vegetable omelet had too much salt. Cheng Wanwan drank a large bowl of water after taking a bite. However, the 4 boys and daughter-in-law in front of him didn't look strange, and they ate the 2 bowls of not very delicious dishes cleanly. After finishing the meal, Wu Huanyang spoke cautiously. "Mom, I'll cook from now on. I'll take a higher stool and sit in front of the stove, and let Sidan help watch the fire in the stove. It's no problem. It's not because the food is bad. Nowadays, as long as it's edible, no one will dislike it. The main thing is that the mother put at least 2 spoons of salt in this bowl of wild vegetable omelet. Such a precious thing can't be wasted." Cheng Wanwan shook her head. "Wait until you finish taking the pregnancy-maintaining medicine in 2 days, and then I'll leave the cooking to you." She couldn't let someone who was still taking medicine cook. She couldn't do the work of torturing her daughter-in-law. But the eldest daughter-in-law didn't do anything, and she seemed guilty and uneasy, which was not conducive to the maintenance of the fetus. After the family finished the meal, it was Zhao Erga's turn to wash the dishes, and the rest of the people hurried to prepare iced jelly while it was still light. During the day, some children would bring lanterns, and Wu Huinyang was responsible for receiving and paying the bills at home. During the day alone, she collected 18 kilograms of lanterns. In addition to cutting and making clothes, Wu Huinyang sat and peeled agarwood seeds. It was not a technical job, but it required patience and was time-consuming. Sitting still made her back and waist sore. Wu Huinyang peeled more than 2 kilograms of agarwood seeds sporadically during the day. Cheng Wanwan boiled a large pot of hot water, put it outside to cool in the wind, and then soaked the agarwood seeds in the cooled water. While soaking, she continued to boil water. Making iced jelly required a lot of boiled water, so 1 kilogram of agarwood seeds could produce more than 100 bowls of iced jelly. Zhao Sani was chopping wood in the yard. Most of the wood he had just chopped was used to boil water. He took an axe and went up the mountain to chop wood again. Zhao Erga followed with a bucket to fetch water. A lot of water was needed. After the agarwood seeds were soaked, Zhao Dashan sat in front of a large wooden basin and kept rubbing them with his hands, rubbing out a layer of acidic, condensable substances on the surface of the agarwood seeds and melting them into the water. After Cheng Wanwan finished boiling the water, the next job was to filter it. There would be agar-agar residue in the kneaded ice powder, which affected the appearance and taste, so it had to be filtered out. All the wooden barrels and basins in the house were occupied, so she called Zhao Siden, who was cleaning duck feces outside, in, "Go to your grandma and borrow 4 wooden barrels and 2 wooden basins, and also, take 2 cents to your sister Xiahua." Xiahua was responsible for feeding the chickens and ducks in the house during the day, and the money had to be settled on the same day. Zhao Siden ran quickly to the Zhao family's old house with 2 cents in his pocket. The sun had not completely set yet, and there was light outside, and a bit of evening coolness. The people in the old Zhao family were sitting in the yard, chopping wood, washing, sewing, repairing farm tools, picking wild vegetables, and chatting about family matters. It was quite lively. "Siden, why are you here?" Old Lady Zhao was the first to see him. "Why are you in such a hurry? You are sweating all over your forehead. Come and have a drink of water." Siden Zhao took out 2 coins from his sleeve and said, "My mother said to pay Sister Xia Hua's wages." Old Lady Zhao took one of the 2 coins and gave the remaining one to Xia Hua. Xia Hua took the money and gave it to her mother Wen put it in her pocket and said with a smile, "Xia Hua, I will save this coin for you as a dowry. Tomorrow you must dig more wild vegetables and weeds for your aunt to feed the chickens and ducks." Xia Hua nodded. "Mom, I know." Seeing this scene, Sun was a little jealous. Although it was only 1 coin, it was still money, and it was originally the money that belonged to their 3rd room. She said with some sourness, "The eldest sister-in-law is really generous. I think she has really made a lot of money, unlike us, who work in the fields every day and can't make a penny." Mrs. Zhao got angry when she heard her daughter-in-law speak. She had criticized her so many times, but this 3rd daughter-in-law still didn't make any progress. The old lady was too lazy to pay attention to Sun, and turned around and said, "Siden, is there anything else?" Zhao Siden nodded. "Mother asked me to borrow 4 wooden barrels and 2 wooden basins. If it were in the past, Mrs. Zhao would definitely not lend these household items out, mainly because she was afraid that they would be ruined by the eldest daughter-in-law. But during this period, the eldest daughter-in-law came to the old house every now and then to deliver food, and her behavior was many times more open than before. It was nothing to lend some things out. Mrs. Zhao said, "De Wang and Er Wang, help Siden take the wooden barrels and basins." Sun's eyebrows jumped, and she immediately said, "Mother, the child's father has to fetch water later in the evening. How can he fetch water if the wooden barrels are borrowed?" Before Mrs. Zhao could say anything, Zhao Yukai said, "Didn't you just bring back 4 buckets of water? The water in the jars is full. What? Is it not enough for you?" Sun gritted her teeth in anger. Although Zhao Siden didn't say it explicitly, she could guess what her sister-in-law wanted to do with a wooden barrel. She must be using it to make ice jelly. Since she was borrowing their things to do a profitable business, she should at least pay some rent. As a result, she had just started talking when her man interrupted her. Sun pinched Zhao Yotsai's arm hard, then walked into the house. You silly woman, I don't know what you're thinking about all day long. Zhao Yukai scolded angrily. If you have the time, make me a pair of straw sandals. I have no shoes to wear every day. He embarrassed her in front of so many people. Isn't it just because she didn't give birth to a son? If she had a son to support her, who would dare to give her a hard time, the old woman or her husband? Zhao Yukai continued chopping wood outside. Old man Zhao took a puff of his pipe and said, Old third, go to the mountain and chop down a fir tree. Fir trees are relatively thin and can be cut down and dragged back by one person. One tree can be made into 3 or 4 wooden barrels. In his early years, old man Zhao learned carpentry, but he was not careful and his workmanship was rough, so he was not good at this business. He was persuaded to quit by his master after learning for half a year. But he did learn some skills after all, and making simple tasks such as wooden barrels and wooden basins was not difficult for him. Zhao Yukai didn't even ask what the purpose of chopping trees was. He just went out with the axe. When they were almost at the foot of the mountain, they ran into another widow in the village, Zhang. Zhang had been a widow in her early 20s and was not yet 30. Her clothes were not patched, and she was holding a bamboo basket. When she saw Zhao Yukai, she greeted him. Where are you going, third brother Zhao? Zhao Yukai took the axe and said casually, Let's go to the mountain and chop down a tree. Zhang saw the muscles on his arms and took 2 steps forward involuntarily. Brother Zhao-san, I chopped some firewood during the day and piled it on the mountain. You know I am a woman, and I don't have the strength to drag the dry firewood down the mountain. Brother Zhao-san, can you help me? As she spoke, she moved closer to Zhao Yukai, her arm lightly brushing against Zhao Yotsai's body. Zhao Yukai took a step back. It's almost dark. I don't have the time to carry firewood for you. Let's talk about it tomorrow. He carried the axe and walked up the mountain quickly. Zhang was so angry that she stamped her feet. She showed such obvious behavior that this man didn't understand romance, but he actually walked away. No matter how she stamped her feet, it was useless. Zhao Yotsai's figure had disappeared into the mountains and forests. She continued to walk with the bamboo basket and soon stopped at the door of Cheng Wanwan's house. She stood at the gate of the courtyard, approached lightly, and stood on tiptoe to look into the house. She didn't know what was burning in the kitchen. The door of the main room was closed. She could only hear the sound of people talking, but she didn't know what they were doing. There were lanterns piled up under the eaves of the gate, and they hadn't been cleaned up yet. Zhang looked left and right, but couldn't make out what it was. At this time, Zhao Sidon opened the door and walked out, looking at her suspiciously. And Zhang, what are you doing? Zhang's face was immediately filled with smiles. I went up the mountain to get some lanterns. They weigh about 2 pounds. Will your mother accept them? Cheng Wanwan walked out of the house, took the bamboo basket and weighed it. It was indeed 2 pounds. She went back to the house to take out 4 cents and handed it to Zhang. Cheng Wanwan stood at the gate of the courtyard. She looked at Zhang in front of her, just like her original self. Both were widows in the village. However, her original self had a very bad reputation in the village, but this widow was different. She spoke softly and got along well with everyone. When the villagers mentioned Widow Zhang, they couldn't help but praise her. Sister-in-law Zhao, you know how my family lives. We have 3 daughters and 1 son, all of whom are hungry. There is no man in my family. I raised them all by myself. I am a few years younger than you, but I look older than you. Life is really hard. Zhang sighed. Sister-in-law, can you take me over in your food business? Just let me help you out. I can give you 3 or 5 cents a day. Cheng Wanwan's face was very light. 3 or 5 cents a day. It's better to pick more lanterns. 2 kilograms of lanterns are 4 cents. What's the point of coming to help me? Zhang's face froze. I'm just trying to make a living, aren't I? Cheng Wanwan refused indifferently. The original body had never dealt with Zhang the widow, let alone her. How could she let someone she didn't know help her? She turned and went into the house, closed the courtyard door, and then closed the door of the main room, blocking all sights. Zhang gritted her teeth in anger. She proposed to help for 3 or 5 cents a day, but Zhao Dasatsi didn't agree. This tone was too high. Isn't it just a little food? Isn't it just a little money? Do you really think you are going to be rich? She turned and walked away. Just after taking a few steps, an arm in the corner pulled her behind a big tree. She looked over and saw it was Zhao Fuguei. She broke free and cursed in a low voice. Why are you pulling and tugging? It's not even dark yet. What will happen if someone sees us? Why are you pretending, woman? Zhao Fuguei grabbed her chest and squeezed it hard. Go up the mountain or just find a place. Zhang stretched out her hand. Give me money, otherwise I won't do it. Zhao Fuguei cursed and took out a penny from his belt, then dragged Zhang into the wild. After a while, heavy breathing was heard. The sky gradually darkened. Cheng Wanwan was still busy with the children. In the past 2 days, she made 3 buckets of ice jelly, which would take her until the end of the Sioux hour. Today, the workload has doubled, and she might not be able to finish until the Z hour. There was a torch in the room, and she was filtering the ice jelly carefully. Zhao Ergu also joined in. It would be faster if the mother and son worked together. Zhao Sanyu helped Zhao Dashan scrub the ice jelly. Zhao Sidon and Wu Huanyang peeled the agar seeds from the lantern together. While they were busy, they heard Zhao Sanyu exclaim, Brother, what happened to your hand? Cheng Wanwan put down her work and walked over. She looked at it by the light of the fire and was immediately shocked. Zhao Dashan's palms were all soaked white. Because he used too much force, the epidermis of the palm was rubbed open, revealing the white flesh. The only thing to be thankful for was that there was no bleeding. For these 2 hours, his hands have been soaked in the agar seed water, and this kid didn't say a word. Cheng Wanwan pursed her lips. It's a good idea to sell hundreds of bowls of ice jelly a day and make more than 1 or 2 taels of profit. But the reality is, the more they sell, the more tired the family becomes. Today is only the first day, and Dashan's hands are almost useless. Zhao Dashan smiled innocently and said, Mom, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. Zhao Sanyu said, Brother, go do other work, and leave this to me. I have thick skin and can handle it. Cheng Wanwan glanced at the wooden basin next to her. There was still half a pound of agar seeds to be washed. Dashan and Sanyu each had half a pound of agar seeds being washed in the basin in front of them. If these tasks are not finished, she will not be able to deliver the goods on time tomorrow. She has never been a dishonest businessman. Dashan, you come and filter the ice jelly. Cheng Wanwan and Zhao Dashan switched places. There can't be any black stuff in the ice jelly. Be careful. Zhao Dashan was unwilling, but he could not disobey his mother's orders. Cheng Wanwan put her hand into the basin of agarwood seeds and water. She felt cool at first, but as she rubbed it, a slight pain began to spread in the palm of her hand. She opened them all and searched for plastic gloves. A pair only cost 5 cents. Wearing gloves to wash such things should not hurt her hands. She picked up the wooden basin and said calmly, It's too hot here. I'll go into the inner room to wash. Zhao Dashan quickly lit a torch and followed. Mom, let me do it. I'm used to doing this. As soon as he put down the torch, he was driven out by Cheng Wanwan. She bought a pair of plastic gloves from the mall. When she put them on and rubbed her skin, she didn't feel any pain at all. She started to scrub quickly. After washing this basin, she walked out, took the remaining half pound to the inner room, and began to rub it mechanically with her hands.
This is not an easy job.
Even with the protection of gloves, fingers are sore, wrists are stiff and painful from repeating the same movement, and backaches occur from sitting still. After washing all the agar seeds, Cheng Wanwan could not straighten her back. Zhao Dashan blamed himself to the extreme. Mom, I am so useless. Zhao Erga said, In the future, this job cannot be left to one person. The 3 of us will take turns, 1 pound each, so that our hands will not be injured. Zhao Sanyu nodded, Just leave it to us. We can't let mother work so hard all the time. Cheng Wanwan felt a little sad. At first, she just regarded her 4 sons as responsibilities and obligations, but she didn't expect that they would really become a family. She would feel sorry for the injured children, and the children would be filial to her as a mother. However, washing 1 pound a day for agar seeds does not seem to be a big deal, but if you do it for 3 or 4 days in a row, your hands will definitely turn white and peel. The gloves are made of rubber, which is a product that does not exist in this era. She can't take them out openly. 3 pounds of agar seeds a day, divided into at least 6 times of washing. If she is asked to do it all by herself, she will definitely become the first time traveler in history to die of exhaustion. Later, if the market continues to expand, the amount of agar seeds washed a day will rise to 5 or 10 pounds, and the workload will increase. Therefore, this work must be subcontracted. But who to ask to do it is also something worth thinking about. The family of 6 worked until almost midnight before they finally finished making the ice jelly needed for tomorrow. The rooster Dahong flew to the firewood pile and crowed, waking up the sleeping Dea village. Cheng Wanwan lay in bed, not wanting to get up at all. Her arms were sore, and it hurt when she moved. She felt like she was falling apart. She glanced out the window. It was all gray. It was still early, so she took a nap. She closed her eyes and continued to sleep until she heard voices outside the door. She got up and walked out. It turned out that Xia Hua had come. She was carrying a large backpack full of wild vegetables and weeds, and holding a basket full of chicory in her hand. She dumped them all in the yard. She dragged a piece of dry firewood as a stool and sat on it. She lowered her head and began to chop wild vegetables. After chopping half of them, she threw them aside for the chickens and ducks to eat, and then continued to chop. Cheng Wanwan walked over and said, "Xiahua, that's enough. If we feed the chickens and ducks any more, they will be stuffed to death." Xiahua looked up and said, "Aunt, this half is chopped up and kept for the chickens and ducks to eat in the afternoon. I'll be done in a while." Cheng Wanwan sighed softly. Xiahua was such an honest child. She had agreed to prepare only 1 meal for the chickens and ducks, but this child got up so early and actually dug up 2 meals of wild vegetables. The 2 cents were worth it. Early in the morning, it was the coolest before the sun came out. Zhao Xiahua sat in the yard chopping wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu sorted out the ice jelly made last night, and after breakfast they took a bullock cart to deliver the goods. Zhao Sidon also helped. Wu Huanyang couldn't stand for too long, so she sat in the yard and continued to cut clothes. She cut 2 pieces of clothes together, the navy blue one for Zhao Dashan and the khaki one for Cheng Wanwan. The 2 clothes were made immediately. Cheng Wanwan was making breakfast in the kitchen. She mixed cornmeal with water, beat an egg, and added it. Then she poured the chopped wild vegetables into the mixture and mixed them all together. After mixing thoroughly, she put them in the pan and baked them. There were many people in the family, so each person had 2 pancakes. Together with Xia Hua's, she made a total of 14. This time she controlled the heat well, and the pancakes were not burnt. They were still steaming when they came out of the pan. Zhao Dashan would not be back for a while, so the 2 pancakes were kept warm in the pan. Cheng Wanwan called everyone to have breakfast. Zhao Xiahua wiped her hands and stood up. "Auntie, the wild vegetables have been chopped. I will go back first." Cheng Wanwan hurriedly stopped her. "Why are you in a hurry to leave? Eat breakfast first, and then settle today's wages." Zhao Xiahua waved her hands quickly. Breakfast at the old house would be an hour later, and dinner would be an hour earlier. They would only eat 2 meals a day. She was not used to eating so early, although her stomach had been growling with hunger. She was about to leave with her backpack and basket. Cheng Wanwan hurriedly chased after her, first stuffed 2 coins into her hand, and then handed her 2 wild vegetable cornmeal cakes. "Auntie, I really can't take it." Xia Hua was so anxious. "I'll take the money and leave the cakes for Brother Dashan and the others." Cheng Wanwan's action was strong, and Xia Hua finally had to take a cake and hold it in her hand. Several boys in the room had already eaten. The wild vegetable cakes, made of cornmeal with eggs, were very fragrant and filling for each person. After eating, Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu went to deliver the goods. Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but repeatedly remind her, "Be careful on the road, don't conflict with others, and be sure to count the copper coins in person after delivering the goods. If there are too many or too few, you must tell me." Watching the carriage swaying away from Dea village, Cheng Wanwan's heart still couldn't settle down. No wonder there is a saying that a mother worries about her son when he is thousands of miles away. These two boys were just going to the town to deliver goods, but she couldn't let go. Mom, come and try on the clothes. Wu Huinyang bit off the thread, shook the clothes, and tried them on Cheng Wanwan. Cheng Wanwan had to praise her daughter-in-law for her ingenuity. In just 2 or 3 days, a piece of cloth became a piece of clothing. Because it was a piece of cloth without patterns or embroidery, the clothes were very simple, with a tie at the waist, and it was worn after tying it on the left and right. The overall look was very good. The only embarrassing thing was that the chest was too small, which was a bit tight. Well, if she didn't wear underwear inside, this dress would really fit her. When washing it, she looked like a thief. Cheng Wanwan pointed her chest. Can this be altered to be looser? Wu Huinyang's face was a little red. Okay, Mom, I'll alter it right away. Cheng Wanwan took off the clothes, put on the patched clothes again, and then started a day of work. For farmers, no matter how tired the first day was, a new day is a brand new beginning, with a lot of things waiting to be done at home and outside. Zhao Sanyu came back with water early in the morning. She used a gourd ladle to water the houses in front of and behind them. After all the vegetables sprouted, she would start to fertilize them. There were no chemical fertilizers in ancient times, so they used farmyard manure. Cheng Wanwan really couldn't do this job, but fortunately there were many sons in the family, so she could give it to anyone. Once again, she felt that having many sons had many benefits. When Cheng Wanwan was watering the vegetables, she saw something furry in the garden. She walked over and saw that they were 2 dead ducks. 2 of the 20 ducks she bought were dead. Judging from the bodies, they must have died last night and no one noticed. It was a good thing that no one found out, so she quickly dug a hole to destroy the body and then quickly bought 2 ducklings from the mall to sneak in. The ducklings in the mall were new and not familiar with the environment, so they looked around stupidly. The big hens Da Huang and Er Huang ran over, one on the left and one on the right, and pecked the 2 ducklings on the head. The 2 ducklings immediately followed her and ran away happily. Cheng Wanwan looked at the small puddle in her yard. The ducklings were playing in the puddle most of the time. The ducks were still young, and their resistance was too weak. If one duck got sick, it would infect other ducks through the contaminated water. She found that 4 ducks seemed to have signs of illness and might die in a day or 2. She opened the store and bought a special powder for ducks to fight against bacterial infections and mixed it with chopped wild vegetables. For eggs, Cheng Wanwan shouted. Zhao Sidon was squatting in the main room peeling agar-agar seeds. This was his whole day's work, and he had to peel at least 3 pounds. When he heard his mother calling him, he quickly stood up and ran out. Mom, I'm here. Go take these ducks to the rice field for a walk. Cheng Wanwan reminded, when the ducks start to eat the rice, you must bring them back immediately. In her previous life, she had heard about raising ducks in rice fields. There was water in the rice fields, which was suitable for ducks to survive. The weeds and microorganisms in the fields could be eaten by the ducks, and the ducks' feces would become nutritious fertilizer for the rice. The most important thing is that there are a small number of locusts in the rice fields, which are ducks' favorite food. If the number of locusts is large enough, the ducks will not eat the rice. If all the locusts are eaten, the ducks must be driven back quickly to avoid ruining the crops. Zhao Sidon got a new job and happily went out to drive the ducks. 20 ducks seemed to be a lot in the yard, quacking non-stop every day, but disappear in an instant once they enter the rice fields. 20 ducks could not eat many locusts or produce much feces, so she had to buy at least 100 more ducks. She turned around and saw Da Huang and Er Huang squatting in the chicken coop like empty nest elderly people. She silently decided to buy some more chicks. Just as Cheng Wanwan was about to go into the house to work, she saw a horse-drawn carriage slowly appearing on the main road of Dehe village. It was the same carriage she had seen yesterday. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the village. The driver jumped out and said something to a nearby farmer. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a middle-aged man in silk clothes walked out. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a big belly, especially protruding belly. The man was wearing a black gauze hat. No one in the village except the head of the village had ever seen the county magistrate, but when they saw his attire, everyone knew that the county magistrate had come. Following behind him was a man in his 40s or 50s who was the county magistrate's aide, known as the teacher's advisor. The sun is at noon. Although it was still morning, the sun was already very strong. The sun was scorching, and I was sweating profusely. The village head came running in his most respectable clothes, without a patch from head to toe. His shoes were not the most common straw sandals in the village, but neatly made navy blue cloth shoes, and he wore socks inside his shoes, which was rare. I greet the county magistrate. As soon as the village head ran over, he fell to the ground with his whole body prostrated. When the villagers who were watching from afar saw this, they were so frightened that they immediately shrank their necks, bent down, and hid their bodies among the rice fields, fearing that they would be seen by the county magistrate and had to kneel down to pay homage. The county magistrate said calmly, "Get up and take me to see the ditch dug in your village first." The head of the village stood up with sweat all over his forehead. He had originally planned to go to the town to meet the county magistrate in person early this morning, but after listening to Dashin-Yang's suggestion, he decided to postpone it to the afternoon. Who would have thought that the county magistrate and the chief clerk would come in person?
He was almost scared to death.
The village head stood up tremblingly, lowered his head, and led the way. The main road leads directly up the mountain. This mountain is called Dadong Mountain, which belongs to Dae Village. You don't need to go too high. Standing halfway up the mountain looking up, you can see the ditch extending into the valley. Looking down, you can see clear spring water flowing into the wheat fields. However, the rice fields in the village have been diverted to the water, and the entrance to the field has been sealed. The water in the ditch flows quietly. Take me up the mountain to see the source of the water. The county magistrate spoke again, and the village head had no choice but to continue leading the way. The way up the mountain was not too rugged, but it was indeed quite a distance. The county magistrate was a bit fat, and he was out of breath from exhaustion before he had walked very far. The servant beside him hurried forward to support him. The lawyer who came with him was also exhausted and suggested, "Sir, county magistrate, why don't we find a few men to carry you up?" Hearing this, the head of the village got a headache. There were men in the village, but no sedan chair. What should he use to carry it?
Door panels.
The men in the village didn't mind lifting the door panel, but it was not appropriate for the county magistrate to sit on it. The county magistrate waved his hand and asked, "How long will it take to get to the water source?" The village head said hurriedly, "It takes about a cup of tea." For him, a cup of tea is enough, but the county magistrate is too fat and walks slower than a 3-year-old child. It is estimated that it will take at least 3 cups of tea. There are 4 people in the group. Except for the village head and the coachman, who walked relatively easily, the county magistrate and the lawyer were exhausted. Finally, they arrived at the source of water in the deep mountains. This is the beginning of groundwater, and the water source keeps bubbling up. At first, a large hole was opened to facilitate water to enter the rice fields. Later, when there was no shortage of water in the fields, the village head had people block 2/3 of the hole and slowly let a little water flow down. It was also more convenient for the villagers to wash with water. The lawyer was amazed. "How did you find such a deep hidden water source?" A while ago, the county government also found some people who were good at looking at feng shui and terrain to investigate, but they found nothing. However, Dae Village, which has always had a very low sense of existence, actually solved the water source problem by itself. The master looked around and concluded, "It's very humid here. The vegetation is lush. The leaves of the trees are very green and big, and the soil underfoot is moist. If we survey according to these environmental features, we should be able to find a water source." The county magistrate shook his head and said, "Look, there are also lush vegetation 20 meters away, but the water source is not there. This method can only determine the approximate area, but it cannot accurately locate it. We don't have that much time to try it bit by bit." The legal advisor and the county magistrate looked at the village head at the same time. Village head. "Don't look at him. He doesn't know either. Dashin-Yang didn't tell him." He paused, then spoke cautiously. "This was discovered accidentally by a young man in our village. Why don't you come with me to his home to ask? Dashin-Yang knows everything, So let Dashan Yang and the county magistrate talk about it. He didn't even dare to look the county magistrate in the eye. When he did, his legs went weak and his heart began to panic. So the village head took the county magistrate and the legal advisor down the mountain again. As the saying goes, it is easy to go up a mountain but difficult to go down, not to mention that it was not easy for the county magistrate and his companions to go up the mountain, let alone go down the mountain. It took them an hour to finally reach the foot of the mountain. The village head was almost heartbroken to see him wearing brand new cloth shoes when going up and down the mountain. Cheng Wanwan was rolling hay in the yard. After she finished rolling the hay, she would prepare to make a fire and cook lunch. At this time, the village head, the county magistrate, and the legal advisor stood at the gate of the yard. The county magistrate's arrival in the village caused a lot of noise. Cheng Wanwan had seen him from afar, but she didn't go forward to join in the fun as she had a lot of things to do at home and couldn't get away. Seeing a group of people arriving at her door, she quickly got up and opened the door. The village head coughed and said, "Mother Dashan, this is the county magistrate, and this is Mr. Yuan." Cheng Wanwan bowed her head and saluted. "I greet the county magistrate and Mr. Yuan. Please come in, Huinyang, pour out 3 bowls of water." Wu Huinyang was peeling agar seeds in the house. When she heard her mother-in-law's order, she hurriedly got up to pour water. When she came out and saw the black gauze hat on the head of the county magistrate, she was so scared that her legs went weak and a lot of water spilled out of the bowl. The lawyer saw that the bowl had a gap and was tattered. He didn't know whether the water was clean or not. He was about to refuse, but he saw the county magistrate took the broken bowl and drank a large bowl of water in one breath. He was too embarrassed to hold it, so he took the bowl and drank the water. He didn't know if it was because he was too thirsty or for some other reason, but the water was actually a little sweet. The village had drank the water and said calmly, "Mother Dashan, the county magistrate came this time to ask how the water source on the mountain was found. My second son discovered it accidentally, and it can't be explained in a few words." Cheng Wanwan said, "But our second son is too busy. He is going to the town to deliver goods now. He has to go to the fields when he comes back in the afternoon. I estimate that he will have time in the evening. The county magistrate may have to wait for a while."
How dare you?
Yuan Shirya raised his eyebrows. "The county magistrate has invited me. Even if my father and father are dead, I must accept the county magistrate's dispatch." The village head was shocked and instinctively stood in front of Cheng Wanwan, saying humbly, "County magistrate, Master Yuan, you don't know. There has been a severe drought and no rain for a long time. When the villagers were desperate, they finally found a water source. There is still half a month to harvest rice. The work in the fields cannot be delayed for a long time. The children who have just learned to walk in the village will help with farm work. It is indeed not intentional to neglect the county magistrate." The county magistrate looked at Master Yuan and said, "We are all honest farmers here. You can control your temper." Master Yuan nodded quickly. Yes, the county magistrate is right." Cheng Wanwan was a little surprised that this county magistrate was actually a good-tempered person and did not look like the kind of greedy and corrupt official. She gave the village head a look, indicating that she could say what she said yesterday now. The village head immediately got confused and opened and closed his mouth, but could not say a word. The village head lowered his head and looked at the stones on the ground. Cheng Wanwan could understand that in ancient times, ordinary people were like ants in front of officials and dared not even breathe. Look at the women and farmers in Day Village. They usually love to watch the fun, but now that the county magistrate has come, they either crouch down and hide in the rice fields or close their doors and cannot come out. In their eyes, the county magistrate is like a man-eating tiger. Cheng Wanwan could only speak on behalf of the head of the village. "My second son is a wild boy. He goes up the mountain every day and is very familiar with Dadong Mountain. It is not difficult for him to find a water source. But my second son has never been to the mountains near other villages. It will take a lot of effort to find a water source. It will take a whole day to walk around and look for it. If he can't find it one day, he has to go again the next day. What should we do with so many acres of land at home?" With Cheng Wanwan bringing up the topic, the head of the village became bolder and said in unison, "It's okay. Dash and Yang can ask the villagers to help take care of the farm affairs. Cheng Wanwan sighed. You can't pay people for a day's work. Our family is poor and can't even take out a penny. The county magistrate put his hands behind his back. If your boy can really find other water sources, it will be a great merit. This official will reward him well. Cheng Wanwan silently complained in his heart. Rewards are usually just a few words of verbal praise, which is not painful or itchy. She paused and said, from discovering the water source to digging ditches to bring water into the fields, this is not something that can be solved by one person. A village must send at least 4 or 5 people to assist. It is the busy farming season, and everyone has a lot of farm work to do at home. Because they are worried about family matters, who can devote themselves to helping other villages find water sources. We can't let other villages find water while our rice fields are overgrown with weeds and insects because no one takes care of them, and then the per-acre yield will not be as good as that of other families. Master Yuan was furious again. How dare you slack off on the orders of the county magistrate? Cheng Wanwan was not afraid at all. I am just telling the truth. The autumn harvest is not far away. Who is willing to leave the housework to work for others? County magistrate, I was once a member of a big family. Before the family was divided, I fished in troubled waters and was lazy if I could. When there were huge benefits in front of me, I could stay up all night to do the things ordered without anyone's urging. County magistrate, do you think what I said makes sense? The head of the village was sweating profusely. Dash and Yang was too bold. How dare she say these things in front of the county magistrate? Didn't you see that Master Yuan was so angry that he died? If the county magistrate was furious, they would all be punished. It was the first time that the county magistrate saw ordinary people say such a long list of words in front of him. Unlike the usual flattering words, these words were very meaningful, and he actually felt that they made sense. When he gave an order, the people in the village really had to do it, but they would never be willing to do it. Doing something seriously and doing something perfunctorily will have completely different results. During this drought, all the villages under the surrounding towns were suffering from drought. Only their Ping'an town found a water source. This was a great opportunity for him to make achievements. If he made achievements, he would be able to show his face in front of the prefect. When he was evaluated in a few years, his position might be promoted. The master understood the county magistrate's meaning immediately and said, all those who help find water sources and dig ditches in Dea village will be rewarded with 100 copper coins a day. The head of the village widened his eyes. Oh my goodness, 100 coins a day, this is a good job that can't be found anywhere else. The county magistrate is really generous. He can take this money and deduct 50 coins from each person as public property of a village. Then, he can use it to pay the patrol team's wages. He will be paid 2 coins for patrolling for 2 hours. Many people are scrambling to do it. My lord, that's not what I meant. Cheng Wanwan said in a panic, how can I ask for money for working for you? If I don't find a water source, the money will be too much to handle. The corners of the magistrate's mouth twitched. He had already understood what the woman was thinking. She thought 100 coins were too little. However, the magistrate found it strange when he saw such a person for the first time. Besides, it was normal for this woman to want more benefits since she had raised a promising son. As long as it could improve his political achievements, it would not be a big deal to reward him with a few more coins. The county magistrate said, then what do you think should be done? If we find a water source, the county magistrate will give us a reward. If we can't help the county magistrate, we are not eligible for money. How about this method? Cheng Wanwan smiled. We must visit all 35 villages within 3 days. If we do this, we won't be able to sleep for 3 days. Yuan Shirya, who had always been very irritable, looked at Cheng Wanwan twice more. A peasant woman could actually come up with such a method. It seemed that he underestimated farmers. He gave the county magistrate a feasible look. The county magistrate nodded and said, a reward of 2 taels of silver will be given for finding a water source. The eyes of the village had suddenly widened. 2 taels of silver? Their whole family farmed for a year, plus his monthly salary as the village head, and they could only save 2 taels of silver a year. If 10 water sources can be found in the 35 villages except Daya village, that would be 20 taels of silver. Oh my god, how did Dash and Yang convince the county magistrate? Cheng Wanwan curled her lips. She lived in the ancient times when groundwater had never been mined. There was a high probability that there was water in the valley where two mountains met each other. As long as there were continuous mountains, it would not be difficult to find water. The county magistrate praised, "Sister-in-law is completely different from ordinary peasant women. No wonder she could raise a son who discovered the water source." Cheng Wanwan kept a low profile. This is all because the child's father taught his son well. In the early years when there was no war, he would come back every year to teach the children many great principles. Although he is gone, his principles have always been remembered by the children. The county magistrate sighed. It turned out that she was a widow whose husband died in the war. No wonder she was thinking about the reward money. Everyone has their own difficulties. As a parent official, he should really be considerate. Only 2 taels of silver for a water source, isn't it too little? As he was talking, an ox cart stopped at the door. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu moved the wooden barrel down. The two of them walked into the house tremblingly. Their eyes were fixed, and they didn't even see the county magistrate standing at the door. When she walked in, she tripped and almost fell. Cheng Wanwan explained, "My 2 sons have returned from the town. I asked them to go into the house to change clothes and then come out to see the county magistrate." Her face was a little solemn. Why did the 2 boys look pale after delivering the goods? Could something have happened? If she had known, she should have gone with them the first time they delivered the goods. She didn't think about it anymore and followed them into the house. She saw the 2 boys lock themselves in the inner room. She raised her hand and knocked, lowering her voice and said, "What happened?" Zhao Erga dragged Cheng Wanwan in, his eyes widened, and he took out a cloth bag from his arms. "Mom, it's silver." Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu were sweating all over. The 2 of them went to Hika town and Pingan town very smoothly. They got a total of 1,010 copper coins. The big bag of copper coins was bulging in their waist bags. The 2 walked around the street and always felt that everyone on the street was staring at their waist bags. It was too dangerous. What if they were stolen or robbed? The 2 men discussed it and went to the bank to exchange 1,000 copper coins for a silver ingot. The white silver was something the 2 boys had never seen before. Although their father's shirt silver was 20 taels, it had been held in the hands of the original owner and was sent to the Cheng family before it could even warm up. It can be said that they have never carried so much money on them since they were young. 1 tael of silver was placed in Zhao Erga's arms, and the remaining 100 coins were in Zhao Sania's waist bag. The 2 men sat on the ox cart without moving much, and were sweating from nervousness. Cheng Wanwan. The inexperienced look of them made her laugh and feel distressed. In the future, if there is a chance, she will let the 4 boys go out more often. After seeing more, they will naturally not make such jokes again. Outside the house, the village head was sweating profusely as he spoke to the county magistrate. "Look how tired these 2 kids are. They can't even walk steadily. This family is really poor. Look, magistrate. There's a big hole in the roof, and they don't have time to repair it. A family of 6 is squeezed in this shabby adobe house. It's pitiful." The county magistrate took a closer look and sighed. "It's not just this family. The next door, and the next door, are all adobe houses with thatched roofs. If there is a heavy rain, the thatch can't hold up. The village under his jurisdiction is so poor. Find a water source and reward 3 taels of silver." "What?" The village head widened his eyes. Three taels of silver. Is there something wrong with his ears? Master Yuan opened his mouth but said nothing. If a water source can really be found, grain can be collected, and the county can collect more taxes. The grain collected in a village can be exchanged for more than 3 taels of silver. This money is not taken out of the pocket of the county magistrate anyway, and it has nothing to do with him. Not long after, Cheng Wanwan came out of the house with her 2 sons. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu knelt on the ground with a plop. "I didn't see the county magistrate just now. Please forgive me." The county magistrate waved his hand and didn't take it seriously. He looked at the head of the village. Didn't you say 4 or 5 people? Call them together. They may not be back for 3 or 4 days. The head of the village hurried to call people. There was the head of the village, Zhao Ergu, his son Zhao Onjiang, and 2 other men who worked hard in digging the ditch. When he went to call people, there was no county magistrate with him, and a group of village women surrounded him. Village head, what's the matter? Why did the county magistrate go to his mother's home in the mountains? What happened? The village head said in short, the county magistrate is looking for someone to help with something. It costs 100 coins a day. Wang Yongcheng, Zhao Yugui, Zhao Onjiang, you hurry up and follow me. Wang Yongcheng is the father of the loach next door to Cheng Wanwan. Zhao Yugui is the father of Zhao Shajian, who is the one who is in love with son Shuiqin. The eyes of the villagers were red with envy. Working for the county magistrate, why don't you ask my man? My man is strong, so go with us. The village head scolded angrily. When we were digging the ditch, you didn't respond first, and you complained about the work. I dare not take you with me. You should patrol the village, honestly. Whoever does a good job, I will think of him first if there is such a good thing in the future. Several women in the village curled their lips. Not only did they not get paid for patrolling, but they also delayed their own farm work. They didn't want their men to go at all. However, there were also a few women who listened to the village head and told their men to be more careful when patrolling and not to be perfunctory. The county magistrate's carriage was neither big nor small and could accommodate 6 people inside and 3 more outside. It sped all the way to Lajiago in the east. When going to Lajiago, we passed by Hohot village. Because the carriage was crowded, the curtains were opened. The head of the village saw at a glance that the hillside on the other side of Dadong Mountain in Dea village was full of people. Zhao Onjiang was surprised and asked, isn't it impossible to organize the ditch digging in Hohot village? Master Yuan sneered. The ready-made water source is on the mountain, and this group of rabble is not united, so we can only let the Yamen runners come to watch them work. Hohot village can solve the problem by itself, but it has to use the Yamen runners. At that time, the county magistrate can collect more taxes from Hohot village under this name. For example, the normal tax is 1/10 per mu of land, and Hohot village may have to pay 2/10. Those villages that still need the county to help find water sources will have to pay 3/10 of taxes at that time. If some villages are short of manpower, the county will help transfer men from other villages to help, and the county will pay the labor fee. At that time, these villages will pay at least 5/10 of taxes. Before the carriage had completely passed, there was a sound of cursing from Hohot village. It turned out that they encountered a big rock when digging the ditch, blocking the road ahead, and a group of people couldn't do it anymore and wanted to rebel collectively. Zhao Lijing was very familiar with this matter. He immediately stopped the carriage, jumped off the carriage, and took Zhao Ergu with him. Fortunately, the Lijing of Hohot village was reasonable and the county magistrate's carriage was parked in the distance, so he did not dare to act rashly. Zhao Lijing pointed and said a lot in front of him, but the Lijing of Hohot village did not refute and quickly asked people to collect firewood, make fire, and fetch water. Returning to the carriage, the Lijing received the county magistrate's approving look. The Lijing coughed and said, "This idea was thought up by Erga's mother. If it weren't for Erga's mother, we wouldn't have dug this ditch in Dea village." The county magistrate nodded, and the woman looked knowledgeable. Zhao Ergu said nothing silently. He wanted to say that the way to find the water source was actually thought up by his mother, but his mother didn't allow him to tell others. His mother really loved him and gave him all the credit. He must be filial to his mother in the future and make his mother the most envied woman in the village. The carriage left Dea village at a high speed. The village suddenly became lively. A bunch of people crowded to the gate of Cheng Wanwan's yard. Most of them were shocked. They didn't even dare to look at the county magistrate. Who would have thought that Da Shenyang could talk to the county magistrate without changing her expression? Da Shenyang is really a scoundrel. She is not afraid of the county magistrate. I don't know what she said to the county magistrate. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, as a parent official, the county magistrate can't bear to see so many rice plants die in the fields. He wants Erga to help find water sources and dig ditches. The villagers expressed disdain. Finding water sources is not that easy. Arguzi doesn't have such great ability. Helping other villages is actually helping ourselves. Cheng Wanwan said, if only our village has a good harvest of grain and other villages have no harvest, do you know what the consequences will be? The people who gathered around suddenly quieted down. What consequences? The consequences of having their grain robbed. Aunt Wang gritted her teeth and said, don't we have a patrol team in our village? We won't let those people succeed. The patrol team is established to protect food, but there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. We can't beat those who are starving to death. Cheng Wanwan said slowly, even if no one steals food, the town may collect our food and distribute it equally to each village. Then we can only eat wild vegetable soup every day. The villagers understood. Today, Hohot village suddenly started digging ditches to divert water from Dadong Mountain in their village. Most people were very dissatisfied, but with the Yamen guarding, they didn't dare to go forward to make trouble. When Cheng Wanwan said this, they realized that they almost did something wrong. At noon, the sun was at its highest point. The scorching sun was scorching the earth. At this time, everyone who was busy in the fields went back to take a nap. Cheng Wanwan was making lunch in the kitchen, and she didn't let her daughter-in-law be idle. She was in charge of the cooking, and Wu Huanyang sat on a stool to control the fire in the stove. The weather was too hot, so we cooked corn porridge for lunch with some wild vegetables and bamboo shoots, and fried an omelet. The 2 hens at home were quite diligent, laying eggs for 2 days and resting for 1 day. In addition, Cheng Wanwan would secretly put a few eggs in from time to time, so the family had almost 10 eggs saved. At this time, Saniu came back from chopping wood. He was sweating profusely from exhaustion and drank a big bowl of ice jelly in 1 gulp to cool off. Cheng Wanwan brought the food to the table. I'll go call Dashin and Sidon back for dinner. These 2 days he was busy with business and neglected the work in the fields. At noon, when everyone else went back to rest, Zhao Dashin was still busy in the fields. He was bending over to pull weeds in the rice field. Suddenly, there was water, and these weeds grew rapidly. If they were not taken care of for a day, the weeds would grow into a large area and rob the fertilizer in the field. Dashin, put on your shoes first and go back to eat. Cheng Wanwan threw the straw sandals she brought with her on the ridge. Zhao Dashin smiled innocently. We'll go back after we finish weeding this acre of land. Cheng Wanwan shook her head. Come back when the sun is not so strong. Go back and wash your hands and eat. I'll go call Sidon. She continued to walk along the ridge. After walking a dozen steps, she saw Sidon squatting on the ridge to dig wild vegetables. The backpack next to this boy was full of chicory, and there were weeds he had pulled out of the rice field at his feet. Cheng Wanwan sighed softly. These children were so sensible that she felt distressed. She said, Sidon, the meal is ready. Let's drive the ducks back together. You go over there, and I'll be over here. 20 little ducks swam leisurely in the shallow water of the rice field, pecking fiercely from time to time, and a grasshopper was swallowed. The ducks were having fun, but suddenly they were driven back. They jumped around everywhere. It was Zhao Sidon's first time to drive ducks, and Cheng Wanwan had no experience either. The mother and son were in a panic. Aunt Wang from the field next door suddenly popped her head out. Oh, how did this duck fly into my field? Sidon, catch it quickly, don't ruin my rice. Zhao Sidon ran over to explain. Aunt, my ducks don't eat rice, they eat insects. As if to prove himself, the little duck fluttered its wings and landed on Aunt Wang's feet and pecked a grasshopper on her trouser leg. In ancient times, grasshoppers were also called locusts. When Aunt Wang saw this thing, her face turned pale. Why are there locusts in my rice field? Where did they come from? Cheng Wanwan's voice was a little deep. Several days ago, I found locusts in the village, but there were not many. So, I bought some ducklings to guard the rice fields. The duckling swallowed the locust in its mouth and caught the next one very quickly. Aunt Wang thought of what happened last year. The black locusts flew over like a dark cloud. In less than half a day, thousands of acres of rice were eaten up. The locust plague is terrible. Even if there are only a few scattered ones, it makes her face pale. She has been pulling weeds and didn't notice that there were locusts in the field. Now that she has seen it, She can't just ignore it. It is difficult for people to catch locusts, but she saw with her own eyes how powerful this little duck is. She immediately asked, "Mother Dashin, where did you buy the ducklings? How much is one? I'll buy some and raise them in the fields." I didn't see any ducks for sale in Ping'an Town. They are only sold in Hika Town. I'm going to Hika Town tomorrow. If I see any, I'll bring them back to you. Aunt Wang thanked her profusely and helped to drive the ducklings back. With the cooperation of the 3 people, the 20 ducklings dared not fly around anymore and followed Zhao Sanyu into the yard. There were some chopped wild vegetables on the ground in the yard that Zhao Sanyu had just picked up, but the 20 ducklings had already eaten their fill in the rice fields and didn't even look at the chopped wild vegetables. Zhao Sidon said with a smile, "The ducks can eat insects to be full, so we don't need Sister Xia Hua to help dig wild vegetables anymore." Cheng Wanwan nodded. The ducks' food for the day was perfectly solved, and Xia Hua really didn't need to come again. However, Xia Hua was a diligent girl, and keeping Xia Hua would be very useful. This job didn't require much technical skills, but it was extremely time-consuming. Perhaps it could be handed over to Xia Hua. The family sat down to have lunch. Cheng Wanwan was a little uncomfortable without Zhao Ergu. She didn't know whether the county magistrate took Ergu and the others to eat something, and whether Ergu listened to her advice. She just hoped that everything would go well. After lunch, Cheng Wanwan changed into new clothes. This was the most common and cheapest kind of homespun cloth in the countryside. It rubbed the skin a little when worn, and it was a little uncomfortable, but no matter what, it was new clothes without patches, and there was no dirt accumulated on the collar and cuffs for many years. It was refreshing to wear. She glanced at the 7 or 8 wooden barrels and basins placed in the yard. She had no intention of returning them for the time being, so she took some ice jelly left over from the morning and walked towards the old house of the Zhao family. In the middle of the day, most farmers were taking a nap, but the weather was too hot to sleep. Old man Zhao sat at the door and chopped a tree. He chopped a large fir tree into sections of more than half a meter long cylinders. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai were weaving straw mats. The 2 brothers worked together very quickly. Wen and Sun, the 2 sisters-in-law, were also busy with various things. As soon as Cheng Wanwan walked in, everyone in the yard looked up at her. Sun's eyes flashed. The eldest sister-in-law actually wore new clothes. The khaki color made her look whiter, making her look several years younger. She felt sour in her heart, and she also said a little sourly, "The eldest sister-in-law has made a lot of money. It's not a festival, but she actually wears new clothes. It's so enviable." Wen looked at her and felt a little envious when she heard it. She could only get a new set of clothes during the Chinese New Year, but last year there was a locust plague and the whole family had a hard year, so they didn't have any new clothes. Cheng Wanwan laughed. She had money in her hands, so could she still wear tattered clothes every day? The purpose of making money is to let yourself live a good life, not to be afraid of this and that, not daring to eat or wear. His third aunt is joking. "If I make a lot of money, I should buy silk and satin. Who among the rich still wears homespun clothes?" Cheng Wanwan said indifferently, "Homespun clothes cost 2 cents a foot. If his third aunt wants to wear new clothes, she can afford it." Sun was a little annoyed. She did secretly save more than 100 copper coins over the years, but asking her to spend 10 cents to buy cloth to make clothes was like cutting a piece of meat off her body. How could she bear to do that? Old Mrs. Zhao said unhappily, "Old third wife, there is a basin of clothes behind the house. Go wash them." Cheng Wanwan took out the ice powder from the basket. When she came last time, she only had 8 bowls at home. Now that she no longer needs to set up a stall in town, she has 20 new bowls at home. They are all white porcelain with pink petals printed on them, which looks particularly good with a light yellow ice jelly. The people in the old Zhao family held a bowl in their hands and drank it with great satisfaction. Old Mrs. Zhao said coldly, "Chunhua, take the remaining bowl to your mother. Xiahua, wash all the bowls and put them back in the basket for your aunt." After giving the order, the old lady looked at Cheng Wanwan. "Old eldest daughter-in-law, don't send these things that sell for money in the future. 12 bowls of ice jelly are 24 cents. Isn't it a waste to give them to us?" Old Mrs. Zhao felt a little painful after drinking it. How could she, an old woman, be qualified to drink such a rare thing that cost 2 cents a bowl? Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "Mom, if you don't bring some food over, how can I ask the second and third sons for help?" Zhao Yuan immediately stood up and said, "Sister-in-law, if you have anything to do, just tell me, and I'll do it right away." Zhao Yukai also said, "We are all family, why be polite?" Cheng Wanwan sighed, "It's very troublesome to make this ice jelly, mainly because it hurts the hands. Dashan's hand is injured, and I dare not let him do it again, so I have to ask the second and third sons for help. You will know what to do if you follow me." Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai put down the work in their hands and prepared to follow. Sun, who was washing clothes in the back room, heard what Cheng Wanwan said, and she wanted to rush to the front yard to stop her man from going. Why should she let her man do the work that hurts his hands? The sister-in-law loves her son, and she also loves her man. But in the end, she didn't dare to continue to provoke the old lady, so Sun had to hold back her anger. Cheng Wanwan was still talking. "Xiahua, you don't need to go dig wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks tomorrow, but my aunt has something else for you to help with. You can go after breakfast tomorrow." Xiahua was disappointed when she heard that she didn't need to dig wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks, but when she heard that there was something else she needed help with, she immediately smiled and said, "I'll listen to my aunt." Cheng Wanwan finished explaining the matter and prepared to go back to make ice jelly. Before she turned around, she was stopped by the old man Zhao. "Old wife, come and see. Is it okay to make a wooden barrel so high?" Cheng Wanwan was stunned for a moment. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the old man turning a tree. She didn't understand what he was doing, so she naturally didn't ask more questions. Unexpectedly, he was making a wooden barrel and asked her opinion. That was the wooden barrel he made for her. She was still planning to buy wooden barrels and wooden basins last night. For a moment, she felt a little complicated. After she came through, she showed goodwill to the 2 elders of the Zhao family in order to handle the clan relationship well, which would also be good for her to build a house and buy land in the future. She never thought about getting any reward. Cheng Wanwan's smile was more sincere. "Dad, just make it as high as the wooden barrel at home, and I will pay you when the time comes." Old man Zhao knocked on his pipe and said, "After the wooden barrel is finished, you can take it to the town and spend some money to find a carpenter to paint it with oil. It can be used for more than 10 years and passed down to Dashan Ergu and his brothers. This is our Zhao family's thing. Why do we need your wages?" Cheng Wanwan was powerless to refute this logic. She accepted the kindness of old man Zhao with a smile, thanked him, and then left the old house of the Zhao family. Sun, who was washing clothes in the back, almost rubbed her clothes to pieces. It's okay that the old lady is partial, but the old man is also so partial. The wooden barrels and basins that were borrowed last night were not returned, and now they are making new ones to send over. Sun was almost mad. She threw her hands and rushed over from the backyard, holding back her anger, and said, "Mom, the water tank is almost empty. There is no wooden bucket left at home. How can I fetch water? This means that you have to go and get the bucket back." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Sanyu walked in from the gate of the yard. He walked in with 2 buckets of water on his shoulders. "Grandma, our family still needs these buckets. I'll fetch water for you these few days." Mrs. Zhao was very worried. "Why are you sweating so much? Erwang, go get a bowl of water," she said, and glanced at Sunday Sun's face turned red and white. She thought that her sister-in-law borrowed the bucket for nothing, but she didn't expect that she was actually responsible for fetching water for the old house. Although the place to fetch water is not far away, there are many people in the old house, and the water consumption of 12 people is very large. It is not easy to fetch water several times a day. Zhao Sanyu took 4 trips to fill the water tank of the old house. He carried the wooden bucket back and hurried to help wash the agar seeds. Cheng Wanwan divided 3 pounds of agar seeds into 6 wooden basins, and half a pound of agar seeds were washed out in each basin. After filtering, they can be solidified into a bucket of ice powder. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai were a little dumbfounded when they saw the pile of things in front of them. They always thought that the lanterns were put in the pot and cooked or steamed, and then something they didn't know was added to make ice powder. Unexpectedly, they had to peel out the brown seeds in the lanterns, and their job was to wash the lantern seeds. Cheng Wanwan looked at them and said, "Second brother, third brother, this job hurts your hands a bit, and you may get your skin peeled off. You should think carefully before you do it." Zhao Yun didn't care. "I've gotten my skin peeled off doing farm work before. It's just a small matter." Zhao Yukai paused and asked, "How is the salary calculated?" Zhao Yun was stunned. "Aren't they here to help? Why did they bring up the salary?" He bumped Zhao Yukai with his elbow. Cheng Wanwan saw the scene. She smiled and said, "As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Even if Dash and Daddy is still alive, I won't let you work for nothing. This job is not like picking lanterns. Hurting your hands is secondary. You have to control your strength carefully. If you crush all the seeds, it will be very troublesome to filter them later. It costs 5 cents for each half caddy of washing, and you can wash at most 1 caddy. It takes about half an hour to wash half a caddy. If your hands are soaked in water for more than an hour, your hands will be useless after a long time." She also hopes to have a long-term cooperation, so she asked everyone to control the weight within 1 caddy. Zhao Yun and Zhao Yukai were both in disbelief. They paid 5 coins for washing half a pound, and 10 coins for washing 1 pound. Cheng Wanwan continued, "But I have a premise. Whatever you do or see here, don't tell anyone when you go back. You know, the most taboo thing in the food business is to spread the recipe and be imitated by others. Then the business will not be able to continue." Zhao Yun immediately stated, "Even if the old lady asks, I won't say a word." Zhao Yukai nodded like pounding garlic. "Even if my wife grabs my ears and asks, I will keep it to myself." After the matter was settled, the two sat down to wash the ice powder. It was the first time to do this, and they were very careful. It took a little longer. After washing 2 basins of ice powder, 2 hours had passed. Cheng Wanwan looked at the finished product carefully. It was indeed quite good. She paid the wages very neatly, 10 coins per person. Zhao Yun and Zhao Yukai walked a little dizzy with 10 copper coins in their hands. When they returned home, it was still like a dream. Old Mrs. Zhao was sitting under the shade of a tree in the yard. When she looked up, she saw her 2 stupid sons coming in, and she scolded them angrily. "Did you drink too much or didn't wake up?" Zhao Yun took out the 10 copper coins in her arms and said, "Mom, this is the wages given by my sister-in-law." Zhao Yukai swallowed his saliva and said, "The work is quite simple, and my sister-in-law is too generous to give me 10 cents. Son came over immediately and said coldly, "What do you mean simple? Look at these hands. The thick calluses are all white. If you work for a few more days, your hands will be useless. 10 cents is not enough to buy medicine." "Okay." Old Mrs. Zhao nodded. "Third son, don't go to your sister-in-law tomorrow. I'll find someone reliable to replace you." Son smiled dryly and said, "Mom, I just complained a few words casually, not really blaming my sister-in-law for not paying enough. Hands can get injured when doing farm work, and sometimes you can get your hands cut when chopping wood. There is no 10 cents for doing these jobs." The old lady usually deducted half of the money and confiscated it, and they could save the remaining half as their private money. Old Mrs. Zhao took 5 coins from each of her 2 sons and ordered in a calm voice, "Helping your sister-in-law can't delay the work in the field. Take a rest and go to the field quickly. It's not so hot now, and it's more comfortable to work." Son dragged her husband back to the room and asked carefully, "What did your sister-in-law ask you to do? Your hands are soaked like this. What did you wash?" Zhao Yukai rubbed his ears. "Sister-in-law has told you not to say it." Son secretly hated that her sister-in-law was afraid that she would learn the recipe. If she didn't say it, she wouldn't say it. Couldn't she guess it? There were lantern grasses pulled back by Chunhua at home, piled under the eaves. When she was free, she would pick the lanterns one by one and send them to her sister-in-law to exchange for money. Sun took off a lantern and played with it in her hand. She had secretly boiled 2 lanterns before, but it was not clear what it was after they were cooked. The outer layer of this lantern is very thin, and it will break after washing it in water for a while. After peeling it, there are brown and black seeds inside. She took the seeds and smelled them, and the taste has nothing to do with ice jelly. But there are only two parts of the lantern, either the outer layer of skin or the seeds inside. Sun has been standing under the eaves thinking. On the other side, Wen and Zhao Yuan were also talking. She put away the 5 cents and hid them in the hole under the bed and reminded, "Sister-in-law can let you do this job because we are all surnamed Zhao, and we are a family. You have to work hard and don't be lazy." Chen Wanwan and several sons are still busy. Although Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai shared 2 caddies of agarwood seeds, there was still 1 caddy left to be processed. She and Zhao Sanyu each washed half a caddy. All the ice powder washed out is in the wooden basin, which needs to be carefully filtered and put into the wooden barrel. This is another job that requires patience and carefulness. Zhao Sanyu can't do it with rough lines, so Chen Wanwan can only do it slowly by herself. If the business expands in the future, she is afraid that she will become more and more tired, and she is happy and painful. When the sun sets, the 6 barrels of ice powder are finally done, and then a little bit of sweet potato starch is mixed in, and it is considered a success. The main work is completed before dark, and the whole family doesn't need to stay up late tonight. Chen Wanwan hammered her sore waist and got up to prepare to cook. As soon as she walked to the door, she saw a person squatting outside the yard and looking around. She frowned and shouted, "His third aunt. What are you doing?" Sun was startled and immediately stood up straight, coughed and said, "I'm here to deliver lanterns, haha. Sister-in-law hasn't eaten yet?" Chen Wanwan walked over and opened the door of the yard. She looked at the basket in Sun's hand, which was not filled with lanterns, but peeled agar-agar seeds. Her eyebrows twitched. Is the third brother so unreliable that he would expose what happened here as soon as he returns? Sun picked up another basket on the ground, which was filled with the outer layer of agarwood seeds. "Sister-in-law, this is all Donghua's fault." Sun sighed. She was idle, so she peeled all the lanterns under the eaves and scattered these seeds everywhere. I don't know whether sister-in-law wants the outer layer or the seeds inside, so she brought them all separately. Chen Wanwan heard some of the meaning. It seems that Zhao Yukai is not so unreliable, otherwise Sun would not have gone to the trouble to test him. But Sun is really smart. In order to find out the recipe for ice jelly, she even figured out this matter. Using agarwood seeds as raw materials to make ice jelly is not a secret in modern times, but not everyone can make ice jelly. Sun was the first to figure it out, and others could also guess a little. Since it is not a secret, there is no need for her to hide it. After this matter is exposed, she can also divide another job, and the whole family can be more relaxed. Chen Wanwan smiled and said, "It's really hard work for his third aunt. We were going to peel them too." She weighed the agar seeds and the outer cover of the lanterns together. The total was 2 kilograms. She took out 4 copper coins and handed them over. Sun took the copper coins and didn't plan to leave. Even if she knew that the raw material was the seeds inside, she didn't know how to make ice jelly. She smiled shamelessly and said, "Sister-in-law, I see you are busy all day long. It takes a lot of effort to peel the lanterns. Why don't I help you peel the seeds? Sister-in-law can pay you as much as you want." Chen Wanwan's lips opened a curve. 1 penny for peeling 10 kilograms of lanterns? Sun nodded immediately. Okay. After agreeing, she regretted it again. It took her half an hour to peel 2 kilograms. 10 kilograms of lanterns, that would take most of the day, and she was only paid 1 penny. She was working for nothing. However, as long as she could stay at her sister-in-law's house for a day or 2, she would definitely be able to secretly learn how to make ice jelly, and then she could make it herself and sell it. How could Chen Wanwan not understand her thoughts? Although Sun was petty, she had a good relationship with Zhao Yukai, and they should live together for the rest of their lives. In other words, as long as she did not leave Daya village, she would have to deal with Sun, her sister-in-law, for the rest of her life. Instead of letting Sun come to annoy her every day, it would be better to find something for Sun to do. Chen Wanwan said, "Our yard is narrow, and his third aunt may have to peel the fruits in the old house and send them over." Sun's face turned green instantly. She was paid a penny to work, and she was not allowed to stay here to learn from others. She would not do such a loss-making business. Chen Wanwan continued, "I plan to ask his second aunt to help me collect the lanterns. After the lanterns are collected, they will be placed in the old house. I would like to trouble his third aunt to help peel them. However, 1 cent for 10 caddies is really too little. How about 1 cent for 2 caddies? Just now, it was 1 cent for 10 caddies, but now it has become 1 cent for 2 caddies. This surprise made Sun a little smile. She originally wanted to find out the recipe for ice jelly, but now she thinks that peeling lanterns is also quite profitable. This job is not difficult. You can do it while sitting or lying down. You can also ask Donghua to do it together. The eldest sister-in-law estimates that she can collect 20 to 30 caddies a day, and she will get 10 to 15 cents after peeling them all. Sun couldn't wait to agree. Cheng Wanwan's mouth curled up with a deep meaning. This was Sun's own fault. Cheng Wanwan just opened her mouth. Wen didn't even ask how much the wages were, and she agreed directly. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "Then I'll give you 2 cents a day, okay?" Sun, who was standing by, heard this, and a hint of pride appeared in her eyes. The second sister-in-law worked hard every day and didn't know how to fight for it. The eldest sister-in-law also tried to suppress her by helping to collect lanterns and only gave her 2 cents. TSK, she earned at least 10 copper coins a day by peeling lanterns. Old Mrs. Zhao pulled Cheng Wanwan aside and said, "Are you a rich man? You pay this and that. No amount of money can cover your income." Cheng Wanwan said, "Mom, how can I let myself lose money?" "Don't worry, I won't lose money. The picking fee of 10 kilograms of lanterns is 20 cents, peeling is 5 cents, and washing is 25 cents, which adds up to 50 cents. It does sound like a lot, but 10 kilograms of lanterns can make 5 buckets of ice powder, which is about 4 or 500 bowls. She can get 8 or 900 cents, which is just a drop in the bucket. Such cheap labor is simply impossible in modern society. She also figured it out. Instead of hiding it and exhausting herself, it would be better to ask for help. Everyone makes money together, and no one has time to calculate against each other. At this moment, many people passed by the door of the house. Cheng Wanwan casually said to the passers-by, "In the future, if everyone has lanterns, send them here. The price is the same." The villagers went back to tell each other, and soon someone brought the lanterns picked by the children during the day. Wen took out the scale at home, put the 40 coins that Cheng Wanwan had just given her in her pocket, and started to collect lanterns for the first time. The process was very simple. One hand handed over the money and the other hand handed over the goods, and it was completed in an instant. The collected lanterns were sent to Sun, who sat on a low stool and began to peel the lantern seeds. At first, she was very proud, but gradually, she couldn't laugh anymore. She kept sitting still peeling lanterns and couldn't do any work. On the other hand, after collecting lanterns for one person, the second sister-in-law could continue to sit down to weave straw sandals and mend clothes, without delaying either task. And she was busy with both hands, peeling seeds non-stop. The old lady was still admonishing, "You work and collect money. This is your own business. You also have to do the chores at home. Third daughter-in-law, it's your turn to boil water." Sun had to temporarily put down the work of peeling lanterns and turn to boil water. She asked Chunhua and Donghua to help peel together. Donghua was still young and couldn't sit still. She ran out to play after peeling for a while. Chunhua was the oldest girl. The old lady asked her to do some chores from time to time, and she couldn't sit still all the time. That night, Wen easily collected 25 kilograms of lanterns and went to bed after collecting and clearing the accounts. Wen sat by the bed and pulled the two girls to peel together. They peeled until midnight, but they didn't peel even half of them. The next day, Sun woke up with 2 dark circles under her eyes, and her 2 daughters looked listless. They didn't sleep well and couldn't continue to sleep. When Cheng Wanwan got up and went to the yard to clean up, she saw Sun walking towards the field in a hurry. She smiled softly. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours to peel more than 20 kilograms of lantern grass a day. Even with Chunhua and Donghua helping, it would take 2 hours. Half a day would pass. Sun was so busy that it was impossible for her to cause trouble again in a short time. However, Cheng Wanwan still underestimated Sun's thick skin. After Sun pulled out the weeds on his 2 acres of land, he just hung around in front of her house. Seeing Zhao Da's ox cart parked at the gate of Cheng Wanwan's yard, Sun asked in various ways. His third aunt, are you free? Cheng Wanwan urged calmly. Have you finished peeling the lanterns collected yesterday? I need them here. If his third aunt can't finish it, I will ask Nyonyang to help. My business can't wait. Sun immediately said, I'll finish peeling it soon. I'll ask Chunhua to send it over later. She turned around and rushed home. Although this job was troublesome and time-consuming, it was indeed quite profitable.
How could she give it to Aunt Wang?
When she went back and saw Wen leisurely mending clothes for the children, she began to feel sour again. The second sister-in-law could get 2 cents for collecting lanterns. These 2 cents seemed to be picked up for nothing, while it was too difficult for her to earn 2 cents. When comparing the two, Sun was even more upset. But she didn't dare to complain. What if the eldest sister-in-law really didn't let her do it? She wouldn't get a penny. Sun sighed and made breakfast. She had to finish breakfast for the whole family before she could start her own work. Cheng Wanwan and her family had already eaten early. Zhao Erga did not return last night, and she, as an old mother, could not settle down. She did not know when she began to regard these boys as her own sons, worrying that they would not have enough to eat, that they would not have enough clothes to wear, and that the children would be bullied when they went out. Zhao Erga was not at home, so Cheng Wanwan and Zhao Sanyu went to the town to deliver goods. 6 barrels of ice powder were placed on the ox cart, and the mother and son sat on each side. The ox cart first went to Ping'an town, delivering half a barrel to each of the 2 restaurants, and then went to Hika town, first to the 2 restaurants across the street, and then to the academy. It was not yet noon when the goods were delivered, so Cheng Wanwan asked Zhao to wait at the city gate, and she took Zhao Sanyu for a walk. She wanted to buy some chickens and ducks herself, and Aunt Wang also asked her to bring some ducks back. Sure enough, there were people selling chickens and ducks on the street, and it was the same man from last time. When he saw Cheng Wanwan, he immediately greeted her enthusiastically. My chickens and ducks are for sale at a low price, 8 cents each. You can pick whatever you like. The males are free. There were 40 or 50 chickens and ducks in each of the 2 cages, chirping and quacking non-stop. The chickens and ducks this time looked more energetic than last time, but the price was also 2 cents more expensive. Cheng Wanwan bargained. I want all the ducks and 20 chicks.
Give me a fair price.
The man sighed. This time the chicks and ducks have been raised for a few more days, otherwise they would not be so strong. I have to calculate the cost of the food they have eaten these days. 8 cents per chicken is really cheap, but my sister-in-law is an old customer and I also want to do repeat business. 7 cents per chicken, is it okay? How about this, if you buy a rooster and duck, you don't need to return the money, 6 cents per chicken. Cheng Wanwan shook her head. If it's too expensive, I can't afford it. There is no food at home, so why raise chickens and ducks? Forget it, I won't buy it. She made a gesture to leave. The man called her back helplessly. It can be seen that my sister-in-law really wants it, so take them all for 6 cents each, and take the chicks too. No one else will want the remaining few, right? The 2 of them went back and forth and finalized the price. 50 ducks and 39 chicks. Cheng Wanwan paid 2 more cents and bought 2 cages. In ancient times, it cost at least 20 taels of silver to support a scholar for a year. Tuition fees were expensive and pens, ink, paper, and inkstones were even more expensive. Any inkstone cost 3 or 4 taels of silver, and the cheapest brush cost nearly 100 won. Cheng Wanwan took Zhao Sanyu for a walk in D Hall, smacking her lips. She used to think that the 120 taels of silver she had saved privately was a huge sum of money, but now after looking at these stationery, she realized that 120 taels was nothing. When Sidon started to study, this money would not last for a few years. Zhao Sanyu kept taking a deep breath. The things in here are too expensive. A black, square thing actually costs 4 taels of silver. 4 taels of silver can buy food for their family for several years. He didn't dare to continue walking around and wanted to escape from this place that he couldn't afford. Cheng Wanwan asked him to stay still. She stopped looking at the pens, ink, paper, and inkstone, and went to look at the books on the shelf. Since she was planning to send Sidon to school, she had to buy him an enlightenment book to help him learn slowly. The books on the shelf were all hand-copied books. Even if they were copied, they were not cheap. However, they were all copied at different prices. For example, the cheapest of the 3 character classics was 50 coins, and the most expensive was 200 coins. She took down the 2 books to compare them. The characters in the cheaper one were more square, with 1 horizontal and 1 vertical line in a regular pattern, without the charm of calligraphy. The most expensive one was written in beautiful calligraphy. You could tell at a glance that it was the result of hard practice. Such characters would motivate people to study more. Cheng chose to buy the book without hesitation. The shopkeeper of Dihatan couldn't help but say, "This sister-in-law has a good eye." This 3-character classic was copied by the best student of Nanfu Academy. In addition to the main text, there are also the students' views on the 3-character classic after copying the book. It is very suitable for children who are being enlightened. Cheng turned to the end of the book. There were 3 pages of detailed annotations and personal insights. At the end, there was a signature, which was Cheng Zhao. The first time she bought a book copied by Cheng Zhao? What kind of bad fate is this? The shopkeeper of Dihatang touched his beard and said, "Cheng Zhao is a good student. His family is poor, but he never complains. He earns money by copying books. I heard from the head of the academy that he is very likely to pass the examination for a scholar in the next year's college examination." Cheng Wanwan didn't say anything. She paid the money, took the book, and walked out of Dihatang. Zhao Sania glanced at the book she put at the bottom of the backpack from time to time, and his face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. It's over. From today on, they have to start studying. He can't learn arithmetic and can't remember words. Will his mother dislike him? He doesn't want to learn, but he knows clearly that his mother likes children who love to read. The eldest cousin of the Cheng family can read, so his mother likes him. If they can't learn well, will his mother use the family's money to support the eldest cousin's study again? Zhao Saniu secretly decided in his heart that he had to force himself to study even if he didn't like it. If Sidon could remember it, he would definitely remember it too. If one day doesn't work, then add a few more days. If he learns one word every 3 or 4 days, he doesn't believe that he can't remember it in his mind. After buying the books, Cheng Wanwan went to the gate of the county government office and took a walk. The gate was closed. It seemed that the county magistrate didn't come back last night. When he returned to Day Village, it was not yet noon, and Wu Huanyang had already prepared lunch. After drinking 3 meals of pregnancy-maintaining medicine a day in the past 2 days, Wu Huanyang's health has improved a lot. At least cooking is not a problem. On the table was a simple cornmeal dumpling soup, some stir-fried wild vegetables, and a plate of eggs. After the boiled eggs were cooked, they were cut into 6 pieces and placed on a plate. Each person could eat a small piece. The lunch looks simple, but it is definitely unique in Day Village. While others were still drinking wild vegetable soup and rice porridge, their whole family was able to eat their fill and feel very satisfied. At the end of noon, Sun brought over more than 20 kilograms of lanterns peeled yesterday. Cheng Wanwan settled the bill with her on the spot. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai also came to wash the agar-agar seeds during this hottest time of the day. The house became busy again. Sun originally wanted to sneak in and learn a little, but when called her back to peel agar-agar seeds, so she had no choice but to go back without stopping for a moment. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai had experience, so they quickly completed their workload today. They glanced at the sun outside, which was still high in the sky. It would be so hot that they would die if they went down to the fields at this moment. So, the 2 of them tacitly asked for more. Cheng Wanwan took a look at their hands. Although they were white from being soaked, the skin was not peeling. She gave the agarwood seeds reserved for herself and Zhao Saniu to the 2 of them. After a while, all 3 pounds of agarwood seeds were washed out. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai each earned 15 cents. Cheng Wanwan sat by the big wooden basin filtering ice powder, looked up at Zhao Sidon who had just driven the ducks back. "Go to the village head's house and call your brother Taiju over." Zhao Sidon said obediently. Brother Taiju should not be at home. He went up the mountain to dig wild vegetables. At this time, Aunt Wang's crisp voice rang out in the yard. "Annie Dashin, are you there?" Cheng Wanwan put down her work and walked out, pointing to a field of ducks in the yard. I bought 50 ducks today, 6 cents each, and you can choose as many as you want, Loach mother. The ducks were very energetic, and Aunt Wang casually caught 20 of them and brought them back to her yard, preparing to let barley and wheat drive the ducks to the field to eat locusts later. Cheng Wanwan looked at her yard, half of which was a vegetable field, and the vegetables in the field were growing well. A small pond was dug in front of the vegetable field, which was prepared for the first 20 ducks. Now that the number of ducks has increased, the pond is no longer needed. The other half of the yard is where chickens and ducks are kept. There are 2 big hens, a big rooster, 50 ducklings, and 39 chicks. There are chirping, quacking, croaking, and clucking. There are all kinds of calls. Before, there were few chickens and ducks, so cleaning was a casual thing. Now there are so many poultry, chickens, and ducks are raised together, and it is summer, so it is easy to get avian influenza, and the problem of hygiene must be taken seriously. Cheng Wanwan asked Zhao Sanyu to cut trees and Zhao Sidon to pick hay. After Zhao Dashan comes back, they will build a chicken coop and a duck shed. Raising chickens and ducks separately and keeping them in a designated place, letting them out for a walk from time to time, is conducive to the growth of chickens and ducks, and the sanitary environment at home will be better. The medicine for chicken and duck epidemic prevention is sold in the mall, but she does not plan to use the medicine in the mall. Aunt Wang is also raising ducks, and she will definitely ask her when the time comes. There's no way to answer such a thing. She thought about it carefully. She seemed to have heard in the news that wood ash can also be used to disinfect poultry and prevent avian influenza. She turned and went into the house, bought a related book in the mall, and read it carefully in the inner room. It was a very simple method, and she would learn it after reading it once. The busy day was gradually coming to an end. Cheng Wanwan felt that this day was very fulfilling. She did a lot of things, and everything made her feel very meaningful. Wu Huanyang had already started to cook dinner. Zhao Sidon was counting ducks in the yard. Cheng Wanwan asked him to count so that he could practice counting. As soon as he finished counting, Zhao Sidon pointed to the mountain and said, "Mom, I saw Brother Taizhu coming down the mountain. Do you want to call him over?" Zhao Taizhu is the eldest grandson of the head of the village. He is 12 years old this year. He was sent to the town to be an apprentice with a shopkeeper before. Later, for some reason, he did not go to study. He is also the most knowledgeable child in Day Village. He dug a basket of wild vegetables, such as bracken, purslane, dandelions, etc., which shows that this child is not a lazy person. He walked into the yard and saw Cheng Wanwan was there, and he was inexplicably scared. When he came to call Sanyu and Sidon to go out and play, he was scolded by Aunt Zhao, so he didn't dare to come here. Cheng Wanwan tried to put on a gentle smile. "Taizhu, come here. Aunt Zhao wants to ask you something." Zhao Taizhu walked over slowly. He was about to say that his family was waiting for him to go back, but when he looked up, he saw Wu Huanyang took an egg from the chicken coop and then smashed it into a bowl in front of him, and it was obvious that she was going to fry eggs. He couldn't help licking his lips. Last time he went home, he picked up a pheasant, but it was a rooster and couldn't lay eggs. Grandma couldn't bear to kill it and cook it, so he hadn't eaten eggs for a long time. Cheng Wanwan asked him with a smile, "Taizhu, you're a literate child. Have you read the 3-character classic?" Zhao Taizhu nodded immediately. "I know the 3-character classic. The son of the shopkeeper used to study and recited it every day in the store. I learned a little bit." Cheng Wanwan nodded with satisfaction. As long as someone knew it, she could make herself learn it quickly. After she learned it, she could teach her 4 sons. She took out the 3-character classic from the room and said, "Then read it to me. When a man is born, his nature is good, and his natures are similar." At first, Zhao Taizhu read it very smoothly. After all, he could recite a little. Later, he needed to recognize the characters and read them one by one. Then he encountered a character he didn't know and got stuck. The 3-character classic has more than 300 short sentences, containing more than 1,000 characters. Being able to read the 3-character classic fluently is considered to be the beginning of enlightenment. Cheng Wanwan took a look and found that Zhao Taizhu could read about 30 sentences. When he read "Xiang Juling can warm the bed," He didn't know a bunch of characters. After this, he could continue to read smoothly after 1 and 10, 10 and 100. These characters can be learned by a normal 3 or 5-year-old child in a month, so let's learn them for the time being. Cheng Wanwan encouraged, Taiju, you are amazing. No one in our day village can recite the 3-character classic. Zhao Taiju raised his chin. It's actually very simple. Then let me discuss something with you. You come to teach me 1 sentence every day, and I will give you an egg. Zhao Sania's face was full of excitement. It turned out that it was the mother who wanted to study, not for them to study. Great, it was really great. Zhao Taiju swallowed his saliva. Adults can't lie to children. Cheng Wanwan laughed. Why would I lie to you? Today I will give you an egg, and you teach me the first 2 sentences. She took out an egg from the house and handed it to Zhao Taiju. Zhao Taiju was afraid that she would go back on her word, so he quickly hid the egg in his clothes and said immediately, the first sentence is, Run Chu. In fact, he did not know the word chu, but he knew that this was how it was pronounced. Last time when he registered, there was a person in the village whose name had the word chu.
He circled it at that time.
This time, he secretly memorized this word and wrote it on the palm of his hand several times, trying not to circle it when registering his name next time. After he finished teaching this sentence, he ran away. It was really a good deal to earn an egg, just by saying this sentence. Cheng Wanwan. In her opinion, man is born good is the true meaning. This kid has no moral principles and cheated her out of half an egg. She must teach him a lesson tomorrow. Zhao Sidon chased after him and said, Brother Taiju, don't run away. I haven't learned it yet. Cheng Wanwan sighed. I remember it. Come, I will teach you. Sanyu, you come and learn with me. Zhao Sanyu. I didn't expect that I couldn't escape the fate of learning. It's too miserable. Zhao Sidon hurried over. Mom, Brother Taiju spoke too fast just now. I didn't hear it clearly. Cheng Wanwan said, the first sentence is the beginning of a person. You should read this sentence first, and then refer to this book to slowly recognize these 3 words. Zhao Taiju, who walked out of the yard, was stunned. The memory of the eldest aunt is too good. He just read it twice at most, and he remembered it. At first, he listened to it every day at least hundreds of times, before he could stumble and recite the first few dozen sentences. The sound of reading aloud rang in the room, and Zhao Taiju suddenly wanted to join in. Although he knew it, he had never read it so loudly. He wanted to experience this feeling. He went home with wild vegetables on his back and took out the eggs in his pocket carefully. The wife of the head of the village stared. Where did the eggs come from? Did you steal them from someone else's chicken coop? Grandma, I don't steal things. Zhao Taiju said with a smile. It was given to me by Sidon's mother. Sidon's mother said that if I teach her to read a sentence of 3-character classic in the future, she will give me an egg. I know more than 30 sentences in total, so I can get more than 30 eggs. The wife of the head of the village was stunned for a moment. When did Dashan's mother pay so much attention to studying that she even gave you eggs to teach? Tiesha's mother said casually, there is a private school in Qingjia village. Doesn't the Cheng family have a nephew who has graduated? Dashan's mother probably wants to compete with her mother's family. Why is this necessary? How can he catch up with him? Dashan's mother used to subsidize her mother's family. Now she is competing with her mother's family just to express her anger. Isn't this a waste of eggs? Zhao Taiju is dissatisfied. Is it a waste to give me eggs to eat?
No, no.
The wife of the head of the village laughed. But you only teach 1 sentence and you get an egg. This won't do. You have to teach a few more sentences. Otherwise, Dashan Yang will come to her senses and know that she has suffered a loss, and she will not let you teach anymore. Also, you find a way to let someone teach you a few more sentences so that this thing can last longer. Zhao Tieju's eyes lit up. When Grandpa comes back, let him take me to the town. I will go to find Brother Fong Ping and ask him to teach me to recite. It doesn't matter if you don't know the characters, just recite them, and you will get eggs by reading them according to the book. He is really smart. The main reason is that there is no scholar in our village and no one has taken the lead in establishing a private school. It is too difficult for us to study in Dea village. The wife of the head of the village sighed. Everyone knows that studying is important, but no one can afford to send their children to school. Building a school in their own village will make it cheaper for children to study. But this idea is too greedy. In this day and age, you can't even get enough to eat, and you still want to study. What a beautiful dream. It's getting dark. The beginning of life. The 4 children in the room took turns reciting this sentence. It was not enough to just recite it, they also had to learn to recognize the characters, and it would be best if they could learn how to write it. Only Zhao Sidon was the most enthusiastic in learning. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu looked bitter. Wu Huanyang tried her best to keep up with the pace. She was more attentive and was not slow in learning to recognize characters. This night ended with the sound of reading aloud. In the middle of the night, Cheng Wanwan suddenly heard the chickens and ducks in the yard making a noise. She got up and went out quickly, and saw Aunt Wang next door cursing loudly. "Weasel, it bit 2 of my ducks to death. Loach, don't chase it in the middle of the night. Can your 2 legs catch up with its 4 legs?" Cheng Wanwan hurried to check her chicken coop. The necks of the 2 ducks were bitten and bloody. She counted them and found that 2 ducks were dead and 1 chick was missing. It should have been stolen by the weasel. Zhao Sidon buried the 2 dead ducks with red eyes. After buying the ducks, he was the one who fed them most of the time. He had a deep affection for the ducks. Zhao Sanyu gritted his teeth and said, "I will sleep on the ground in the yard from now on. I must catch a weasel alive and roast it." Aunt Wang's voice came from next door. "Weasels run fast. It's impossible for you to catch one. It seems that you need to raise a dog, otherwise all the chickens and ducks in the house will be stolen by the weasel." Cheng Wanwan asked her, "Does Nyo know who has puppies?" It is indeed necessary to raise a dog. If there is any situation at night, it can wake up the sleeping people in the first time and prevent thieves. Moreover, dogs are omnivores and are easy to raise. I will go back to my mother's house to ask tomorrow morning. Although this matter was handed over to Aunt Wang, Cheng Wanwan still walked around the town when she went to deliver goods the next day, but there were no puppies for sale on the street. In the past 3 days of delivering goods, Cheng Wanwan had more than 3 taels of cash in her hands. When the season of eating ice jelly is over, the money earned should be enough to buy the wasteland at the foot of the mountain. At the end of the year, I bought land, dug ponds during the off-season, and stored water to plant bamboo shoots in the spring. I walked around the town and bought some necessary seasonings. I went to the tailor shop to buy some needles and threads, a little of each color. When I was about to go home, a middle-aged man in a carriage caught up with me quickly. I am the shopkeeper Sue of the Uli restaurant in Fenghuang Town. I wonder if Annie can make some ice jelly? Cheng Wanwan smiled commercially. I wonder how much shopkeeper Sue needs a day. Although Uli restaurant is not the largest restaurant in Fenghuang Town, its business is not bad. It should be able to sell 100 bowls a day. Shopkeeper Sue did not put on airs. His son was studying at Nanfu Academy. He mentioned ice jelly to him a few days ago, but he did not take it seriously, thinking it was just an ordinary snack with a more refreshing name. Who would have thought that in just 2 days, ice jelly would become a standard in most restaurants? Zuixinlu in Fenghuang Town has ice jelly. In the past, old customers of Uli restaurant all ran to Zuixinlu to have a bite of ice jelly. He asked around and found out that the ice jelly was made by this aunt. So he came here impatiently. If Cheng Wanwan hadn't found someone to help wash the ice jelly, she really wouldn't dare to take this business. But now with Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai working hard to wash the ice jelly seeds, and Sun working non-stop to peel the agar seeds, the business can indeed continue to expand. She smiled and agreed. Okay, the Uli restaurant in Fenghuang Town, 100 bowls a day, 2 cents a bowl. I will take my son to deliver the goods tomorrow morning. Shopkeeper Sue quickly took out 20 copper coins from his sleeve and handed them over. This is a deposit. This matter is settled. Cheng Wanwan looked at Shopkeeper Sue twice more. Paying a deposit in advance is a spirit of contract, and it also means that Shopkeeper Sue trusts her. People with a spirit of contract are very suitable for in-depth cooperation. After saying goodbye to Manager Sue, Cheng Wanwan and Zhao Sanyu returned to Dea Village. As soon as she got home, a black puppy pounced on her, hugged her trouser legs, and kept acting coquettishly. Zhao Sidon came running over. "Mom, this is the puppy Aunt Wang sent me. I named it Xiaohei. Is that okay? Zhao Sanyu shook his head. Xiaohei sounds too weak. Let's call him Dahei. Zhao Sidon frowned and said, well, then listen to your third brother. I'll call you Dahei from now on. Chengwanwan. The small animals at home are named after their colors, Da Huang or Huang, Da Hong, Dahei. She bent down and picked up the puppy. The dog should be 1 month old, but it was very thin, and its body was full of bones. Think about it, with such a bad harvest, people have nothing to eat, how can they afford to feed an animal? But since he has come to their house, he will be a member of the family in the future. Whatever they eat, Dahei will eat. Chengwanwan asked Zhao Sidon to go home and get 2 eggs. She took the eggs to Aunt Wang's house next door. Aunt Wang was making lunch. She boiled a pot of water in the pot, threw the black noodles mixed with water into it, and then stirred the wild vegetables. There was a lot of water and wild vegetables, and the paste was almost invisible and no salt was added. The head of the family, Wang Yongcheng, followed the county magistrate. There was only 1 adult and 4 children in the family. Barley, wheat, loach, and the youngest sister, Xiaoya. There was a yellowish-brown puppy running around on the ground. It was also very thin and malnourished. Mother Dashan, why are you here? Aunt Wang stopped what she was doing and came out. Chengwanwan stuffed 2 eggs in her hand. I don't know how much a puppy costs. Can I give you 2 eggs? Puppies are worthless. Aunt Wang declined quickly. This puppy has no meat on it. It doesn't look like it will live for a few days. When I went back to my mother's house, the old man in the village was about to throw the puppy into the mountain to feed the wolves. The 2 dogs were picked up for nothing. How could they take your eggs? My family is preparing to eat. You should go back quickly. Go, go, go. Aunt Wang pushed Chengwanwan out of the courtyard door. Chengwanwan looked at the 2 eggs in her hand that she couldn't give away and sighed helplessly. As the saying goes, a poor man has a short ambition. Although Aunt Wang is poor, she never covets other people's food. Such a person with backbone deserves her admiration. As soon as she left, Aunt Wang looked at the 4 children at home and said, this puppy hasn't had a mouthful of milk since it was born. The old man who raised the dog said that it shouldn't live for a few days. If I take her eggs, when the puppy dies, she will come to me for compensation. She is a shrew who is unreasonable, and I can't afford to offend her. Dashan Yang was not afraid of her own mother-in-law, and she was not afraid of the county magistrate. The 4 children nodded in unison. Wu Huinyang had already prepared lunch. When she cooked rice, she scooped out a little rice soup to feed the puppy. The puppy probably really didn't eat much. He drank up a bowl of rice soup with a huff and puff and pestered Wu Huinyang for more. Wu Huinyang said gently, you are too young. You can only eat this much in 1 meal. I will give you more at night. The puppy whimpered twice in grievance and had to lie down in the shade of the tree in the yard to sleep. Chengwanwan felt that the dog was really not in good spirits and was afraid that it would not live for a few days, as Aunt Wang said. While the family members were not paying attention, she fed the little guy some dog antibiotics and other medicines and secretly bought some dog milk powder, mixing the medicine into the milk powder. The sun was blazing at noon. It was a pleasant time of the day. After having just eaten a full stomach, she could lie down and rest for a while. The family members chatted and talked casually, leisurely, and comfortable. Zhao Dashan was not a person who could lie down. He was going to build a duck shed and a chicken coop. Zhao Sanyu had chopped back enough firewood, and Zhao Sidon had picked up a lot of hay. In addition to the place for the chickens and ducks to live, they had to build a doghouse. Zhao Sanyu and Zhao Sidon also went up to help. The 3 brothers were busy and happy. At the end of noon, Zhao Yuyin and Zhao Yukai came to wash the ice powder. With Wu Huanyang watching on the side, Chengwanwan planned to go to the mountains. She had never seen the world before and thought that 100 taels of silver was a huge sum of money. Now that she has been to Hika town several times, she clearly knows that this is an era with a huge gap between the rich and the poor. Poor people spend only 2 taels of silver a year. A rich family would pay more than 2 taels for a piece of clothing. She and her 4 sons couldn't stay here all their lives, so she wanted them to go out. Money is something that gives people confidence. Chengwanwan went up the mountain with a backpack on her back. After just a few steps, Xiao He followed her. Although this guy didn't have any meat, his fur was very fluffy and looked like a small ball. He ran over like a milk ball and bit her trouser leg to act coquettishly. Dahe whined and led the puppy from Aunt Wang's house next door out. In just half a day, the difference between the two dogs was obvious. The puppy from their family was in good spirits, while the dog from Aunt Wang's house was obviously sick. The puppies were too young and suddenly changed their living environment, so it was normal for them to get sick. Cheng Wanwan looked left and right, and seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, she quickly bought a pill from the mall and stuffed it into the mouth of the puppy next door. This pill was considered as money for buying the dog. The medicine was bitter and tasted bad, and the puppy resisted and wanted to spit it out. Cheng Wanwan quickly pinched the puppy's mouth. Seeing Wang Kai swallow the pill, she was relieved. The dog would not die of illness for the time being. She continued to walk up the mountain. There was clear spring water in a winding ditch. Walking up the mountain along the ditch, she could meet many women. Because there was water in the fields, the villagers were not as frugal as before. Anyway, there would be a good harvest in half a month. Although the harvest was not as good as in previous years, as long as they could harvest it, it would be their own food. The rice grown in the fields could be taken to the town to exchange for corn and black flour. I heard that the grain price was soaring. Although they did not harvest much grain, the corn they got in exchange should be about the same as in previous years. Everyone was looking forward to a good harvest. Everyone had hope on their face. Cheng Wanwan was in a good mood. Behind her was a puppy. The puppy could not walk after walking only a few hundred meters, and hugged her trouser legs to act coquettishly. Cheng Wanwan had to pick up the little guy and hold him in her arms. After walking to the end of the ditch and standing on a higher stone, she could see the villagers of Ho Hot village digging a ditch halfway up the mountain. At this rate, the ditch should be dug through this afternoon. She didn't know what was going on with Ergu. Cheng Wanwan walked to the other side of the deep mountain. She had never been here before.
Ding.
Natural wild Poria cocos was found. Poria cocos. This is a commonly used medicinal material. Poria cocos has no roots or seedlings, and it is very difficult to find wild ones. But with a mall prompt, this is not a difficult task for her. Cheng Wanwan glanced at the empty panel. The picture showed an empty space. She followed the prompts and walked to a big pine tree. The tree was lush and green, covering the sky all year round. The soil was relatively loose. She dug it gently. The soil here was dark brown, and the leaves and roots of the trees were rotten in the ground. She continued to dig down and really encountered a block-like object. Finally, 3 large Poria cocos were dug out, each weighing more than 10 pounds.
Ding.
37 gene of natural wild Poria cocos, worth 1480 coins. Are you selling it? Yes. Cheng Wanwan sighed a little. The whole family worked hard to wash and sell ice jelly, but their daily income was only 1 or 2 taels of silver. She had been digging for less than half an hour and had already earned 1.5 taels of silver. With a mall, she could make money quickly. She has tested it and found that the mall will only send a purchase reminder sound when the distance is less than 1 meter. She stood up and continued walking into the mountains. Dahe was already hungry, whimpering and biting his tail. Cheng Wanwan had to stop and bought milk powder from the mall to feed the little one. Dahe gulped down the whole bottle of milk. Now that he had the strength, he no longer needed Cheng Wanwan to hold him, and he could run around happily on his 4 short legs.
Ding.
Found natural wild Aracima. Cheng Wanwan didn't know what Aracima was, but since the mall had taken a fancy to it, it must be a good thing. She looked up and saw that the large field of weeds over there was actually all Aracima. She had no idea what effect it had. It seems that I need to buy a copy of Chinese medicine. In ancient times, getting sick was a life-threatening matter, and mastering some basic medical knowledge may save lives. After Cheng Wanwan picked 2 kilograms of Aracima and sold it to the mall, she looked back and could not see Dahe anymore. Cheng Wanwan walked towards the sound. She saw Dahe standing at the edge of a deep pit, roaring into the pit in a fierce manner. She bent down and saw a puppy in the pit. Its hind legs were caught in a trap. The puppy was bleeding and whimpering. This puppy is smaller than Dahe. It should have just been born, only 6 or 7 days old at most. However, how could there be a newborn dog in such a deep mountain? Could it be that someone couldn't afford to raise it and just abandoned it in the mountains? It just so happened that their family needed a dog to guard the house, so 1 dog was not too few, and 2 were not too many. Cheng Wanwan put down the backpack, jumped into the deep pit, and picked up the trap together with the puppy. The puppy's hind legs were covered in blood. She carefully removed the trap, and the puppy lay on the ground, completely unable to move. She threw the trap back into the trap. There were several hunters in the village who made a living by hunting, and this trap was not cheap. She bought disinfectant from the mall, bought some gauze to wrap around the innermost layer, and then tore a piece of cloth from her body to wrap around the outside. She was extremely grateful that she was wearing old clothes, so she wouldn't feel bad about tearing off a piece of cloth. The little guy whimpered, with tears in the corners of his eyes. Cheng Wanwan took out the bottle again. As soon as this thing was taken out, Dahe ran over happily, eager to drink milk. You just drank it. Cheng Wanwan took it and put it in the backpack. You'll have a companion in the future, so you are not allowed to be so bossy. She held the puppy on her lap and fed it carefully. The puppy was also black. She had already guessed what Sidon would name the puppy, so she simply picked one in advance. From now on, our chickens and ducks will depend on the 2 of you to protect them. Dahe, woof woof woof. Xiaohe, woo woo woo. After treating the puppy's wound, it was already late. She had to go back and filter the ice powder. Cheng Wanwan packed up and headed home. Her figure had just disappeared on the mountain path. When Cheng Wanwan got home, it was still early. The doghouse had been built, with a few simple wooden boards covered with thatch and hay underneath. The injured Xiaohe was placed in it to recuperate, while Dahe ran around in the yard, scaring the chickens and ducks into shivering in the corner. Zhao Sidon shouted angrily, "If you chase the chickens and ducks again, you won't be allowed to eat at night." Dahe immediately admitted his defeat and obediently went into his own doghouse. He and Xiaohe occupied one side each, barely coexisting in peace. At this moment, Xiahua came over and helped to wrap hay in the yard. This was the new job Cheng Wanwan had assigned to her. After wrapping the hay, she would stack the firewood chopped at home neatly. She could earn 2 cents a day. Xiahua was quiet and honestly worked with her head down. Zhao Sidon drove the ducks to the fields to eat, but there were too many ducks, and he was a little flustered. In the end, Cheng Wanwan couldn't stand it and helped him to drive the ducks to the fields. Zhao Sidon released the ducks while digging wild vegetables and also solved the problem of food for the chickens. Cheng Wanwan was filtering ice powder in the house. 7 barrels needed to be made today. While she was busy, Xiahua suddenly rushed in from outside the house. Aunt, a carriage is parked at the door." Cheng Wanwan quickly wiped her hands and went out, and sure enough, she saw the carriage. However, this carriage was not as luxurious as the county magistrate's, but even if it was not luxurious, it was a rare thing in Dea village. In just a moment, all the people working nearby gathered around. A man jumped out of the car. Cheng Wanwan recognized him. He was Mr. Zheng, the owner of Rujia restaurant in Ping'an town. Shopkeeper Zheng walked towards Cheng Wanwan. "It was so hard to find Sister Zhao's home, and I finally found it." Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "Today's ice jelly was delivered this morning. I wonder why Shopkeeper Zheng came here now." Half an hour ago, the county magistrate, dozens of yamen runners, and a dozen men suddenly patronized our Rujia restaurant and ordered ice jelly as soon as they opened their mouths. Shopkeeper Zheng sighed. The ice jelly was delivered early in the morning, and it was almost sold out at noon. There was no way there would be any left for the county magistrate, but the county magistrate specifically asked for it, so I had no choice but to come here in person. I wonder if there is any left at Sister Zhao's home? Cheng Wanwan raised her eyes. Has the county magistrate returned to Ping'an town? Shopkeeper Zheng smiled. From what they said, it seems that they have found some water source. The rice in the fields may be saved. This is a good thing, a great thing. Then Shopkeeper Zheng, wait a moment, I'll go in and get the ice jelly. Cheng Wanwan went into the house, took out the sweet potato starch from the cabinet, and stirred it into a bucket of filtered ice jelly. She used a bigger wooden barrel to hold water and put a bucket of ice powder in it, which was considered to be using water to stabilize it and accelerate the solidification. She told Manager Zheng, "It will take about half an hour for the carriage to go to Ping'an town. If it hasn't solidified into blocks, leave it for a while." Manager Zheng was very grateful and was about to pay. Cheng Wanwan glanced at the crowd gathered outside the yard to watch the excitement and smiled and said, "It's not too late to settle the bill tomorrow morning. A bucket of ice powder costs 100 bowls, which is 100 coins. This is not a lot of money, but in front of so many people a lot of copper coins will come in which will easily make people jealous." Manager Zheng understood what he meant, bowed, picked up the bucket of ice powder, and left quickly. As soon as he left, the people gathered at the door rushed in. "Mrs. Dashan, that was Mr. Zheng from Rujia restaurant, right? I thought Mrs. Dashan was doing small business, but it turns out she's doing business with a big shot like Mr. Zheng. Mrs. Dashan is amazing. No wonder she has the money to buy so many chickens and ducks. She even feeds 2 dogs. This family has no worries about food and drink." These women were extremely envious, and their words were inevitably a bit sour. What money do they have? For a little loss-making business, no one is working in the fields. Mrs. Zhao suddenly squeezed in and scolded, "Old eldest daughter-in-law, I think you don't need to do this business anymore. Look at the weeds in your rice fields. They're almost as tall as a person. Wait half a month for others to harvest grain, and you will harvest a bunch of grass to feed the chickens." Everyone looked back at the rice field. They didn't see the tall weeds, but they did see little ducks fluttering around. Driving the ducks into the rice fields, isn't that a waste of food? I used to think that Dashan was quite reliable, but why is she doing such weird things again? Sun, who was standing on the periphery, gritted her teeth in anger. The old lady was lying with her eyes open. If the sister-in-law didn't make any money, how could she pay her husband such a high salary? Fearing that her sister-in-law would be envied by the villagers, the old lady made up a lie. She insisted on telling everyone that her sister-in-law had made money, just to see what the old lady could say. Sun squeezed in with a basket of agar-agar seeds. "Sister-in-law, I have peeled all the 24 kilograms of lanterns I collected yesterday. Can you calculate how much it is?" Cheng Wanwan weighed it and paid her 12 coins. Sun deliberately counted them one by one. The villagers were stunned. Just peeling such a basket of seeds, the wages were 12 coins? Can a bucket of ice jelly be made with these seeds? They thought that Dashan made a lot of money. After calculating, a bowl of ice jelly for 2 or 3 coins is not profitable at all. In their opinion, Dashan is too lazy. If she picked the lanterns and peeled the seeds by herself, all these costs can be saved and it will be net profit. Dashan is a little lazy, so can't they take the opportunity to make some money? A woman said, "So Dashan collects the seeds from the lanterns. My 2 girls have nothing to do all day long. I just let them peel them and send them over. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Sun was stunned. Why is it different from what she imagined? Shouldn't the villagers ask how much money her sister-in-law actually made? She immediately defended her own interests. "Yukai daughter-in-law, what you said is not pleasant to hear. Everyone has hands. How can it be your job alone? You can't do it with your hands, right? Dashan business is so good that Manager Zheng has come to get the goods in person. You're too slow. What if the goods are out of stock?" "That's right, Dashan, my family can also peel the seeds and send them to you, okay?" Sun was almost angry to death. She wanted to say something, but Mrs. Zhao glared at her coldly. "It's not easy for your sister-in-law to do some business, but you can't delay it. You can't provide it even if you work hard alone. Others can help this business to continue for a long time." Cheng Wanwan laughed a little. The old lady was just scolding her for doing a loss-making business, and now she is worried that this business can't continue for a long time. Her mother-in-law is getting more and more lovely. Without even looking at Sun, she said to everyone, "Lanterns are 2 cents per pound and peeled lantern seeds are 10 cents per pound. No matter what they are, send them to the old house for settlement." The villagers quickly calculated that about 4 pounds of lanterns could peel out 1 pound of seeds, that is, 2 cents for peeling 4 pounds and 1 cent for peeling 2 pounds. This price is very fair. Peeling seeds is not a big deal anyway. In fact, you can only pick about 1 or 2 pounds of lanterns in a day on the mountain. It doesn't take an hour to peel them all. Who would push away such a good thing? Mother Dashin is really a straightforward person. I'll go back and ask the children to peel the seeds quickly. Sun's eyes suddenly widened. Although this money was hard to earn, it was indeed earned by her. But now, even this hard work is gone. Old Mrs. Zhao glared at her fiercely and cursed. You deserve it. The people watching the excitement at the door had no intention of laughing at Sunday. They had to quickly ask the children to go up the mountain to pick more lanterns, peel the seeds, and exchange them for money. Roadside, under the big tree, Zhang was holding a basket filled with freshly dug wild vegetables. She looked at Cheng Wanwan, who was surrounded by people in the distance, and she was extremely jealous. Before, she was the most praised widow in the village, and Zhao Qingshi was only worthy of being her foil. I don't know when it started, but Zhao Qingshi's temperament suddenly changed, and she actually started to do food business. Other people in the village also went to the town to do small business, but no one could hook up with Zheng, the shopkeeper of Rujia restaurant. Zhao Qingshi was able to hook up with Zheng because she still had some beauty. If it were her, she could also make Zheng come to her. But she didn't have such an opportunity. Zhang looked up and saw Zhao Fugui standing in the shadow on the other side, with his eyes glued to Cheng Wanwan. She gritted her teeth in anger. She was younger than Zhao Qingshi and understood men better than Zhao Qingshi. Zhao Fugui, this rascal, was eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. She walked over with a basket. Her heart was raging with anger, but her face was very gentle. I picked some wild vegetables and sent some to your home. Is sister-in-law home? Zhao Fugui looked at Cheng Wanwan from a distance. His lower abdomen was raging. He had been thinking about Cheng Wanwan for more than half a year, and he had also looked for opportunities many times, but he never succeeded. Recently, Cheng Wanwan has become more and more eye-catching, and there are always people around her, and he always can't find a chance to get close to her. Last time, Cheng Wanwan scolded him in public, and this breath has become a raging anger. The fire burned in his lower abdomen, and he glanced at Zhang. My wife took the children to the mountains. The meaning of this sentence was very obvious. Zhang followed him obediently. The two of them were one in front and one behind, with a distance of several dozen meters between them, and no one could tell that the two were going to the same place. Zhao Fugui went home first, and after a while, Zhang sneaked in through the back door. This was not their first time having an affair, and as soon as she entered, Zhao Fugui pressed her on the bed impatiently. Zhao Fugui grabbed her clothes and said, "You took the initiative today. I don't have money." Zhang pushed him and said, "You also know that I am a widow, and I don't have a man around me. Today, I will give you a good deal." Zhao Fugui untied his belt directly. The bed frame swayed for a while, and then stopped. Zhang's eyes showed a calculating light. "Why do I feel that you like Dashinyang?" Zhao Fugui immediately denied it. "Don't talk nonsense. She is almost an old woman, and I am not without women. Brother Fugui, if you really like Dashinyang, I can help you." Zhang climbed on his shoulders. "When we first got together, didn't you trick me into going to the grove? After the rice was cooked, Dashinyang will naturally be yours." Zhao Fugui narrowed his eyes. "What's the point of forcing her? I want her to be willing." Zhang gritted her teeth in anger. Why didn't this rascal let her be willing to follow him at the beginning? Does she deserve to be forced? "Hey, why is the courtyard door open?" Aunt Fugui's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Zhang was so scared that she jumped up from the bed. She quickly put on her clothes, pushed open the door, and ran out of the back door. Aunt Fugui walked in from the front door and saw a figure flashing past her. Before she understood what was going on, she pushed open the door of the inner room and saw her husband hurriedly getting dressed. The bed she had made cleanly in the morning was in a mess, and there was an unbearable smell. Zhao Fugui. Aunt Fugui made a sound like a pig being slaughtered. She didn't bother to beat her man, so she turned around and chased him out through the back door. Zhang hid in the grass not far away and quickly fastened her belt. When she was about to stand up, a pair of black pants fell off her body. It turned out to be Zhao Fugui's underwear. Not knowing what she was thinking of, she bent down to pick up her pants, a sneer appearing on the corner of her mouth. Aunt Fugue went out to chase but didn't see anyone suspicious. When the villagers asked her what she was looking for, she stammered and couldn't say anything. Her man is cheating on her. What can she say about this? Aunt Fugue returned home, drove all the children out, closed the gate, and started a big fuss. The people next door could only hear a quarrel, but had no idea what it was about. They wanted to go in and try to persuade them, but the gate was closed, so they had to pretend they didn't hear anything. Besides, every couple has quarrels these days. They fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. No matter how they quarrel, they are still a family. The quarrel finally died down. After Aunt Fugue finished scolding, she sat on the edge of the bed and burst into tears. Zhao Fugue was just annoyed and said angrily, "You always quarrel over trivial matters. Who can stand your behavior? I was cheating on you because you forced me to do so. Look at yourself, old, ugly, and black. Who can stand your behavior? If you dare to quarrel again, I will divorce you and send you back to your parents' home." After saying that, he slammed the door and walked out. Aunt Fugue almost fainted from crying. She had known from the beginning that her man was restless, but she didn't expect that he would bring a woman home. She questioned him for such a long time, but Zhao Fugue still didn't tell her who that witch was. She must find out who it is and scratch that witch's face. Aunt Fugue wiped away her tears, pushed open the gate, and walked out. She actually had a candidate in mind, but she didn't dare to act rashly. She carried the half-pound lantern in the yard and walked straight to the house at the end of the village, where Cheng Wanwan lived. Aunt Fugue didn't go in. She looked around and saw Aunt Wang feeding the ducks at the door. She asked casually, "Mother Loach, is Mother Dashan at home now?" Aunt Wang said without even looking up, "He just went out." "I don't know where he went." Aunt Fugue was furious. It was indeed Zhao Cheng. She suppressed her anger and saw that the door to Cheng Wanwan's yard was not closed. This was sewed for her man stitch by stitch. "Her man's underwear is here. What does that mean?" "Aunt Fugue, what are you doing?" Cheng Wanwan walked in from the door. She had just gone out to get 3 wooden barrels from the old house, very sturdy, and would take them to the town to paint them with tung oil tomorrow. As soon as I returned to my yard, I saw Aunt Fugue going crazy in her house. "You are really good at pretending. Why are you pretending to be a chaste and heroic woman? You even said that you will stay a widow for the rest of your life for Dashan Dad. You are so shameless." Aunt Fugue rushed over aggressively. Zhao Sanyu was washing ice jelly seeds in the house. He needed to add 100 bowls of ice jelly tomorrow, and he was scrubbing the last half-pound. Outside the yard, a group of onlookers. There are often all kinds of trivial matters in the village. Even ordinary quarrels will attract people to watch the fun, not to mention such a serious affair as adultery. No matter men or women, whether they were busy or not, they all dropped their work and gathered outside the yard. "Aunt Fugue, what's going on? You said Dashan's mother cheated on you. You have to provide evidence, right? Dashan's mother doesn't look like someone who would cheat on you. Are you mistaken?" Aunt Fugue slumped on the ground, holding a man's underwear in her hand. "How could I be wrong? This is my man's underwear. I found it in her yard. Who else could it be but her? What sin have I committed? From the first day I got married, I became the Zhao family's workhorse. I gave birth to his sons and daughters. I did a lot of housework. I also had to do work in the fields. I was a woman who was used by a man, and I didn't complain at all. How could he have been behind my back with Zhao Qingshi and even did it on my bed? They should be struck to death by a bolt of lightning." Aunt Fugue started to cry as she cursed. People always sympathize with the weak. Suddenly, countless condemning glances swept towards Cheng Wanwan. Cheng Wanwan asked in a calm voice, "It's ridiculous to identify it as my fault based on a pair of underwear. This thing is under the wall outside my house. It's obvious that it was thrown in by someone. I also want to know who tried every means to frame me. Who else could it be if not you?" Aunt Fugue yelled, "You are a widow and you have no man. Who else but you would be thinking about other people's men?" Cheng Wanwan sneered, "I'm not the only widow in the village." Aunt Wang immediately said, "Widow Zhang is over there too." According to what Aunt Fugue said, it could be Zhang as well. Zhang stood in the crowd, looking weak and frail. Don't make nonsense, Aunt Loach. I've been digging wild vegetables in the mountains this afternoon. How did Widow Zhang know it was in the afternoon? Zhang's face suddenly turned pale. She felt countless people's eyes on her and suddenly became guilty. It's not me. I don't know Brother Fugui well. Aunt Wang laughed. You are not familiar with each other, but you still call me Brother Fugui. You are not Zhao Fugui's sister. A pair of underwear doesn't mean anything. The village head's wife squeezed in. It's windy today. It's normal for anyone's underwear to be blown by the wind. It's not worth making a fool of yourself for such a small thing. The village head's wife walked over and helped Aunt Fugui, who was sitting on the ground. Aunt Fugui would never give up. The fig leaf had been torn, and she must find that witch. Her eyes wandered around Cheng Wanwan and Zhang. Cheng Wanwan looked up at Zhao Fugui, who was standing far away outside, and said coldly, Sanyu, bring your Uncle Fugui in. Zhao Sanyu immediately pulled Zhao Fugui. He was a child, and naturally his strength was not as good as Zhao Fugui, but with the help of other men in the village, Zhao Fugui couldn't get out at all, and he was directly dragged into the yard. He felt humiliated, pointed at Aunt Fugui's nose and cursed. You idiot, you have nothing to do all day. What are you doing? Come home with me. He went to grab Aunt Fugui. Cheng Wanwan saw a nail scratch on his neck. She turned to look at Zhang and said indifferently, Aunt Fugui, stretch out your hand for me to see. Aunt Fugui would never listen to Cheng Wanwan and pointed at her nose and wanted to continue to curse. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, Cheng Wanwan saw that it was a pair of rough hands. Because of years of heavy work, the nails were worn out and there was no room for improvement. On the other hand, Zhang, a widow, had long nails. Obviously, Zhang must have her own way to make the men in the village willing to work for her in the fields. The nail marks on the back of Zhao Fugui's neck are obviously scratched by a woman. Cheng Wanwan said in a calm voice, Aunt Fugui doesn't have nails, and neither do I. The only person present with nails is her. She looked at Zhang. Everyone looked at Zhang. Zhang quickly hid her hands in her sleeves. If she was innocent, she should have angrily refuted at this moment. But she looked guilty and couldn't say a word to refute. And Zhao Fugui also covered the back of his neck with guilt. Outside the courtyard wall, Zhang Dagong squeezed in at some point and said, I once saw Uncle Fugui and Widow Zhang in the wild woods. Zhang Dagong was 12 years old, still a child, and no one would doubt what a child said. Moreover, a 12-year-old child couldn't make up such a romantic incident. Aunt Fugui screamed and rushed toward Zhang. Zhang rarely went to the fields to do heavy work, so she had no strength. She was pushed to the ground. Aunt Fugui rode on her, slapped her with her left hand, and slapped her with her right hand, making Zhang dizzy. A silver hairpin suddenly fell out of Zhang's waist bag. Aunt Fugui's eyes were red. This was a gift from Zhao Fugui when she got married. It disappeared half a year ago. She looked for it for a long time, but she didn't expect that Aunt Fugui gave it to a man outside. Aunt Fugui suddenly didn't have the strength to make a fuss. What if she beat Widow Zhang to death? Her man had changed his mind and would never be as caring as when they just got married. Zhao Fugui was obviously thinking about Dashin Yang, but he had an affair with Widow Zhang. It was not known whether he had hooked up with other widows in the village. Aunt Fugui lay on the ground and cried silently. She looked more sympathetic than when she was crazy just now. Widow Zhang didn't dare to stay any longer for fear of being scratched on the face, so she got up from the ground and ran away. Zhao Fugui was so angry that he wanted to beat his wife, but there were too many people watching, so he didn't dare to do it, and he lowered his head and left quickly. Aunt Fugui sat in the yard and cried silently. A woman came over to comfort her. Men are like that, they can't control the two tails of meat under their bodies. I think Widow Zhang won't dare to hook up with your man again in the future. Don't make a fuss. Men can't be too strict. We have to go on with our lives, just turn a blind eye. Hearing the words of comfort from the people around her, Cheng Wanwan showed a trace of disapproval on her face, but she didn't say anything. In modern society, men who cheat will be forgiven, not to mention the ancient times thousands of years ago. Persuading people to divorce is equivalent to stealing money and killing, so she didn't do such unethical things. She went into the house and brought out a basin of water, saying in a calm voice, "Aunt Fugue, wash your face before leaving." Aunt Fugue was exhausted. She looked at the basin of water in front of her, raised her head and whispered, "Mother Dashin, I'm sorry. I caused you a lot of trouble without knowing the truth." She washed her face silently, tidied her hair randomly, squeezed through the crowd, and went home silently. Everyone is from the same village and is familiar with each other. Zhao Fugue is not the laziest in the village, but he is also one of those who don't mind. He can do whatever he wants, but why did he bring a widow into his house to mess around? In the evening, Zhao Fugue's home is very restless. His eldest son is 16 years old this year. He is already at the age of getting married and is about to become a father-in-law, but he caused such a mess. Aunt Fugue became silent when she returned home. She didn't even cook and sat blankly by the bed. Zhao Fugue was so angry that he raised his fist to hit someone. "Dad, what are you doing?" Zhao Dada stopped his hand and stood in front of Aunt Fugue. "You stinky witch, you have made me lose face. I will beat you to death. Big head, get out of here." Aunt Fugue stood up coldly and threw the things in her hand. "I can't live like this anymore. Big head, little head, do you stay in this house or come with me?" Zhao Datu and Zhao Xiaotu stood firmly beside their mother. "Okay, you guys want to rebel, but don't. I'm going to divorce you, this evil witch." Zhao Fugue kicked the table in the room over and turned to go out. When he walked into the yard, he was caught by his parents. "Send your wife back to her parents' home to see who will wash your clothes and make fire for you in the future. Hurry up and give in. You can live your life the same way." "Why should I give in? I have lost all my face. It's all her fault." Zhao Fugue pushed his parents away and turned to run away. But there were people everywhere in the village, all talking about this matter. He could only go to the back mountain. Zhang also went to the back mountain to avoid the quiet. The two met unexpectedly in the wild woods. Zhao Fugue slapped her in anger. "You stinky witch, you threw my underwear at Dashin's mother's house, didn't you?" If there was no underwear, he would never admit it. Let's see who dares to throw dirty water on him. Zhang covered her face and said angrily, "My reputation has been ruined by you. I don't care. You must be responsible for me. From now on I will rely on you. Anyway, you and your wife can't live like this. After this happened, she will definitely make trouble with you every day. You divorce her and marry me. Am I not as good as your wicked wife?" Zhao Fugue looked disgusted. Although his wife was not very good, she gave birth to several children for him, and she did all the things inside and outside the house. Zhang had such long nails on her hands, and it can be seen that she didn't go to the fields often. He would be crazy to marry a lazy woman home. Even if he wanted to marry a lazy woman, he had to marry a rich woman. For example, Dashin's mother. The villagers said that Dashaniang's business was booming. Even the owner of the Rujia restaurant in the town, Zheng, came to pick up the goods in person, which showed that she made a lot of money. Zhao De went with her to deliver goods every day, so he must know how much she made every day. Zhao Fugue rolled his eyes and went to find Zhao De. Zhang behind him was so angry that she stamped her feet and wanted to catch up, but she was a woman after all, and she was thin-skinned and didn't dare to go to crowded places. Zhao De was repairing the ox cart. He would check the wheels every day to avoid accidents on the way. Hearing Zhao Fugue asking about Dashin Yang, Zhao De waved his hand and said, "I am responsible for delivering people and goods every day. I don't know how much I earn." "Fugue, you are a grown man. Why do you care about women's money? If you have time, pull out the weeds in your field and don't leave everything to your wife." At this time, someone called him at the door. "Zhao Fugue, it's your turn to patrol tonight. Don't make excuses to be lazy again." Although the patrol team in the village has been relaxed a lot, they are still on duty on time, but there are often people who are lazy and don't go. Zhao Fugue didn't have the heart to patrol. He was about to curse back, but his eyes rolled, and a plan came to his mind. He immediately turned around to hand over. It was completely dark. Cheng Wanwan closed the yard door. "The ice jelly needed for tomorrow has been prepared. The The chickens and ducks in the chicken coop and duck shed have been counted twice, and the 2 puppies fell asleep obediently in their doghouse after drinking the rice soup. Zhao, still hasn't come back. She asked Zhao Dashan to light torches in the house so that the family could study today. In the afternoon, Zhao Taiju came over, and Cheng Wanwan asked the boy to teach her a few more words before giving the eggs away. Zhao Tieju's teaching content today is, human nature is good, people are similar in nature, but habits make them different. Considering that these people are not very good at learning to read, Cheng Wanwan only taught them 1 sentence today. Humanity is good. She read it once, and several children followed her. Then he read what he learned yesterday and today together. When a person is born, his nature is good. Zhao sighed and tilted his head and asked, Mom, what does this sentence mean? Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, when I went to the town, I specifically asked the owner who sells pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. He said that this sentence means that when people are born, their nature is good. Zhao sighed and continued to ask, then why are some people bad people? This is what the next sentence is about. Cheng Wanwan continued, natures are similar, but habits are different. It probably means that when people are born, their personalities are similar, but because of different living habits and environments, their personalities are getting bigger and bigger, so there are good people and bad people.
Skamsidan nodighet tog ut förlu.
Wu Huanyang was envious. When Taiju came to teach in the afternoon, she was also listening on the side. It was just a sentence. She couldn't remember it after repeating it over and over again, but her mother remembered it all at once and was able to teach them in reverse. Her mother was really amazing, 100 times more amazing than she thought. Zhao Sidon learned the fastest. After he learned, Cheng Wanwan was freed. He could teach Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu. These 2 boys learned the slowest. As soon as they learned a word, they would forget the other word immediately. It was also because Zhao Sidon wanted to show off. Otherwise, he would have lost his patience to teach them. After the Enlightenment class, it was time for arithmetic class. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu were even more desperate. Arithmetic was more difficult than reading and recognizing words. Cheng Wanwan was also desperate. What on earth was wrong with these boys' brains? Why couldn't they learn addition and subtraction within 10? Suddenly, I missed Ergo a little. Ergo learned arithmetic very quickly, and she taught him easily. When it was time to go to bed at night, Zhao Dashan was still muttering. 9 minus 4 equals 5. 9 plus 4 is how much? Hey, wife, lend me your fingers. Wu Huanyang closed her eyes silently, stretched out both hands, and let Zhao Dashan toss. The night was getting darker and darker. Cheng Wanwan had fallen asleep, and the 2 children beside her could hear a slight snoring. The patrol passed by the door. There were only 2 people patrolling at this time. One was Zhao Fuguei, and the other was a person from another family. The man knew that Zhao Fuguei was lazy and liked to slack off, and he was also hooking up with the widow in the village. He was too lazy to talk to Zhao Fuguei and continued to patrol slowly. Zhao Fuguei crouched in the bushes and waited until the man disappeared before he came out. Wu Huanyang was pregnant. Pregnant women get up more often at night. It was very dark outside, and she didn't know what time it was. She got out of bed lightly, for fear of waking Zhao Dashan. Her husband was doing the work in the fields. After a tiring day, he had to study and learn arithmetic. His body and brain were exhausted. She hoped that Dashan could have a good rest. She walked out of the inner room, closed the door, and continued to walk out. She pulled the bolt of the main room, and a dark shadow suddenly jumped in. She didn't stand firmly, and was knocked to the ground. She suddenly felt a cramp in her lower abdomen, and a hot current surged from under her body. She couldn't say a word because of the pain. She endured the pain and said, "Mom, there's a thief." But she was in so much pain that her voice was very small. Cheng Wanwan heard something fall to the ground in the room, making a muffled sound. She lifted the quilt and sat up, and a dark shadow suddenly rushed into the inner room and moved towards her bed. "Mom, be careful." Zhao Sanyu suddenly stood up and took out a knife from under the pillow. This was a sharp, short knife given to him by his mother before, and he was reluctant to use it. He turned over and got out of bed and rushed towards the dark shadow. This dark shadow was Zhao Fuguei. He came prepared and knew that Zhao Sanyu was strong, so how could he not make any arrangements? He held a long piece of firewood in his hand and pulled it hard, hitting Zhao Sanyu's back. Zhao Sanyu fell to the ground in pain, and the knife in his hand also fell to the ground. Zhao Fugui's eyes adjusted to the darkness, and he picked up the knife with a sneer. His wife didn't want to live anymore, and he didn't want to marry Widow Zhang, so he had to have a wife to take care of the family. Da Shenyang was a good choice. Although she was a little older, she was pretty good, and most importantly, she was good at business. If he ruined Da Shenyang's reputation, she would have no choice but to obey him, and all the money she earned from business would become his. Anyway, he had become a laughingstock in the village, and everyone knew that he was having an affair with Widow Zhang, so it didn't matter if he had another one. Zhao Fugui kicked Zhao Sanyu, who got up from the ground with a roar, but was held to the chin by Zhao Fugui with a knife. Zhao Sidon was completely awake. After he got used to the darkness, he figured out what was going on and immediately stood in front of Cheng Wanwan. In another room, Zhao Dashan also woke up and rushed in from the door without saying a word. "You guys better get out, or I'll take care of you one by one." The knife in Zhao Fugui's hand, reflected by the moonlight outside the window, shone with a cold light. Cheng Wanwan sneered. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu, plus her, might not be Zhao Fugui's opponent. But Zhao Fugui had a knife in his hand, and he could hurt someone if he wasn't careful. She didn't want her sons to get hurt unnecessarily. She said coldly, "Dashan, Sanyu, Sidon, all of you go out first." Zhao Sidon's eyes were full of tears. "Mom, I want to protect you. I won't let anyone bully you." Zhao Sanyu glared at Zhao Fugui. Even if he died, he wouldn't let anyone hurt his mother. Zhao Fugui sneered. "Who said I want to bully your mother? I want your mother to enjoy the taste of long absence." "Shut up." Cheng Wanwan interrupted him coldly. Such obscene remarks are simply tarnishing the pure hearts of children. She picked up Zhao Sidon and threw him off the bed. "Be good, listen to your mother, go outside and wait." Zhao Dashan was married, and he saw what Zhao Fugui wanted to do at once. He wanted to go to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife and chop Zhao Fugui to pieces. But when he met Cheng Wanwan's determined eyes, he seemed to understand something. There was no way his mother would get involved with Zhao Fugui. His mother had other intentions when she asked them to leave. He said in a deep voice, "Sanyu, Sidon, come here." Zhao Sanyu glanced at Cheng Wanwan, then at his eldest brother, and walked out with his fists clenched. Zhao Sidon's tears kept flowing, and he had no choice but to follow the pace of his eldest and third brothers. When they arrived at the main hall, they noticed that Wu Huanyang fell to the ground at the entrance, covering her abdomen with her hands, with a look of pain on her face. Zhao Dashan was so scared that his soul was gone, and he quickly picked up his wife and put her on the bed. "Sanyu, hurry up, go boil water." Zhao Sanyu was almost scared to death, and he quickly boiled water. Zhao Sidon took out an egg from the cabinet and put it in the pot to cook together. Before the pot of water boiled, a scream came from the main house. Zhao Sanyu broke into the door and saw Zhao Fugui collapsed on the ground, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Zhao Sanyu breathed a sigh of relief. He still knew that killing someone would pay for his life, and he was afraid that his mother would go to jail. He quickly found a rope and tied Zhao Fugui up. Cheng Wanwan lowered her head and picked up a ring on the ground. It was an electric shock ring. It could discharge electricity at once and stun an adult man. Zhao Fugui was alone tonight, so she was lucky enough to get away. If there were more people, wouldn't she be at the mercy of others? The ring still didn't work. It could only attack at close range, and it was easy to put herself in danger when using it. "Mom, it's bad. My sister-in-law has been bleeding." Zhao Sidon rushed in with a pale face. At this time, the kitchen was boiling water, and torches were lit in the room. It could be clearly seen that the clothes under Wu Huanyang were stained red. Cheng Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. "Sidon, hurry up. Go find Dr. Zheng. Hurry up." It was late at night, and the road was dark. She was afraid that Sidon would get into trouble, so she quickly called Sanyu to follow her. She sat down by the bed and said as calmly as possible, "Dashin, go and pour a bowl of hot water." Zhao Dashin seemed to have found his backbone and immediately went to pour water. Cheng Wanwan lowered her head and asked, "Huinyang, where do you feel uncomfortable?" Wu Huinyang shook her head in pain. "Mom, I'm fine, I'm really fine. I must save the child." Cheng Wanwan had a strong, ominous premonition in her heart. She held her daughter-in-law's hand tightly. Finally, Dr. Zheng came in a hurry. He took her pulse and his face suddenly changed. "The pulse is unstable. The child may not be saved. Take medicine first and save the adult first." Wu Huinyang's tears flowed out. "No, save the child. I want the child. You are almost dead. How can you save the child?" Cheng Wanwan said sternly, "Take good care of yourself. There will be many opportunities to have children in the future." She softened her tone. "Dr. Zheng, please prescribe the medicine quickly." Dr. Zheng also knew that this matter could not be delayed, so he immediately wrote a prescription and asked Zhao Sidon to go with him to get the medicine. After getting the medicine, Zhao Sidon began to boil the medicine, boiling it over a high fire. Finally, a bowl of medicine was boiled out first, and Zhao Dashin carefully fed it to Wu Huinyang. Wu Huinyang was not in good spirits. After drinking the medicine, she didn't know whether she fell asleep or fainted. At this time, it was just after midnight. It was the quietest time in Daya village. The house was also frighteningly quiet, and several faces were pale. Cheng Wanwan looked at Zhao Fuguei, who was tied in the inner room, and said word by word, "Sanyu, drag Zhao Fuguei and follow me." Zhao Sanyu didn't know what she was going to do, but he didn't ask nonsense. He dragged Zhao Fuguei obediently and followed Cheng Wanwan. The slightly cool breeze at night blew on the mother and son. Neither of them felt much cool. The fire in their hearts was burning, and they couldn't find an outlet. The big locust tree is probably more than 100 years old. The branches and leaves are lush and spread out, blocking the scorching sun. People sit in the shade of the tree all day long to enjoy the cool. This is the most lively place in Daya village, and it is also the place where people come and go and love to stop. The head of the village will also choose here for meetings and talks. At night, there is no one here, only the sound of leaves being blown by the wind. Cheng Wanwan spoke slowly. "Sanyu, tie Zhao Fuguei to the tree." Zhao Sanyu did as he was told. Zhao Fuguei was tossed around but didn't wake up. Zhao Sanyu didn't know what his mother had done to Zhao Fuguei, but as long as she was still breathing, it was not a big deal. He even secretly used his knee to hit Zhao Fuguei's crotch hard. Seeing that Zhao Fuguei still didn't react, he hit him hard several times. Zhao Fuguei was tied under the big locust tree. Cheng Wanwan continued, "Sanyu, go back and get a shovel and dig a hole around the big locust tree." He didn't know what his mother was going to do. He was not smart and he might not understand even if he asked, so he just listened to his mother. Cheng Wanwan stood under the tree, and the mall panel appeared in front of her. She searched for solar panels, then bought wires and some electric shock equipment. These things alone cost her 20 taels of silver. However, she felt it was worth it. In order to vent her anger and for future safety, she had to do this. She should be thankful that she had been single for 33 years in her previous life and had lived alone for nearly 10 years. She always fixed the broken light bulbs at home by herself, and she knew some basic electrical work. "Okay, Sanyu, you go back." Cheng Wanwan's tone was commanding, and Zhao Sanyu had to go first. As soon as he left, many wires appeared on the ground. Cheng Wanwan buried the wires in the pit. She stripped the outer insulation of these wires and connected them to the solar panels in the distance. The electricity stored in one solar panel might not be enough to stun an adult. She added 3 panels and placed them on a haystack not far away. This haystack was reserved for firewood in winter, and no one would climb up to find out. All the wires were buried in the soil, wrapped around the big locust tree several times, and then a bucket of water was poured down. When the sun came out, no one could get close to this area. After returning home, Cheng Wanwan took a look at Wu Huinyang. Fortunately, she stopped bleeding and her face looked better. But if she really couldn't keep the child, she was afraid that Wu Huinyang would fall into self-blame and then slowly turn into depression. In the past, a female colleague in the company had a miscarriage due to hanging clothes. After the miscarriage, the female colleague became depressed and wanted to commit suicide for no reason. She lost hope in life. Depression is a disease that outsiders can't understand, but people who are in it will be very painful. Cheng Wanwan lay in bed and couldn't sleep at all. The two little guys beside her were also tossing and turning, and they were also full of worries. She said quietly, "Tomorrow, kill the big hen at home and stew it for your sister-in-law to replenish her body." Zhao Sidon was reluctant, but still responded very obediently. "Then kill her, Huang. It is lazy and doesn't like to lay eggs." Cheng Wanwan couldn't sleep and opened them all again. She opened a pharmacy, which had many kinds of medicines for preserving the fetus. She had never been pregnant and knew nothing about this. She didn't even know what medicine to buy for Wu Huinyang to take to relieve her condition. She decided to buy relevant books first. There was no light to read at night, so she could only talk about it tomorrow. It was just light. Zhao Dashan got up, looking haggard, and it was obvious that he had not slept. Cheng Wanwan said calmly, "You and Sania go to deliver the goods. I will stay at home to take care of Huinyang. I am at home. Don't worry about me." Zhao Dashan nodded. "Do you want to buy something? If there is anyone selling fish, buy one, no matter how expensive it is, buy it. For pregnant women, fish soup is more nutritious than chicken soup, but the drought has caused the river to dry up, and it is difficult to buy a fish in the whole Ping'an town." Zhao Dashan remembered this, and went to deliver the goods with Zhao Saniu. "What's going on? What happened?" Zhao Dashan and Zhao Saniu said nothing. They didn't know what their mother wanted to do, so they silently carried the wooden barrels into the car. The ox cart swayed away, the sky over Dea village gradually brightened, and the people who had slept all night got up to work. On an ordinary morning, Zhao Fugui was tied under a big locust tree, attracting countless people to watch, and the whole village was in an uproar. "No, what's going on?" Zhao Fugui was cheating on a widow yesterday. Was he tied to the tree by his own wife? I didn't expect Aunt Fugui to be so courageous. Let me tell you, a man who can't control his lower body should be taught a lesson like this. After Aunt Fugui did this, do you think Zhao Fugui can let her go? When he heard a voice in his ear, he opened his eyes. He struggled hard to break free but couldn't. The worst thing was that his lower body was in great pain. The villagers nearby sensed gossip and asked, "What does this have to do with Dashinyang?" "Zhao Fugui, you haven't settled your affairs with widow Zhang yet. Why are you bringing someone else into this?" Cheng Wanwan walked out of the crowd. She was wearing a yellowish coarse cloth. Her eyes were cold and fierce. She said word by word, "I asked my son to tie Zhao Fugui to the tree." All eyes fell on her. She continued, "Last night, Zhao Fugui sneaked into my yard to steal things and pushed down Dashan's pregnant wife. My eldest daughter-in-law is still lying in bed unconscious. We are no match for him." Fortunately, Dashan's father appeared. "His spirit in heaven has been protecting us. Otherwise, how could I have the ability to tie Zhao Fugui to the tree?" Dashan's father said that when Dashan's wife gets better, Zhao Fugui can leave this big locust tree. Cheng Wanwan's voice fell, and there was silence around. The appearance of a dead person is strange and mysterious. It is common to have a dream, but it is really unheard of to protect a wife and children. "Stop talking nonsense here." Zhao Fugui's mother rushed out. "If my son really did something, you go and report it to the police, and see if the officials will arrest my son." Cheng Wanwan sneered. In this era, hurting people is not a serious crime. There are quarrels and fights in the village every day, and no one has ever reported it to the police unless someone dies. Wu Huinyang is a pregnant woman, and she had fallen once before. Zhao Fugui can completely push the responsibility away. Instead of pinning her hopes on an imperfect legal system, she might as well do it herself. She wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Zhao Fugui is the chicken, and the other second-rate people in the village are the monkeys. She said, "With the blessing of Dashan Daddy in heaven, Zhao Fugui will never leave this big locust tree." Zhao Fugui's mother really didn't believe this, and rushed over. There are wires buried underground, and the damp soil is a conductor. There are solar panels not far away. When Zhao Fugue's mother stepped on the ground, she felt a numb touch from the soles of her feet, and she fell to the ground all of a sudden. The current and voltage were controlled by Cheng, which could make the person who is electrocuted feel pain but not faint. After all, there are too many children and elderly people in the village. It would be bad if someone was killed by mistake. Zhao Fugue's mother's legs were weak and she bit her back teeth. "Old man, why are you still standing there? Go and untie Fugue." Zhao Eugene really showed his spirit. Eugene was the most outstanding young man in our village. I didn't expect that he would still protect his wife and children even after his death. Good people don't live long. I watched Eugene grow up. He got married and had a son. Just when life was getting better, he suddenly passed away. In the crowd, Mrs. Zhao's eyes were red. She gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. She loved her eldest son the most. The eldest son was also the most promising and made her proud, but he died at a young age. She was a white-haired person who sent off the young, and she would wake up crying countless nights. She always felt that when people died, everything was gone. But now, the eldest son's wife told her that the eldest son showed his spirit. In other words, although the eldest brother died, he has been watching over their family from heaven. Zheng's man is a coward. My eldest brother has fought in the battlefield. If you dare to bully them orphans and widows again, my eldest brother will turn into a ghost and kill you. Old sister-in-law, don't scold me. My Fugue has been taught a lesson. Zhao Fugue's mother grabbed old Mrs. Zhao's hand and said to the onlookers, "We have many people and strong yang energy. How can we be afraid of a dead person? Let's help and get my Fugue here first, okay?" There are still some enthusiastic people in the village, and some are Zhao Fugue's direct relatives. Several men in their 30s and 40s, who are in their prime, walked over. As soon as they stepped over, an electric current jumped up from the soles of their feet. The big, burly man was electrocuted and fell to the ground. Although he did not faint, the sudden pain and numbness made everyone feel scared. Mother Dashan said that it was Father Dashan who showed up, and that must be right. The wife of the head of the village came over and said, "You can only wait until the wife of Dashan is fine, and then Father Dashan will let you go." Let me say this. Don't think that you can do whatever you want when the head of the village is not here. If anyone dares to do something sneaky again, I will report to the police directly. It's okay to lock him up for 3 or 5 days, so he'll be more honest. As she said this, she deliberately glanced at Zhang Wulai. Zhao Fugue was going crazy. He was tied to the tree, his whole body was in pain, and his lower body seemed to be swollen. He tore his throat and asked people to save him, but no one dared to go. Even his parents didn't dare to try it again. That feeling was really not very pleasant.
Pooh.
Old Mrs. Zhao spat under the big locust tree. Turning to Cheng Wanwan, she said, "What happened to Dashan's wife? Take me to see her." The 2 sisters-in-law of the Zhao family, Wen and Sun, also hurried to follow. Wen was really worried that something serious had happened, and Sun was just there to watch the fun. Old Mrs. Zhao hadn't been here for a few days. As soon as she came in, she saw the newly built chicken coop and duck shed on the side of the yard, as well as a dog kennel. Chickens and ducks were flying around in the yard, and puppies were running around. It looked very messy, but it also showed a sense of order. Old Mrs. Zhao couldn't help but say nothing. As soon as she walked into the house, she saw Wu Huanyang with a pale face, unconscious, and her heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. No wonder the old man appeared in spirits. It looked like Dashan's child could not be saved. This was the eldest grandson of the eldest wife. He was gone just like that. Dashan must be very angry in heaven. How did it become like this? Mrs. Wen's voice was very low. "I'm afraid Dr. Zheng can't cure it. We have to go to the town to invite a doctor." Old Mrs. Zhao nodded. "Don't be afraid to spend money. Money can be earned if it's gone. If a person dies, everything is gone. I still have some money here. You can take it to the town to invite a doctor with good medical skills to take the pulse." She took out a cloth bag from her waistband, which contained 100 copper coins. She always had a premonition that the eldest son's wife would ask her for money. She hid the remaining 400 coins in the cave, and carried the remaining 100 coins with her in case of emergency. The money finally came in handy, and she stuffed it into Cheng Wanwan's hands without saying a word. Wen didn't have any money with her, so she immediately said, "I've saved a dozen coins recently. I'll take them to Dashan's wife for treatment." Sun lowered her head silently. Her mother-in-law gave her money, and her second sister-in-law also gave her money. She didn't say a word, as if she seemed to be an outsider. She pulled the corner of her mouth and took out 2 coins from her sleeve. "This is all I have. Don't despise me, sister-in-law." Cheng Wanwan could see that Sun was reluctant, but she gave 2 coins anyway. 2 coins were not so easy to earn back. Although Sun was a little weird, she had some dignity. As long as she had some dignity, there was a way to cure her. She didn't take the coins and sighed. Dr. Zheng said that even if the doctor in town comes, there's nothing he can do. We can only take care of the baby slowly. If we're lucky, we can keep the baby. If we can't, it's normal. As long as the adults are fine, everything will be fine. Old Mrs. Zhao took the coins back and said, "That's right. Dashan's wife is still young. She's not even 17 this year. When she's well, we can have another child." Cheng Wanwan nodded and sent old Mrs. Zhao and the 2 sisters-in-law out. As soon as the 3 of them left, a figure appeared at the gate of the yard. It was Aunt Fugue. Her face was blue-gray, and it was obvious that she hadn't slept well that night. She looked very bad. Cheng Wanwan didn't know what she was doing here and didn't let her in. She just looked at the person in front of her quietly. Aunt Fugue took out a cloth bag from her sleeve, which contained dozens of copper coins. "Zhao Fugue injured Dashan's wife. Logically, our family should pay for the medical expenses, but these are the only copper coins we have." Cheng Wanwan did not refuse this time. She took the copper coins and counted them. "Here are 67 coins in total, but Huinyang spent 130 coins on medical treatment and medicine, and you still owe 63 coins. Aunt Fugue nodded, said nothing, and turned away. Looking at her figure, Cheng Wanwan felt a little complicated. Aunt Fugue used to be a hot-tempered and flamboyant person. Every time she saw her, she would say a few words in a yin-yang tone. As a result, because her man had such bad things happen one after another, a middle-aged woman with a very good spirit has become so depressed. It is indeed better to be single. You don't have to serve men, you don't have to suffer men's anger, and you can stay safe without getting married. Aunt Fugue left Cheng Wanwan's house and walked to the middle of the village, passing by the big locust tree. Zhao Fugue was still tied to the tree. He saw his wife walking over and shouted angrily, "Come here and untie me. Hurry up." Aunt Fugue stopped and looked at him indifferently. "What does your disgusting thing have to do with me? Stinky woman, are you going to make a scene?" Zhao Fugue struggled hard. "Even if Zhao Eugene is still alive, I'm not afraid, let alone he's dead." Zhao Fugue kept struggling, and the straw rope slowly loosened. As soon as his hands were freed, he began to untie the rope under his feet. He yelled at his wife, "If you have the guts, just stand there and don't move. Let me show you how I'll deal with you." He quickly untied the rope and rushed towards Aunt Fugue. He stepped on the ground outside, and a numbing electric current went up from bottom to top, exactly the same feeling as last night. He twitched a few times and fell to his knees on the ground, but the current was not strong, so he didn't faint. Aunt Fugue laughed. "Aren't you afraid of Zhao Eugene? Why are you kneeling down to him?" Zhao Fugue didn't want to kneel down, he just couldn't control his limbs. He looked left and right. It was bright and clear, and there was nothing dirty. But why couldn't he walk out of the big locust tree? Could it be that there was a ghost? The sun gradually rose. The early morning sun was hot, and it was another hot and dry day. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu went to the town to deliver goods. Zhao Ergo had not returned yet. Zhao Sidon drove the ducks to the rice fields. Xia Hua sat in the yard to wrap hay. Wu Huanyang was still unconscious in bed. Cheng Wanwan sat in the back of the house, holding a book in her hand. She had never studied medicine, so she didn't dare to give Wu Huanyang medicine randomly, so she could only buy a book to make up for the basic knowledge. The book said that if a pregnant woman falls and her lower body is bleeding, she should use medicine to preserve the fetus, but she can't use it blindly. First, she should go to the hospital to determine whether the fetus is normal. To determine whether the fetus is healthy, she needs to monitor the fetal heart rate. She bought a fetal heart monitor from the mall, followed the instructions to understand how to operate it, then walked to Wu Huanyang's room and closed the door quietly. If the child is still alive, that's great. You can always find the most suitable medicine to keep the child alive. Cheng Wanwan lifted Wu Huanyang's clothes and put the probe on her belly. The next second, a strong heartbeat sounded in the room. She didn't dare to be happy too early. She started to count the number of heartbeats in 1 minute and then checked the instructions. Fortunately, the child's heartbeat was within the normal range. That is, the child was fine, and it should be that the mother was too weak, so she had been unconscious. Cheng Wanwan put away the fetal heart monitor and sat in the back of the house to continue reading, mainly to find the most suitable medicine to keep the child alive in Wu Huanyang's current situation.
Wang.
Dahe suddenly trotted over, lay on the ground, and bit her trouser leg. The pair of dark eyes looked at her with self-blame. Cheng Wanwan lowered her head and touched its head, saying gently, "It's not your fault. You're less than a month old. You're still a baby. It's not Xiao Hei's fault either. Xiao Hei has been born for less than 10 days, and his hind legs are injured, so he can't even walk steadily. But puppies grow fast, and they look different in just a few days. After another half a month, these 2 dogs should be able to guard the house." Dahe lay down beside her, quietly saying nothing. Cheng Wanwan quickly read the book, like a shriveled sponge absorbing a steady stream of water, and finally, she decided on the medicine. This is a newly developed pregnancy-preserving medicine, suitable for 28 symptoms of fetal loss, but the price of the medicine is very expensive, 5 taels of silver per pill. The instructions say that a course of treatment is 3 days, which means that at least 3 pills must be bought, a total of 15 taels of silver. Cheng Wanwan felt a little painful, and she had to put the bill on Zhao Fuguei so that he would suffer for a few more days. She walked into the house, crushed the pills, rinsed them with hot water, and carefully fed them to Wu Huanyang. Wu Huanyang still had self-awareness and knew that taking the medicine could save the baby. She opened her mouth and gulped down the bowl of medicine. Just after feeding the medicine, Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu came back. "Mom, there is no fish seller in the town." Zhao Dashan looked frustrated, "But I bought a baby pigeon." "Baby pigeons are more expensive than chickens and ducks. 60 cents. Baby pigeons are very expensive." He hesitated for a long time before deciding to buy it. The money used to buy the baby pigeon was earned by his mother, and he must find a way to pay it back in the future. Cheng Wanwan nodded in approval. Although the pigeon is small, it is very nutritious and rich in various vitamins. It is most suitable for pregnant women. She opened her mouth and ordered, "Dashan, you kill the pigeon first, pluck the feathers and wash it clean, and I will stew the pigeon soup." Zhao Dashan immediately went to work. Zhao Sanyu touched his head and said, "Mom, let's go to the town today. I heard that the county magistrate has found more than a dozen water sources. My second brother and his friends should be back soon." Cheng Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. There had been no news about Ergo in the past few days, and she was really worried. Now that she had the news, she was worried that the child had not eaten enough or slept well these days. She is obviously a single aristocrat. Why is she suddenly worrying like an old lady? Cheng Wanwan shook her head and went to the kitchen to prepare the seasoning for stewing the pigeon. She secretly bought some donkey hide gelatin from the mall, which is very nutritious. The pigeon soup was stewed in the pot, and then some white flour was mixed with buckwheat flour, an egg was beaten and put in, and some wild vegetables were cut and mixed, and then made into a pancake and stuck to the edge of the pot where the pigeon was stewed, and it was slowly cooked. "Mom, Huang has laid another egg." Zhao Sidon picked up an egg and handed it to Cheng Wanwan like a treasure. He blinked and asked, "Mom, which one is better for your body, chicken soup or pigeon soup?" Cheng Wanwan said, "For your sister-in-law, fish soup is the most nutritious. Crucian carp soup and sea-based soup are both holy products for protecting the fetus." Zhao Sidon immediately said, "Then if I go to the spring water on the mountain to catch fish, will mother not kill her, Huang?" Sidon you. Cheng Wanwan smiled and shook her head. "This child is too kind. She wants to save her Huang and make her sister-in-law better. However, there is a saying that there are no fish in the clear water. "There is no fish in the spring water on the mountain." She said, "There is water in our rice fields. You can look for it in the rice fields." Zhao Saiden's eyes lit up immediately, and he turned around and ran to the rice fields. "Saiden, wait a minute. Put the hay and firewood in the yard and the kitchen first." Zhao Saiden had to work first. Cheng Wanwan walked out of the yard carelessly, then quickly went down to the field and secretly put 2 big crucian carps in her own rice field. It is not normal to have a big crucian carp in a rice field. It is understandable to release a small crucian carp, but there are ducks in the field. The small crucian carp might have gone into the duck's stomachs as soon as it entered the water. After doing all this, she returned to the yard and said in a calm voice, "Saiden, go find fish quickly. Catch the fish, and then drive the ducks back." Zhao Saiden nodded and rushed into the rice field. He saw that the ducks were full and were pecking at the rice ears from time to time, so he hurriedly drove the ducks back home and then turned to find fish. He walked around barefoot in the rice fields. In the clear water, small insects and grasshoppers can be seen. He simply caught grasshoppers while looking for fish. He caught 20 or 30 grasshoppers and finally saw the shadow of a fish. Zhao Saiden's face was full of disbelief. Fish, such a big fish. Since the drought, the river water has dried up rapidly, and he has not seen fish for a long time. He didn't care about anything else and suddenly rushed over and fell into the water of the rice field with a fish under him. "Hee, let's see how you can run." Zhao Saiden caught the fish, but found that there were actually 2 fish under him. He was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. When he was carrying the 2 fish home, old lady Zhao was there too. She was holding a bowl of deer blood in her hand and whispered, "Zhao the hunter in our village hunted a deer last night. He usually doesn't make it public, but when he heard that Dashan's wife was in trouble, he specially sent a bowl of deer blood to our house. So, I rushed to send it to you. Heat it in a pot and give it to Huinyang to replenish her body." Old lady Zhao was stunned. "Saiden, where did you get the fish?" "There is a river at the entrance of Daya village. It can be said that the people in Daya village have never seen chickens and ducks, but it is impossible that they have never seen fish. However, the village has a rule that people are not allowed to go to the river to catch fish on weekdays. They have to wait until the fish grow up. During the Chinese New Year, everyone goes to the river to catch fish with fishing nets. The fish caught are shared by the whole village. Every year, each family can get hundreds of kilograms of fish. In winter, they drink fish soup, and the leftovers are made into cured fish and stored, so that they can always have something fishy to eat in the spring. In fact, if someone has a pregnant woman in the family, no one will say anything if they catch a few fish in the river. But the key is that there is no water in the river now. Where do such big fish come from?" Zhao Saiden was wet all over, but it did not prevent him from squinting his eyes proudly. "Grandma, I caught 2 fish in the rice field. They are still alive, mother. Hurry up and make soup for my sister-in-law." Cheng Wanwan asked him to raise the fish first and stewed pigeon soup in the morning. "These 2 fish can be kept for one in the afternoon and another tomorrow." She pretended to sigh sadly. "The water in the rice fields has only been introduced for less than 10 days. How is it possible for such a big fish to grow?" Old Mrs. Zhao nodded vigorously. That was the truth. A small fish would take at least 3 or 4 months to grow to this size. But Saiden didn't look like he was lying. The old lady was a little confused for a moment. "It should be the spirit of Dash and Daddy." Cheng Wanwan continued to sigh. "Our family has not lived well. Dash and Daddy still misses us orphans and widows even after he went to heaven. He must have spent a lot of effort to put these 2 fish in our rice fields. The things Dash and Daddy gave must be good things. I hope the baby in Huinyang's belly can be born safely." Mrs. Zhao's eyes suddenly turned red. She wiped her eyes and said, "Eugene has always been an honest child. He sent all his salary from the war back to his family. Now he is dead, but he still misses his family. My son is always thinking about others and never thinks about himself." Cheng Wanwan thought silently. It seems that any unreasonable things that happen in the future can be blamed on Zhao Eugene. She said, "Mom, take this bowl of deer blood back and eat it with Dad. Huinyang has enough fish soup. The main reason is that deer blood is cold in nature. Pregnant women should not touch it. Drinking it will cause serious problems. Old Mrs. Zhao put the deer blood on the table and said with a stern face, "Your father and I are half buried in the ground. Why do we still drink this? You save it for Huinyang to drink tomorrow. Add more salt to it, it won't go bad." After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Cheng Wanwan had no choice but to deal with the deer blood. She put it in the sun to dry and solidify, cut it into thin slices, and put it away. When Huinyang's baby was born, she could take the deer blood slices to replenish her qi and blood. Busy, a whole morning passed. The family ate around the table. Each person had a wild vegetable pancake and a small bowl of pigeon meat. There was no soup. It was all saved for Wu Huinyang to drink, but she was not awake yet, so Zhao Dashan fed her mouth to mouth in small mouthfuls. Zhao Sidon looked at this scene and was furious. If it weren't for that rascal Zhao Fugui, my sister-in-law would never have become like this. After he finished his meal, he washed the bowl and said, "Mom, I'm going to catch some locusts to feed the chickens." He went out with his backpack, but did not go to the rice fields. Instead, he walked to the big locust tree in the middle of the village. The sun was scorching hot, and Zhao Fugui sat under the big locust tree, looking haggard and listless. Many people passing by pointed at him, but he did not react. Zhao Sidon called Zhao Dewang and Zhao Erwang to come together. "Brother Dewang, Brother Erwang, help me pick up stones and throw them at him. When my mother makes something delicious, I will secretly share it with you." Zhao Dewang frowned and said, "What if he gets killed?" "Brother, you're too stupid." Zhao Erwang laughed. "Just don't hit him on the head, he won't die." The three of them went around picking up stones, all of which were small stones as big as a baby's fist. Half a basket of stones fell in front of the big locust tree. Zhao Sidon was the first to throw a stone, but he didn't throw it accurately, and it fell at Zhao Fugui's feet. Zhao Fugui stood up suddenly like a frightened rabbit and yelled at the three children in front of him. "What do you little rascals want to do? I tell you, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because I'm trapped here and can't get out." Ah! Before he finished speaking, he let out a scream. Zhao Erwang laughed. "I hit his neck. I threw it really accurately." Zhao Dewang looked at him with contempt. "Wait, see where I hit him." His stone accurately hit Zhao Fugui's crotch. Zhao Fugui immediately covered his key parts in pain and cried out, "Little rascals, wait and see how I'll deal with you." Zhao Fugui didn't bother to cover his crotch, squatting on the ground to pick up the stones thrown in. Zhao Sidon puffed out his chest and said, "Come on, hit me. If you hit me, my father will retaliate. My father is watching in heaven. Whoever dares to bully me, my father will definitely not let him go." It was a bright sunny day, but Zhao Fugui was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He shuddered, and all the stones he picked up fell to the ground. He looked left and right, and always felt that he was being stared at by a dirty thing. Zhao Sidon snorted, "Brother Dewang, Brother Erwang, we are not afraid of him." Zhao Erwang blinked and said, "Sidon, I really envy you for having such a good father." Zhao Yuyin and Zhao Eugene were about to go to Cheng Wanwan's house to help, and they happened to hear this. Zhao Yuyin was immediately furious. "Sidon has no father, but your father is still alive and well. Why are you still envious of others? You have been raised in vain." Zhao Yukai glanced at Zhao Fugui, who used to be a troublemaker. At this moment, he was like a frightened bird, with fear and panic on his face. He waved his hand. "Forget it, don't bother him, just do what you need to do." Zhao Yukai didn't believe this, but he had to believe it. He thought that his elder brother was better than others. Even if he died, a wisp of soul could protect his orphans and widows. Zhao Sidon obediently agreed and carried a backpack to the field to find locusts. Zhao Yuyin and Zhao Yukai went to Cheng Wanwan's house to wash ice powder seeds. After the two of them became familiar with it, this job became easier and easier for them. Cheng Wanwan was lighting a fire in the kitchen, boiling water in a pot, and stacking 3 wooden barrels on top. This wooden barrel was made by Old Man Zhao. The wood expanded after being soaked in water, and the gaps between each board became very tight. Then a layer of tung oil was applied, and it would not leak anymore. She used high temperature to steam the wooden barrel to dry it and prevent termites from entering the barrel, thus extending the service life of the barrel. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sania did not go to the fields, but made adobe bricks in the yard. Making adobe bricks is not an easy job, but it is the most economical way to build a house, and almost every household can do it. The adobe mold was borrowed from the home of the village head. The soil on the ground was dug by Zhao Dashan from the other side of the village 3 days ago. It had been placed in the yard and soaked with water. Because the soil has poor viscosity, it needs to be mixed with a finger-long straw and stirred together. Zhao Daniu is responsible for shoveling the soil, that is, shoveling the soil into the mold, and Zhao Dashan is responsible for pounding the shoveled soil to make it firm and flat. Cheng Wanwan sat by and watched for a while, shaking her head. This adobe can indeed build a house, but it is definitely not strong enough. In case of heavy snow, strong winds, and rainstorms, the house may not be able to hold up and needs to be repaired frequently. She wanted to buy blue bricks, but the village had only used blue bricks for the threshold and load-bearing columns, and the majority of them were adobe. If she built a blue-tiled house, I'm afraid it would make the whole village envious and jealous. But she can improve the adhesion of the adobe. She bought a bottle of adhesive in the mall. It is a construction adhesive used in modern rural house construction. It has long been eliminated in modern times, but it is a rare good thing in this era. She took advantage of Zhao Sania's inattention and poured half a bottle in. The soil became sticky visibly, and the soil on the shovel could not be shaken off. It may be a little tiring to make adobe at this time, but after the house is built, the safety and service life will be better. Before many adobe bricks were made, Zhao Yuyin and Zhao Yukai had finished their work. Cheng Wanwan paid them daily wages, and each of them took 15 coins and prepared to go back to work at home. At this time, Zhao Siden came back with a backpack, and he was full of smiles. "Mom, I caught a lot of locusts, and the chicks can eat enough." Zhao Yuyin took a look and was immediately shocked. Why are there so many locusts? Every day when he went to the fields, he saw sporadic locusts, and he stepped on one to death when he saw one, but now half of the backpack was full of locusts, buzzing, which reminded him of the locust plague last year. These things flew everywhere and ate up all the crops in the fields. It's normal to have locusts in the fields. Zhao Yukai didn't care much. As long as they don't fly over in groups, it's not a big deal. The two brothers walked away while talking. Zhao Siden was heartless and took the locusts to feed the chickens. Chickens that eat wild vegetables are completely different from chickens that eat locusts. These chickens and ducks have changed every day since they started to take supplements. They used to be yellow and fluffy, but they have slowly faded in the past few days, and their size has also increased a lot. Cheng Wanwan began to prepare dinner. Fortunately, Wu Huanyang woke up while she was cooking dinner. "Don't rush to get up, lie down." Cheng Wanwan pressed her shoulders. "The baby in your belly is fine. It's mainly because you are too weak. You almost lost the baby. Relax and take good care of the baby." Wu Huanyang's eyes were blurred with tears. "Mom. Thank you, Mom. We are all family. Why should I say thank you?" Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "I'll make fish soup for you." A fish was stewed into a milky white color. The fish soup and the meat on the fish belly were all left for Wu Huanyang to eat. Wu Huanyang was full of emotion and ate it all silently. The rest of the fish was divided among the 3 children. Cheng Wanwan didn't dislike eating fish, but she didn't want to compete with the children for food. If she really wanted to eat it, she could secretly buy one from the mall and stew it herself. After dinner, it was still study time. Because the children hadn't digested the knowledge points yet, Zhao Taiju was not asked to come over to teach new content. At the beginning, human nature is good. Natures are similar, but habits make them different. The sound of reading aloud, over and over again. The next morning, Cheng Wanwan was woken up by Aunt Wang. After she came to this era, she got up very early every day, but she was still not as good as the locals here. Every day when she got up, Aunt Wang was already busy outside. Now she was still sleeping, and Aunt Wang's voice rang out outside the yard. "Mother Dashan, don't sleep anymore, get up quickly, something happened." Something happened to Zhao Fugue. Zhao Fugue was lying under a big locust tree with a pale face. When someone called him, he didn't respond and looked like he was dead. but he would suddenly twitch and then speak nonsense in panic. I was wrong. Zhao Eugene, I was wrong. Eugene, please let me go. I will kowtow to you. Don't come over. Don't kill me. Zhao Fugue's mother sat outside the circle of big locust trees, wiping her tears constantly and crying her heart out. Many villagers stood by and watched. Zhao Eugene appeared in spirit. Zhao Fugue is probably going to die this time. He dared to bully an orphan and a widow. He should have thought of this. Who would have thought that Zhao Eugene really appeared in spirit? It's really scary. I always feel a chill on my back.
My son.
Zhao Fugue's mother cried loudly. You liked to steal when you were a child. At that time, I thought you were still young and ignorant, so I didn't do much. I didn't expect that you would cause such a disaster today. I was wrong. It was me as a mother who didn't teach you well. At dawn, the big locust tree was full of people. Cheng Wanwan squeezed into the crowd. She glanced at Zhao Fugue's face. Not only was it pale, but it was also abnormally red. He might have had a fever because of the fear. She slowly said, I talked to Dashan's father, and Dashan's father agreed to let someone go in to take care of Zhao Fugue. Zhao Fugue's mother immediately said, let me go in. Even if my son dies, he must die in my arms. Cheng Wanwan shook her head. You are too old. It's not possible. If Zhao Eugene accidentally got an electric shock, he would be stabbed in the back for the rest of his life. Just at this time, Zhang quietly appeared in the crowd. She also heard that Zhao Fugue was in trouble, so she came to take a look. She didn't want Zhao Fugue to get into trouble. After all, Zhao Fugue was the most generous one among her many harems. If Zhao Fugue died, no one in the village would be willing to get involved with her. As soon as Zhang appeared, she was discovered by the villagers and pushed to the front. TSK, let Widow Zhang go in to take care of him. Doesn't she love Zhao Fugue very much? He has a wife but still wants to get close to him. Widow Zhang, you are also Zhao Fugue's woman. He is like this. You have to go in and take a look. Widow Zhang was so scared that her face suddenly turned pale. This place is watched by the ghost of Zhao Eugene. If she goes in, she will be scared to death. She shook her head desperately. I have nothing to do with him. Why should I take care of him? I have to go back to work. Get out of the way. She lowered her head and ran away quickly. Let me do it. Aunt Fugue walked out of the crowd. Her face was very bad, gray and bluish-gray. But she walked towards the big locust tree without hesitation. Cheng Wanwan was a little disappointed. She thought Aunt Fugue would completely give up on Zhao Fugue, but she didn't expect that she would still take care of such a man wholeheartedly. Forget it. In ancient times, women regarded their husbands as the sky, and she shouldn't judge with her modern concepts. Zhao Fugue's whole body was burning hot. Although he was unconscious, he was still conscious, and he knew what was happening around him. He opened his eyelids a little and saw his wife. He spoke in a voice like a broken gong. If Zhao Eugene lets me go this time, I will live a good life with you in the future. Aunt Fugue pulled the corner of her lips, looked outside the circle, and said, Zhao Fugue has a fever, mother. Go to Dr. Zheng to get a fever-reducing medicine, boil it, and send it over. Zhao Fugue's mother hurried to do it. The people gathered under the big locust tree gradually dispersed, and everyone was still frightened. Just as the sun rose a little, a carriage stopped at the entrance of the village. It's the head of the village who's back. The head of the village, Zhao Anjiang, Wang Yongcheng, Zhao Yugue, Zhao Ergu are all back. My God, they all have new clothes. The county magistrate is so generous. What's a new set of clothes? Didn't we say before that it's 100 coins a day? He's been gone for 5 days, so it's 500 coins. Oh my goodness, 500 coins, half a tael of silver, can marry a wife. The villagers didn't bother to work and all gathered around. Outside the carriage sat the servant of the county government, who was responsible for driving the carriage. There were 5 people sitting in the carriage who were the people who left with the county magistrate 5 days ago. When they left 5 days ago, they were wearing tattered clothes. 5 days later, they came back and wore new blue clothes. Although they were all thinner and looked very tired, their eyes were full of joy and excitement. The village head was the first to jump out of the car and shouted, "Let's all gather under the big locust tree. I have something to say." In the recent few times when the village held a meeting, there was always good news to announce. This time the village head was in high spirits. It must be a great thing, and the whole village was excited. The village head's wife came over and whispered, "During the few days you were away, something bad happened in the village. I will tell you in detail." Of course, she was talking about Zhao Fugue's bad things. "Shameless, sturdy thing," the village head said angrily. "If his surname was not Zhao, I would have driven him out of Dea village. Doing such a thing is simply a disgrace to the Zhao family. If he survives this time, he will not be included in the Zhao family tree." The village head is both the village head and the patriarch of the Zhao family, so he has a very high prestige in the village. After the village head's wife finished talking about this, the villagers slowly gathered under the big locust tree. On one side, the crowd gathered, and on the other side, Zhao Fugue was lying on the ground, and Aunt Fugue was feeding him medicine. The village head did not even glance at Zhao Fugue. He stood on a large rock and looked at everyone present and said, "This time we participated in the search for water sources and found a total of 12 water sources, helping more than 30 villages to divert water for irrigation and saving tens of thousands of rice fields. We have made great contributions. The county magistrate rewarded our village with a total of 50 taels of silver." According to the previous calculation, the 12 water sources should be 36 taels of silver, but they were hardworking and had no complaints. They were anxious about the county magistrate's needs and thought about what the county magistrate wanted, so the reward amount was raised to 50 taels. The whole village was in an uproar. 50 taels of silver. I have lived for 50 or 60 years and have never seen so much money. The village head is going to get rich and become the richest man in our village. The village head said in a calm voice, "No, this money is not mine. It belongs to our Dea village." His eyes fell on Cheng Wanwan's face in the crowd. After careful calculation, this money should belong to Deshaniang and his family, but Deshaniang proposed to use it as the startup capital for the patrol team. If you think about it, you can understand what Dashanyang meant. An orphan and a widow separated from their family and lived alone at the end of the village. If they were targeted by bad guys, the loss of money and food would be a minor matter. But if their lives were harmed, it would be too late to regret it. Take Zhao Fugue's case. If the patrol team was not so loose, how could Zhao Fugue find the opportunity to do bad things? Starting today, Dea Village will establish a formal patrol team. I will select 10 people with good performance as patrol team leaders. 10 people will work 3 days a month and 18 cents a day. The head of the village said seriously, "Each captain will be assigned 12 team members. 2 people patrol in a group, and the captain will supervise." It turns out that one person works 2 hours a day, 6 hours a month, and the wages for 6 hours are 8 cents. Everyone present was shocked again. After all, patrolling didn't get a penny before, and working for your own village didn't get any money. But now you can get at least 8 cents. 8 cents is not a lot, but it is definitely not a small amount. In previous years, 8 cents could buy 4 caddies of corn. The head of the village is such a good man. Isn't this giving money to the villagers for free? How can it be free money? Only those who performed well before can become captains and get the money. My son, who is not very motivated, patrolled hard at the beginning, but later he asked for leave every time it was his turn. Such a good thing must have nothing to do with him. There are 10 captains and each captain has 12 people under him. That means only 130 people in the whole village can join the patrol team. There are 400 to 500 strong laborers in our village. Head of the village, my son is big. Let him be the captain. The head of the village glanced at the man and said coldly, "Your son patrolled once, and he snatched wild fruits from the children that time. When he grows up, let him come in." Now, the 10 people I named are the captains of the patrol team. The head of the village slowly read out the names of the 10 people. They were the kind of people who worked honestly. When others were lazy, they worked. When others asked for leave, they took over. When others went home early, they finished their work before leaving. People with this kind of personality are commonly known as taciturn people who can't do anything with a stick. People like this are generally not taken seriously. But now, the head of the village read out the names of these people one by one. There are only 10 of you. The patrol team performed very well before. Keep up the good work. You choose 12 team members by yourselves. I will check the patrol situation every month in the future. The top 3 with the best performance will be rewarded with 1 penny each. Yes, head of the village. The 10 people were very happy.
Among them was Zhao Sanyu.
Cheng Wanwan always sent Zhao Sanyu to work on every patrol before. Although this kid is young, he has brute force and a very honest mind. He does what he should do and never cheats. He became the team leader and his back straightened up. For the first time, he felt full of energy. He can also make money, haha. He works 3 days a month, 18 cents a day, and a month is. He calculated silently in his mind and finally determined that it was 54 cents, which can buy a lot of meat. His mother will definitely praise him for being great. Seeing his silly look, Cheng Wanwan laughed a little. Hurry up and think about which 10 people to choose as team members. Mother only reminds you that you are the youngest, so don't choose those elders of the Zhao family. The ancients advocated filial piety, which is not only filial piety to parents, but also filial piety to all elders of the same clan. As a captain, he must manage the team members, but if the team members are elders, it is easy to be criticized. Moreover, Sanyu is tongue-tied, and if he accidentally offends people of the same clan, it will be a big trouble. Under the big locust tree, the 10 captains appointed by the head of the village stood beside him. According to age and seniority, the team members were selected one by one. Most people selected their own uncles, cousins, etc. To be honest, there are only so many people in the village. After going around, basically everyone has a blood relationship. It's just a matter of how close the blood is. Finally, it was Zhao Sanyu's turn, and he kept Cheng Wanwan's instructions in mind. He was only 14 years old, and the people he selected were all under 20 years old, and none of them had the surname Zhao. Zhao Dewang was almost angry to death. He was 15 years old, 1 year older than Sanyu. He thought Sanyu would definitely choose him as a team member, but he didn't call his name when the names were read one by one. Ahem. Zhao Dewang tried his best to hint. Old Mrs. Zhao grabbed his ear and said, "What do you do, kid? Sanyu can choose whoever he wants.
Why do you worry about it?"
Sun curled her lips and said, "Sanyu is really something. There are so many people in our Zhao family, including his second uncle, third uncle, Dewang and Erwang. Aren't they all patrolling? Why did he choose so many people with different surnames? Why are you so picky?" Old Mrs. Zhao glared at her unhappily. "Breakfast at home hasn't been cooked yet. Go back and light a fire to steam some steamed buns." Sun gritted her teeth. Wasn't what she said right? Why did the mother-in-law always favor the eldest wife? When she gave birth to a son, she would see if the mother-in-law would still be partial. She left indignantly. After Zhao Sanyu selected 8 people, he was stuck. He was the last one to choose a team member, and the room for choice was very narrow. He heard Zhao Dewang coughing violently, so he had to say the 9th one, Zhao Dewang. Dewang was not an elder, so he should not be considered to have disobeyed his mother's words. He continued to look for people in the crowd, but he looked around and saw that they were all elders of the Zhao family. Every time they saw him, they would tease him. It was impossible to make these people obediently serve as his team members and obey his orders. But he really couldn't pick anyone. He couldn't let Zhao Erwang, who was only 11 years old, come on patrol. At this time, Zhang Dagong walked out of the crowd and said, "Sanyu, you choose me. I can still fight." Zhang Dagong was more than 12 years old, which was considered very young. He took the initiative to stand up, and Zhao Sanyu was ready to refuse without thinking. Then he thought of what Zhang Dagong said 2 days ago. He said that he saw Zhang Guofu and Zhao Fugue sneaking into the wild forest with his own eyes. So he cleared his mother's suspicion. Zhao Sanyu nodded, "Okay, the 10th one, Zhang Dagong." At this point, all the team members were selected. The village head was afraid that some people would be dissatisfied and say something sour, so he said, The patrol team will continue to expand, and members with good performance will be promoted to captains, and others will also have the opportunity to join the patrol team. Okay, let's adjourn. The villagers dispersed one after another. Zhao Sanya raised his chin and looked at Cheng Wanwan. Mom, I'm the captain, hee. Zhao Sidon said enviously. Third brother, you're so awesome. Cheng Wanwan pressed a shoulder. The village head believes in you, so he is willing to promote you. You have to work hard and can't embarrass your father, understand? Zhao Sanyu immediately straightened his back. I will. Cheng Wanwan then looked at Zhao Ergu and said in a gentle voice, It seems that you have lost some weight. It's okay. Mother will make you something delicious. Zhao Ergu was very uncomfortable wearing new clothes. His original patched and tattered clothes were scratched by branches and rocks during the process of going up the mountain to find water many times. The county magistrate waved his hand, and each of them had a new set of clothes. This clothes was not made of coarse cloth, and it felt very soft. He said, Ask my sister-in-law to alter this dress for mother to wear. Cheng Wanwan glared at him and said, Nonsense. Mother is missing this set of clothes. Just wear it properly. This is the reward from the county magistrate. Tell me, what happened in the past 5 days? Zhao Ergu began to talk about what he had seen and heard in the past 5 days. It was nothing more than how to find water sources, how to determine the route of the ditch, and some villages did not cooperate, so they were suppressed by force by the county magistrate. On the 4th day, Fenghuang Town and Hekou Town both sent Feng Shui masters here. Zhao Ergu said they wanted to learn how to find water sources. I didn't keep it to myself. This is my fault. Please punish me, mother. Cheng Wanwan looked at him seriously. Then tell me, why didn't you keep it to yourself? Zhao Ergu lowered his head. There are more than 30 villages in Ping'an Town, and we only spent 4 or 5 days running around. Hekou Town is even bigger, with nearly 50 villages. If all of them are handed over to us, we can indeed make some money from the county magistrate of Hekou Town, but at the same time, it will take longer. The rice will be harvested in half a month. If it is delayed any longer, I am afraid that the rice fields in other towns will not be harvested. Then why do you think mother will punish you? Cheng Wanwan's voice was very gentle. You have done a good thing. Doing good deeds can accumulate virtue, and you will be blessed in the future. Zhao Ergu's eyes lit up. Mom, don't you really blame me? Cheng Wanwan couldn't help rubbing his head. Of course I don't blame you. You made 500 coins this time. That's really great. Let's go home. When he reached the door of his house, he heard Aunt Wang next door cursing at the door. Aunt Wang grabbed Wang Yongqing's ear and said, You spendthrift. Is this how you spend your money? The price of pork has risen to more than 40 coins a catty. Can't you just buy some corn and black flour? Why did you buy meat? It's just a small piece and 40 coins. You spendthrift. Why did I marry a dog like you? Wang Yongqing hurriedly said, Didn't you say that the children haven't eaten meat for a year? I happened to see a butcher, so I bought some back. Everyone who went out together this time made 500 coins. Everyone bought meat to take home. How could he not buy some? He would give it to his wife and children. He had no regrets. Loach licked his lips. Mom, I want to eat meat. Xiaomai swallowed his saliva. Mom, I don't eat meat. I just drink a mouthful of soup. Aunt Wang shook her head. Okay, come in, but this piece of meat can't be eaten up in one meal. No family would eat it this way. Each person can have a piece of meat and stir-fry wild vegetables. The rest can be pickled and eaten slowly later. Mom, I also bought meat back. Zhao Ergu walked into the yard and took out 2 baskets of meat from his wide sleeves. A total of 2 caddies spent 90 coins, and there are still 410 coins left. He gave all the money to Cheng Wanwan. Cheng Wanwan put away the copper coins, took out a knife, and cut off a half-finger-long piece of pork. Ergu, take it to your grandpa and grandma. You have made a lot of money this time, and you should honor the elderly. Zhao Ergu nodded and took 2 tails of meat to the old house of the Zhao family. At this time, the old house was making the main meal in the morning, and the whole family was busy in the yard. Oh, Ergu, this dress is so handsome. Mrs. Wen couldn't help but praise. Let me feel the material. It's fine linen, satin. 1 foot of cloth costs almost 10 cents. The county magistrate is really generous. Zhao Erga felt a little embarrassed. He would definitely take off this dress when he got home, wash it, and put it away so that he could wear it when he got married.